In the Haiyuan year 1500, atop the towering execution platform in Luoga town, as the executioner's long blade pierced through Luo Jie's body, a brief silence enveloped the square, only to be shattered by thunderous cheers. Some cheered as the embodiment of the evil Haizhe Wang was finally executed, while many more were moved by his final words. "Do you want my treasure? If you do, it's all yours. Go and find it. I have hidden every bit of it there," echoed his words as cheers rose in waves across the square. Upon the outer wall of the square, 9-year-old Dylan perched atop, scanning the scene below. Hongfa Zyankasi Tianyexia Duafyalangming, in Maihawk, Shiukelokiter Long Bajimolia. Some showed no emotion, others wore grim smiles, while some wept bitterly. Meanwhile, Dylan reached out to catch raindrops falling from the sky, his eyes fixed upon those mighty figures destined for world renown. It has begun. The era of the great pirates. Half a month later, on an obscure island in the East Sea. "Kid, this is a Navy outpost. What business do you have here?" A bearded Navy officer intercepted a slight figure. "I want to join the Navy." "Join the Navy? The Navy is no place for child's play. Oh, what of your family? Go back at once." Dylan shook his head. "I have no family." The Navy man at the gate paused in astonishment, as if comprehending something. In this era, slaughter, plunder, war, and oppression were ubiquitous. Everywhere. Observing the scene, the silent youth, clad in worn yet unsoiled clothes, received a nod from the guarding Navy man, who said, "Wait here for a moment." When he emerged once more from the base, a tall Navy officer accompanied him. "What is your name?" "Dylan." "Why do you wish to join the Navy?" "Why?" Dylan pondered briefly. Perhaps it was because after crossing over he realized that aside from his impressive physical attributes, he had nothing else to rely upon. Having witnessed Luo Jie's execution in Luoga town firsthand, Dylan selected this unremarkable yet orderly Navy base from the map. As for why he did not remain in Luoga town, the future held not only the burden of Yuan Daitu smog, but also myriad troubles. It was not an ideal choice. Moreover, beyond the East Sea, across the four seas, and even the Grand Line, many would journey to Luoga town to behold the place of beginnings and endings of Luo Jie. Joining the Navy meant access to rigorous systematic training. Possessing talent would secure ample resources. Even if one could not awaken the three-colored haki, the prowess of the Navy's 6 techniques could vastly enhance one's combat strength. As for Taikwai, that was another matter. For peace, Dylan declared resolutely, gazing at the Navy flag fluttering at the center of the base. "Peace, huh?" Following Dylan's gaze, the Navy also caught sight of that very flag, a symbol that both intimidated and safeguarded the seas. Enlist him as a general laborer. He may join the basic training and handle some menial tasks. "Yes." Afterward, the tall Navy officer turned to enter, while the man at the gate beckoned to Dylan. "Follow me, kidda. From now on, we are comrades." He laughed heartily. In the Haiyuan year 1512, Major Headquarters reports traces of the red-haired pirate crew in the East Sea. Zyankasi. Instinctively, Dylan reached for the knife beside him. Had he come to the East Sea? Red-haired. What indeed had he come to the East Sea for? To see Buggy. A nostalgic return to Luoga town. As one of the future 4 emperors, Red-haired surely knew that the Gaia kingdom was Kapu's ancestral home. Then why would he venture to Fengshe town? To duel with Kapu. At his current strength, that was unlikely. Or perhaps, to head for Shuangyue village. What are the commander's orders? Just report the tracks, avoid direct confrontation. Understood. Inform the commander that I'll be gone for a few days. Yes. Exiting the base, Dylan had already changed into his civilian attire. His white hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, and standing at 2 meters tall, his slender figure was accentuated by his graceful locks, while a trace of cold resolve graced his handsome face. With a black scabbard casually slung at his waist, Dylan draped one hand over the hilt, while tucking the other into his pocket as he boarded the ship bound for the Gaia kingdom. In the waters of the Gaia kingdom, a small boat drifted upon the sea, while in the distance another pirate ship of similar size could be seen. The flag on the ship bore a skull with a scar over its left eye. "Boss, there's someone ahead. It appears they are coming straight for us." Yesub picked up a pair of binoculars and surveyed the horizon, describing the figure. Only one person. No flag, no Navy garb, and wielding an exceptionally long sword. Oh, a swordsman perhaps. Red-haired, his head bandaged with blood, stepped from the cabin onto the deck, gazing in the direction Yeshub observed. As if sensing his gaze, everyone on board lifted their heads simultaneously. "There appears to be no goodwill. Zyankasi, shall I go?" Ben Beekman, smoking nearby, remarked. "Wait a moment," as Zyankasi raised his right hand. "Come closer and have a look." Once the 2 ships drew near, Zyankasi stood at the rail and looked toward the drifting small boat beside him. "It seems you have been waiting for me." Dylan raised his head, not touching the knife, resting aside, replying yes. "Shall we come up and talk, or would you prefer I come down?" Dylan retrieved his long sword, and in a flash his figure appeared on the deck of the red-haired pirate ship. "Bring the wine." Zyankasi waved to silence the restless crew, interrupting their attempts at admonition. This is the fine wine of my homeland, distinct from the tastes of the East Sea. Care to try? After downing a large bowl of strong liquor, Zyankasi smiled and asked, "How is it?" Dylan merely nodded in response without offering further comment. Seeing this, Zyankasi set down the large bowl, and his expression grew grave then. "What purpose drove you to wait here specifically?" "The Navy." At the sound of those two words, the others instantly grew tense. Even Yeshub raised his spear slightly, only to be subdued by Ben Beekman's firm hand. Paying no heed to the others' subtle movements, Dylan locked eyes with Zyankasi and asked, "What business brings a man like you to the East Sea? Isn't the New World enough for your mischief? Merely sailing the four seas. It's normal for pirates, isn't it?" Zyankasi smiling as he looked at Dylan, yet his expression betrayed no ease. Dylan fixed his gaze on Zyankasi, evidently unconvinced by this excuse. After a brief exchange of looks, Zyankasi chuckled. "I'm sorry, but the deeper reasons must remain undisclosed for now." Upon hearing the response, Dylan stood up and surveyed his surroundings, declaring, "Do not linger in the East Sea for too long." With that, he leapt off the side of the ship. After Dylan's small boat sailed a considerable distance away, Zyankasi, as if recalling something, stood at the rail and inquired, "And what about you? Why are you again in the East Sea?" Without turning, Dylan, with his back to Zyankasi, raised his hand and replied, "Like you, I shall not linger here for long." After Dylan's small boat vanished from view, Zyankasi remained lost in thought as he gazed upon the vast sea. "Zyankasi, I'm fine. Truly an interesting fellow." Turning around, Zyankasi grinned at the crew. Who would have thought that the East Sea harbors so many intriguing souls? Indeed, it is the captain's homeland. East Sea. Yeshub, also hailing from the East Sea, burst into laughter. "The East Sea is known as the weakest sea after all." Before the others could process the events, Zyankasi froze momentarily in expression, and Ben Beekman's hand, holding his cigarette, stalled in midair. Meanwhile, Lucky Lou, munching on a bone, asked, "What's going on?" "You too." Zyankasi offered a wry smile in silence, and after taking a deep drag of his cigarette, Ben Beekman remarked, "We once believed that the East Sea's apparent weakness was due to navigational issues and Kapu's influence. Now it appears." "Who?" After exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, Ben Beekman stated, "It seems that here in the East Sea, aside from Kapu, there lurks another formidable individual." Back at the branch base, he happened to run into the base commander coming straight toward him. He was no longer the towering man from back then. After more than 10 years, many things had changed. The former base commander, as well as the Navy man who had once led him through the gates, were both long gone. The current commander was a burly man named Hans, transferred here only half a year ago, holding the rank of colonel. "Dylan," Hans called out to him as Dylan was about to head inside. "Did you go looking for the red-haired one?" Dylan nodded. "I only took a look at him from afar, no contact. After all, that fellow has been in the limelight these past few years." Hans agreed. That fellow Shanks had indeed been shining lately. Though his power still lagged far behind the old generation of strong men, it was said he had already secured a place for himself in the so-called New World. After Roger's death, the arrogance of pirates had not been suppressed. On the contrary, it had only grown more rampant. In the current New World, people called mighty figures like Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido the emperors of the sea. Nonsense. By the way, the pressure on the Grand Line has been mounting in recent years. Headquarters has issued another mobilization order. I heard you turn them down before. Hans knew little of Dylan's past. Only a few older veterans vaguely remembered that this man had been stationed at the branch for a very long time. Even his rank had been accumulated bit by bit through minor merits until it reached the level of major. A major had to go to headquarters in person to receive the official conferment of rank. Your conferment has yet to be formally completed, so this time. I'll go this time. When do I depart? Dylan's gaze passed over Hans and fixed on the Navy flag in the distance, fluttering in the wind just as it had in years past. Hans quietly let out a breath of relief. This man held considerable prestige in the branch. Often Dylan's orders carried more weight than those of Hans himself, the colonel and base commander. "As soon as possible. Considering the journey, you have 3 months. If that works, I'll report back to headquarters with my reply." Hans had once studied Dylan's file. The records left by a previous base commander stated Adams Dylan. Place of birth unknown. Orphan. Joined the Navy at age 9. Calm by nature with exceptional physical aptitude. A man who upheld justice and peace. Following that were pages of achievements and battle merits added by successive base commanders over the years. Dozens of densely written pages. Though each pirate carried only a modest bounty, the sheer number was overwhelming. During Hans's own tenure, he had personally added nearly 4 pages of exploits to Dylan's record. A real monster. Watching Dylan's departing figure, Hans muttered under his breath. Shimatsuki Village. Stepping onto the small island, Dylan stretched lazily. He had not expected this place to lie directly along his route. The people nearby cast strange looks at the pitch-black long blade at his waist. Are you here to challenge Kushiro as well? Following the voice, Dylan looked over to see a young man likewise wearing a sword at his hip. No, I merely came to take a look. In the original tale, Shimatsuki village was intricately tied to Wano and even the Revolutionary Army, and that narrow-eyed Kushiro was apparently no simple man. Before Dylan could finish speaking, a rough voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey, you sword-stealing thief. Dylan acted as though he had not heard and continued forward. The voice behind him rose with a flash of anger. I'm talking to you. You in white. Do you plan to walk off after stealing my famed blade? Dylan halted and turned around. A ronin with a shaved chonmage top knot was staring fixedly at the black scabbard at Dylan's waist, eyes gleaming. The ronin licked his parched lips. This had to be a fine blade. He could feel it. Its edge could not be concealed, even sheathed. The onlookers watching him silently stepped back. This fellow was a well-known ronin in the area, his Ayajutsu as swift as lightning. But he was unfortunately also a scoundrel. No one could fathom how such a rogue possessed such talent for the sword. This is your blade, Ui. Dylan lazily lifted his eyelids and regarded the man with the chonmage. He truly detested that hairstyle. I'll give you 5 seconds. Get out of my sight. His icy voice rang in the ronin's ears. Instead of fear, the ronin burst out laughing. Then he leaned forward slightly, his right hand gripping the hilt at his left hip. In that case, a streak of red light flashed. The ronin suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Then the world spun around him, and he witnessed a scene he could not comprehend. Who was that? Why was that man wearing his clothes and holding his sword? Now he had truly encountered a sword thief. The crowd erupted in cries of shock as Dylan turned away without the slightest concern. My apologies. Until now it has known only the blood of these small fry. A faint tremor ran through the black scabbard at his waist. Ishin Dojo. Hearing the commotion outside, Kushiro slowly rose and walked to the doorway. Dylan was already standing in the courtyard while a large crowd gathered outside the gate as if waiting for something. Wearing glasses, Kushiro smiled at Dylan. May I ask, honored guest? Looking at Kushiro's frail appearance, Dylan suddenly thought of something amusing. I've heard that men with narrow eyes are always strong, haven't I? The onlookers at the gate let out a collective, oh, and then wore expressions of just as we thought. You jest, honored guest. Kushiro did not seem offended in the slightest and politely continued, may I ask, honored guest? Dylan smiled. Just a joke. I'm not here to stir up trouble, only to ask the master to appraise my blade. Oh. Kushiro glanced toward the long blade at Dylan's waist. Please come inside, honored guest. Seeing that no duel was about to break out, the people outside dispersed disappointed. A pitch-black scabbard, a dark red hilt. Kushiro held Dylan's long blade in both hands, his brows knitting slightly. With a trace of expectation and a hint of inner conflict, he slowly drew the blade. A wave of blood-reeking air surged from the black and crimson blade, and a faint blood-red glow seemed to seep from its surface. With a snap, Kushiro sheathed it at once and handed it back to Dylan. Shura, one of the 12 supreme great blades. Dylan took Shura, lightly stroking the scabbard. In an instant, the blood stench in the air vanished without a trace. Does it possess any special traits? Kushiro looked at Dylan in surprise. Traits? Have you not already brought its nature to the utmost extreme, honored guest? Is that so? Dylan rose and inclined his head slightly to Kushiro. Thank you for your trouble. After Dylan left, a bead of sweat slid down Kushiro's forehead. He swallowed hard. Shura. He actually forged it into a black blade, and it submits to him so completely. Calming himself, Kushiro's expression returned to its usual narrow-eyed smile. Gesturing toward the folding screen beside him, he said, You can come out now? That must have scared you. Kuna, her hair cut short, and a green-haired boy poked their heads out timidly from the side. Father, that man just now. You were still far from him. But if one day you wish to become the world's greatest swordsman, I imagine, he will surely be one of your greatest obstacles. Just that faint aura from Shura had nearly made the two of them faint. Even they, usually so proud and competitive, could not bring themselves to boast at this moment. Kuna clenched her fists tightly, turned without a word, and left. Seeing this, the green-haired boy bit his teeth, muttered, Damn it, and ran out as well. Watching the two of them, Kushiro's face softened into a smile. The world's greatest swordsman, HM. Thinking of that seemingly obscure man, Kushiro still felt his chest tighten. At the small harbor, the patrolman on duty verified Dylan's identity, then snapped to attention and saluted him before watching him depart. The townsfolk had already testified that it was the Ronin who had attempted to seize the man's weapon, thereby provoking the duel. Though duels to the death were technically forbidden by law, if it was reclassified as an assault on a major from Navy headquarters, then there was no issue at all. Aboard a medium-sized merchant ship, Dylan leaned against the rail with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly the lookout on the mast cried out, Bad news, a pirate ship. After a closer look, the lookout's voice twisted with terror. It's the Krieg pirates. The Deli de Nuadisa Beilu ship. The flagship of the Click pirate crew, a massive 3-decked sailboat with a Black Panther at the bow, is a nightmare for all merchant ships in the nearby waters. Boys, the name of Lord Click will surely echo throughout the world. Oh, Captain, there's a merchant ship ahead. Merchant ship. Click grinned. How dare a merchant ship appear where Lord Click is? Boys, fun is coming. Oh, the enormous Deli de Nuadisa Beilu ship took less than 10 minutes to dock beside the merchant ship. The merchant ship didn't even dare to turn and flee. If the Click pirate crew encounters you, ordinary merchant ships cannot compete in horsepower to escape. Moreover, if you try to flee once they catch up, they will kill everyone on board. Begging for mercy may not be useful because besides Click, there's that cold-blooded and brutal man. The demon man, Ajin. I can only hope that man is not on the ship today or won't participate in this raid. Dylan squinted at the helpless and despairing sailors and merchants. Click. Has this guy not gone to the Grand Line yet? Previously, his active area was not near Dylan's branch, and he hadn't deliberately sought him out until now. There is indeed such a figure in the East Sea. However, it seems he later called himself the East Sea Overlord, or the King of the East Sea. Dylan stood up with his knife, and the sailors and merchants who were originally kneeling on the deck screamed in fear at the sight of the young man on the bow with a weapon. Hey stranger, come back quickly, you'll get us killed. I remember there was a guy on his ship named Ajin who seemed extremely cruel and never left survivors. Do you think you can survive just by kneeling here and praying? Upon hearing the name Demon Man, Ajin, the people on the deck turned pale, but still held on to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the Demon Man Ajin is not on the ship today. Stranger, we are kindly taking you, please. Thank you for the ride as a token of gratitude. The young man standing at the bow of the merchant ship vanished in an instant, leaving everyone with a flicker of hope, but more despair. In these waters, the Click pirate crew has never faced defeat, whether against other pirates or the military. On the top deck of the Deli de Nuadisa Beilu ship, Iron Wall, Baru was banging on the shields on his arms. I will become the strongest shield for Captain. Oh, how strong. A detached voice clearly echoed in everyone's ears. At the massive Black Panther bow stood a man in white clothing wielding a long knife, with his shoulder-length white hair flowing in the wind. Iron Wall, Baru seemed a bit slow on the uptake and had not reacted yet. Demon Man. Ajin stepped forward first. Who are you? On the height of the Deli de Nuadisa Beilu ship, someone who can appear silently at the bow is not to be trifled with. Navy. Only then did Iron Wall, Baru, react, letting out a strange cry and rushing in front of Ajin. A mere Navy dares to. Swish. Dylan gently pushed the blade of Shura with his left thumb, and a red ripple flew from the exposed edge of the blade. A mere Navy. Dylan jumped down from the bow, walking past the Iron Wall, Baru, who had been split from forehead to groin. The Demon Man. Ajin swallowed hard, but did not retreat. Navy, do you wish to confront the King of the East Sea? Dylan narrowed his eyes. A gust of strong wind spread from his body, and the pirates around suddenly felt a strong impact followed by dizziness. Then they all lost consciousness. Hundreds of crew members fell to the ground like grass blown by a strong wind. On the deck, only the captain, Click, and the Demon Man. Ajin barely remained conscious, though both were already drenched in sweat. Hey, what is this? Click, dressed in golden armor, barely stood upright. Do not underestimate us, Navy. I am. A line of blood flew past, and 2 heads soared into the air. What king are you? After jumping to the top of the mast and impaling Click's head at the very top, Dylan returned to the merchant ship. Let's go, they won't be coming back. You? The first mate of the merchant ship was about to speak, but the lookout on the mast's pupils contracted. It's Click's head. He's dead, he's dead. Hearing the lookout's words, the first mate looked at the young man in front of him, whose expression was somewhat indifferent. He did indeed vanish, but how long has it been since the Click pirate crew? Set sail? Set sail. The sails slowly rose, and looking at the Deli de Nuadisa Beilu ship that was getting farther away, Dylan held the handle of Shura tightly with his right hand. The King of the East Sea. A scarlet glow shot out from the stern, directly splitting the distant Deli de Nuadisa Beilu ship in 2 from bow to stern. The East Sea does not need things like this. Those stunned crew members slid off the tilted deck and cabin into the sea like dumplings, and at the top of the mast, Click's head still gazed at the distance with a furious, yet terrified expression. Logetown. Dylan leisurely walked along the cobblestone road, beyond which was the Reverse Mountain. Of course, he did not plan to go to the Reverse Mountain, as the Navy's unique warships can traverse the comm belt. He came here just to reminisce about the past. Hey! A familiar voice called out from behind Dylan. Red-haired, Shanks stood alone holding a bottle of wine. What a coincidence to meet you here. Are you heading to the Grand Line? Shanks looked at the tall Dylan, and this young Navy exerted great pressure on him. Although the two had never clashed, Shanks felt an unprecedented aura from him, different from all the impressions he had of the Navy. Whether it was Carp's stalwart or Zephyr's decisiveness, they were all completely different from him. Even the newly risen admirals, such as the yellow monkey, blue pheasant, and red dog, had an essential difference in aura from this seemingly indifferent man. He resembled an abyss, profound and steady, but who knows what lies hidden beneath an abyss. Such a coincidence. Are you here to reminisce? You cried your heart out here back then. Dylan cast a glance at Shanks. He did not harbor any hatred towards this man, but neither did he have much fondness. It was simply not a good time to confront him. Back then, Shanks paused, recalling that day more than 10 years ago, and his expression instantly fell. Ah, indeed, you were also here back then. Judging by your age, you must have been only about 10 at the time. Back then. Shanks raised his head. Have you ever thought about going to sea? Going to sea? Dylan pressed the handle of Shura, looking meaningfully at Shanks. To be a pirate. Hearing Dylan's unfriendly tone, Shanks chuckled and said, being a pirate also. A thief is a thief. Dylan coldly interrupted Shanks. Whether mountain bandit or pirate thief or not, a thief is a thief. Those who blindly pursue personal freedom by plundering the weak, no matter what dreams they harbor, cannot change the fact that they are thieves. Do not talk to me about dreams, freedom, or companionship, your freedom. The air around Dylan began to distort, is built upon the suffering of the weak. Visible black lightning surged around Dylan. You? Shanks' pupils contracted, and the same black lightning erupted from his body. As their auras clashed, the dark clouds in the sky began to swirl. When the two auras dissipated, small cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. This is a town, and for now I have no intention of engaging with you, but red-haired. Dylan gazed sharply at Shanks. Do not overstep, or not only will there be no ship for you in the new era, but your dream. I will personally extinguish it. After Dylan left, Ben Beckman and others finally approached from the street. Lockie, who usually held a massive meat leg, was nowhere to be seen, and Jesus Burgess was tightly gripping his long spear. What a terrifying guy. Jesus Burgess glanced around the corner, a person with the qualifications of a king and having cultivated conqueror's Haki to such a degree. A Navy. Marineford. Dylan, having just completed his official commissioning ceremony, stepped out from the administrative wing. Oh my, what an extraordinary newcomer has arrived. A languid voice rang out from nearby. That tone. Kuzan. Admiral Kuzan. Dylan offered a slight bow. You've come to headquarters for your commissioning. Kuzan adjusted the eye patch across his brow and regarded Dylan with quiet curiosity. Yes. Kuzan glanced left and right before leaning in care for a drink. Does he even drink? Right. He did drink at Zephyr's funeral. But is drinking even permitted at headquarters? Following Kuzan into his office, Dylan swept his gaze across the room. Spartan furnishings, bordering on austere. Only two things stood out: an invitingly comfortable recliner and his personal plaque. The justice of indolence. Oh my. Now that I think about it, our temperaments are quite different. Kuzan retrieved 2 bottles and tossed one to Dylan. I embrace the justice of indolence. But you're relentlessly diligent. My. Dylan caught the bottle, popped the cork, and took a long swig. You know me. Kuzan drank deeply in turn, then spat sharply. What kind of man's liquor is this? Utterly wretched. After muttering under his breath, Kuzan finally studied Dylan with deliberate attention. Over the past few years I've nominated you for recruitment repeatedly, yet each time you declined. So why accept this time? Kuzan had been nominating him all along. Dylan furrowed his brow. Was this naval intelligence, or GARP? Or GARP? Noting Dylan's puzzled expression, Kuzan volunteered. It was Master GARP. He remarked that each time he returned to the East Blue, he found it eerily tranquil, scarcely needing his intervention at all. We conducted an extensive investigation, finally tracking you down. You've done exceptional work in the East Blue. Would you consider joining my division? He offered considerable autonomy. Kuzan, the Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, a candidate for Fleet Admiral, disciple of Black Arm, Zephyr, an ardent admirer of GARP. One of the future 3 admirals, Kuzan, Kizaru, and Akainu. Akainu's stance toward pirates was unyieldingly rigid, superficially akin to Dylan's own, yet fundamentally divergent. Kizaru, the old monkey, behaved most suspiciously, cowering before the straw hats, yet striking Zephyr with brutal force. He might well be a double agent for the Revolutionary Army. Those serving under him would grant access nearly rivaling Vegapunk's betrayal could come without warning. As for Kuzan, he was lazy, yes, but honor-bound. Had he not rescued Smoker, that tragic fool, from Don Quixote Doflamingo's grasp? You swing the blade. I bear the blame, oi. Oh my. True enough, but perhaps phrase it more delicately next time. How vexing headquarters constantly assigns tasks, and I well. Kuzan lifted his head and drained another generous gulp. So, you've accepted? Why not? If I joined Sakazuki, I'd be hacking pirates daily. I still have matters of my own to attend to. I see. Kuzan made no inquiry as to why Dylan had omitted Borisadino. Before that, however, I must handle something urgent. Perhaps 6 months if swift, or up to 1 or 2 years if delayed. Quite the busy man. Need assistance. Dylan shook his head. No need. Should fortune turn ill, I may not return at all. As a devil fruit user, you'd best stay clear. Devil fruit user. Not returning. For once, Kuzan's expression darkened with concern. Are you heading into some perilous maritime zone? No matter. If you require no help, I'll ask no further. Stay vigilant, and contact me via Din Din Mushi if you need anything. 2 years later. Skypiea. A violent tempest of lightning seethed across the heavens, coiling and clashing for nearly an hour before gradually dissipating. Gonfall bowed his head, slightly followed by the assembled crowd as a figure emerged slowly from the sacred temple. Lord Raishin. Gonfall. Compared to his appearance 2 years prior, Dylan's features remained unchanged, yet now possessed a refined, unfathomable depth. Below the temple, Skypieans gazed upward at the tall, statuesque man whose presence radiated an abyssal stillness, awe swelling silently in their hearts. No one knew when he had arrived upon Skypiea. When he first appeared, he overpowered the former sky god Gonfall with absolute supremacy, yet spared both him and the other priests. After locating the golden bell hidden within the clouds and striking it, centuries-old hostilities between Skypieans and Shandians ceased, and both peoples jointly proclaimed him their god. This Lord Raishin imposed no harsh decrees. Indeed, he could be called a merciful deity. All affairs of Skypiea were administered by Gonfall. Gonfall had long served as the island's sky god, and remained deeply trusted and beloved by all. I shall depart for a time. Skypiea remains under your stewardship until my return. Seal all routes ascending from the Blue Sea, and alert me immediately via conch shell or Din Din Mushi should intruders appear. Yais, Lord Raishin. When the crowd raised their heads, the figure atop the temple had vanished. Gonfall drew a slow breath, then turned and commanded, seal the sacred temple, and sever all pathways from the Blue Sea. Beneath Skypiea, Jaya Island Mock Town, Dylan entered a tavern, and immediately spotted a pink-haired figure facing the bar, drinking alone. Beside him stood a towering man with a massive sword at his waist. On the opposite side, a grotesque elder interrogated a group of street thugs. That place is unbearably dull. The Don Quixote pirates are the pride of the North Blue. We aspire to become pirates like you. Then, have you killed anyone? Dylan seated himself beside the pink-haired man, without invitation lifted a glass and drank deeply. You lot, mere street urchins, dream of feasting at the table of this flamingo. Flamingo. The word struck like thunder. The tall swordsman flinched, the snot-nosed elder whirled around mid-interrogation. Yet the flamingo merely grinned. Fufufu. Who are you? A marine. A marine. Then, Diablo's hand had barely brushed his hilt before Doflamingo barked, Stand down, Diablo. TCH. The 7 warlords are troublesome. Dylan's face fell, disappointment plain. Had Diablo drawn steel, he could have justifiably eradicated him, and the entire Don Quixote pirates. He cast a sidelong glance at the stunned Diablo, then turned coolly toward the yellow-haired thug, eyes alight with fervor and trepidation alike. I asked you a question. Have you killed anyone, or did you bring wooden sticks to play house? Bellamy threw his arms wide and roared with manic laughter. Killed. Of course. From the North Blue we sailed. Killing was our greatest occupation. We're destined for the Don Quixote pirates. Ha ha ha. Excellent. At that instant, the air itself seemed to freeze solid. Doflamingo, seated beside Dylan, stiffened, then turned his head with mechanical slowness. Hey, surely not. Before the words fully left his lips, blinding arcs of lightning erupted from the thugs' bodies. Treble, standing beside Bellamy, recoiled in shock. Amid their shrieks, Dylan rose calmly, like a man strolling through a garden. Doflamingo. From start to finish, Doflamingo uttered not a single word, not a gesture to intervene. He simply watched motionless as Bellamy and his crew convulsed in agony beneath the storm. See, before absolute power, even your idol dares not move. Bellamy writhed, then slammed his fists onto the floor with a guttural cry. Curse you. One last chance. Have you killed anyone? If it's mere boasting, I'll dismiss you as common delinquents. But if your hands are truly stained with blood. Dylan's expression hardened, and the very air trembled. Execution, on the spot. Bellamy strained his neck upward to meet the gaze of his idol, the heavenly demon king Doflamingo. All he received was suffocating silence. Bellamy turned his eyes toward the man standing before him, and ground out teeth clenched with final effort. No. Clap. Clap. Dylan brushed his palms together. There, that's better. Return whence you came. Oh, and one more thing. At the doorway, Dylan paused and glanced back at the crumpled yellow-haired youth. You said, you despise those pirates who chase empty dreams. TCH. Pity. Your idol harbors the grandest, most audacious dream among all pirates. And you truly aren't worthy to board his ship. With that, Dylan pushed open the door and departed. Creak. Creak. The wooden tavern door swung idly in the wind. as if mocking Bellamy's hollow boasts or scorning his idol in silent disdain. Doflamingo rose, his face shadowed with grim fury, and strode toward the exit, Treble and Diablo following close behind. Pausing beside Bellamy, Doflamingo spoke quietly. He's right. You truly aren't worthy to sail upon my ship. Marine Headquarters, Green Bull's office. Don Quixote. Doflamingo. That guy has some issues with his identity, and the means by which he became a warlord are quite unusual. However, all of this was agreed upon by Mariewa. Green Bull shrugged. I don't want to deal with so much. Dylan looked around and said, You've been promoted, Admiral Kuzan. Green Bull scratched his head and said helplessly, There's nothing I can do. The Grand Line isn't very peaceful right now. By the way, have you finished what you needed to do? I've finished it. Dylan extended his hand. A ball of lightning gathered in his palm. I went and got a fruit. Upon seeing the lightning, Green Bull's previously relaxed expression shifted. The rumble fruit. This Logia-type fruit is ranked among the top in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and Green Bull recognized it instantly. Dylan nodded. This is also my main goal for coming to the Grand Line. You? Green Bull's body slightly straightened from the backrest, but then he slouched again. Just be happy with what you've got. Logia, I'm truly envious of you. What are you envious about? You're also a Logia fruit user. Though Dylan thought this in his heart, he still preferred the long-awaited rumble fruit for himself. After all, lightning possesses the ability to fly and extremely high mobility, and its lethality is also formidable. Moreover, using lightning to temper his body would allow his physical form to continually strengthen, preventing him from being completely suppressed by the sea and sea prism stone like other devil fruit users. So you didn't come back for any other matters, right? Green Bull lamented as he slumped on the sofa. I don't have anyone here to help, and I have many things myself, so if you have time, could you take on some tasks for me? What do you have to do? Are you just riding a bicycle to tail your loli? Or sunbathing on Carp's ship? Sure, but as a major it would be hard for me to take your place, right? A major taking the place of an admiral to take down someone. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Military rank, huh? Green Bull scratched his hair. This was indeed tricky. Although the Navy's hierarchy is based on origin and strength, officer ranks still place significant emphasis on combat achievements. Now is not the time when, after the Marine Ford War years later, the Navy's top combat power had diminished, leading to worldwide recruitment. Got it. Green Bull's eyes lit up as he rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a bounty notice. You go take him down and he'll apply for your military rank. Dylan took the bounty notice and looked at it. Bloodhook, Rod bounty 550 million berries. Is there such a character? Where did this guy come from? How come I've never heard of him before? Well, you're still young. It's normal not to have heard of him. He's a minor figure from a long time ago in a terrifying pirate crew. Terrifying pirate crew. Minor figure. Dylan stroked his chin and re-examined the photo on the bounty notice. Looking at it, he seemed to be in his 50s or 60s, and at such an old age. He wouldn't be one of the guys from the Rocks crew, would he? Yes, it's Rocks. Green Bull's eyes widened. You know about the Rocks pirates. How old are you? Really? If that's the case, then he really is a minor character compared to the likes of Whitebeard, Gold Lion Kaido, and Big Mom. Gold Lion. That guy is still hiding up in the sky studying monsters, as should he be taken down in advance. Normally, these fruit users are captured rather than killed, as that can effectively limit the powers of the devil fruits. If they just eliminate the users upon capture, it would be like the flame fruit, where the previous holder died not long ago and was then obtained by other pirates. Such a situation is obviously something the Navy and the world government do not wish to see. As for the float fruit, let's put that aside for now. When I have time, I'll look for him, and it won't be too late to take him down then. After all, I am just a mere major. Just a mere major. Where is he? Dylan pointed at the man with a savage look on the bounty notice. This photo should have been taken recently. Then the Navy should also have a grasp of his whereabouts. The last tracking was in the Alabasta Kingdom. You can go check it out. If there are any new updates, the headquarters will notify you via the transponder snail. Alabasta. Isn't that where Crocodile is? The current Crocodile should have already failed to challenge Whitebeard and started preparing to find the Pluton now. Then I'm off. Dylan rolled up the bounty notice, put it in his pocket, and left. Inside the office, after Dylan's footsteps faded away, Green Bull pulled down his eye mask. How did he know the location of the devil fruit? And he even knows about Rocks. So troublesome, whatever. In the first half of the Grand Line, Big Brother Dafu, how come I've never heard of that guy named Rod before? Mother actually places such importance on him, and even specially called me to the land of dreams to fetch him to Zoe. Charlotte. Dafu, with two balloon-like objects on his shoulders, glanced at his younger brother beside him. It's normal not to know. He's an old guy who used to be a subordinate on Mother's ship. On Mother's ship? Is it the Queen Mother sing-song? How come I've never heard of it? Not here. Dafu gazed longingly at the relatively calm land of dreams compared to the New World. It was a ship from even longer ago in terms of strength. No one was stronger than them. Alabasta Kingdom. Rain Base. Unlike other regions of Alabasta, Rain Base is, as its name suggests, moist and refreshing. Rain Feast Casino. A tall and elegant hostess' eyes lit up as she looked at the tall and handsome Dylan. Apart from being tall and handsome, this man's attire and sword, as well as his aura, clearly indicated that he was a wealthy man. Several hostesses desperately showcased their figures to Dylan, hoping that this man would choose them to accompany him. Sensing their fiery gazes, Dylan paused slightly and then surveyed the room. You? Dylan raised his hand and pointed at one of the blonde hostesses. The blonde hostess was overjoyed, walking over and pinching Dylan's arm with her bosom. Customer, what would you like to play? After speaking, she pushed her waist forward, causing Dylan's arm to feel a wave of friction. Ha ha ha. A burst of boisterous laughter came from the distant hall, and Dylan raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, it's here. In the seas, the intelligence capabilities are renowned, primarily attributed to the Big Mom pirates, followed by Morgan's and the CP organization. However, the Navy's intelligence is equally formidable and covers a broader scope. Shortly after Dylan left Marine headquarters, detailed intelligence about Bloodhook Rod was transmitted to him via snail. This included the guy's hobbies and behavioral traits. Gambling was one of them. Back in the rocks, this guy was so blinded by gambling that he ended up losing his right hand. In betting big, the rarely victorious Rod laughed heartily while throwing chips onto the table. Others at the table quickly followed suit. In betting small, a similarly arrogant voice came from across the table. Dylan, with a smirk and a cigarette in his mouth, tossed a handful of chips, and when he saw Rod looking at him, he provocatively exhaled a puff of smoke. Ha ha ha, then let's get started quickly. Rod licked his lips, let you know that Rod's luck is always unbeatable. 10 minutes later, all the people who were originally standing behind Rod had vanished while a crowd stood behind the young man across from him. Hey, out of money. This is really boring. When did Rain Feast start entertaining these broke people? Does Dylan know how to gamble? Of course not. However, using tiny electric currents to control the dice's orientation was a piece of cake. Just as Rod stood up preparing to leave, a cheer erupted from behind. The young man was throwing the chips around him. Come, these are all courtesy of that one-armed uncle. After saying that, the young man laughed heartily. Everyone thanked the one-armed uncle. The crowd was initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. Thank you, one-armed uncle. Rod's body stiffened, and the black armament Haki was ready to cover his hook. No way. Rod swallowed hard. He had barely escaped the Navy's pursuit. He absolutely could not be discovered in a place like this. Even someone like the captain could have been defeated by Carp. Although the Newgate and the others looked formidable now, Rod knew that once they were truly targeted by the Navy or the world government, there would be no good outcome. In the distance, Dylan was scattering chips into the air while placing a few of the highest value chips into the blonde hostess' palm. This is a reward for you. I hope that when I come next time, you're not here. Dylan stood up, halting the blonde hostess' attempt to follow him. Customer. The blonde hostess gazed at the white-haired young man swaying as he exited the Rain Feast entrance, momentarily dazed. What does that mean? Generally, when a customer is satisfied with the service of an escort, they would hope to have her service again next time, right? After Dylan exited the door, the blonde hostess' body trembled slightly as she looked at the entrance with a complex expression. What a gentle customer. After speaking, the blonde hostess tightly grasped the chips in her palm and adjusted her collar. Outside Rain Base, Dylan stopped in his tracks. Hey, that iron hook has been following me all the way. Are you not going to make a move? Rod walked out from behind the hill with a grim expression. What are you trying to pull by luring me out? Oh, Dylan looked at the vigilant Rod from a distance and smiled. Ho, you're quite cautious. Since you know I'm luring you out, why would you dare to follow? Rod instinctively licked his lips. If it were Sengoku or Carp. No, even if it were Green Bull or Akainu here, I would have run away long ago. But you. The armament Haki instantly covered the iron hook on his right hand. I've never heard of you. What a coincidence. The black armament Haki instantly covered the sheath of the Shura's sword. I haven't heard of you either in the original version. Big brother Dafu. Not good. Outside Alabasta, a frail young man ran up to Charlotte Dafu, pinching a small card between his fingers. That guy's life card is burning. He is going to die. What? And Dafu stared incredulously at the life card slowly burning before his eyes. Could anyone in the Grand Line truly defeat this man? Nor had he provoked the hounds of world governments. And driven by absolute mission-focused, Dafu refused to accept failure. His chest swelled as he roared, full speed ahead. Mother's orders must not fail. Alabasta. And Dylan stood with one foot planted firmly atop Rod, the blood hook, now unconscious while dialing a Den Mushi. A pair of spectacles materialized out of thin air upon the Den Mushi's antennae, its round eyes narrowed into lifeless fish-like slits. And, oh my, already finished. It was exhausting, you know. By the way, do I need to deliver him personally? I still have business in the East Blue Marine Fort. Kuzan scratched his head. You may hand him over to the nearest Marine base, but his origins are complicated. Charlotte Linlin is reportedly searching for him. As you know, her intelligence network is formidable. So perhaps, is anyone taking custody or not? If no one claims him, I'll sever his head myself. After all, he isn't a devil fruit user. Inrod, feigning death on the ground, swallowed hard, yet remained utterly still. Is this man truly a Marine? To casually threaten decapitation. Hold on a moment. If you behead him, what if Linlin? So that's what worries you. Dylan paused, startled. Kuzan indeed possessed rare loyalty. Yet, not flash of crimson light, Shura cut through the air. Rod's expression of shock hadn't yet faded before his head parted from his body. Damn you. Na furious roar echoed from afar as Charlotte Dafu's lower half, steaming with heat, surged forward at blinding speed. His life card had vanished entirely, and he had just witnessed the young man cleave off Rod's head with a single stroke. As Charlotte Dafu drew near, a djinn-like figure, resembling an Aladdin's lamp spirit, emerged from his belt. Your head shall atone for this sin. Demon Slayer cut. Na colossal demon warrior swung its greatsword, unleashing a devastating slash toward Dylan. Hey, not so hasty. Calm down. Shall I come over? No need. Be sure to credit me with full combat merit. He is Linlin's third son, Charlotte Dafu. Dylan held the Den Mushi in one hand and raised Shura in the other. Ding. The massive slash halted instantly upon contact with Shura's blade. Then, no matter how fiercely Charlotte Dafu or the demon channeled their power, the blade's force advanced not a fraction further. The Bean Minister of Tato Land. Oh my, what a troublesome young man you are. Are you certain you don't require assistance? And troublesome. This was your order. You told me to cut him down. And after this, I demand a full month's leave. Oh my. Kuzan hadn't finished speaking before Dylan severed the call. Interrupting someone's conversation is profoundly impolite. Didn't Linlin teach you that? Charlotte Dafu watched the youth deflect the demon's strike with effortless grace and felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not attack again rashly. Dylan smiled faintly at Charlotte Dafu's darkening expression. Charlotte, tell me, did Linlin send you to fetch him back for breeding purposes? Then I've just slain your stepfather, you insolent wretch. Fury erupted within Charlotte Dafu. The very thought of disrespect toward Linlin ignited his wrath. Demon, fragmented slash. Countless razor-thin blades erupted from every direction, converging upon Dylan like a storm of steel. How utterly delusional. Dylan let out a low, disdainful hum, then spun Shura's hilt in a flawless arc. Crimson sword energy exploded outward like a typhoon, more violent, more intricate, more absolute than Dafu's own assault. Their slashes collided midair with cataclysmic force, sending plumes of sand spiraling upward, choking the air with thick, swirling dust. Got you. Overheated steam. From the dust-choked haze, Charlotte Dafu burst forth, his entire body sheathed in armament Haki, his blackened fist radiating searing heat, while the demon loomed behind, hefting its greatsword high. Die! Seeing Dylan make no attempt to evade, Charlotte Dafu's eyes gleamed, not only with triumph, but with incensed disbelief. How dare he treat him with such contempt? Truly, you never learn. Na black arm pierced the smoke, seizing Dafu's fist mid-swing. Lightning, punishment. Boom. Na thunderous detonation split the sky. A lightning column meters wide descended like divine wrath, engulfing both men in blinding, crackling fury. Seriously, is that real? From a distant dune, crocodile exhaled a slow stream of cigar smoke, gazing at the towering pillar of lightning. Are there Marines like this in the Navy? When the lightning dissipated, Charlotte Dafu knelt, smoke curling from his scorched body, breathing raggedly on one arm, while the demon had long since vanished. Not only mastery of swordsmanship and Haki, but also a Logia-type devil fruit user. No, it went deeper. His fruit ability pierced armament Haki as though it were mist. Its refinement had reached terrifying heights. Blue. Entrapped in Dylan's iron grip, Charlotte Dafu ceased struggling, and instead reached into his coat, pulling out a Den Mushi. Dafu, what's happening? Why did Rod's life card burn? Did you eliminate him? At the moment the call connected, the Den Mushi's face swelled into perfect roundness, its eyes sprouting thick, fluttering lashes. Forgive me, mother. I failed. Rod was killed by a Marine. In the Grand Line. Could such a Marine even exist? Yes. Charlotte Dafu glanced up at Dylan. An unknown Marine. I overheard him speaking with Kuzan. Mwaha. Marines remain as formidable as ever. Hey, Marine. Care for a trade? Dafu pivoted the Den Mushi toward Dylan. Oh, Linlin. You're offering to bargain for your son's life. What will you give in exchange? Linlin seemed unbothered by the familiar address. Only laughed richly. Moi. What an amusing boy. Name your desire. Treasure. A legendary blade. A devil fruit. Or, shall I bestow upon you my most beloved daughter? Mwahaha, if you'd accept. A devil fruit. 2 months from now I'll collect it in Skypiea archipelago. Should its value fall short. And Dylan's gaze swept slowly coldly over Charlotte Dafu's body. I'll claim the difference in flesh. A shiver ran down Charlotte Dafu's spine. In this man. And if the fruit proved unsatisfactory, he would absolutely carve off some part of his body. Without hesitation. Mwahaha, such greed in a child. But then again, the Charlotte family's intelligence web spans the globe. Devil fruits. We lack for nothing. Rest assured, it will match my son's worth precisely. And we shall see, Dylan replied, and released Charlotte Dafu. The din mushy dimmed and fell silent. Nonly after Charlotte Dafu staggered away, shouldering his massive pauldrons, did Dylan turn toward the dune to his flank. Still waiting for an invitation, in whoosh, a gust of wind and sand swirled, coalescing slowly before Dylan into a human silhouette, black cloak billowing, slick back, greasy hair, and a deep scar bisecting his face. Humph, crocodile. Pathetic beyond laughter. In you, crocodile's eyes hardened. Sandstorm. Before the sand could gather, it dissolved into stillness. And Shura, glinting with black-red light, rested motionless upon crocodile's shoulder. Do you wish to die? And Dylan's gaze was glacial. The man who fought Barrett, and the man who fell before Whitebeard, are 2 different souls. Cold sweat broke across crocodile's brow. And this man meant it. Any movement would mean instant death. An immense, suffocating pressure pressed in, not from outward Haki, but something far more primal, far more terrifying. This sensation even eclipsed his confrontation with Whitebeard. What do you require of me? And Dylan sheathed Shura and gazed toward the horizon, the east blue. Remember this, should you be defeated in your position as a warlord of the sea, by anyone no matter how insignificant, I will kill you myself. So stay vigilant, you arrogant little lizard. Crocodile said nothing, his face grim and unreadable. Defeated, in the grand line. Yet he dared not protest. And before him stood a man who regarded him as less than dust, and he knew with chilling certainty that battle would end before it began. Dylan tossed Rod's severed head to Crocodile, then dissolved into a blinding bolt of lightning, vanishing from the desert. Crocodile clenched his fists, staring at the empty space where Dylan had stood. Damn you. If only I could wield the Pluton. The East Blue. Kokoyashi Village. Ha ha ha. Lowly humans were born to be ruled by fishmen. You are the first to be punished by Lord Arlong. For love, foolish, meaningless love. Arlong, his nose jagged like a saw, stood with one hand on his hip, and the other pressing a pistol against a human woman's forehead. No Jiko Nami. I love you both. With the pistol pressed to Belmir's temple, Arlong laughed cruelly. Under my rule the penniless shall all die. Have you understood? You inferior races. Fear and anguish flickered in the eyes of the villagers gathered around. If you truly love them, shouldn't you protect them properly? Down the distant road a lone figure strode slowly toward the crowd, a long blade slung across his shoulder. Belmir, blood trickling from her lips, had already resigned herself to death. Yet that lazy voice struck her heart like a thunderous blow. Inferior. Shirring. Before Arlong could finish speaking, a blinding flash of white light seared the air, and then a massive arm soared skyward. Damn you. A torrent of crimson gushed from the severed stump. Before the fishmen or villagers could react, Dylan drove Arlong to the ground with a crushing kick and pressed the sword Shura against his chest. Superior race. A salmon fishman clutching a sake bottle watched Arlong fall in an instant and cried out, Hey, you wretch. Our captain is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At those words Arlong's pupils contracted sharply. Never speak his name. We owe nothing to that traitor's reputation. Jinbei. That dead blue fatso. I heard he slaughtered humans without mercy just a few years ago. When I find him, I'll boil his head into fish soup. You? Arlong spat blood, his gaze unyielding. Wretched inferior race. Do you truly believe such brute force can bend the noble fishmen to your will? Cannot. A faint smile curled Dylan's lips. Chi surged from the hilt into the blade, and a visible ripple erupted outward, slamming Arlong's body deep into the earth. The Arlong pirates have attacked a human village and murdered civilians. All members. Executed. In a blink the crowd perceived only a blur, a shadow too swift for the eye, darting silently around them while a whisper-thin sound of cleaving filled the air. When the echoes faded, only Arlong, buried deep in the earth, and an octopus fishman remained standing. Every other member of the former Arlong pirates lay in scattered, severed pieces. In an instant the air thickened, suffused with a reek of blood and the pungent, briny stench unique to fishmen. Hey octopus, Jinbei's name won't save you now. Why not try invoking Rayleigh to spare your life? Octopus fishman Hatchin, his trumpet-like mouth agape and stunned silence, stammered in an NYU. You. Seeing Hachon utterly broken, Dylan turned away without another glance, gripping the blood-slicked Shura as he returned to Arlong's side. What shall we do, O superior race? Shall you buy your life with coin? How much is your mackerel life worth? 5 belly. 10 belly. You wretch. Despicable human. Fishmen will never yield. Clap clap. Dylan drove Shura into the earth beside Arlong's neck and applauded. Truly admirable courage, yet tragically misplaced. Dylan reversed his grip on Shura's hilt. A blade of black and crimson light erupted upward from the ground. Except for his head, Arlong's body vanished in an instant. I don't play by those rules. Hachin, trembling violently at the sheer sky-rending sharpness of that aura, stood frozen. The humans around him stared in mute shock. Hey, octopus. Dylan kicked Arlong's severed head toward Hachon. Hachon instinctively flinched, but under Dylan's unblinking gaze his limbs locked rigid. Dazed, he reached out and caught Arlong's still furious snarling head. Return to Fishman Island. Tell that blue fatso, and every scum on Fishman Street. Shura slid back into its sheath. Its lethal radiance vanished. If I ever encounter even a single so-called superior race upon the Grand Line again, I will raise your Fishman Street to dust. After the villagers cleared away the Arlong pirates' corpses, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Jinzo Belmere and her 2 daughters gazing at the young man seated quietly upon a stone. Why you? Are you Navy? Jinzo swallowed hard, staring at the tall, white-robed youth. Though he had harmed no human, the overwhelming aura he exuded had nearly felled them all. Ah, yes, I am Navy. Dylan stretched his legs, resting Shura diagonally against a nearby tangerine tree. Then, may I ask who you are? I'm looking for someone, Dylan said, lifting his gaze to Belmere's pink hair. Belmere met his gaze, startled. You're looking for me? Leaning against the tangerine tree, Dylan gently tapped Shura's scabbard. I extend a personal invitation for you to rejoin the Navy under my command. Belmere hesitated. Nearly a decade had passed since her discharge. The battlefield felt distant, and Nojiko and Nami were still so young. I am Navy, not pirates. I will neither compel you nor bind you with obligation. After all, protecting civilians is the Navy's sacred duty, is it not? Belmere paused, glancing at her daughters, still trembling with shock, then said after a breath, then I accept. A booming voice cut in. You must accept, Belmere. I know this is your dream. Nojiko and Nami will be cared for, by me and by everyone in this village. Jinzo, the village constable, declared firmly, go forth and chase your dream. And when you grow stronger, Belmere, don't forget to protect this village. Older sister Nojiko, tears welling, tugged gently at Nami's sleeve, and together they stepped forward to embrace Belmere tightly. Auntie Belmere, thank you for raising us. When you return to the Navy, please visit us often. Can I sail aboard Auntie Belmere's warship someday and chart the seas once I'm older? Nami tilted her small face up, eyes bright with hope. Oh really? Belmere knelt, drawing her 2 slender daughters close. Then turned to Jinzo, protecting the village. That's a man's duty, isn't it? That's not like you, Belmere. Didn't you always say women must possess courage? Jinzo laughed warmly, his expression tender with pride. Hey, I said Navy, not impel down prison. No need to make this farewell so grim. You'll be back often. Dylan, unable to bear the melodrama any longer, interrupted their tearful parting. Belmere laughed through her tears. You're right. With a man as formidable as you for a commander, I doubt I'd even get the chance to die. Belmere gently patted her daughters' backs, urging them to release her, then rose. May I ask? Why me? Why I? Dylan pursed his lips, offering Belmere a quiet smile. Pirates seek comrades. So too does the Navy. And as for why you, it's your courage. I believe it is peerless potential. BRR BRR. BRR BRR. Hey, I'm Dylan. Oh, already in the East Blue. Lord Rod's head has been delivered to headquarters for verification. Moreover, headquarters has reassessed your accomplishments there. Congratulations, Vice Admiral Dylan. Vice Admiral. Passable, I suppose. Rejection stings, doesn't it? By the way, the Din Din Mushi mentioned you encountered someone from the Charlotte family. How did it go? Belmere, hearing Akiji's nonchalant tone, felt her heart lurch violently. The voice on the Din Din Mushi belonged to Admiral Akiji, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy. This man speaks directly with an admiral. I cut him down, but let him go. Let him go. Dylan rose, hoisting Shura onto his shoulder. Yes, let him go. Now is no time to provoke open war with New World pirates. So I struck a bargain with Big Mom. She bought back her son. The Din Din Mushi fell silent. After a long pause, Akiji's voice returned. You needn't report such matters to me. Dylan laughed heartily. Are you planning to report me to Sengoku? If I'd returned bearing Daifuku's head, he'd be the one losing his mind. Oh my. You certainly understand Sengoku-san well. Very well, let him go then. But won't word leak from the Charlotte family? Rest easy. If news spreads, I'll merely be stripped of my rank. But the Charlotte family would suffer public humiliation before every major pirate crew. They won't speak of it. That crocodile isn't foolish enough to risk it. Glad you see it clearly. Oh, and now that your Vice Admiral wrap up affairs in the East Blue promptly in return. Stand in for me. BRRR. Marineford. Akiji gazed at the closed din mushy lost in thought. Who's the Admiral here, him or me? Haki. It's merely a term for a type of power which can be awakened naturally or acquired and enhanced through training. 30-year-old Bayermeyer holding a cigarette gazed at Dylan's right hand where a dark armored Haki enveloped it. Haki is divided into 3 types: armament Haki, observation Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki is the most common and practical of them all. Observation Haki can be trained, but it requires a certain talent. As for conqueror's Haki, Dylan shrugged, only a small portion of people possess it. The application of armament Haki is also varied, but the first thing you need to master is hardening. Dylan picked up a large rock and threw it into the air, then extended his arm. The rock whistled down and struck Dylan's arm. Crack. Not only did his arm remain still, but even the muscles on it showed no sign of trembling. This. Bayermeyer's eyes widened. This is the most basic application, armament Haki hardening. Of course, basic applications do not imply weakness. When cultivated to its peak, it remains incredibly formidable. Once initial hardening is achieved, ordinary firearms and blades can be disregarded. Moreover, armament Haki hardening can immunize against many devil fruit damages and can also directly counteract the powers of devil fruits. Is that so? That's quite impressive. I've heard that devil fruits come from the power of demons, and they can actually be countered. This is the disparity between the 4 seas and the Grand Line. The East Sea, known as the weakest sea, not only lacks those who can use Haki, but even devil fruit users are exceptionally rare. The few who possess fruits are mostly from the Grand Line. In the 4 seas and Paradise, devil fruit users are quite common. By the time one reaches the second half of the Grand Line New World, even the smallest fry can use armament Haki hardening. Almost every notable figure can use fire abilities. In summary, flame fruits are disregarded by everyone. It is precisely because of the disparity in regional strength that even those who have fallen from the Grand Line can still dominate upon returning to the 4 seas. For example, characters like Klitsch and Arlong. Buzz. Oh. Dylan, lost in thought, sensed a change in the atmosphere around him and focused his gaze on Bayermeyer. There really is such power. Bayermeyer, seeing her hands covered in black, was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Looks like I truly have talent. Of course, your talent is undoubtedly impressive. Another crucial reason is that this power has always existed within you, but due to limitations in your awareness, you were unaware of its existence, so you never explored, mastered, or utilized it. Looking at Bayermeyer swinging her fists, Dylan pondered for a moment and said, in future battles, try to avoid using firearms. Although there are snipers in both pirate and marine ranks, it requires a highly unique talent and strong observation Haki support. Of course, Bayermeyer retracted the Haki covering her arm. With this power, ordinary firearms can indeed be discarded. Next, you need to think carefully about what combat style you want or are suited for close combat. Swordsmanship. Or do you want to harness the power of a devil fruit? Fruits. Bayermeyer had heard a bit about this, but shook her head. I've heard rumors that once you eat a devil fruit, you become a landlubber, and as for swordsmanship, I fear I lack that talent. So I still hope to fight with my fists. Good. Then settle the children and prepare to come with me to the headquarters for systematic training. The Marine headquarters has specialized explanations and training methods for the 6 styles and Haki, which will be more systematic and professional than what Dylan could teach. Top contenders except for Blackbeard Teach have already emerged, and that red-haired guy will officially become one of the emperors of the sea in a few years. Although the Navy holds overwhelming strength when facing any single faction, if confronted by 2 or more factions simultaneously, the Navy finds itself in a passive or even disadvantageous position. Moreover, the Navy's duties also limit them. They cannot launch large-scale offensives and can only defend passively most of the time. Admirals, indeed, face too many restrictions. No wonder old man Garp never wanted to be promoted. Before coming here, Dylan's understanding of this world was quite limited, as most of the time the god's perspective followed the Straw Hat crew. As a youth, he admired that optimistic and fearless boy greatly, but as he reached adulthood, Dylan began to feel somewhat weary and started to harbor doubts about that protagonist. I hope that day does not come. Dylan pulled a cigarette from the pack left by Bayermeyer and took a deep puff. After all, he was also someone he greatly admired in his youth, but hearing him constantly shout Pirate King became somewhat annoying. A happy boy, placing hope in such ethereal legends. Clearly everyone in this world has the opportunity to obtain near divine power, so why still beg for fate's mercy? It's truly incomprehensible. The officer seems to have many worries. Bayermeyer stood a short distance away with her hands in her pants pockets. Have you arranged everything? Dylan did not explain, but stood up and looked behind her, where village guard Ajin and the Nami sisters gazed at him with some trepidation. Although this man appeared very handsome and lazy, the coldness and decisiveness he displayed when executing Arlong and his crew was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Dylan waved to Nami, signaling her to come over. Nami nervously clutched Nochi Gao's clothes, her body slightly stiff. Go on, Nami, the Marine is a good person. He is protecting all of us, isn't he? The older Nochi Gao encouraged Nami, while Bayermeyer and Ajin also looked at her with encouraging eyes. Nami bit her lip tightly and walked up to Dylan, awkwardly calling out, Marine sir. I've heard you want to draw the most complete and detailed map of the world. Everyone thought it was Bayermeyer who told Dylan, but only Bayermeyer herself showed a look of confusion. She hadn't mentioned the children's situation. How did this man know? Yes. As she spoke about her dream, Nami's eyes lit up, pulling out a half-finished map from behind and handing it to Dylan. Dylan took a look. Indeed, she had great talent. Although it lacked the professionalism and detail of internal Navy maps, it was remarkable for a self-taught individual. After carefully folding the map and returning it to Nami, Dylan said to village guard Ajin, I will have the headquarters prepare some professional books for her to study. I leave the sisters in your care for now. No formidable foes will emerge in the East Sea if dangerous individuals invade. Dylan took out his spare transponder snail and placed it in Nami's hand. This is my transponder snail, which can directly reach my number. If you encounter life-threatening danger, I can arrive within 2 hours. Marine sir, will I be able to board a warship to draw the world's map in the future? Of course. Dylan patted Nami's head. Not only can you, but will also publish the addresses you draw into a booklet, print your name, and let the whole world share in your joy. Yes. Nami grinned, pulling out an orange from her pants pocket. Marine brother, this is a treat from me. I am in the East Sea Cocoa Village. Yes, send a warship to pick me up. Oh, aren't you able to fly? Will you come or not? Akiji stared at the transponder snail once again, filled with doubt. Also prepare some books related to drawing to bring along. The more detailed the better. Understood. Also, Cocoa Village is designated as a protected area. Additionally, the elder of the local branch base, Colonel Mouse, has serious issues. Have the inspection department verify that. All right. Beep. Marine headquarters. Akiji looked at the transponder snail with its eyes closed, somewhat puzzled. Would Sengoku hang up his phone like that? Forget it, what a hassle. After passing on Dylan's request, Akiji pulled down his eye patch again. Nico Robin has already entered the Grand Line. Should I go take a look? What kind of life will she have? Dylan stood on tiptoe looking at Spandam with his head full of purple curls. I always feel annoyed whenever I see your ugly face. Navy. Spandam screamed. Who authorized you to board my ship? You Navy folks are nothing but lapdogs of the world government. Spandam pointed a finger at Dylan. What do you want, you mere rear admiral? Guess what? Dylan gently tapped the ship's railing, countless bolts of lightning swirling around him, densely packed electricity filling the air, encasing the judicial ship in between. Rear Admiral Dylan, are you planning to attack the CP and the Judicial Islands vessels? Oh, have I been recognized? Dylan looked at the CP-5 member who spoke. The CP organization has a vast intelligence network monitoring every move at sea. After Dylan defeated Bloodhook Rod and was promoted to Rear Admiral, the CP also reviewed his past. He is a very powerful man possessing the strength of a vice admiral. This is CP's assessment of him. Mr. Spandam is the CP-5 commander appointed by the world government, and Dylan seemed to ignore what he was saying, casually walking towards the cabin door. Keep recording. What's wrong? Is the snail broken? The CP-5 member's expression darkened as the small snail in his arms and the hidden imaging snail in his hat fell silent. Rear Admiral Dylan, please think carefully about the consequences of attacking judicial personnel and the CP as a Navy officer. Well, let me think a bit. Dylan glanced at Spandam's purple nose. I've thought it through. It'll take you down. You? The CP-5 member's expression darkened, and the figures standing beside Spandam flickered simultaneously. Spear, strike, break. Storm, foot, cut. Bang, bang. Seeing his subordinates rush up, Spandam immediately turned and ran back into the cabin without hesitation. Dylan hurled the two CP-5 members who looked like dead fish into the cabin. You bastard. Spandam picked up a golden snail from the bedside. I don't know what means you used, but as long as I press this button. The demon-slaying order. Why don't you give it a try, eh? Dylan leaned against the door frame, casually watching the sweat-drenched Spandam. Crack. Spandam trembled, awakening the golden snail. I pressed it. Spandam's expression shifted from shock to a grim smile in less than 2 seconds. Tisk, forget it. Since that's the case, you should prepare to be buried in the sea for daring to attack Lord Spandam. Dylan leaned against the door frame and scratched his ear. This is at sea, you know. If the signal goes out, won't you turn to ashes under the Navy's cannon fire? Are you kidding me? But Dylan snapped his fingers. Within my ability, the signal won't go out, don't worry. That's even scarier, you bastard. That's true. Dylan licked his lips. I somewhat understand Shiria's taste now. Spandam retreated to the edge of the cabin. What are you going to do? Returning you to the essence of your life. The Shuro weapon appeared, and Dylan slowly drew it. You scum. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crimson blade light erupted from Dylan's body, piercing through the judicial ship, and Spandam, as if slicing through paper. Crack. The Shuro was sheathed, and the entire judicial ship disintegrated like a stack of blocks with its base removed. Dylan hovered in the air, watching the debris floating on the sea, chuckling lightly, then transformed into a streak of light, heading towards Water City. Francois, did you randomly add weapons to the ship again? You bastard. What kind of ship is it without weapons? Acebug, you idiot, that's really not cool at all. Meow ha ha ha, a man should boldly face the ship he has created. Mind your own business. Mind your own business. Dylan slowly landed on Junk Island, looking around. Can a sea train be built in such a pile of garbage? It seems that the guy named Tom cannot be underestimated, especially since this guy is in cat form. Seeing Dylan descend from the sky, Tom's chubby face showed a hint of seriousness, and Francois and Iceberg, who were previously arguing, fell silent. Although Dylan didn't speak, the aura he exuded instinctively made the three masters feel uneasy. The world government. Looking at Dylan's cloak, Tom instinctively thought that the world government was preparing to breach the contract. Dylan threw the recording snail in his hand over, and Tom caught it puzzled and pressed the switch. Pluton. Yes, it is the lost ancient weapon, which should still be in the hands of the people of Water City, most likely Tom, since he built the Gold Jackson for Roger. After completing this task, you will be able to advance to CP0 ahead of schedule. He. Since the crime of building Gold Jackson is to be offset, then he'll give you one more crime. After listening to the recording, Tom fell silent for a moment before staring at Dylan and asking, what are they planning to do? Their original plan was to steal that idiot's Frankie fighting to attack the judicial ship, so that idiot would be sentenced to death, leaving you with limited choices. Building a sea train can only offset one crime. How will you offset the other? Pluton design. Or your life. Is that so? Tom looked somewhat dejected. It seems that the resounding me is still unable to escape fate. Beside Tom, Francois and Iceberg, who had been arguing, now showed serious expressions. They lived near Judicial Island in Water City and understood how easily the world government could frame them. For some personal reasons, I've already taken care of that guy. However, Dylan shook his finger. This doesn't solve the problem. The world government's search for Pluton won't end just because CP5 failed. Damn. Whether it's Pluton or Gold Jackson, we are just shipbuilders. How can we control whether the captain is a god or a devil? Do we have to be guilty because of this? Who knows? This is not something a small person like me can decide. Just taking down the CP5 that was about to frame you all took a lot of courage for me. Or you could choose to run away now. If you want to avoid the threat of the world government, becoming pirates in the new world wouldn't be a bad idea either. Dylan sat down against a giant ship's wheel. What he said was also the truth. With Tom's high recognizability, hiding was almost impossible. The only way to ensure safety temporarily is to go to the new world and join the Yonko crews. After all, the world government currently lacks the capability to launch a large-scale attack on the new world. Pirates? Damn, not really. Francois. Tom rarely and seriously looked down to stop Francois. The pressure this man gave him was even stronger than what Roger had given him back, then especially since this man was wearing a Navy Admiral's cloak. Since you have saved me, it must mean that my body is still of some use to you, right? I wonder what you want. Could it be the Pluton design as well? Tom spoke frankly, not showing the same attitude towards Spandam as in the original work. Pluton. Dylan shook his head. Perhaps it will be useful in the future, but not now. Tom's huge hand clenched together. Then what do you want? I need a naval base, and I am also missing a shipwright for my future vessel. Joining the Navy. Regarding Pluton, I will bear it with the Navy for you. And Dylan turned to glance at the mature-looking Iceberg. He'll tell you another way to avoid threats from the world government, allowing Water City to have enough autonomy and voice. This way you can safely build the ships you envision. How about it? What method? Green-haired Francois immediately showed excitement upon hearing Dylan's words. Iceberg and Tom, however, looked at Dylan with serious expressions. Joining the Navy. For them, isn't it sending sheep into the tiger's mouth? If I refuse, the world government should soon send someone again, right? Tom looked at the abandoned ships around, a wave of sadness and despair rising in his heart. Probably after all, it's Pluton, and the next group coming will definitely not be the likes of CP5. After a moment of silence, Tom suddenly laughed heartily towards the sky. Meow ha ha ha, it seems that the resounding me truly cannot escape destiny. Since that's the case, let's face it directly. Roger. It was my honor to build ships for a man like him. I'm sure a man like you won't be any less. You old raccoon. Francois stared wide-eyed at Tom. Are you really going to join the Navy? Navy? What's wrong with that? There are good people and heroes among pirates like Roger, but there are also more bad people. Among the world government, there are bad people like Spandam, but there are also more good people. Tom stood up and smiled broadly. I choose you because I see hope in you that is like Roger's. No, it is a hope completely different from Roger's. A prophet. Be careful of getting stabbed. Dylan teased. No, not a prophecy. Tom shook his head. It is the voice of the heart. Dylan looked at the serious Tom, nodded slightly, then turned to Iceberg. If you want to have enough voice, then integrate the entire Water City, making it the best shipbuilding base in the Grand Line and even the entire world. This way the world government will have no choice but to cooperate with you rather than threaten you with force. If you encounter resistance, I can provide some military support. Of course, it will be discreet. Dylan looked at Iceberg, whose expression was somewhat moved. Most of the time, it's better to conquer this place yourself, otherwise, even if unified, it will still be very fragile. I see this is indeed a very good idea. Tom rarely smiled, kindly looking at Iceberg. Iceberg, the future of Water City is in your hands. Hey, you old raccoon, why not me? Meow, ha ha ha. As for you, Francois. Tom's hand patted his shoulder. You need to build the coolest and most resounding ship in the world. Just as Dylan finished explaining his vision for unifying Water 7 and prepared to depart, 3 distinct auras surged swiftly toward the derelict ship island. 3 tall figures, each wearing eerie masks, appeared at the island's edge. Vice Admiral Adams Dylan. We speak on behalf of the world government's highest authority, and we have questions for you. CP0. Dylan studied the masked figures. Judging by the aura they exuded, their strength was unremarkable, merely mid-tier among the 4 Emperor's crews. Oh, you know who we are. It seems you possess certain classified knowledge. Then, the lead CP0 agent pointed at Tom. We suspect your involvement in CP5's disappearance, and demand to know your intent in approaching this condemned criminal. Dylan withdrew a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a slow plume of smoke before meeting their gaze. I know nothing of CP5. As for this man, he paused thoughtfully, then addressed the CP0 agents. Call the 5 elders. I'll explain it to them myself. You have no authority to speak directly with the 5 elders, the lead CP0 replied, voice devoid of inflection. Is that so? Dylan smiled faintly. How truly blind you lapdogs are. A sharp scarlet blade flash tore through the air, and the CP0 agent standing leftward hadn't even registered the motion before he was hurled backward. A crimson streak bloomed across his chest. The Marines. Are you planning to? Silence. You maggot from the gutter. Were it not for the peace of the seas, I could sail as a pirate at any moment, or join Kaido or Big Mom whenever I pleased. You rotten potatoes, stinking eggs. You lack both the power to stop me and the right to address me thus. Though Shura had already returned to its scabbard, the fleeting aura it had unleashed pressed upon everyone present, crushing their breath beneath its weight. My patience is finite. If the 5 elders refuse dialogue, I shall return to G5, and what follows thereafter will be entirely beyond your control. The lead CP0 hesitated, then withdrew a den mushy and dialed. After a terse summary of the situation, he spoke. Adams Dylan. Why did you assault CP0? You must understand. They serve the world government's supreme authority. This act is tantamount to declaring war upon the government itself. The den mushy's face shifted into that of a golden-haired, ruddy-cheeked man, one of the 5 elders. Certain matters lie beyond their jurisdiction, Dylan mused, gazing steadily at the den mushy. I harbor no intention of rebellion, a fact you've long verified. My decade-long service in the East Blue stands as irrefutable proof. Indeed, that is precisely why we chose to engage you. We trust your loyalty to the world government and your commitment to maritime peace. A cold smile flickered within Dylan's mind, though his expression remained unchanged. Then let us dispense with preliminaries. Regarding the Pluton, it is not in Water 7. Your own intelligence surely confirms this. As for Tom, he remains under Navy custody, far preferable to execution or driving him irrevocably into opposition. I trust you concur. The den mushy fell silent, perhaps conceding Dylan's logic. Your reasoning holds merit. Yet the world government cannot relinquish the Pluton's trail. How vexing. Dylan flicked his cigarette butt aside and fixed the den mushy with a steady gaze. Then allow me to offer another piece of intelligence in exchange. How does that sound? Regarding a particular devil fruit, the one your government has pursued for 800 years. The den mushy's half-closed eyes snapped wide open. What do you know? Very little. I have never set foot on Laughtail nor O'Hara. The past holds no fascination for me. I pursue only the future. Have you not already confirmed these facts repeatedly? Or do you doubt your own judgment, or CP's intelligence capabilities? So it is. Though we have indeed verified your past, your very awareness of that fruit, and your ability to speak of it thus, proves you are no ordinary man. Let us not dwell on that 5 elders. We are not enemies. And truth be told, many others know the world's deepest truths. Roger's crew, who reached Laugh Tale, certain survivors of the Rocks Pirates' men, like Don Quixote Doflamingo. Am I not correct? Dylan's words plunged the five elders into silence once more, while the CP0 agent holding the Din Mushy trembled uncontrollably. To learn such a secret, the very essence of the world, was no blessing but a perilous burden. You speak truly. Compared to Roger's crew, what does it matter if a man like you knows the truth? We believe you remain committed to maritime peace. Then tell us, where's that fruit now? Taken by Shanks the Red. Him. The Din Mushy recoiled in shock. Then faint murmurs of dispute crackled from the other end. The golden-haired elder addressed Dylan. Dylan, you shall assume full custody of Tom. Should definitive intelligence on that fruit emerge, inform us immediately. How shall I contact you? Dylan glanced at the trembling CP0 agent. Through CP0. No. You will communicate with us directly. The golden-haired elder's voice resonated. CP0 will provide you with a specially modified Din Mushy, capable of direct connection to us. I see. Remarkable authority indeed. Beyond that fruit, I also hold insights regarding the three ancient weapons. Yet my manpower is insufficient. Might CP0 lend support when necessary? The CP0 agent bowed low, cradling the Din Mushy. Upon hearing Dylan's words, he lifted his masked face. Though his features remained hidden, Dylan sensed palpable fury radiating from him. Permitted, but you may only share intelligence via CP channels. You hold no authority to command CP personnel. As the Din Mushy dimmed, Dylan turned his gaze upon the lead CP0 agent. The CP0 agent twitched at the corner of his mouth, then drew two Din Mushies from his coat. One sapphire blue, the other slate gray. The blue connects directly to the five elders. The gray links solely to me. The CP0 agent hesitated, then said, Do you wish promotion? Dylan asked, eyes locked on him. I know intriguing things you could submit as an official report. Guaranteed advancement. Granted, the five elders forbade you from taking orders from me, but privately, would you dare try? Beneath his mask, the CP0 agent's expression shifted, subtly yet unmistakably. This man had just spoken with the five elders about secrets even he had never heard. Perhaps. Dylan tucked the Din Mushies away and smiled. I know your intelligence network and resources are vast. Help me locate several devil fruits. I can narrow down their approximate locations. In return, I'll grant you the intelligence that secures your promotion. Which fruits? And what intelligence? Dylan leaned close, whispering into the CP0 agent's ear, whose eyes widened instantly. Ignoring his stunned expression, Dylan laughed heartily and turned toward Tom. Come along. Your charges have been cleared. You're now a shipwright of G5. Dylan had conducted the entire conversation with the five elders without shielding Tom from view. To witness such discourse with the world's highest authority left Tom awestruck, beyond mere astonishment. At Tom's age, even Gol D, Roger possessed neither such power nor such vision, influence, and stature. Then please, Vice Admiral, grant me your generous patronage. Tom laughed aloud, years of oppressive gloom dissolving in an instant. Ebisu, the construction of the sea train's next phase rests with you. Tom glanced back at Icebug, but offered no further words. After all, CP0 still stood nearby. Leave it to us, old raccoon dog. Frankie roared. We will make Water 7 the greatest shipbuilding center in the world. After boarding the CP0 ship, Dylan looked at CP0, who wore a face as if he had just eaten something unpleasant, and said, Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. Aren't we at least colleagues, if not partners? CP0 gazed at Dylan, who was lazily leaning against the deck, momentarily at a loss for words. The five Elder Stars said you have no authority to mobilize CP. Dylan interrupted. Isn't taking the boat considered mobilization? Dylan smiled at CP0 and said, Don't be so stingy, there will be plenty of opportunities for collaboration in the future. CP0 fell silent, quietly processing the locations of the fruits Dylan had previously mentioned, along with the secrets that could promote him. If it's true. By the way, what is Spandam's status? Dylan, leaning against the ship's railing, asked casually while enjoying the sunlight. Spandam has already left the CP organization, but he still holds some influence within it. Although CP0 was not fond of Dylan, he hesitated for a moment, but still answered his question in a standard manner due to the pressure from the five Elder Stars and Dylan's prowess. Moreover, there was a transaction between the two. Just as Dylan was idly chatting with CP0, the previously calm sea suddenly stirred with waves. My. Dylan looked out at the sea and saw a familiar figure. Has he come looking for me? The blue fat man. You all continue sailing, I will come over shortly. Dylan's body transformed into lightning and vanished from the deck. On the sea, Jinbei stood atop the waves, calmly watching the approaching lightning. Yo, it seems the octopus conveyed my words. After a moment of silence, Jinbei met Dylan's teasing gaze, and said, although Arlong. Although what? Dylan scoffed, his gaze toward Jinbei beginning to change. Guilt is guilt. I don't differentiate between races here. Without mentioning the fishmen, the number of humans who have died at my hands has reached at least 80,000, and the reason is simple. They are guilty. The marine cloak behind Dylan billowed wildly in the howling sea wind. So Jinbei, keep the scum of Fishman Street in check. If you can't do it, it's best if you can deal with them yourself. If I have to intervene. The sea roared with fierce winds, and the clouds above began to churn, countless lightning bolts flashing and rumbling within. It won't be a matter of just a few heads. Feeling the entangled electricity in the air, Jinbei asked solemnly then, what about the criminals who kidnap and sell our kin? Use violence to counter violence. Dylan replied calmly. I understand. Faced with Dylan's imposing aura, Jinbei nodded as he stood atop the waves. I will discuss it with Neptune and regarding Fishman Street. Jinbei's eyes sparkled with determination. I will handle it personally. That would be best. After speaking, Dylan's figure began to blur, and the stormy clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Moments later, apart from Jinbei still standing atop the waves, the entire sea returned to a tranquil, sunny state. Looking at the ship's sails that were almost invisible in the distance, Jinbei remained silent for a long time, still struggling internally. Back on the CP-0 ship, Dylan sat down again by the ship's railing. CP-0 glanced at him before silently entering the cabin. Carrying Tom, Dylan couldn't use his powers to fly directly, as there were still some troublesome characters on the way from Water City to G5. If he went alone, he might attract unwanted attention. By the way, Tom, you are a fishman, right? Dylan said, looking at Tom, who was sitting obediently beside him. Yes, I am indeed a renowned, bull-headed fishman. Tom grinned. Dylan glanced at Tom's plump figure. This guy could lift a ship with one hand, and his sheer strength was not to be underestimated, especially since he was a fishman. Have you ever fought? Fought? Tom looked at Dylan with confusion. I am a renowned shipwright. What do I know about fighting? No, that's not what I mean. Dylan looked at Tom with a rare, serious expression. Having power and not using it easily is different from having no power at all. Tom, in this vast ocean, whether it's the Marines or the pirates, only by possessing power can one better uphold their beliefs. But the usually kind Tom hesitated. Although he was incredibly strong, he was indeed not good at fighting due to his personality. What do you think of my strength? Tom paused for a moment, rubbed his palm, and then said, very strong. It seems even stronger than the legendary Roger when he was young. That's right. Dylan raised his hand, forming a fist. Because I am strong enough, I have many choices, and the world will be particularly tolerant of me. Whether it's taking down CP5 or firmly protecting you, it all stems from my formidable strength. If I were weak today, don't mention you or Water City, even my own life would be at stake here. Isn't Dark King Rayleigh, as the deputy captain of the Pirate King, a target that must be eliminated? Why can he still live openly on Skypiea Archipelago? Because he is strong enough to make the Marines and the world government consider whether it's worth forcibly hunting him down, as long as he doesn't go berserk. This is the convenience brought by strength. Seeing Tom's struggling expression, Dylan gazed at the sea. Have you never thought that if you possessed immense power, not to mention the likes of CP5, even the world government or those notorious pirates wouldn't dare to easily trouble you? And you would be able to better protect your disciples and help Water City. Hearing Dylan's words, Tom fell silent. If it really were like that, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing. Dylan had no need to deceive him. If that day hadn't been for Dylan taking down CP5, and if Dylan himself hadn't been in Water City, the fate of him and his disciples, as well as the entire Water City, would have been utterly different. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, Tom struggled for a moment before his breathing became heavier. So what should I do? Leverage your strengths. Dylan replied decisively. The fishman's water manipulation and your strength. In simple terms, it's fishman karate and haki. Hey, CP. Dylan shouted towards the cabin. Come out, let's make a deal. The expressionless CP-0 walked out of the cabin looking at Dylan. The world government has had 800 years to thoroughly record the training methods for fishman karate, right? So how about it? Should I go seek the 5 Elder Stars, or will you exchange it? Seeing Dylan's almost unreasonable attitude, CP-0 opened his mouth. Indeed we have it, but what do you intend to exchange for it? Dylan stroked his chin. Fishman karate is not particularly difficult to manage. Many people can learn it, but the version recorded by the world government is surely the most comprehensive. What should I exchange for it? What about the surgical fruit? CP-0's pupils contracted. The surgical fruit. The fruit priced at 5 billion berries by the world government. To exchange for mere fishman karate training methods. Seeing CP-0's starry eyes, Dylan burst into laughter. What are you dreaming about? Aside from the complete training methods for fishman karate, I need at least 1 fruit I require in exchange. 2 fruits would settle this transaction. What do you say? After weighing it in his mind, CP-0 nodded slightly. Alright, if you are willing, you can immediately withdraw a similar fruit from the treasury of Mariawa. Although there are differences, the types are consistent. That works. Upon receiving Dylan's reply, CP0 immediately dialed the phone of the 5 Elder Stars. What is it? The one who answered the phone was still the golden-haired 5 Elder Star. After listening to CP0's explanation, the 5 Elder Star signaled CP0 to point the Den Den Mushi towards Dylan. The surgical fruit is also an extremely important fruit. Your request is something we can fulfill. Now, where is its location? Subsequently, CP0 will bring the fruit catalog from Mariawa to find you. In the neighboring town, a boy named Trafalgar Law consumed it. His identity is somewhat complex as he has ties with Sengoku. The rest you can investigate yourselves. Understood. The remaining CP organization will verify it. The Den Den Mushi went silent. Dylan looked at CP0 and smiled meaningfully. So how about it? Is this merit secured? CP0 remained silent, but eventually nodded slightly. Law. Since you want to inherit Rosinantes, well then, don't turn into a pirate. Go shine in the Marines. After sailing for more than half a month from Water City, CP0's ship finally reached the frontiers of the New World. Hey, we are about to part ways. Don't you have any farewell words? On the ship, the masked CP0 seemed accustomed to the usual playful demeanor of Dylan. Don't be so serious. Even as a spy, one can be a bit lively. Dylan patted CP0's shoulder. CP0 neither flinched nor responded. Seeing CP0's attitude, Dylan let out a TCH and picked up 2 small boxes, saying to Tom, "Let's go, Tom, we are home." The boxes contained 2 devil fruits he had selected from the catalog in Mariawa. After more than half a month of monotonous sailing, even someone as strong as Tom felt a bit fatigued. Hearing Dylan's words, Tom shook himself awake and walked over to Dylan, saying, Finally, we have reached our destination. Even for someone as impressive as I am, this is a bit exhausting." After the 2 disembarked, CP0 stood at the bow of the ship, watching Dylan's retreating figure. 10 days ago, after a swift investigation, they confirmed the identity of a boy named Trafalgar Law. The world government acted quickly, even dispatching Sengoku to the neighboring town to recruit the boy. After learning about Law's past, Sengoku took Law's small hand and returned to Marineford. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku even personally called Dylan, saying only the 2 words, "Thank you." The weight of those words was self-evident. When Dylan walked through the gates of the G5 base, the once chaotic and dirty base had become quite tidy. Although still under construction, it had taken on a basic form. Welcome back. At the entrance of the base, Shiryu, biting on a cigar, looked at Dylan and Tom behind him. After being transferred from Impel down to the G5 branch, Shiryu's rank had also changed. He was now a Navy colonel under Dylan's command. Regarding Tom's identity, Dylan had previously discussed it with Sengoku, who indicated that Tom would need to contribute to the Navy to earn his rank. Dylan didn't argue against this. After all, neither he nor Tom relied on the Navy's salary for their livelihood. Nothing unusual has happened, right? Dylan looked at the unusually quiet G5 base, activating his observation Haki. Please don't tell me that while I was away you all slaughtered the pets at home. After sensing the surroundings, he found there weren't fewer people, but they seemed to have lost their previous arrogance and wildness. It seemed they had gotten beaten up. After all, Shiryu was not known for his good temper. Managing to refrain from slaughtering them was already a significant restraint. Dylan stepped inside while Shiryu intentionally lagged a half-step back to walk alongside Tom. After casting a sideways glance at Tom, Shiryu's gaze shifted away. Just some insignificant fish. Adams, Dylan. I am going to file a complaint against you to the headquarters. Before they even entered the hall, a boisterous voice sounded from inside, followed by an ugly-looking Navy officer marching forward angrily. What kind of guy did you bring back? This is simply a disgrace to the Navy's justice. Go to. The officer with a belt slung across his chest glanced at Shiryu, behind Dylan, his eyes revealing a hint of fear. But upon seeing Shiryu not immediately beat him up as usual, Goto quickly regained his arrogance, shouting, Goto. This guy has been abusing the G5 Navy officers and soldiers every day for less than a month. Bang. A fist covered in high-intensity armament Haki struck Goto's abdomen. Ugh. Like a cannonball, Goto was sent flying from his spot, embedding himself heavily into the wall in the distance. Deduct the related fees from this scumbag's salary for repairs. Dylan turned to the nearby orderly and said, Yes. The orderly straightened up, glancing at Goto, thinking you finally have your day. Then Dylan dialed Akiji's number. Oh, what's wrong now? I just had a few peaceful days, Akiji answered. Colonel Goto of the G5 branch suspected of human trafficking, smuggling, and embezzling Navy assets. Should I execute him on the spot, or let the headquarters take over? Is this true? It should be. Executing him on the spot isn't good. Just report it to the inspection department, and someone will come to take over. Can't you be a bit more patient with your lovely subordinates? Bam. Wow, are you serious, Kuzan? You're starting to hang up on others now. Dylan shook his head and stuffed the Den Den Mushi into his pocket. After the orderly took Goto away to be detained, Dylan walked into the office and sat down. Shiryu, your thunderstorm hasn't been refined into a black blade, yet has it? Shiryu rolled the cigar in his mouth and drew out thunderstorm, saying, this isn't something just anyone can achieve. As far as I know currently, only Mihawk's Knight has been refined into a permanent black blade. But then again, your sword seems to be one too. Dylan smiled slightly. In fact, there is another sword. That sword. Is it in the Devil's Triangle? The national treasure of Wano. However, it's still early. There are 8 years until the Straw Hats set sail, no need to rush. Aside from Haki, swordsmanship is also a very important aspect. Of course, if you're simply pursuing power, I have even better options here. Shiryu raised an eyebrow. What is it? Dylan picked up a box he had brought from the CP0 ship and placed it on the table. Zoan-type, human fruit. Mythical species, Azura form. Mythical species. Shiryu gasped. He had served at Impel Down for many years and naturally knew how rare mythical fruits were. Dylan looked at him with a smile that was neither here nor there. In terms of rarity, mythical fruits were indeed rarer than Logia types. But that didn't necessarily mean they were stronger. Strength is a very broad concept encompassing various factors. Physical skills, Haki fruits, talent, experience, even racial traits, and weaponry can all influence a person's power. Compared to mythical fruits, Dylan believed that Logia abilities were more pure and straightforward. This fruit is very suitable for you in certain aspects because the legendary Azura is also quite warlike and easily angered. How far you can develop it will depend on your own fortune and the recognition of it. Recognition. Dylan did not elaborate further. After all, awakening a devil fruit requires certain specific conditions, especially for mythical types. It seems each mythical fruit harbors some form of will. To awaken and gain the true power within, one must earn the fruit's will recognition. Seeing that Dylan did not answer him, Shiryu stopped questioning and stood before the table contemplating the Azura fruit. Dylan meanwhile began to drink tea at his leisure. After 10 minutes, Shiryu seemingly made up his mind, saying, if I accept it, what price will I have to pay? There is no additional cost. You are my sword, and of course the sharper the better. Dylan pushed the box containing the Azura fruit forward, saying, the taste is a bit off. Oh, I hope you're not picky. Shiryu stared at Dylan, and after a long while he smiled and said, I really don't know just how powerful you are. Or rather, in your heart, even if I refine Thunderstorm into a black blade and develop this mythical fruit to its utmost, will I still not be your match? Dylan chuckled, but did not deny Shiryu's words. Let's talk about that when the day comes, Shiryu. War is not far off, and the time left for you is limited. You crave blood and hunger for battle. You need not worry, soon endless battles will await you. It's not about having no opponents, but rather fearing that you are too weak. Is that so? A smile appeared on Shiryu's face. Then I won't hold back. The grace of this fruit I will repay with the blood of my enemies. After saying this, Shiryu picked up the Azura fruit and bit into it without the slightest hesitation. 1.5 months later, Skypiea Archipelago. Dylan strolled on Island 12. As he passed by a bar, Dylan paused. Sachi's Shakedown Bar. Dylan stopped to look at the sign. Oh, wasn't this the bar run by Rayleigh's old acquaintance? The Dark King Rayleigh should now be working at No. 56 doing coding. After glancing at it, Dylan turned to leave. Hey, Navy boy, looking for someone? Ahead on the road, Rayleigh was holding his clothes in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, looking at Dylan. Just passing by. Dylan glanced at Rayleigh, who hadn't shown up during the Paramount War or the Wano incident. He only guided the Straw Hats training for 2 years in between. Rather than guidance, it was more like prenatal education. Far less effective than Kaido's teaching. Kaido managed to teach Monkey D. Luffy to use Conqueror's Haki in half a day and even helped him awaken a mythical Zoan fruit. What about you, Rayleigh? You taught him for 2 years, a full 2 years. Yet when Luffy set sail, his observation Haki was taught by Kaku, his armament Haki by Frankie, and his Conqueror's Haki by Kaido. You dare to say that Luffy is your disciple? It seems like you just want to ride on his coattails. Rayleigh noticed that the Navy officer before him was not paying him much mind, only looking at him with a strange and mocking gaze which made him feel quite odd. Won't you come in for a drink, little brother? No thanks, you stingy guy. Coding doesn't make money. You go to the black market every day to sell yourself. Oh, what good wine can you offer me? Watching Dylan walk away, Rayleigh stood there for a moment, then recalled what Shanks had said when he returned from the East Blue 2 years ago. Mr. Rayleigh, I met a very interesting kid in the East Blue. Did you know? He said the same thing as the captain. Oh, I've put all my hopes on him. Is that so? That sounds great. But the excitement on Shanks' face faded, replaced by a solemn expression. In the East Blue, I also encountered a very special Navy officer. A special Navy officer. Rayleigh looked at Shanks with curiosity. This guy, in a sense, was also one of the transmitters of the Fire Seed and had always possessed strong confidence and unparalleled optimism. Why would he show such an expression? A very special Navy officer, Mr. Rayleigh. Shanks recalled the moment Dylan's Conqueror's Haki erupted in Logtown. His strength was simply suffocating to me. Even if I hadn't lost my left hand, I probably still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Oh, Hearing Shanks' words, Rayleigh also put down the wine bottle in his hand. At that time, Shanks, in terms of personal strength, was already close to rivaling the old generation of powerhouses. And the only Navy officer who could make him feel oppressed should temporarily only be Garp and Sengoku among the active Navy. Moreover, he is very young, seemingly a few years younger than me. Mr. Rayleigh. After a moment of silence, Rayleigh smiled slightly. Shanks, isn't that just how the sea is? To chase dreams surpassing one mountain after another is an essential experience. Since you have faith in the kid from the East Blue, then choose to believe in him after all. The sea is never short of miracles, is it? Adams Dillon. No sooner had Dillon stepped away from the entrance of Shachi's ransom bar than a woman's voice rang out behind him. A woman nearly 4 meters tall stood at the street corner, her head concealed beneath a hood. Dillon regarded her in silence. Today was the day he had agreed with Lin to settle the payment. This visitor was undoubtedly from the Charlotte family. So tall, could she be from the long-legged tribe? Smoothie. Dillon arched an eyebrow. The title Three Sweet Commanders had yet to emerge, but Smoothie's rank within the Big Mom Pirates was undoubtedly among the highest. Sending someone like her, did Lin intend to take advantage without paying? The woman leaning against the wall shook her head. I am Charlotte Snamin. Smoothie is my elder sister. Oh, what a pity. So you're merely an unknown name after all. Have you brought the goods? Beneath her hood, Snamin's face flickered with anger, but she held her composure. After all, this man had effortlessly defeated her brother Capone, and against his strength hers was utterly inadequate. Shall we inspect the goods here? Dillon had no intention of inspecting anything, yet something in her tone suggested deeper meaning. Let's go to the bar ahead. Silently, Charlotte Snamin followed Dillon into Shachi's ransom bar. Boss Lady Domperly. At the sight of the two, Shachi paused for the briefest moment before flashing a carefree smile. My, what an unexpected honor. Truly grateful for your patronage. Navy boy. From the corner, Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly as Dillon entered. None of your business, old man. Just drink your liquor. Having silenced Rayleigh, Dillon settled onto a stool before the bar and turned his gaze upon Charlotte Snamin. What extraordinary treasure warrants such scrutiny from me? Could it be a Logia-type devil fruit? Or perhaps a mythical zoan? From the shadows of the corner, Rayleigh pricked up his ears, watching Dillon's every move. It is a Paramecia-type devil fruit, the Baribari no Mi. Charlotte Snamin opened the briefcase in her hand, revealing a grayish-white devil fruit whose skin bore intricate stone-slab-like patterns. Dillon took the Baribari no Mi, examined it closely, then glanced at Shachi. Boss Lady, is this the genuine article, eh? Shachi covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. Indeed it is, the Baribari no Mi. A truly unique fruit with remarkable properties. Hey now, you were asked to verify authenticity, not inflate its value. With remarks like that, my business will suffer, Boss Lady. Is that so? With elegant poise, Shachi exhaled a curl of smoke and smiled. My apologies, Navy boy. Consider the Domperly my treat. Dillon rolled the Baribari no Mi idly in his palm, then turned toward Charlotte Snamin, who stood beside him. It has some utility, but surely a mere Paramecia isn't worth more than Capone's life. Of course not, Snamin replied, shaking her head. This gesture ensures an in-person transaction and demonstrates the Charlotte family's sincerity. Mother wishes to signal our openness to future collaboration. Ho, so that's how it is. Dillon stroked his chin, studying Charlotte Snamin with measured scrutiny. In years to come, the Big Mom Pirates would stand among the 4 emperors, yet they would remain the weakest of them all. Lin herself was profoundly unstable, plagued by hunger, sickness, haunted by memories of the nun, and prone to violent, indiscriminate rages. Even every citizen of Tato land was compelled to surrender fragments of their soul and lifespan to her. Such deep-seated instability rendered this seemingly colossal pirate crew riddled with vulnerabilities. Tell Lin the transaction is concluded. As for what follows, we'll cross that bridge when we reach it. With a dismissive wave, Dillon watched Charlotte Snamin depart silently from Shachi's ransom bar. Shachi folded her arms across her chest, her gaze lingering on Dillon as his fingers tapped rhythmically upon the bar. From the corner, Rayleigh moved without a sound, settling onto the stool beside Dillon. Navy boy, have we met before? You seem to harbor an unspoken hostility toward me. Rayleigh rested one arm on the bar, the other wrapped firmly around his bottle. You are a thief. I am a soldier. Is it not natural that I should regard you with suspicion? Must I abandon my convictions and loyalties simply because you are Rayleigh, the right hand of Roger, the Pluton? Dillon placed the Baribari no Mi back into the case, rose, and shook out his cloak. We are inherently opposed, yet you have long since withdrawn from the fray. And since Garp did not eradicate your crew, it follows you are not irredeemably evil. But Rayleigh, Shanks has already sought you out, hasn't he? I'll say it once, and only once. Live out your retirement in peace. I won't interfere. But do not overstep. You have your principles, your vigil. So do I. At the word vigil, Rayleigh's spectacles glinted faintly. Oh, you? Before he could utter another word, Dylan pushed open the door and vanished into the street, leaving Rayleigh seated in silent contemplation. Shachi emerged from behind the bar and came to stand behind him, gently resting a hand upon his shoulder. What is it? Worried about the spark of this new era? That's unlike you. Rayleigh tilted his head back and drained his glass. After a pause, he turned to Shachi. Shachi, back in our youth were we ever this strong? Shachi paused, cigarette held thoughtfully between her fingers, then shook her head. He hasn't drawn his blade. I cannot judge his full power, but I can say with certainty at their age he far surpasses both you and Roger. Yes. Rayleigh's expression dimmed. He's several years younger than Shanks, and ever since their meeting, even the spark's resolve has begun to waver. Rayleigh. Shachi leaned back against the bar, glancing sideways at him. Your mission is complete. The spark has been passed on. What comes next belongs to fate alone. Fate. Rayleigh gave a wry, self-deprecating smile. So even we in the end must quietly await fate's decree. Has it ever been otherwise? The Holy Land, Marineford. Within a vast gilded palace, the 5 elders convened. According to CP intelligence, Adams Dylan appears to have struck a deal with Charlotte Linlin and also made contact with Pluton Rayleigh. How do you assess this? The bearded elder rustled the report in his hand. The elder wielding the long sword wiped his blade absently. No cause for concern. His past conduct proves he is no rigid ideologue. Dealing with pirates, even if necessary for global stability, is hardly unprecedented. The elder, bearing a birthmark across his brow, crossed his arms unconvinced. This man remains shrouded in mystery. His strength is undeniable, but certain anomalous abilities demand caution. Could he be one of the lamps? Or, perhaps even the spark itself? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but its likelihood is low. Having joined the Marines, he stands effectively disqualified from recognition and support by the ancient bloodlines, effectively forfeiting any claim to the spark. A heavy silence fell. The golden-haired elder reflected a moment, then spoke. If clarity eludes us, then let us seek guidance from Amusima. She will illuminate the correct path. Seconded. G5 base. After 2 months of reconstruction, the base had been completely transformed. Inside the compound, Belmare sat slouched in Dylan's office, draped in a major's cloak, legs crossed with practiced nonchalance. Vice Admiral, word from headquarters says you were a demon incarnate in the East Blue. Yet you've remained conspicuously inactive in the Grand Line for months. Why? Dylan lounged with his feet propped on the desk, glancing lazily at Belmare and Shilyu. Must I say it outright, that you're simply too weak? This is the new world, not the paradise, nor the Four Seas. Venturing out to hunt risks immediate confrontation with legendary pirates. At present, G5's combat readiness falls short. Indeed, the deployable forces at G5 remain limited. Shilyu polished the blade of Raikyu with slow, deliberate strokes. Ugh, how utterly belittling. Belmare slumped deeper into the sofa, humming tunelessly in boredom. Shilyu glanced briefly at Belmare, paused, then said, though I cannot fathom why Dylan holds you in such high regard, I believe true growth lies only in battle. After all, your innate talent pales in comparison to that shipwright outside. At the word shipwright, Belmare stiffened visibly. That Tom fellow, having mastered armament Haki, and augmented by his peerless brute strength, his raw power even eclipsed monsters like Dylan. Even now, Dylan demanded relentless training, unceasing refinement of both armament Haki and physical might. Thus, along the nearby shore, it was common to see a portly figure, shouldering 2 warships, performing frog leaps along the sand. As for armament Haki, Tom merely coated himself, stood motionless, and every strike Belmare launched rebounded upon her own body. Damn it, we're all human. How can the gap be so vast? Belmare slammed her fist on the table. Puff. Shilyu exhaled a plume of smoke. That man isn't human, he's a fishman. Belmare lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Shilyu. And you're human, aren't you? Shilyu narrowed his eyes, holding his cigar between 3 fingers. Even among humans, there exists an abyssal chasm. Take him for instance. Shilyu tilted his chin toward Dylan. Even without a devil fruit, his mastery of Haki swordsmanship and martial prowess places him among the sea's absolute elite. And Shilyu slid Raikyu back into its scabbard. How old is he exactly? Hearing those words, Belmare snapped, muttering curses as she stormed out of the room. Once Belmare had departed, Dylan rocked his chair and addressed Shilyu. You're right. Her potential cannot be unlocked through routine training. Here's the plan. In 2 days, send her to the West Blue, to the Flower Country, to test her mettle. You'll follow discreetly. Only intervene if her life hangs in the balance. The Flower Country, the Octopus Fleet. I hear they boast a few formidable fighters. No issue, Dylan stretched languidly. At your current level, even Chojiro, the headman, would pose no insurmountable challenge. Chojiro, the headman. A crimson gleam flickered in Shilyu's eyes. Sensing the surge of manic energy, Dylan frowned. Your mission is to guard Belmare covertly, not indulge reckless bloodlust. The Azura spirit seeks worthy challengers, not senseless slaughter of the weak Shiryu. Understood. Shiryu bowed his head slightly, a quiet acknowledgement of the order. The West Blue. Along the border of the Flower Kingdom. TCH, a nation built on plunder. Belmare muttered smoke curling from the cigarette between her lips as she leapt down from the warship. The West Blue Branch warship departed immediately after dropping Belmare off. Gazing at the land ahead, Belmare, dressed in casual uniform, pulled a map from her pocket. The Hakaboshi Navy. You're it. From the distant woods, Shiryu watched Belmare's retreating figure and murmured under his breath, that idiot. She's not seriously planning to march straight to the Hakaboshi Navy, is she? G5 Branch. Dairon reclined on a beach chair, sunglasses glinting, watching Tom train with furious intensity far out upon the sea. Sea Taigu. With a thunderous shout, the previously placid sea surface abruptly receded downward, so sharply that from afar the entire coastline appeared to sink. Then a colossal shockwave erupted from Tom's body. G5 Marines standing beside Dairon were hurled off balance, staggering wildly under its force. Dairon gave a slight turn of his neck, and instantly the Marine beside him sprang upright, snapping into perfect formation. Humph. Dairon exhaled faintly through his nose. Beads of cold sweat broke across the brows of G5's unruly Marines, who stood frozen motionless. Hey, Tom. Dairon called out toward Tom far out at sea. Hearing Dairon's voice, Tom, a stout, broad-shouldered figure, launched himself skyward from the water's surface like a cannonball hurtling toward them. Shoo! No plume of dust rose, not even a tremor. Tom landed before Dairon with uncanny lightness. Go to Fishman Island. There's business to attend to. Tom threw back his head and roared with laughter. Shiryu and Little may have been gone for nearly 2 months. Has my moment finally arrived, eh? It may not be such good fortune for you, Dairon replied. Dairon regarded Tom with an enigmatic half-smile. Tom's expression hardened instantly. A man stands by his choices, boldly, unflinchingly. Speak, Vice Admiral Dairon, what is this bold mission? Go to Fishman Island and verify whether Jinbei has upheld his oath. If he has not, you are to bring back 2 individuals. Who? Hody Jones and Vanderdecken. Alive or dead, it makes no difference. Fishman Island. You are Thompson, the shipwright from Water 7. Jinbei stared at the bullhorned fishman standing before him, nearly his own height. Tom returned the gaze, studying this fellow kinsman who had tirelessly traversed the seas for his people's peace and dignity. Recalling Dairon's orders, a flicker of inner conflict stirred within him, only to vanish as swiftly as it came. As he himself had declared, once chosen, a path must be walked to its end, unwaveringly. No, I am Tom, freelance shipwright attached to the G5 branch of the Marines. Jinbei's expression grew complex. He knew of Tom's origins. Yet he had no idea Tom now served under Dairon. Vice Admiral Dairon sent me to ask, have you honored your vow? No. Jinbei's face darkened, his voice heavy with reluctance. Something occurred just days ago. The situation on Fishman Island has grown dire. I see. Tom recalled the unsettling atmosphere he'd sensed upon entering the island, its air thick with unease. Every face bore sorrow and simmering fury. But Tom clenched his fist. Vice Admiral Dairon stated plainly, a vow is a vow. 2 months was ample time to fulfill it. If unfulfilled, then I shall collect the interest. Jinbei stiffened, as if already anticipating what came next. What do you mean by interest? Hody Jones and Vanderdecken. Not good. Jinbei's heart tightened. Vanderdecken, he could handle. But Hody Jones, he now led the Fishman district. After Queen Odoheim's death, it was he who had spread the lie that humans murdered her. No. Jinbei refused without hesitation. True, Hody Jones and Arlong were both scum, irredeemable wastes. Yet they could not be summarily executed by outsiders, least of all now. Especially not at this pivotal hour. So it comes to this. Tom's expression dimmed, tinged with quiet regret. Deep down, he did not wish to raise a hand against his own people. But that man's command brooked no defiance. VRR, jet black armament Haki, surged instantly over Tom's arms. Then this bold man will uphold his will, to the letter. The fishman, swordsman Jinbei. Must it truly? Before Jinbei could finish, Tom's massive fist tore through the air with a deafening shriek, bearing down upon him. Gyowa Saiken. Gyowa Saiken. 2 obsidian fists collided, sending a visible ripple shuddering outward through the air. Boom. Jinbei staggered backward, his frame trembling slightly midair. This power, what is it? Jinbei stared astonished. I've never heard you possessed such overwhelming combat prowess, and your fishman karate differs markedly from ours. All this is the gift of that man. Save idle talk for after the bold deed is done. Tom drew his fists tightly together, parallel and unwavering. Jinbei's pupils contracted as he mirrored the stance, raising his own fists. See Taigu. Sea Taiga Void. Two torrents of compressed energy detonated simultaneously, but Tom's blast dwarfed Jinbei's in sheer magnitude. This is pop. A dense wave of pressure slammed through Jinbei's body, then pierced clean through him. Cough. The violent impact tore through Jinbei's torso. He strained to suppress it, yet blood still burst forth from his mouth. Tom stepped forward looking down at Jinbei, kneeling half-collapsed on the ground. Now, may I proceed to locate those two? Blood trickled from Jinbei's lips as he forced himself upright, his voice eerily calm. Go. Hody Jones is in the Fishman District. I beg you, spare the innocent. A pause. Then, as if recalling something, Jinbei raised a hand and wiped the blood from his mouth. No, better I accompany you. Otherwise those fools. Tom nodded. Beyond Dairon's designated targets, he held no desire to harm another of his kin. He was no Shirlu. When Jinbei and Tom strode side by side into the Fishman District, the glances cast their way diverged sharply, some filled with reverence, others with contempt. Hey, Jinbei. Traitor. Do you dare show your face here again? Hody Jones. Tom fixed his gaze on the shark fishman ahead, wearing a beret. Jinbei swept his eyes across the crowd, then spoke, voice low and resolute. Aside from Hody Jones, disperse. How? Hody Jones bared 2 rows of sharp teeth. You traitor. You've come to arrest me on behalf of humanity. Though seething with rage, Jinbei choked it back and roared. I act to protect countless more. And Hody Jones, you are no Temasama. You will never be Fishman Island's hero. You are merely trash, blinded by hatred. Aha! Jinbei, you finally snapped. As the crowd swelled, familiar faces emerged, former members of the Sun Pirates. Jinbei. Some more expressions of confusion. Was Jinbei truly about to purge the Fishman District? If you trust me, even now, stand aside. Afterwards I will answer to you all. Jinbei shouted to his former crewmates, his heart wrenching with sorrow. Old comrades. After a moment's hesitation, the Sun Pirates exchanged glances, then silently withdrew to either side of the street, signaling their neutrality, for now. Aha, you fools. Have you forgotten what humans did to us? Hody Jones raised his arms high, inciting the masses, but some of us remember, and we must remember. Strike water. Without warning, the very man who'd just rallied the crowd launched, firing a single droplet like a needle-straight blade toward Jinbei. PAF. The speeding droplet vanished into Tom's open palm, crushed effortlessly. There appears to have been a misunderstanding. Let me clarify boldly, it is not the Fishman swordsman Jinbei who arrests you. It is I, Tom, shipwright of the G5 branch Marines. The Marines. The Marines. Faces paled, especially among the former Sun Pirates. Many instinctively reached for weapons. Is there any issue with that? Tom boomed. The Ryugu Kingdom is a world government member state. Do the Marines lack the right to enter? Does Fishman Island intend to secede from the world government? His words struck like thunder. Even the Sun Pirates froze. Yes, they were pirates. Yes, they loathed humans. But openly attacking Marines and declaring independence, that would brand Fishman Island as an outright enemy of the world government. That outcome was utterly unacceptable. Jinbei's scalp prickled. If word reached the surface world, centuries of Ryugu's careful diplomacy would collapse overnight. Disperse now. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Then slowly most withdrew. Secession was a blow none could bear. Hody Jones watched the dispersing crowd and sneered. You fools, fishmen will perish by your hands. Then, only the diehards remain. Tom locked eyes with those still standing defiantly beside Hody Jones. Strike water needle. That same droplet, hurled moments earlier by Hody, shattered into dozens of razor-thin water filaments. Before Hody or his followers could react, they pierced flesh. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Blood sprayed. All but Hody Jones collapsed instantly, unconscious. Thud. Tom launched himself skyward, landing beside Hody Jones. Then with immense force, he clamped his massive hand over Hody's skull. Blub-blub, blub-blub. Tom activated the Den Mushi. Dairon's face materialized on its shell. While Tom completed, my deepest apologies. I encountered minor resistance. Boldly I have just secured Hody Jones. Hody Jones. Dairon smiled faintly on the other end. Informed Fishman Island Queen Odoheim was not assassinated by humans. This man sought to sabotage her peace negotiations and fired the shot himself. Locate his firearm and seek witnesses nearby. They exist. What a? The Den Mushi's voice stunned the onlookers. Jinbei especially recoiled, having met that man, having witnessed his strength. He had no reason to lie. Jinbei's body trembled, not with fear, but with white-hot fury. Hody Jones. How dare he? How dare he? That fool Odoheim. Preaching peace with humans, what utter nonsense. Hody Jones laughed wildly, pinned beneath Tom's grip, knowing in that instant his fate was sealed. Fishmen were born to rule the seas, not hide in the abyss. Brothers. Eliminate him. Dyron's voice cut through the den mushy, cold detached. Tom's breath hitched, then his grip tightened. Rough shark. Crunch. Hody Jones's skull shattered, his voice silenced forever. Dyron's tone turned impatient. Find Vanderdecken. Execute him. Return to base for debriefing. Yes, sir. The den mushy went dormant. The Fishman Street fell into absolute silence. Outside Fishman Island, Jinbei stood beside Tom. Although it may be a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask, why did you go after Vanderdecken? I am not aware of the details, but I believe that man would not give orders to someone as renowned as me without reason. Moreover, even if it were an unwarranted command, I would still carry it out. Tom clenched his fists as a massive shadow approached Fishman Island. It's Mian Jinjian. He's just a kid who doesn't understand much. Please give me some time to convince him to leave Vanderdecken's side. Hurry up. You just heard that man doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Jinbei nodded and stepped in front of Tom. Hey, Mian Jinjian. Oh, it's Jinbei. What can I do for you? Mian Jinjian's childlike voice rang out, looking odd and comical with his bushy beard and hairy chest. Vanderdecken is not worth following, and he is about to be captured. You. What? They're going to capture the captain? Before Jinbei could finish, Mian Jinjian exclaimed, unforgivable. Behind Mian Jinjian trailed a massive dilapidated ship resembling a legendary ghost ship. On the ship, Vanderdecken with 4 legs heard Mian Jinjian's voice and laughed sinisterly. Waha, come to capture me. Jinbei. Mian Jinjian. Take him down. Yes, Captain. Following Vanderdecken's command, Mian Jinjian raised his fist and charged at Jinbei, shouting, those who wish ill upon the captain shall be buried in the sea. Jinbei's expression darkened as he slightly withdrew his right foot and raised his right fist. Fishman Karate secret technique, Wulai strike. A massive water sphere spun before Jinbei's palm and then pierced through Mian Jinjian's body. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Under the immense pressure of the deep sea, the power of Jinbei's Wulai strike was significantly diminished, merely causing Mian Jinjian to spit blood without losing his fighting capability. Damn it. Intimidation. Million bald heads. Mian Jinjian opened his mouth wide, swallowing air and seawater from the ocean floor. His already massive body swelled like a balloon, pressing towards Jinbei and Tom. Fishman. Jinbei took a slight breath and prepared to strike again. Enough. Tom stepped beside Jinbei and raised his hand to stop him. Then Jinbei saw Tom adopt the same posture. Jinbei was taken aback. The way Tom and the other fishmen used the technique seemed quite different. Could it be that Wulai strike is different as well? Tom's fist spun a water sphere at an incredibly high speed, its density compressed to a terrifying degree. Fishman Karate secret technique, Wulai star strike. Boom. The high-pressure impact, surpassing the Wulai strike several times, enveloped Mian Jinjian's enormous body, creating a shockwave that shattered the ghost ship behind him. Ugh. Mian Jinjian rolled his eyes and collapsed. The ghost ship also splintered into pieces. The massive shockwave pierced through Mian Jinjian and the ghost ship without any delay, continuing its rush into the deep sea. From a distance, it looked like a comet. Tom stomped his foot, launching his massive body like a torpedo. Among the debris of the ghost ship, he found Vanderdecken, whose swimming layer had been shattered by the Wulai strike. The target of the target fruit ability, Vanderdecken, now lay with his eyes rolled back. Jinbei followed closely behind and reached Tom's side. He has repeatedly attacked Princess Shirahoshi. Perhaps. Although Jinbei was shocked by the Wulai strike Tom had just used, he still did not forget his duty. With your strength, couldn't you have captured him earlier, Jinbei? Jinbei was momentarily stunned. Yes. If he had taken action, Vanderdecken, a character like him, would have been dealt with long ago, right? Although I don't know why that man hates him so much, I believe this guy must have a reason to die. Tom held Vanderdecken's head high with one hand. One of that man's words resonated with me. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards friends. Tom's hand glimmered with water. Rough shark. Just like Hody Jones, Vanderdecken's head shattered, his limbs hanging limply. After tossing Vanderdecken's corpse aside, Tom said to Jinbei, I have heard your story and admire everything you have done for Fishman Island, but with such indecisiveness and a soft heart, do you think you can protect Fishman Island? Jinbei. Oh, did you say that to the blue fat guy? Dylan looked at Tom, who appeared somewhat anxious, with great interest. Well, I think a man like that should not be like this. Is that so? Dylan nodded nonchalantly. Then what about you? What are your thoughts on this trip? Tom raised his furry palm to scratch his head. Not much. Dylan laughed heartily. How strong is Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Tom revealed a hint of confusion. I am also somewhat puzzled. Aren't the 7 warlords of the sea pirates? What? Dylan casually raised his legs and said, It's not that he is weak, but rather that you are currently strong enough, Tom. Of course you have not yet reached the strength I expect, so it's not yet time to relax. When you Shiryu Belmir and the others become strong enough, we will together end this chaotic era and restore peace to the seas. You can return to Water City, and I will help you lay the sea train across the entire ocean." Tom showed a longing expression. "I truly look forward to that day." Then Tom seemed to remember something and lowered his head to ask again that. "The fisherman karate I used seems different from others." Of course, Dylan nodded to himself while lighting a cigarette. "What you practice is what the world government has organized and perfected over 800 years. They merely practice what has been passed down through generations. Their technique may be more orthodox, but yours is definitely stronger." "Understood." Tom nodded, revealing an inquiring expression. Dylan shook his head, signaling that he could leave. Seeing Tom's back, Dylan smiled. This guy is truly a treasure. Although his talent may not match that of Monkey D. Luffy being unable to master the Conqueror's Haki in 3 hours, he is definitely at the level of a monster. Once he masters the use of armament Haki and increases its strength to the next level, there will be very few who can engage him in hand-to-hand combat on this sea. If he were in the ocean, he would be invincible. Bururu bururu. The blue telephone bug rang and Dylan was somewhat surprised. "The Gorosei are calling me directly." "Hello, Adams Dylan. We have received news from the Ryugu Kingdom that your subordinate has clarified the misunderstanding between humans and fishmen. Ho Neptune is quite perceptive for a salted fish." In front of the Gorosei, Dylan did not overly fawn. The Gorosei seemed somewhat surprised by his attitude, but soon relaxed. As one of the representatives of the other races, the attitude of the fishmen plays a very important role in the stability of the world government. This time you have made a contribution. How would you like to be rewarded? Initiating a reward. Dylan rubbed his fingers. Something feels off. Why are the Gorosei being so accommodating? They aren't planning to kill me while smiling, are they? But I can't directly ask this question. Dylan opened his mouth. "It should have been done, but I happen to have something I would like your help with. How about considering it as this reward?" "Oh, please go ahead." Dylan glanced at the solid city fruit on the nearby bookshelf. "I heard that Vegapunk has done a lot of research on devil fruits and has made initial progress on object fusion. I would like him to help me fuse a fruit." "Is that all?" "We will agree and send CP members to you shortly to understand your detailed requirements. As for the orders, we will convey them directly to Vegapunk." After finishing, the Gorosei hung up the phone. Looking at the extinguished telephone bug, Dylan furrowed his brows. What could have prompted the Gorosei to contact me directly? The matters concerning the fishmen are certainly not enough to cause such a drastic change in the Gorosei's attitude. Could it be related to that person? Dylan thought of the empty throne in Mariewa. The only possibility that could have such a huge impact on the Gorosei is that Imu. General Dylan, today's newspaper. And Dylan took the paper and glanced at it. His brow instantly furrowed. In Don Quixote, Doflamingo ascends as king of Dressrosa. This flamingo, is it this year's? In rubbing his temples, Dylan tossed the newspaper aside. And no matter. It's impossible to attend to every matter under current circumstances. Noticing the messenger still hadn't left, Dylan frowned slightly. Anything else? And there's another report, the messenger added, producing a second paper. From the West Blue. Seems related to Mr. Shirlue and his party. Shirlue? In with Shirlue's strength, he should have no rivals in the West Blue. Why would he appear in the news? The red-haired pirates have landed in the Flower Country and engaged in fierce combat with an unidentified figure. The outcome remains unknown. Dylan's eyes narrowed. Red-haired, does one hand truly suffice? Snatching up the sword Shura from the desk and hoisting it onto his shoulder, he lowered his gaze to the messenger. "Tell Tom I'll be gone for several days. Hold the fort." "Yes, sir." West Blue within the Flower Country. Cough, cough. You're reckless, aren't you? Red-haired Shanks is no easy opponent. Belmare leaned against a boulder, her expression wan and exhausted. Beneath a nearby tree trunk, Shirlue sat motionless, eyes closed, utterly ignoring her. "Trouble, cough, cough. Silence, you fool." Shirlue drew a ragged breath, cutting Belmare off. "If you hadn't insisted on provoking the octopus water tribe, you'd never have drawn Shanks' attention." TCH. Belmare lit a cigarette, but inhaled only once before her wounded lungs seized up. Cough, cough. Octopus water tribe. Those pirates, cough, cough. Never mind. The din mushy is shattered. We can only hope young Dylan realizes our peril in time. Casually flicking away the spent cigarette, Belmare shut her eyes, her face deathly pale. Shirlue lifted his gaze toward the woman across from him. He had to admit, though weak in power, she possessed something rare. The unflinching courage and fearless resolve she'd shown in battle had already earned his reluctant respect. "Hurry, Dylan. This foolish woman is nearing her limit." From the distant woods came a soft rustling. Shirlue forced himself upright and gripped Thunder Rain tightly. "No need to tense. Our unit is CP stationed in the Flower Country, dispatched to locate you both." Recognizing their identities, Shirlue exhaled faintly and turned to the CP agents. "Do you have a physician?" "That woman. In across from Shirley Belmer's head had slumped sideways, her complexion now sallow and waxen. Yes, according to the Flower Country Branch's report, Lieutenant Commander Belmer's injuries are critical. She barely clings to life. Dylan hovered midair, cold-eyed, staring down at the den mushy, cut the preamble. Tell me plainly, will she die? CP0 paused briefly. Not immediately, but, mobilize all CP resources. Transport her to Drum Kingdom, by the swiftest means possible. Notify me upon arrival. If she dies en route, you know the consequences. CP0 offered no protest. After a brief silence they replied, understood. And one more thing. Lightning crackled around Dylan's form. Where is the red-haired pirate's ship? I require its precise coordinates. Borderlands of the Flower Country. In red-haired pirates. Red Force flagship. In Shanks. In Ben Beckman glanced at the injured Riki rowed beside him, then at his captain, whose expression was grim and unyielding. Just yesterday, en route to the Flower Country's great glacier, they'd encountered Chinjo, pursued relentlessly by Rainbringer Shirley. Though no reason was given, Shanks immediately intervened to aid the leader Chinjo. Enduring the clash, Riki Road sustained a grievous wound from Shirley's blade, while Shirley himself suffered severe injury at Shanks' hands. As for that woman, she'd been gravely wounded by Jesus Burgess, enraged by his comrade's injuries. In Rainbringer Shirley. So he serves that man. And that woman. And upon learning of the incident, through confidential channels, Shanks fell utterly silent. Gazing at the unconscious Riki Road inside the cabin, a steely resolve hardened in Shanks' eyes. And no matter what, never abandon a comrade. What is that? And the lookout's voice trembled from the crow's nest. And Shanks and Ben Beckman likewise sensed it, faces grave, eyes fixed on the horizon. On the distant sea, an endless shroud of storm clouds surged forward, crackling with violent thunder converging directly upon the Red Force. In the apocalyptic sight, left every soul aboard speechless. When the clouds swallowed the entire sky, a voice devoid of all emotion echoed in every ear, in who dared injure my subordinate? The red-haired pirates stared upward as a figure descended slowly from the tempest. Some crewmen, physically weaker, collapsed unconscious before they could even react. GUH and senior officers swallowed hard. This overwhelming aura, even more terrifying than before. And no one answers. Dylan drew Shura. The crimson blade exposed to air unleashed a suffocating tide of blood-scented chi across the entire sea. And boom. Jesus Burgess raised his long rifle. A bullet coated in armament Haki shot straight for Dylan's forehead. And it was me. What of it, you damn Marine? Shanks parted his lips, slightly offering a wry, rueful smile, before unsheathing his saber. Griffin. And prepare to fight. Give everything you have. The bullet halted less than a meter from Dylan's face, as if seized by an invisible hand, then dropped silently into the sea. In good. In hovering above the waves, Dylan gazed down upon the red-haired pirates assembled below. Thunderclouds churned violently, lightning bolts as thick as water barrels twisted and coiled within them. And even as the red-haired pirates poured every ounce of armament Haki into their bodies, their hair stood on end, and their skin prickled with static dread. Awakening of a Logia-type devil fruit. Shanks' expression darkened. Black Haushika Haki instantly wreathed Griffin like living shadow. Divine evade. Na colossal slash erupted skyward, hurtling toward Dylan. In facing Roger's legendary technique. Amplified by Shanks' overwhelming Haushika Haki, Dylan did not falter. In Judgment Severance Lifeless Blade, a variant of Shanks' Haki, drenched in visceral iron-rich aura, surged along Shura's edge, unleashing a blood-scented cleaving force. At the instant the slashes collided, the heavens' thunderclouds split cleanly in two. In below, Shanks braced Griffin with both hands. Above, Dylan anchored Shura with equal intensity, both channeling immense power into their blades. Bang! Bang! And two gunshots rang out, one from Jesus Burgess' rifle, the other from Ben Beckman's pistol. Jesus' bullet was dismissed outright, but Beckman's round bore Haushika Haki. And you bastard. Dylan gritted his teeth, then pressed downward with both hands upon Shura. And the suspended slashes detonated. Waves surged violently, as if the ocean itself were being severed from all four directions. Dylan vanished in a blur. And he's gone. None officer stared stunned. And Shanks, Beckman, and Jesus stood rigid. Eye-sharp expressions unshaken. No, he hasn't. And the clouds torn apart by the earlier strike recoalesced, denser now, almost solidified in appearance. Lightning within grew fiercer still, crashing repeatedly upon the sea. And the red force adrift rocked helplessly, like a single leaf tossed amid a maelstrom of divine wrath. Watch out! Shanks' pupils contracted sharply. And from the thunderclouds emerged a colossal one-legged phantom. In Kuain Yo. The spectral beast lunged downward, as if alive. In full defensive stance. Now. In boom. The sea surface imploded, crewmen unleashed their haki in desperate unison against the celestial beast descending from above. Ugh, NNNGH. NAS senior officers collapsed one by one. Shanks' arms began to tremble. This power, it's already. Just as Shanks' strength neared exhaustion, the lightning finally dimmed. Huff, huff. Shanks gasped, about to speak, when a still-standing officer cried out in horror, Jesus Burgess. What the hell, Marine scum? You dare? Jesus Burgess, moments ago standing among his crew, had vanished without trace. High above, Dylan gripped Jesus' throat, his armored fist crushing cartilage with sickening cracks amplified by armament haki. Adams, Dylan, give me. And give your mother. And Dylan's gaze locked on his Shanks. Who the hell are you? Worthy of my courtesy. Snap. Jesus' cervical vertebrae shattered. His body went slack, lifeless. Jesus Burgess. Jesus Burgess. And Dylan hurled the corpse into the sea, still unsatisfied. A bolt of lightning struck the floating body, reducing it instantly to ash and splinters. You? Shanks panted, eyes blazing with fury. My comrade. Do you truly believe you can walk away? Red-haired, and the thunderclouds showed no sign of dispersing. In fact, deep roars echoed from within them. Blurp, 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 blurp. A cerulean den mushy chimed. Dylan snatched it up irritably and cut the call. Blurp, 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 blurp. Damn it. He answered, only to find the golden-haired 5 elders staring back. Adams, Dylan, stand down. Those who assaulted your subordinate have been executed. Let this end here. Red-haired Shanks cannot die. Not yet. Balance must be preserved. Without him, the Grand Line will still have black-haired, white-haired, green-haired pirates. What pathetic balance. Kill them all, and balance emerges naturally. Dylan stared coldly at the den mushy, unwavering. You know full well that's not true. And this man is unlike any other pirate on the seas. Adams, Dylan. This is the command of I'm herself. The speaker uttered the name openly. No concealment, no hesitation. Dylan stared at the den mushy. What does this mean? No more pretense. No more masks. Do you know I know of him? How do you know? Has my identity as a transmigrator been exposed? As compensation, Mary Geos will bestow upon you the rank of Vice Admiral, and grant you a devil fruit. You know well, the fruits held in Mary Geos are legends themselves. A sudden wave of foreboding crashed over Dylan. His heart jolted violently. No, something's wrong. My Kinbunchika haki may not foresee the future like Kizaru's, but through the unique heart net cultivation method of Skypiea, I sense every movement within several kilometers, even tens of kilometers. Nothing escapes me. So how did the 5 elders know exactly when I killed Jesus Burgess? How did they time that call so precisely? NIS it watching. Very well. Dylan stared at the den mushy. Mary Geos exhaled in relief, only for Dylan's voice to ring out again, clear and cold. Consider this settled for now, but only this once. The 5 elders fell silent, accepting the terms without protest. Gazing down at the shattered hull of the Red Force, Dylan's eyes gleamed with predatory fury. Yet he restrained himself. Just who, or what, are you? Drum Island. Blizzards raged ceaselessly across the sky. Dylan had no time to question why such ferocious winter weather could erupt at the planet's equatorial zone. After several days of waiting, the CP organization's vessel had successfully escorted Belmere to the Drum Kingdom. Our mission. The lead CP agent glanced at Dylan, preparing to set Belmere down and depart. Where to? Dylan sneered. Do you expect me to carry her up myself? The CP agent fell silent for a moment, then gestured sharply backward. Crewmen from the ship lifted the stretcher and followed Dylan up the mountain path. Upon reaching Dr. Correa's castle, Dylan waved dismissively, signaling the CP agents to leave. They departed without protest. Is this her? Dr. Correa studied the unconscious Belmere, her expression grave. Her injuries are extremely severe. Dylan remained seated in silence, his gaze fixed steadily on Dr. Correa. Can you heal her completely, without the slightest after effect? Under Dylan's unblinking stare, Dr. Correa hesitated before replying. It will be difficult. Her internal organs were pierced by overwhelming haki. She lives only because her willpower holds her soul together. Understood. Dylan rose and strode to the window. I'm heading to the New World. I'll return within a month. Can you keep her alive until then? No problem. Dr. Correa nodded. The instant her answer left her lips, Dylan vanished. A bolt of lightning streaked toward the New World. Watching the fading lightning, Dr. Correa stood motionless for a long moment, then shook her head. Remarkable brat. New World. Dressrosa Kingdom. Don Quixote Doflamingo, newly crowned king, sat in his palace reading the newspaper. Naval Rear Admiral defeats red-haired pirates solo in the West Blue. Jesus Burgess, third officer of the red-haired pirates, killed. Fufufufu, what astonishing strength. Though no images accompanied the report, Doflamingo well knew the red-haired pirate's terrifying might. And that man, who'd crossed paths with him once in Lowtown, possessed such power. Complimenting yourself. A voice rang out. On the palace windowsill a man sat, slouched, one leg drawn up. Baby 5, a maidservant standing nearby, spun around instantly at the sound, and as she raised her arm it transformed into a firearm. Stand down. Doflamingo barked low and sharp. Baby 5 froze, then blinked in disbelief. Young master. Dylan watched them both, cold and unmoved. Before he spoke, Doflamingo seized Baby 5's wrist and forced her gun arm downward, his face darkening. Stand down now. Only after Baby 5 withdrew did Doflamingo settle back into his seat. Fufufu. What brings you here, Admiral Ankaku Ryu? Ankaku Ryu. Dylan paused, faintly startled. Fufufu. You truly didn't know? Dylan, your code name is Ankaku Ryu. Humph. Dylan's gaze locked onto Doflamingo, the insolent bastard who once dared defy all order. I've come for someone. For someone. Doflamingo's expression hardened. Who? I am one of the 7 warlords of the CU. Seeing Dylan's eyes grow glacial, he swallowed the rest. Surely you don't mean my family. What would I want with your rotten underlings? Hand over Mancherry. No. Veins bulged across Doflamingo's temples. Mancherry is not negotiable. She serves a vital purpose for me. Am I consulting you? Do you honestly believe your warlord status shields you? You reckless little sparrow. Dylan dropped from the windowsill. With a sharp shink, he drove the scabbard of Shura into the floor, then drew the blade in one fluid motion. Doflamingo's breath caught. This man means it. The world government. Shut your mouth about the world government. You're nothing but a petty thug who stumbled upon a speck of secret, no more no less. Shura's crimson blade scraped across the stone floor, sending sparks flying. I give you 60 seconds. Try calling for help, Sengoku, Kaido, or even Mary Geos. Mancherry, you'll return her to me when you're done. Faced with Dylan's palpable killing intent, Doflamingo relented. This man played by no rules, not even his own. Are you bargaining with me? What authority do you have to bargain? Dylan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a slow drag, then inverted it and jammed the burning tip into the cake Baby 5 had brought earlier. Time is short. Don't waste the chance I grant you. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and roared toward the door. Treble. Bring Mancherry up here. At the doorway, Treble peered in and recoiled with a choked gasp and, Ankakuri. Dofla. Now. Doflamingo snarled. As the cigarette burned lower and Dylan's gaze lingered, beads of sweat gathered along Doflamingo's brow. Just as the ember reached the filter, Treble unfurled himself, cradling a girl no larger than a thumb to the top floor. You. At the sight of Doflamingo, tears welled in Mancherry's eyes. Even Dylan, drenched in lethal intent, felt a pang of unexpected tenderness at her fragile sorrow. Dylan flicked a glance at Treble. The man trembled violently and gently deposited Mancherry into Dylan's waiting palm. Could you do me a favor? A friend of mine lies gravely wounded. She's a Navy officer. A truly kind-hearted one. Mancherry clasped her tiny hands together and gazed up. Are you a Navy officer too? Yes, I serve in the Navy. As repayment. Dylan turned slowly toward Doflamingo. I know exactly what you're planning. That scheme ends now. Release every dwarf you've imprisoned and deceived. After a pause, Dylan looked back at Mancherry. With him still there, Greenbit isn't safe. Must you live there? Mancherry shook her head. No, we are Greenbit. Dylan nodded. Then would you consider relocating? To where I'm stationed, it's far safer. Doflamingo listened, fury blazing in his eyes. That wretch. The dwarves were pivotal to his grand design. And yet, he dared. Dared what? Dylan snapped his head around, locking eyes with Doflamingo. Drop that dangerous thought, while I still feel merciful. Doflamingo's jaw twitched, then slackened as if drained. He turned to Treble. Bring them up. All of them. Mancherry stared, incredulous. Could this pink-clad villain really release her people? A hero has saved us. Mancherry fluttered onto Dylan's shoulder and pressed her palms together. You must be the legendary hero destined to save the Tontata Kingdom. May I know your name? Dylan Adams. Dylan, he replied with a gentle smile. Dylan Rando, thank you. When 500 exhausted dwarves were ushered in and saw Mancherry standing among them, they surged forward in unison. Princess, has your illness passed? Princess. Perched on Dylan's shoulder, Mancherry pointed boldly at Doflamingo. I was never ill. I was deceived by that villain. Then, she pointed to Dylan, voice ringing clear. Dylan Rando saved us all. Too amazing. Dylan Rando. Dylan Rando. As cheers erupted, Dylan glanced at Doflamingo's ashen face, and then at Mancherry. Let's go, back to Greenbit first. Whether you relocate is for your king to decide. At the palace threshold, Dylan paused and turned back. If you choose not to migrate, that remains your sovereign right. But should I learn you step foot in Greenbit again, I'll kill you. Doflamingo remained silent and Dylan expected no reply. The moment Dylan left the palace, a violent conqueror's Haki blast erupted from its rooftop. Dylan glanced upward, unimpressed. Were it not for unfinished business, I'd end you now. Returning to Greenbit with the dwarves, Dylan met Ganjo, the Tontata chieftain, and received their warmest hospitality. After the feast, dispersed, Ganjo sat across from Dylan silent for a long while before speaking. Mancheri speaks true. We do not dwell within Greenbit. We are Greenbit. But his face tightened with unmistakable gravity. We cannot leave, bound by an ancient covenant. Therefore, Dylan nodded. That too is your right. I've already warned Doflamingo so long as I stand he will not dare raise a hand against you. Is that so? Truly we owe you immense gratitude. In that case, Ganjo leaned on his cane, pondered deeply, and then struck the floor. Silence fell instantly. Leo Kabu Wikabien. You will accompany him. Accompany Dylan Rando. Leo's eyes lit up. Indeed, Ganjo affirmed, then turned to Dylan. They are the finest warriors among our youth. In addition to protecting Mancheri, they shall carry out your orders. Huh. Leo groaned. Ugh. Princess is stubborn, hot-tempered, and loves punching people. Leo. Mancheri leapt onto his head and delivered a swift punch. What did you just say? Leo. Ow 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 ow. Get off, princess. You're heavy. Honestly, so wild, so cruel. Greenbit Coast. Dylan boarded the CP vessel with Mancheri, Leo, and the others. Ganjo stood alone on the shore, leaning on his cane, watching the sails recede. Ganjo, is this truly not a breach of the covenant? An elder with snow-white hair and beard joined him, gazing silently at the sea. Ganjo offered no reply. Behind his dark glasses, his expression remained inscrutable. Accompanied by the Dong Tata tribe, Dylan had no choice but to take a ship back to Magnetic Drum Island. Neither Mancheri nor Leo could withstand the friction caused by ultra-high-speed movement. This is also why Dylan told Dr. Correja from the very beginning that he would need a month to return. Halfway through the journey, 2 CP organization ships came alongside. Dylan looked at the CP0 member who had never shown his face. It's just borrowing your ship, why the sour face? This time CP0 did not say anything like you cannot directly command CP according to regulations, but rather teasingly said, perhaps you are the true commander of CP0. Given Manchuelis' abilities, Belmer's injuries were completely secure and Dylan's mood improved. So what is it? CP0 placed the briefcase in front of Dylan and pulled out a small box from his pocket. This is the fruit promised to you by Mary Ahua, and the item you commissioned Vegapunk to create. Dylan ignored the briefcase on the ground and took the small box into his hands first. Inside the box lay a silver-gray ring. Vegapunk said that the ring itself is made from a special alloy, and as of now no one and no means can destroy it by brute force. Of course, some rather bizarre fruit abilities cannot be ruled out. Dylan put the ring on his finger, and a strange sensation arose in his consciousness. Looking at the briefcase on the ground and the standing CP0 opposite him, Dylan smirked. CP0 vanished into thin air. Ring space. CP0 stood in the empty castle. Don't make such a boring joke, let me out quickly, I still have a mission to complete. Dylan focused his mind and CP0 reappeared. Not bad, I'm quite satisfied. Dylan looked at the ring on his hand with great joy. A spatial ring, impressive. Dylan opened the briefcase and took a glance inside, revealing a crimson gold devil fruit, its patterns resembling sharp feathers. What species? CP0 looked at the fruit in his hand, seemingly a bit envious. Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast form, Garuda. Garuda, the kind that specifically eats dragons. Kawaii, do you want it steamed or braised? However, there is currently no one suitable to eat this fruit in my hands. But it's always a good idea to collect more good things. After putting the fruit away, Dylan watched for a while the 4 Dong Tata warriors practicing on the ship. Hey Leo. Leo heard Dylan's voice and instantly appeared beside him. Dylan Rando. Leo stood solemnly before Dylan, seemingly waiting for his command. Why so serious? Dylan found it a bit strange. After hesitating for a moment, Leo said, before we came, the king told me that we bear the fate of the Dong Tata tribe as well as the name of justice. So please give any orders you have. How reliable, Captain Leo. Leo looked at Dylan a bit embarrassed, yet still kept his small frame tense. It's like this, Leo, your race has a very special innate talent. I, of course, am not referring to cultivating plants, but rather your physical qualities. The Dong Tata tribe inherently possesses strength several times greater than that of humans, similar to Leo and Wika, even having strength dozens of times greater than ordinary people, small in stature, but incredibly quick in movement, making them very suitable for darting around the battlefield to find weak points. I have thought of some things that would suit you very well with your talents. You should be able to master them easily. What is it? Dylan Rando. Leo's eyes brightened. As a warrior, he also craved power, especially when Princess Manchueli and his companions were abducted and he felt powerless. One is a technique unique to the Navy called 6 styles. The other is Haki. After some thought, Dylan said, although the Navy's 6 styles consists of 7 techniques, I believe the others are not suitable for you. You should focus on cultivating Sorujepo and Shurgon only. As for Haki, if you combine it with your strength, using Busashoka Haki, your combat power should see a significant increase. On the way to Magnetic Drum Island, Dylan carefully explained the use of 6 styles and Haki to them. To avoid his explanations being insufficiently detailed, Dylan occasionally pulled CP0 out to serve as a guest lecturer. Although the 6 styles are known as the Navy's 6 styles, the true experts are still the CP organization. Soru. Leo's figure flashed, and if it weren't for Dylan's strong observation Haki, he wouldn't even be able to catch his movement. Not bad, not bad. Leo, this technique indeed suits you. Thank you very much. Dylan Rando. Leo bowed deeply in front of Dylan. Just as Dylan was preparing to be polite, the entire ship shook violently. Boom, boom. In the distance, Wika was hammering the deck furiously. Damn, why am I so weak? Why am I so stupid? Why can't I learn anything? Looking at the shattered deck, CP0 standing next to Dylan exchanged a glance with him. That. Wika. 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 Stop hammering. If you keep hammering, the ship will sink. Seeing Wika kneeling in the corner, her hands covered in shiny Busashoku Haki, frantically pounding the ground because she couldn't learn sword, Dylan quickly shouted to stop her. Oh, Dylan Rando. I'm sorry, did I cause you trouble again? I'm such a fool, damn I. Seeing Wika about to lay down and cause more damage to the deck, Dylan quickly shouted, stop, stop, stop. Don't hammer anymore. Although the ship is not ours, if it gets damaged, it will delay our journey. CP0 turned his head and looked at Dylan with a blank expression. Wika, wiping her tears, walked over to Dylan and said in a sobbing tone, Dylan Rando. Dylan extended his hand and Wika awkwardly jumped onto it. Looking at the still tearful Wika, Dylan gently flicked her forehead. Who said you were weak? As soon as this topic came up, Wika's tears fell again. Leo and the others have all learned 6 styles, yet I haven't learned anything. Haven't you learned Busashoka Haki? Busashoku Haki. Did you not notice anything strange when you were hammering the ship just now? Wika raised her hand to wipe her tears. No. I just feel very stupid and very sad. Was it an unconscious awakening? But this personality. Tisk, forget it, let Belmir handle it. After all, they are all women. Women. After finally calming Wika down, the ship finally arrived at Magnetic Drum Island. When everyone returned to Dr. Kureha's castle, Belmir had already awakened. Upon seeing Dylan, Belmir smiled broadly. You've caused me trouble, Dylan. Dylan rolled his eyes at her and replied angrily, now you know why I didn't look for trouble with pirates in the New World, right? Belmir laughed heartily. I've been disliked again. Although both of them were joking, the concern and gratitude in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Dr. Kureha sat beside Belmir, pouring herself a drink, and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Dylan return. This woman's injuries were indeed not something an ordinary person could heal. What was he planning to do? Manxueli. I'm counting on you. Dylan turned to look at Manxueli, who was perched on his shoulder, and said with a serious expression. Just as Manxueli was about to fly out, Dylan suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Just heal her injuries, and don't expend your lifespan to restore her to her original state. Your health is also very important. Manxueli in the air paused, her hands clasped together. She had originally intended to use her special abilities to heal the woman before her. After all, this was Dylan Rando's first order for her to do something. The little people, eh? Dr. Kureha looked at Manxueli a bit puzzled. Belmir is not a plant, the little people. 2 drops of crystal clear tears slid down Manxueli's cheeks, and she cupped them in her hands and sprinkled them on Belmir. In just 2 breaths, Belmir's body was restored. A healing fruit. Dr. Kureha said with a grin, what an amazing ability. Bang. By the distant wall, a raccoon. No, a reindeer hid its head behind the wall, its body exposed. Chopper, come here, they are my friends, good people. Belmir waved at the reindeer. Belmir, your illness is cured. Chopper looked at the now healthy Belmir, quite surprised. Yes, indeed. It is the healing fruit that can cure all diseases and injuries. Oh, of course, Dr. Chopper's care over the past few days has also been very important. After all, Chopper is an amazing doctor. I won't be happy. Even if you praise me like this, I won't be happy. Looking at the shy Chopper, Dylan showed a strange expression. Is it the human fruit, mythical beast form, commoner form? This is my assistant. A reindeer who ate the human fruit, Tony Chopper. And feeling Dylan's gaze, Chopper instinctively shrank back and hid himself once more. The Straw Hat crew members. After giving Chopper a meaningful glance, Dylan rose and said to Belmir, let's go. Back to G5. Just before stepping out the door, Dylan turned to Dr. Kureha and said, in return for your medical care, you may one day ask me for a single favor, so long as it does not violate the principles of justice. After Dylan and Belmir had departed, Dr. Kureha gazed in silence toward the distant path they had taken and sighed softly. Dr. Kureha, Chopper looked up at her, his eyes clouded with confusion as he noted the solemnity in her expression. What a pity, Chopper. Dr. Kureha knelt and gently stroked his head. A faint wry smile touched Dr. Kureha's lips. It seems he has not granted us his friendship. Not yet, this promise. Her gaze drifted beyond the window where the cherry blossom-adorned Jolly Roger fluttered in the wind. A quiet sigh escaped her. I hope this promise will shield you just once when the time comes. And on the mountain path, Belmere walked behind Dylan, her cigarette, restored after her recovery, clasped once more between her fingers. Dr. Kureha and Chopper don't seem like villains, so why? Dylan strode across the snow-laden ground shouldering Shura, while the tiny folk perched upon his and Belmer's shoulders. They are indeed no villains, but fate will inevitably part our paths. This feeling. Dylan halted mid-step in the deepening snow and turned to face Belmere. You'll understand in time. Dylan Rando, this talk of fate. Even our tribe's chief and the Grand Elder speak of it often. Perched upon Dylan's shoulder, Mank Seeley watched his profile and recalled the aged Grand Elder beneath Greenbit. He always stood guard before that strange stone, murmuring words like pact and fate. And is that so? Dylan glanced back with a gentle smile. Then tell me, Princess Mank Seeley, do you believe in fate? Yes, and Mank Seeley nodded firmly. It was fate itself that brought Dylan Rando to Dressrosa and to Greenbit. I see. That's truly fortunate. And, by the way, Dylan, I also heard Dr. Kureha speak of Chopper's story, the man named Hilulik. Belmere. Dylan chuckled as he walked. There's no denying Hilulik shone brilliantly in his final moments. But can such a fleeting spark of humanity absolve him of his past as a pirate? Belmere stiffened. She hadn't even spoken yet, and Dylan paid no mind to her astonishment, continuing onward. Some men spend lifetimes as villains, then perform one trivial act of kindness, and are hailed as saints by the world. Others uphold justice their entire lives, yet falter once and are reviled by all. The masses are ever blind. I hold little expectation of them, but Belmere, you must form your own judgment, for you are a soldier. Since meeting Dylan, Belmere had rarely heard him speak to her with such gravity, and these words struck her deeply. Some monks preach, lay down your sword and instantly attain Buddhahood. I disagree. If every villain casts aside his blade at the final hour, does that erase all prior sin? That would be neither fair nor just. Of course, the human heart remains inscrutable. Perhaps one day, Belmere, you will witness me slay someone you deem undeserving, even wholly innocent, without reason. Then, Belmere, how will you choose? Belmere frowned sharply into the snowy wind. 10 years ago, in the East Blues Oyat Kingdom, she had fought alongside the Marines against pirates. A brutal, devastating battle that left her grievously wounded, and where she found Nami and Nojiko. In Kokoyashi village, she witnessed Arlong's cruelty, nearly losing her own life in the process. In the West Blues Flower Country, she saw how the powerless suffered under a nation whose very economy thrived on plunder. Compared to other seas and the Grand Line, the East Blue was already blessed with extraordinary peace. During her 2 months of training at Marine headquarters, she learned that, beyond geographical constraints, the greatest safeguard was the Navy's hero Vice Admiral Garp, and the man walking before her now. The weakest sea, a jest among pirates. Yet to its people it was nothing short of divine fortune. Howling blizzards whipped through Belmer's pink hair. Ahead the man's silhouette marched forward, unwavering, unhesitating, yet profoundly alone. Belmere clenched her fists. And no, it shouldn't be like this. It must not be like this. In that instant an immense pressure erupted from Belmer's body, clashing heat with the shrieking gale, nearly matching it in force. Dylan paused mid-stride, turning to see Belmere, black lightning-like aura crackling violently around her. Dylan. Her gaze hardened, her presence surging ever higher. I will no longer hesitate. High within the mountaintop castle, Dr. Kureha gazed down at the black lightning flickering across the peaks and sighed. Honestly, one after another, you're all monsters. The spark. Your days ahead won't be easy. Just as Dylan's party emerged from the mountains, a squad of soldiers surrounded them. By royal decree, no one may seek medical aid in Drum Kingdom. You have violated national law. And the guard-eyed Dylan, towering stern-faced, and then Belmere beside him. So what? So you shall both be executed. Mwahaha. A portly man in a white bear-hood cloak stood behind the guard detail. Wapple, the king of Drum Kingdom. And the moment Belmere laid eyes on him, her expression turned ice-cold. During her month-long convalescence in the castle, she had heard countless tales about this man. The very source of this nation's sickness stood before her, this grotesque, loathsome figure. Dylan raised his hand, the guards tensed. Were they about to fight? Dylan rolled up his sleeve, revealing a den mushi. We've got work, Locate a devil fruit for me, the Goro fruit. The Goro fruit. Isn't it already consumed? In from the Den Mushy, a masked CP0 agent appeared, puzzled. Indeed. But I've heard that upon the user's death the fruit reappears somewhere in the world, correct? Drum Kingdom is a world government allied state. CP0 has no concern for such matters. What the hell? You're not CP0. You're a Marine, damn it. Find your own excuse for cleanup, and locate the fruit swiftly. He'll trade you some Revolutionary Army intelligence in return. That's settled. That's it, eh? What do you mean that's settled? Wait, Revolutionary Army intelligence. The CP0 agent stared blankly at the Den Mushy, now closed and silent. Drum Kingdom. And let it be. After severing the call, Dylan turned to Belmir. Go, uphold your justice. Belmir had stood beside Dylan throughout the conversation with CP0, and now hearing his words her brows flared, and in a flash she vanished. Gazing down at Wapple's lifeless body sprawled upon the ground, the guards and distant citizens froze in stunned silence, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Wapple is dead. Our demon is gone. Dylan strode toward the guard unit. Where is Dalton? Where is he imprisoned? The lead guard swallowed hard. The woman beside Dylan seemed to be merely his subordinate. He's in the prison. Take me there. Dylan surveyed the land around him. This nation would suffer another assault by Teach within just a few years. Dalton. Dylan shook his head slightly. In truth, Dalton was hardly an ideal choice. The man was far too compassionate. Kindness, after all, was no virtue for either a warrior or a king, not in this age of pirates, not upon the Grand Line. Descending into the dim, damp prison, they found Dalton confined in its deepest cell. Release him. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, the guards obeyed the man's command. Dalton, after all, was innocent and deeply revered among them. The burly Dalton peered curiously at the figure standing beyond the bars. Who are you? My identity matters little. What matters is who you are, and who you wish to become. For a moment Dalton faltered, confused, uncertain. Not only kind but slow-witted too, Dylan mused, inwardly shaking his head once more. Captain Dalton, the king. No, Wapple has been executed. Dalton's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Dylan, still loyal to the sovereignty of his nation despite his imprisonment. Emerging from the prison gates, Dalton could no longer contain his question. I hold no interest in this wretched country. Frankly, I could have slain Wapple and departed without a second thought. I've already informed the world government. It changes nothing for me. I sought you out only because you're the sole person I even remotely know in this land. Outside, blizzard winds howled. Two towering figures stood unmoved against the storm. Dalton, do you truly grasp what will become of this nation if I simply walk away? I don't know. After a moment's reflection, Dalton replied. No, you do know. Dylan lifted his eyes to the falling snow. If I depart now, this nation's fate will fall, legitimately, inevitably, into the hands of the celestial dragons. You people. He shook his head. You forever beg for mercy and grace from others. To be honest, I find it deeply distasteful. The remark edged dangerously close to forbidden territory. Dalton remained silent. In truth, you are scarcely stronger than Wapple. Dalton stared, startled, bewildered by the accusation. Dylan offered a faint, knowing smile. Wapple's evil lay in greed, corruption, and moral decay. Yours lies in incompetence and hypocrisy. The words hypocrisy struck Dalton like twin hammers to the chest. Kindness is noble in a citizen, but not in a king. Both traits are fatal. Strive, Dalton. I know the people love you. I grant you this chance. Seize it. Dylan brushed snow from his shoulders and walked ahead. If you cannot grow strong, cannot confront crisis with your own strength, cannot muster power to oppose your enemies, then this nation truly has no salvation. Dalton, the former captain of the Drum Kingdom's Royal Guard and a user of the Ushi no Mi model bison. With popular acclaim and tacit approval from the world government, he ascended to the throne of the Drum Kingdom and renamed it the Sakura Kingdom. Sakura, a name both naive and foolish. Marineford. After reporting on the Drum Kingdom incident, the CP0 agent withdrew. The five elders remained motionless, enigmatic as ever. The Drum Kingdom. No, now the Sakura Kingdom. Adams Dylan, intervening in sovereign authority. Wapple provoked him first. His original intent was merely to seek medical aid for his crew on Drum Island. Even so, as a Marine officer, the golden-haired elder sat with fingers steepled and legs crossed. He has secured the alliance of the Mink tribe, proof that the guidance of him is correct. He opposes the lamp. A mere kingdom's sovereignty is trivial. Indeed. Agreed, affirmed the elder who bore a long sword. For centuries, ancient clans and races refused allegiance to the world government. Some even chose isolation, awaiting the return of the Emperor. Adams Dylan has achieved what no one before him dared attempt. We must not hinder him now. Seconded. G5 base. 6 months after returning from Drum Island. TCH. Has that heavenly knight Rakshasa lodged another complaint with HQ? Belmir exhaled smoke, tossing the den mushy aside. He runs a vast underground empire, arms devil fruits human trafficking, even deploys senior officers directly into regime struggles. Dylan lay reclined, a newspaper draped over his face, ignoring his subordinates' chatter. Why, he wondered, did they insist on holding court in his office? Hadn't he assigned each of them their own offices? Over these past 6 months, G5 had begun its hunt, limited to nearby waters, yet devastating to regional pirates. That man, the very one who single-handedly shattered the Red Hair pirates, Vice Admiral Dim Dragon Dylan. And beneath his command stood a slaughterer incarnate, Rainy Shirahu. After months of relentless hunting, many pirates abandoned this route entirely. Even Joker's operations suffered severe disruption. After all, if one encountered the pink-haired woman, at worst one might be offline for a time. But meeting Shirahu meant permanent deletion. During the hunt, more than one pirate band contemplated concentrating fire on Belmir. Yet the mere mention of the Red Hair pirates sent most fleeing. Within hours, he'd raced from the New World to the West Blue, shattering the Red Hair pirates' fleet, reducing their ships to splinters, and slaying their third-in-command before their very eyes. As his subordinates droned on about recent boredom, Dylan lowered the newspaper. We sail for the West Blue. 6 months earlier, upon returning to G5 base, Dylan had made a brief detour to the East Blue to reclaim the illicit fortune he'd amassed over the years. Truly possessing a spatial ring was invaluable. Within his vast castle, treasures were arranged with meticulous order. The highest shelf held 2 unclaimed devil fruits. This voyage to the Flower Country aimed to eradicate the octopus water militia and to investigate the true nature of the great glacier which had driven the normally restrained Shanks to openly attack the Marines. And, of course, the legendary treasure buried within the ice continent. As a Marine, confiscating pirate plunder was perfectly justified. Tom, guard the base. Protect Manchel. Leave it to the incomparable Tom. Tom laughed heartily. Dylan trusted his strength implicitly. At this stage, barring the 4 emperors, or perhaps the 3 emperors and their emperor commanders, few could hope to defeat Tom outright. Of course, exceptions always existed. Hidden monsters like Shiki, for instance. Vice Admiral, we can't fly from here to the Flower Country. Their expressions turned awkward. G5's standard marine vessel would require 2 or 3 months to cross from the New World to the Flower Country. A ship. Dylan rubbed his chin, watching Tom play with Manchel in the base yard. The world's greatest shipwright stands under my command, yet fine materials are scarce. Damn, Roger, where did he find so much atom wood? Perhaps CP0 could procure some, or Don Quixote Doflamingo. Big Mom. Best to wait until the Tori Nomi model Phoenix is secured. As for his flagship, Dylan already had a vision, no rush. The Great War was still years away. In the end, the group boarded the unique ship of CP0. It seemed that after spending more time with Akiji, Dylan also enjoyed lying on the deck basking in the sun. I say, why do you keep hanging around here? Are you investigating me? Dylan asked, peering over the newspaper at the familiar masked man. CP0 sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship. It's only normal to investigate you. The CP organization is responsible for monitoring the movements of the entire sea, and the Navy is certainly included in that. TCH, you guy, next you'll say something like, the cases you Navy can't solve, we CP can. The people you Navy can't kill, we CP will. In short, whatever the Navy can manage, I must manage, and what the Navy can't manage, I must manage even more. By royal decree, we execute first and report later. This is CP. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. The area I'm responsible for is the front part of the New World. However, the recent target of investigation is not you. In truth, the investigation of Dylan had already been taken over by other members, and the main task assigned to him was surprisingly to assist Dylan's needs. This sounded absurd. After all, CP ranks alongside the Navy in hierarchy, but as CP0, in a sense, it was supposed to be above the Navy. Moreover, Dylan was merely a vice admiral. Yet he received such an order. Due to the excellent training instilled in him from a young age by the CP organization, he did not question it too much, nor did he dare to. Your ship seems quite special, the power system. Feeling the speed at which the CP ship was traveling, Dylan inquired towards CP0 after listening for a moment. It's technology provided by Vegapunk. Was it really that guy? Vegapunk, besides his exceptional intellect, where did his foundation truly come from? But speaking of it, why has CP become more accommodating recently? They haven't even mentioned anything like you have no authority to mobilize CP members anymore. Is it the 5 elders? Or, he has gone to the Flower Country. The New World, red-haired pirates. Shanks stared at the somewhat blurred den mushy. For what purpose? Currently unknown, we speculated, because your overly abnormal reaction last time caught his attention. Shanks smiled bitterly. Not only had he lost Jesus Burgess, but also the guidance in the iceberg would face exposure. The din mushy on the other end fell silent, seemingly waiting for Shanks' decision. Hide. If his purpose is just the Baroque works or their wealth, then it can be entirely abandoned. But if he investigates deeply, just this alone may not be enough. Then, let's judge based on the actual situation. Once he touches there, we must divert him at all costs, even if it means sacrificing some flags. Understood. After speaking, the din mushy closed its eyes. Shanks gazed towards the west, see his right hand pressing against his left chest. Last time at the border of the Flower Country, most of the damage from the Kue Nyo was borne by him, and even now his left chest still ached faintly. Dark Dragon, how did a man like you become our enemy? The Flower Country. Dylan stepped onto the land with Belmir and Shiryu closely following. Aren't you going back? Why are you following me all day? Dylan looked at the CP0 member beside him. Do you think I want to follow you? If it weren't for the orders of the 5 elders. The Flower Country seems to involve some strange events, and they know I am with you, so they are investigating along the way. Sneaky, don't hold me back. And don't entertain any crooked thoughts, otherwise, even if we are partners, I will not hesitate to strike. All the bandit groups that originally roamed the Flower Country from the border to the ice continent seem to have vanished. Is the itinerary being monitored? Dylan stroked his chin, looking at CP0. It seems your work efficiency needs improvement. To this, CP0 could only feign ignorance. Spy work is like this, you have me, and I have you. However, this itinerary was personally arranged by him, yet it was leaked so thoroughly. Is there a problem within CP0, or is it G5? CP0 tends to lean towards the latter. Yes, it must be this way. Baroque works TSK. Dylan carried Azura without much concern after all the green pepper's head had been smashed flat by Garp, and after 30 years it could be said to pose no threat. The only thing to watch out for is whether the trajectory of this world's fate will self-correct. Dylan himself felt quite conflicted. On one hand, he did not wish to directly oppose the Straw Hats in the future, so he was interfering with their trajectory in many ways. Belmir, Tom, the regime of Drum Island, even the little people of Dressrosa, and the current Baroque works. These are all components that will make up the future Straw Hat Grand Fleet or are directly related to its core members. Yet on the other hand, due to some underlying hope, he subtly anticipated the growth of the Straw Hats. The collision between these two thoughts left Dylan mostly acting according to his own will. This world does not need pirates. At least it does not need pirates to save it. We've reached the ice continent. Shiryu still maintained his attire from his time at Impel Down, only changing the buttons to ones marked with G5. Last time near here he had slashed and injured Lucky Lu, but was subsequently severely wounded by the red-haired strike. Had it not been for the powerful vitality supported by the Azura fruit, Shiryu might have died on the spot. However, Shiryu's hand rested on the sheath of Thunderstorm. It was precisely because of that battle that he vaguely felt something different. The blood of Azura, challenging the strong. Shiryu stood behind Dylan, gazing at the man who was slightly shorter than himself. While growing stronger himself, he increasingly felt the distance between them. This distance was unlike the intense sense of crisis faced with the red-haired. It was an entirely different sensation. If it had to be described, it was like being trapped in endless darkness and void with no way to struggle. Go break through it. Dylan's voice interrupted Shiryu's thoughts. Beneath the ice continent, countless dazzling treasures sparkled. Break through it. The first to question was Belmir. This ice layer must be at least several dozen meters thick, right? What to break through it with? With my head. Shiryu stepped past Belmir and drew Thunderstorm. After measuring the thickness of the ice layer, he leaped from the icy surface. In midair, Shiryu grasped Thunderstorm with both hands and slashed down towards the ice surface. The massive blue slash struck the ice, instantly raising a large swath of ice shards and mist. As the scene settled down, everyone looked towards the location of the slash. Is that all the power? A chasm more than 10 meters deep appeared before them. Belmir turned to look at Shiryu. With this guy's strength, it shouldn't be like this. There's something wrong with this ice layer. Shiryu retracted Thunderstorm, seemingly not intending to strike again. Dylan stepped forward and knocked on the ice surface. Indeed, there was no issue of global warming here. The ice layer of the ice continent had endured countless years, and in terms of hardness, it was comparable to metal. After pondering for a moment, Dylan turned around. Hey, are we leaving? Of course not, Dylan said, covering his right hand with armament Haki, addressing Belmir. This is your training project for this time. Advanced application of armament Haki, internal destruction. My. Before anyone could comprehend, Dylan's right hand plunged into the ice surface as if inserting into tofu, and as power infused, the originally solid ice began to emit cracking sounds. With a loud shout, the entire ice bed seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand. A chasm more than 10 meters wide extended from where Dylan stood. Is this what a monster is? Belmir muttered to herself. How do you speak? Dylan stood up, dusting off his hands, and gestured with his mouth towards the back. The rest is up to you. Not only Belmir, even Shiryu and CP0 looked at Dylan. If it really is as he said that this is just an advanced use of armament haki then. Dylan took out a blanket from his ring, sitting on the ground, while watching the three with eager eyes. Actually saying it this way isn't entirely accurate. Every type of power when used to the extreme is incredibly powerful, and their specific uses differ, so there is no hierarchy of high and low. For example, the conventional uses of armament haki are hardening, wrapping, external release, and this, we call it internal destruction. Internal destruction is merely a more detailed mastery of the power of armament haki. It does not mean it is more advanced. For example, even if Belmir masters this power, she would still not be a match against Tom's armament haki hardening. Hey, can you not casually say such hurtful things? Belmir protested loudly. Of course, under equal strength, the destructive power of this force is quite considerable. Dylan glanced at Belmir. Wrap armament haki around your attacks towards me, and then feel it. Then you better be careful. Belmir, with excitement on her face, pressed her joints, and the armament haki instantly covered her. Storm's step round cut. Just as Belmir's heel was about to touch Dylan, he raised his hand, and haki flowed. Bang! In the distance on the snowy ground, Belmir wore a bewildered expression. Clearly she had not made any attacking motions. Shiryu and CP0 beside her were also taken aback. They only saw that the moment Belmir's heel touched Dylan's palm, it was as if she encountered some rebound force, and then she flew out. Rebound is just one manifestation. The truly formidable aspect lies in its destructive power. Firstly, what you need to do is let the haki flow. Returning to Dylan's side, Belmir raised her hand in confusion. Flow. Flow. Armament haki covered, dissipated. Damn, how can something like this possibly flow? With a thud, Belmir punched the ice surface. On the nearby rocking chair, Dylan shook back and forth as he spoke. Your power threshold limits you from ever becoming a monster like Tom, so you must invest more effort in techniques. Relying purely on brute force is not a wise choice. Dylan shook his head, looking at the three who were utterly perplexed on the icy plain. Shiryu and CP0 were also attempting to grasp this power. 3 pairs of inquisitive eyes looked at him. Dylan extended his hand towards the snowflakes drifting down from the sky, and as the snowflakes were about to land in his palm, they seemed to encounter resistance, bouncing away. Flow. Think about what flow means. Rivers, blood, breezes, all are flowing. So how should haki flow? Belmir looked at Dylan's palm thoughtfully, and Shiryu and CP0 also seemed to have gained some insights. Dylan lay back down, enjoying the sunlight on the icy plain. I succeeded. As the sun tilted in the west, a cheer rang out. Beyermeyer held her palm upwards, and the falling snowflakes drifted away the moment they touched her hand. Not far away, Shilio opened her mouth, somewhat incredulous. Among the 3 of them, did she really grasp it first? Looking at Dylan, who lay motionless in the rocking chair, Shilio was greatly shocked. That man. Not only was his own strength unfathomable, but also, you don't call that success, that should be called entry. Dylan's lazy voice came. What's that about? At times like this, shouldn't you be encouraging me? Have you been infected by Kuzan? Dylan turned his body to the side. When you can break through this hard ice and obtain the treasures inside, then you can barely be considered proficient in using the Busashoku. Beyermeyer was about to refute, how can it be? But the enormous abyss ahead twisted away, disappearing into the horizon. Damn it. Beyermeyer stamped her foot. Clearly they were all human. Did this guy start cultivating from birth? How did he manage to achieve this? The current Beyermeyer was no longer the ordinary Navy officer of the East Sea. After several months of training at headquarters and nearly a year at the G5 branch, her horizons had broadened significantly. Just like Shilio. The more she saw, the more she could sense the mystery and power of that man. After calming her emotions, Beyermeyer began to rethink how to destroy this seemingly exaggerated layer of ice. Dylan, with his back to them, wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. The strength of the 3 of them, relying solely on flowing cherry blossom, would find it challenging to break through the ice continent. They needed some additional techniques like the 8 Treasure Navy's 8 punches, or in the future Sabo's Dragon Claw. Somewhere in the world. Are we still near the Great Glacier? Yes, his Kinbunshaku is exceptionally strong, so we can only roughly know that he is still near the secret treasury of the 8 Treasure Navy. What is that man doing there? Can't he break through the ice continent with his strength? After flowing. What then? Dylan looked at the 3 pairs of inquisitive eyes before him. Judging solely by talent, apart from someone of the Pirate Emperor level, the 3 people before him were nearly all top-notch. But they all lacked one very important thing, imagination. Dylan stood up and led the 3 of them to a massive iceberg. Do not be constrained by form. Many powers emerge from nothing, from 0 to 1, which is very difficult. But once there is a start, extending it becomes very easy. What you all lack now, aside from accumulating experience and application, is the most significant issue, a lack of imagination. CP0 lifted his mask. Imagination. Feel my aura. Dylan walked up to the iceberg and raised his hand to touch the icy surface. Buzz. Crack crack. Boom. A deafening sound startled Biermeyer and the others. When they regained their senses, the surface of the ice which Dylan had touched was intact, but the reverse side had a massive circular gap. Flowing beyond. Is it rotation? Dylan shot him a glance. I already said not to be constrained by a single form. Besides rotation, can it not diffuse? Can it not penetrate? Can it not vibrate? Can it not impact? Can it not condense? Shilio was the first to comprehend. After attaching Haki to Thunderstorm, she began to control the flow of Haki. Then CP0, after infusing Haki into his fingers and getting it to flow, started pressing his fingers against the icy surface. Crack. A small crack appeared in the ice. Biermeyer looked left and right, then anxiously grabbed her hair. Did these guys already think of a suitable direction so quickly? Seeing Dylan looking at her with a half-smile, Biermeyer slammed her palm and sat down to think. What kind of combat style suits her? What kind of power suits her? This man rarely engaged in seemingly aimless activities, although it was somewhat incredible. But Biermeyer always felt that Busashoku was not the endpoint. In fact, in their previous conversation, Dylan had already summarized the basic usage of flowing cherry blossom for them. Aside from the actual demonstration of spiral pill vibration, is akin to the power of Gura Gura no Mi. Impact is the core of the 8 Treasure Navy's 8 punches. To destroy the ice continent, mastering one of these methods could accomplish it. However, the techniques involved cannot be clearly described solely through words. Not far off on the ice surface, Biermeyer sat cross-legged with her back to everyone. Dylan gestured to Shilio and CP0. After exchanging glances, the two quietly moved a distance away. Biermeyer certainly did not lack combat experience. However, she lacked the experience of sparring with masters. Thus, her combat perspective was limited by ordinary people's techniques. If this level of ice were to be replaced by Tom, Dylan lay in the rocking chair, just feeling a bit drowsy when the ice surface suddenly began to tremble. Crack crack. In the distance, Biermeyer's right hand was inserted into the ice surface, her expression serious. The ice layer of the ice continent shattered. Shilio, those who understand, understand. CP0, shut it down, it's boring. Looking at the treasure piled up like a mountain beneath the ice layer, Dylan jumped down from the edge of the crack. Are we just going to let them take away the wealth accumulated by the 8 Treasure Navy for generations? Captain. The already flattened Qingjiao, who had been hammered by carp, stared at the cracked ice continent in silence. No one else asked further. After all, that man came in person. They didn't even have the courage to face him directly. After receiving the notice, the 8 Treasure Navy quickly withdrew from the surrounding area overnight. Though the Flower Kingdom is also one of the countries in the world government, its regime has long nurtured strong pirate groups like the 8 Treasure Navy to plunder everywhere. Hence, the Flower Kingdom, despite being a major power in the West Sea, has very weak diplomacy. Nurturing pirates is something that can be done but cannot be spoken of. Thus, the royal family of the Flower Kingdom could only complain to the Navy headquarters about Dylan's law enforcement crossing the line. When the Naval Inspection Department called Dylan, he glanced at the nearby CP0. Tell the royal family of the Flower Kingdom, if they keep blabbering, I'll go back and kill all their underlings cleanly right now. CP0 was silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to describe this message. When the transponder snail connected, CP0 said to it, make them shut up. After spending nearly a month returning to G5, Dylan could no longer tolerate this speed of sailing. Where's my Gura Gura no Mi? CP0 shrugged, indicating no news. After giving him a glare, Dylan took out the transponder snail. Mama, what a surprise, you actually came looking for me. I had no choice. I can't rely on these useless CPs, so I can only trade with you. Dylan stared at the chubby face of the transponder snail. Oh, a trade. What do you want, Navy boy? No. Admiral, Anryu. Gura Gura no Mi. The previous user was killed by me over 2 months ago, and CP still hasn't found the fruit. Do you have confidence? Mama, no one can guarantee this 100%, but if found, what do you plan to offer in exchange? What do you want? Don't ask for too much, mama. The two opposing identities who had never met before chatted casually, leaving the nearby CP in a daze. After the two finished chatting, Dylan glanced at CP0. Whoever finds it first gets to trade, that's fair. CP0 roared in his heart. Is that what I mean? What I mean is, why is a dignified vice admiral of the Navy trading with a pirate emperor? And it seems like it's not the first time. But ultimately, CP0 did not dare to ask this question. Since Dylan dared to make calls like this in front of him, it at least indicated that the 5 elders already knew about this matter. Or rather, Dylan simply did not care whether the 5 elders knew or not. Skypiea Archipelago. Dylan walked side by side with a CP0 agent down First Street. Merely uncovering the information doesn't fulfill our deal. You must pay to secure the item. This auction is secretly backed by Heavenly Knight Rakshasa Don Quixote Doflamingo. It's likely. Then put it on credit. Half on credit. The CP0 agent paused in silence. Indeed, this was not yet a completed transaction, merely intelligence delivered. No. One auction house specialized primarily in human trafficking, occasionally offering devil fruits or legendary blades. Its true proprietor was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Heavenly Knight Rakshasa. As the two approached the entrance of No. One auction house, bystanders' expressions shifted instantly. They scattered backward en masse. Those still bewildered were yanked aside by their companions before they could even react. Your attire certainly commands respect. Ordinarily, even the Marines wouldn't inspire such dread. The CP0 agent shook his head faintly. As a senior operative, he well understood the weight his presence carried in others' eyes. Only someone like Adams Dillon, who spoke directly with the 5 elders, dared issue him orders or casually threaten to sever his head. Dressrosa Royal Palace. Young Master, news from Sabates No. One auction house, CP0, and the Dim Dragon have entered the venue. The Dim Dragon. Doflamingo's expression darkened. That man, not only had he forcibly taken Shiriman and other Mink tribe members, but his subordinates had rampaged freely across Dressrosa's periphery, hunting at will, causing the kingdom's trade to dwindle steadily. Now what did he want at No. One auction house? What's up for auction today? Baby 5 flipped through her notes. The Gulp Fruit, and 5 slaves. A fishman, a long-armed tribe member, a long-legged tribe member, a mink, and a snake human. Is he after the fruit, or something else? Shall we alert the auction house? No. Doflamingo raised a hand. Do not provoke that madman. Proceed as usual. He is no man who abides by rules. Inside No. One auction house, the auctions of the fishman, long-armed tribe member, and long-legged tribe member had already concluded. Next up, an exceedingly rare species, the minks. Hey. Minks. Dillon frowned. Weren't they rarely seen beyond their islands? No, not entirely absent, yet undeniably scarce. Hailing from a mysterious realm, minks possess extraordinary vitality, formidable combat prowess, and perhaps a unique racial trait. Inside a massive iron cage, thick chains, thicker than a thumb, bound an elegant figure whose head remained hooded. For reasons unknown, Dillon felt a subtle tremor ripple through his chest upon seeing him. Oh, forgive my bluntness, but I must caution you, purchasing this slave demands exceptional personal strength. Otherwise it may prove perilous. The starting bid for this mink is 7,000 berry. Dillon turned, glancing at the CP0 agent. By now the CP0 agent had matured into a flawless straight man. Dillon's glance alone told him precisely what to do. Minks, though rare, are still more numerous than merfolk, and since this one appears male, his value drops considerably. Men lower the price. The CP0 agent nodded. Males generally fetch far less. Such exotic races are typically acquired for pleasure. Though admittedly some hold eccentric tastes, they remain a distinct minority. Criminal. Truly criminal. Dillon gazed at the caged mink. Though his face remained veiled, Dillon sensed an unmistakable aura of refined elegance and ethereal grace radiating from him. Wait, could I be among those with eccentric tastes? Impossible. Utterly impossible. CP0 watched Dillon's expression flicker between amusement and grim intensity, and found it deeply puzzling. Hey, you raise the paddle. This uniform signifies. Then take it off and raise it yourself. Or shall I assist? Gazing at Dillon's unnerving expression, CP0 harbored not the slightest doubt that this lunatic would actually carry out that threat. Bitter no. 47 offers 7,000 berry. Any higher. In the end, no further bids emerged. Everyone present knew exactly what that uniform represented. During the subsequent snake human auction, Dillon glanced once and closed his eyes. CP0 exhaled softly in relief. Snake humans commanded steep prices indeed. The serpent woman was ultimately purchased by a shadowy buyer seated deep in the corner. And now, the grand finale. A devil fruit. TCH. Dillon clicked his tongue impatiently. Just another paramecia type, yet they treated it like a mythical zoan. Though admittedly, it could be one. Say an animal type, frog fruit, mythical zoan, Taotai form. Not implausible at all. A fruit capable of devouring anything. An unparalleled devil fruit with absolute digestive power. The Gulp Fruit. After only a few rounds of bidding, CP0 secured the fruit for 40 million berry. Others, intimidated by CP0's authority, refrained from aggressive counterbidding. Once Dillon and CP0 arrived at the auction house office, the manager bowed deeply in greeting. The Celestial Dragon's strongest shield, CP0. The youngest Rear Admiral in Marine history, the Dim Dragon Dillon. Either alone was beyond his capacity to challenge. Dillon's consciousness merged with his spatial ring, retrieving a mound of treasure and dumping it onto the floor. Should be enough, right? More than enough, more than enough. The manager wiped sweat from his brow. It was already miraculous this gentleman paid it all. How could he possibly quibble over sufficiency? Even if he refused payment outright, neither the manager nor even the young master could dare protest. Staff escorted the elegant fox forward. The manager regarded the unusually serene captive with quiet astonishment. Rumor held that his capture had cost significant casualties. "Where are you from?" "So." Tasher lifted his head in mild surprise, meeting the gaze of the man hailed as the strongest rear admiral beneath Vice Admiral Garp. "Indeed, from Zo. Yet I began sailing the Grand Line at 16, Tasher replied with a gentle smile. His demeanor remained poised and unruffled, as though he were not a slave but a distinguished guest. Dylan turned and strode toward the door. Tasher and CP0 followed naturally in his wake. Watching Tasher's retreating silhouette, the manager was suddenly seized by a crushing sense of loss. Aboard CP0's vessel, Dylan reclined in his personal rocking chair and asked, "With your strength, how were you captured by them?" CP0 too felt curious. Though his observation Haki was unremarkable, he could distinctly sense the extraordinary aura emanating from this man. "I was grievously wounded at the time. When I saw they pursued relentlessly, I simply let them take me." Tasher smiled serenely. "I've lived many lives. Slavery is merely another experience to be known and understood. Then go experience elsewhere, and remember to repay me your purchase price." After a pause, seeing no movement, Dylan asked, puzzled, "Aren't you leaving?" Tasher stepped forward, his expression solemn. "I spent over a decade traversing the four seas, witnessing boundless joy and sorrow. When last I returned to Zo, Lord Inuarashi said we must wait for our destined moment. But I refused to wait any longer." Tasher locked eyes with Dylan, unwavering. "Let me accompany you, to witness the world's transformation." "Me?" Dylan frowned. "I'm just a marine officer. If you seek adventure, shouldn't you join pirates instead?" "I recall. People of Zo traditionally become pirates, not marines. Precisely because that has long been our custom, I wish to choose a different path." Tasher's gaze burned with conviction. "I do not believe this world will be reshaped by those who bear the name thief." At that moment, Tasher stood tall against the wind. Though his features retained subtle vulpine traits, his flowing moon-white robe and gentle countenance stirred within Dylan an involuntary thought. He is truly magnificent. He is breathtakingly beautiful. You're a devil fruit user." Tasher seemed faintly embarrassed, gently shaking his head. "No. Innate charm. From a man. No. A male Kitsune spirit." Tasher retrieved a peculiar fox mask and placed it over his face. "This is an intrinsic trait I was born with. My apologies." The moment Dylan saw the fox mask, something stirred deep within him. "Joining my crew isn't out of the question, but my ship carries no idle hands. Clearly you are no exception." Tasher offered a slight, unperturbed bow at Dylan's blunt words. "One more condition: once aboard, absolute obedience is required. Though I may never formally enlist you in the Marines, should the need arise, you will comply. Even should I one day lead an assault upon Zo, you must not falter or retreat." Dylan's gaze pierced like a blade. Tasher met it unflinchingly. "Of course, I have wandered widely and served as a soldier before. Indeed, the moment I step aboard your warship, I cease to be a citizen of Zo." Tasher's faint smile concealed a quiet sorrow. "I do not share Zo's ancestral traditions or oaths. I seek the right path." When Dylan returned to base G5 with Tasher, even masked, Belmir's body stiffened visibly. Ordinary G5 sailors' hearts pounded wildly in their chests. Unaffected were Tom Shilyu and the few Taunton tribe members, seemingly immune to this charisma. Watching the dazed, love-struck rowdy Marines, Dylan rubbed his forehead and sighed toward Tasher. "Can't you reign in this accursed charm?" Tasher bowed again. "My deepest apologies. I am still imperfect in my cultivation. I shall strive diligently." In that instant, Belmir seemed to revert to her days in Kokoyashi village. She stepped close to Tasher, leaning forward slightly. "Cultivation. I need that too. Shall we train together?" "Marry Geos Pangapalace. He has acquired the powers of the Fur tribe. I truly look forward to it. Before the lamp appears, he already possesses such formidable strength. Perhaps history can draw a conclusion here." In the garden behind the Void Throne, Im gazed at the enormous straw hat in the shadow of the distant room. G5 branch. "General, Admiral Zephyr's training ship was attacked and headquarters orders nearby naval forces to provide immediate support." "Zephyr? Where?" "Near Punk Hazard Island." Dylan stood up. "Call." "Forget it, I'll go myself." In the midsection of the Grand Line, where Paradise and the New World alternate. Cough. Zephyr flew out from his position, a spray of blood tracing an arc in the air. Surrounding him lay hundreds of corpses of naval soldiers. "Damn, you bastard. Are you a devil fruit user?" Zephyr gritted his teeth, staring at the massive figure in the distance. A sharp voice rang out from the dust. "Zephyr, you bastard. Are you still alive?" Wearing leopard print and leaning on a cane, Miss back and looked at the injured and fallen Zephyr with a sinister smile. "Compared to Garp, you are lacking a lot, Zephyr." Upon seeing Miss Bakken, Zephyr first showed confusion, then seemed to recall some distant memory. You are from the Rocks Pirates. Bakken. Ha ha ha, remember me. It seems you haven't completely lost your wits, Zephyr. Weevil. Take him down. Yes, Mom. Edward Weevil raised his long knife and charged at Zephyr, but after just 2 steps his body froze. Miss Bakken behind him also revealed an expression of surprise. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning struck 2 steps in front of Weevil. Had he not halted in time, he would have taken a direct hit. From the lightning, Dylan emerged carrying Shura. So it's you, huh? Unlonged. Dylan. Miss Bakken and Zephyr both turned to look at the man in the middle, while Weevil remained confused and unaware of what was happening. Dylan paid no mind to Weevil. Despite his strong aura, it was not enough to make Dylan nervous. Rather, it was Miss Bakken behind him. Dylan scrutinized the petite Miss Bakken. Are you a remnant of Rocks? What? With the reputation of Whitebeard Lean and Kaido, you dare to show yourselves now? Ha ha ha, a remarkable little brat. I heard you killed Rod. Miss Bakken stepped in front of Weevil, locking eyes with Dylan. That kid was just a slave on our ship, ha ha ha. Dylan groaned. And you? What was your identity on the Rocks ship? Miss Bakken looked into the distant sky, mysteriously smiling. Me. I'm just an inconsequential character. Let's go, Weevil. This guy is not to be trifled with, and more troublesome characters are on their way. Ed. Are you leaving? Leaving? Dylan drew Shura. Before you go, you should at least leave something behind. A dark red slash flew towards Miss Bakken and Weevil. Miss Bakken smiled slightly, raising her cane to block the incoming strike. The force is quite impressive, but unfortunately. Before Miss Bakken finished her sentence, the slash suddenly split to the sides, directly attacking Weevil behind her. Off. Mom. I'm hurt, Mom. It hurts so much. Miss Bakken turned to see Weevil with his right hand severed. Her expression darkened. Pick up your hand. Pick up your hand. Sensing the increasingly terrifying aura, Miss Bakken dared not continue to linger, glancing deeply at Dylan before turning with Weevil to leave. Dylan, why didn't you keep her? Zephyr looked at the departing Miss Bakken and Weevil, confusion filling his gaze. You shouldn't be asking me this question. What? Boom. A figure crashed to the ground. The now gray-haired Garp looked at the fallen Zephyr and the scattered naval bodies, his expression turning serious. Rocks, huh? Dylan approached Zephyr, helping him up, and together they gazed at Garp. Zephyr looked at the corpses of the new recruits scattered on the ground. What agreement did you reach with Rocks back at God Valley? Garp clenched his fist, but then his expression turned serious. Zephyr raised his left arm, shaking his head to interrupt Garp. Never mind, I understand this matter involves significant individuals and events. You need not tell me. After surveying the surroundings, Zephyr said to Dylan, see if there are any survivors. After rummaging through the bodies, Dylan found the surviving Ein and Bins. Teacher Zephyr. The awakened recruits nearly fainted again upon seeing the scene before them. Ein, Bins. Looking at the 2 remaining recruits, a wave of guilt washed over Zephyr. Dylan's gaze directly skipped over Bins, lingering for a moment on Ein. At this moment, Ein appeared quite youthful, her sea blue hair tied back, unlike the flowing locks she would have 7 years later. What's wrong, Dylan? Dylan shook his head, retracting his gaze. It's nothing. Then glanced at Zephyr. This guy had changed from here on, determined to annihilate all pirates, even forming a guerrilla group himself. Ein is a good seedling, but unfortunately, following the twisted Zephyr, her future accomplishments will be limited. Zephyr clutched his right arm, breathing heavily. Ein, do you wish to become a stronger warrior? Teacher Zephyr. Ein looked confused. Zephyr smiled self-deprecatingly, then nodded towards Dylan. Go to G5, I'll follow this man. Zephyr. Garp looked at his old comrade. Zephyr's statement likely meant he would no longer serve as the chief instructor. What were his plans? This guy's name and strength need no more explanation, Ein. If you want to become a grand swordsman and a stronger navy, go ahead and follow him. And thinking of his own experiences, Zephyr's eyes revealed some struggle and regret. Perhaps a choice like his was indeed the right one. His attitude towards pirates is exactly what you aspire to. The sudden change left Dylan somewhat bewildered. Had he merely glanced at Ein and the old man, Zephyr saw through it. Teacher Zephyr. Ein felt a mix of conflict and anticipation within. The legend of this man. Besides being one of the 2 guardians of the East, this man has extraordinary abilities. That Captain Belmer, who was said to be an ordinary junior captain, retired for a decade before returning to the Navy. But in less than half a year, she could single-handedly eliminate those notorious pirates in the Flower Country. Rumor has it that Captain Belmer now possesses officer-level strength. Zephyr turned his gaze to Dylan. Ein is in your hands now. I am an incompetent teacher. Ein's talent should not stop here. Dylan scratched his head. This sounded rather odd. The current 3 admirals, including Vice Admiral Tina of the Black Cage and Vice Admiral Smoker of the Great Grievance, are all students of this old man. Garp referred to him as the man who raised the entire Navy. If that's the case, isn't all the pressure on me now? This woman is strong, but she is just an average talent. She doesn't even know how far she can go. However, upon seeing the determination in Ain's eyes, Dylan could only sigh and say G5 is not like an ordinary Navy base. I hope you are mentally prepared, recruit. In the year 1517 of the Hyuan calendar, 3 years had passed since Ain joined the G5 branch. At this moment, the G5 branch had become the strongest naval branch under Marin Fando. The underground business in Dressrosa had become increasingly difficult. The first half of the Grand Line, Devil's Triangle. Is there a weapon I need here? Ayan looked around in the mist. This mist seemed to have a unique effect, making it difficult for light to penetrate, and even the perception of Kinbunshaku was somewhat disturbed. He said that first you need to gain the recognition of a certain person here and practice his swordsmanship. If you achieve this step, the weapon should merely be a gift. Behind Ayan, the tall Shiryu sat cross-legged at the stern of the ship. Over the years, they had become accustomed to Dylan's way of doing things. Most of the time, Dylan merely issued orders without explaining the reasons. However, this time Shiryu was also somewhat puzzled. Swordsmanship. Over the past 3 years, he had challenged Dylan 3 times. Each time Dylan defeated him using different methods, sword techniques, body techniques, and haki. He could even feel that Dylan had not taken him seriously at all. It seemed more like Dylan was showcasing skills for them to imitate and learn. Shiryu had no idea how formidable Dylan's swordsmanship truly was. Yet he found it hard to imagine that such an obscure place would have a swordsmanship master whom Dylan highly revered. Moria, that defeated dog. It was unlikely. If Moria had the strength to catch Dylan's attention, he certainly wouldn't be hiding in the Devil's Triangle like a rat. Who could it be? A flock of bats flew over their heads, and a massive mouth appeared in the distance. Is that the terrifying 3-masted ship? Shiryu casually glanced at it before lowering his head to wipe Thunderstorm. Others might think this was an island, but both Shiryu and Ayan knew that this was the terrifying 3-masted ship itself. Ayan turned to look back at Shiryu. So far, this man could be considered half a teacher to him. Moria, if you keep playing these boring tricks, it'll sink your ship. He. What a bad temper. Shiryu of Rain. Amidst a creepy cackle, the surrounding bats converged into a tall monster. What brings you here, Shiryu of Rain? And Moonbreaker Ayan. Ayan might be fine, but Shiryu's strength was enough to intimidate Moria. Even if Ayan came alone, Moria would not dare to act rashly. The person in G5. The entire ocean knew of his protective nature and strength. Years ago, when the red-haired pirates injured his subordinate in the West Sea, he had beaten them mercilessly on the surface of the sea, even taking down the third-in-command. Ayan stood in the mist, gazing at Moria's towering figure. He sent me to find the samurai. It was self-evident. The samurai, huh? He. The thunderstorm hilt turned, and Shiryu's gaze met his. Dylan said, although you're weak, you have quite the knack for escaping. I want to see just how good you are at escaping. Moria swallowed hard. Now the entire ocean knew that these so-called warlords of the sea were merely experienced replicas of the G5 branch. 3 or 4 years ago, that obscure G5 branch's external shipwright Tom, who had not even officially joined the Navy, could fully suppress the sea hero Jinbei. That pink-haired woman would often go to the Calm Belt's Amazon Lily to cause trouble for Empress Hancock. Although most of the time it was just sparring without life-and-death struggles, according to the descriptions in the World Economic Journal, that woman was now subtly able to suppress Hancock. Moreover, the business of Nightmare often suffered inexplicable disruptions, yet the culprit was never seen. It was said that Doflamingo often threw tantrums in the palace, cursing things like, "Damn dragon, curse slave." As for Shiri, it was said that he went to Karaikana Island 2 years ago, but no one knew what happened. However, Shiryu himself admitted he lost to Mihawk. As for Crocodile, that guy, after reportedly seeing Damn Dragon, once became somewhat negative and despondent. Now was it his turn. Moria drew a gigantic pair of scissors from behind him, while the 3 weirdos stood ready. Although up until now Damn Dragon had not truly eliminated a warlord, they had all heard strange rumors. If Damn Dragon found a legitimate reason, he could annihilate a warlord without facing any accountability. He never mind. Moria looked at the zombie soldiers and the 3 weirdos behind him, seemingly recalling something, and then sheathed the giant scissors. The samurai is in the woods ahead. You can find him yourselves. After saying this, Moria transformed into bats and scattered away. The 3 weirdos glanced at Shiryu and Ayan before leaving as well. Did this guy really challenge Beast Kaido? No. Ayan shook his head. He is not afraid of you, me, or General Dylan. He is worried about the safety of the 3 weirdos. Shiryu was momentarily stunned, then showed disdain. Boring. After Moria and the 3 weirdos left, the surrounding zombies and ghosts also departed under their control. Ayan looked at the distant woods, slightly puzzled, and exchanged a glance with Shiryu. Shiryu shook his head. Now, with the help of the Ashura fruit, he was particularly sensitive to the aura of strong individuals. However, he did not sense what he had hoped for in that grove. Despite his doubts, the two firmly walked towards the woods. That man had never been wrong. In the center of the woods, a zombie dressed in a white kimono sat cross-legged. When Ian and Shiryu approached, the zombie raised its head and glanced at Ian. Has the one destined for fate appeared? What? Ian was taken aback, filled with wonder. No need to mind, it's just the whispers of the dead. The zombie examined Ian and nodded slightly, then, state your purpose for coming here. Seeing the zombie completely ignore him, Shiryu didn't mind and walked a short distance away, embracing Thunderstorm to meditate. Ian pursed his lips and finally said, I follow orders to find a person named Samurai to learn sword techniques. The Samurai, huh? The zombie's eyes were hollow. What a distant title. Ian looked at the zombie before him, and for a moment he seemed to see a figure soaring into the sky, swinging a sword at the heavens. Then, show me your swordsmanship. The zombie sat cross-legged, watching Ian. Swordsmanship? Ian's expression turned serious. Please guide me. Judgment lifeless. A tremendous slash erupted, subsequently shattering the ground like divine retribution. In the distant castle, Moria felt this aura and turned to close the window. Not right. After the slash dissipated, the kimono-clad zombie stared at Ian. This move is powerful, but it is not used this way. Ian was somewhat puzzled. He had already mastered the move Judgment Lifeless quite well. The zombie stood up, gripping the hilt of the sword with its right hand. I have been dead for hundreds of years. The power, soul, and haki of this body have nearly dissipated, and I can only rely on the power of others to explain it to you. Just now, the correct understanding of this move should be to intertwine and mix haki within it, using absolute control to condense the slash together and rapidly penetrate the opponent. Thus, Judgment Lifeless. A crescent-shaped slender slash flew out, piercing through the rock and severing trees. It flew far out of sight. Shiryu squinted, merely relying on swordsmanship. This guy. While Ian's heart raced wildly. This move, which he had struggled to master for several months, was learned instantly by the man before him. No, it was not just learned, he had instantly surpassed himself, finding the correct usage. Ian believed that the true Judgment Lifeless was like this. This move is somewhat similar to my technique, but its intent is different. Intent. Ian knew that the real teaching had begun. Name. Didn't he tell you? Dylan looked at Ian and Shiryu. Ian, gripping the hilt of Chioshui, shook her head. He said he is merely a spirit of history, not needing to leave a name. He is the sword god of Wano country, the dragon slayer warrior, Frost Moon Longma. Then this sword. Ian could distinctly feel the power of this sword. Even now she was faintly unable to control it. It is the national treasure of Wano country. Black Blade Chioshui, a famed sword used by Longma to slay giant dragons. Be careful, currently there are only 3 such swords in the sea. If you lack strength, even with Dylan's intimidation, someone may not be able to resist taking action against you for it. Ian glanced at Shiryu. She still did not understand the implications. Shiryu toyed with Thunderstorm and then looked at Chioshui. Do you know why its blade is black? Don't you find it familiar? Ian looked at the blade of Chioshui, her expression serious. Is it haki? Yes, it is armament haki. Shiryu exhaled a puff of smoke from his cigar. This state is achieved through the wielder's extremely powerful haki, maintained for several years or even decades. In the sea, this type of sword is generally referred to as Black Blade. Shiryu looked at Ian with a half-smile. So far there are 3 Black Blades in the sea. Black Blade Night Wielder, Hawkeye Mihawk, Black Blade Shuro Wielder, Dark Dragon Dylan, Black Blade Chioshui Wielder, Broken Moon Ian. Who do you think those sword-obsessed fellows would target? Ian was momentarily taken aback. Although Dylan had previously said this was the national treasure of Wano country, she had not grasped its full significance until now, realizing the value of the treasured sword at her waist. As a swordsman, I will certainly not fear battle. Ian's gaze deepened. This is both the wish of General Dylan and the entrustment of Mr. Longma. No matter what dangers and challenges arise, I will sever them all. Dylan did not respond to her passionate speech, but suddenly asked, Longma's swordsmanship should focus on slashes and exploiting weaknesses, right? How did you fare? Ian did not know how he had learned this, but she had grown accustomed to the man's near omniscience. It's truly remarkable. But I need more battles. This sword technique requires constant combat to find flaws in enemies and their techniques to improve myself. Is that so? Dylan pondered for a moment. He did not oppose his subordinates going into battle. In fact, from certain aspects, he supported it. However, since the sudden appearance of Miss Bakine a few years ago, which he and Karp encountered only for her to vanish immediately afterward, Dylan knew then that the remnants of those great pirate crews must possess something unknown, or else with the power of Mariawa, they could not simply let them be. Whether it was the remnants of Rox or Roger's crew, some people even lived openly in the public sight. For instance, Rayleigh Kuroka's buggy. What exactly makes the world government hesitant to act? Dylan did not believe that the Gorosei were fools allowing Monkey D. Luffy to grow from 30 million in small fry to the 5th emperor without any interference. There must be some force restraining Mariewa, making them dare not take action lightly. Yet this power has never been directly revealed. Damn it. Dylan suddenly stood up, startling Ein and Shiryu beside him. What the hell is this grassroots blood and guts manga in the end? Isn't it just a prince's adventure? They are all actors. How can I take on 1 against 9? To hell with 1 against 9. Those 2 crystals and 2 springs all belong to someone else. Zillia's expression was strange, and Ein slightly lowered her head. Occasionally, General Dylan would say things that everyone found hard to understand. You get used to it. Huh. Dylan wearily lay back on the sofa and waved his hand. Shiryu and Ein tactfully retreated. He could use his memory advantage to make some preparations in advance, but in certain specific areas there was definitely a red line. As long as he crossed or even touched that red line, forces that had never been revealed before would collide with him. For example, Miss Bikini, although Dylan was confident he could take her down, just as she herself said, she was likely at most the level of an ordinary crew member among Rocks. What about Rocks himself? What about the other cadres? God Valley. Why has it been wiped off the map again? Hey Tom, is it not finished yet? The dock was built between 2 peaks in a massive cave filled with various metals. Besides the shipwright Tom, several people in white lab coats were continuously taking metal ingots from a furnace for analysis and testing. Belmel entered the cave with her hands clasped behind her head. Not yet, May, but the notable metals are almost prepared. Tom grabbed a piece of metal, tested it, and then put it back. 3 years ago, after Dylan acquired the Gomu Gomu no Mi, he had Bijapunk help him fuse it into a small furnace. After a while, when Dylan brought some special alloys obtained through the Gomu Gomu furnace to Bijapunk's office, Bijapunk showed great interest and expressed willingness to cooperate with the G5 base. The condition for cooperation was that Bijapunk's research institute would analyze and test the properties of the metals for Dylan and provide a power system for his vehicle. And G5 would be responsible for providing some rare alloys for Bijapunk to research. Looking at the neatly stacked wood beside the cave, Belmel muttered, "Treasure tree atom. I really don't know where this guy got so much. I heard it's very expensive." After calculating, all materials needed for the Shenlong have been prepared, including possible loss during construction. So, the researcher closed the notebook in his hand. When do we officially start? How long will it take? A voice sounded at the cave's entrance. Dylan looked at the room full of metal, and he felt a sense of accomplishment rising within him. According to calculations, it will take 1 year and 3 months, and further testing and improvements will take about 1.5 years before it can be put into use. The researchers at the Institute still liked General Dylan very much. Firstly, it was very safe here, and secondly, the living and research conditions were excellent. Let's get started as soon as possible. Dylan rarely showed a glimmer of expectation. The Shenlong had cost him considerable thought, whether it was Tom, the super alloy produced by the Gomu Gomu fruit, or the treasure tree atom. As he turned to walk out of the cave, Dylan paused for a moment. Tom looked up at Dylan with a puzzled expression. The capital of the Alabasta kingdom, Alabasta. Dylan wandered the streets aimlessly with some sneaky figures quietly watching him from both sides. Although their actions were clear under the perception of the mind network, Dylan had no intention of doing anything to them. These individuals had various backgrounds. CP, the World Economic Journal, various pirate crews, and possibly even intelligence agents from the Navy. Baroque works. Crocodile's expression was grim. Although Dark Dragon Dylan hadn't caused him trouble in recent years, the entire sea was abuzz with rumors that he had lost all will to fight after encountering him. Even the world government had inquired about this matter, whether intentionally or not. The weak do not deserve to become warlords of the sea. What is that bastard here for again? It's unclear for now. Besides us, many other factions are also observing him. Puff. Crocodile exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Got it, tell them to withdraw. That bastard is unpredictable. It's best not to provoke him. A woman beside Crocodile wearing a cowboy hat showed a hint of surprise. Don't look at me like that, Nico Robin. Crocodile shot her a glance. Your understanding of him comes from newspapers and legends. Only those of us who have truly seen him know how terrifying that bastard is. If you tarnish my reputation like this in front of a woman, I might not be so happy, little lizard. Bang. The door flew open and a young man in black appeared at the entrance carrying a long knife. Dark Dragon. Crocodile gritted his teeth, staring at Dylan. Don't make that ugly face. Dylan walked over to the table, sitting down with his feet propped up on it. Seeing Dylan's nonchalant demeanor, Crocodile felt increasingly wary. If it had been that fishman or mooncutter Ein or even Rain Shiru, it would have been fine. But with the main character present, things might not be so simple. Could it be related to Pluton? What are you here for? Crocodile asked in a deep voice. Dylan shot him a sideways glance. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a Marine Vice Admiral. Aside from Mariewa, is there anywhere in this world I can't go? You. Crocodile paused, catching his breath. This bastard had never regarded them, the warlords of the sea, as people. Nico Robin beside him was already sweating profusely. This man, if it weren't for Hero Carp in front of him, might have been known as the youngest Marine Vice Admiral in history instead of the strongest Marine Vice Admiral in history. Nico Robin. Dylan glanced at the nervous woman beside him, who was trembling all over. He came to find me. Is my journey coming to an end? Perhaps it's not a bad thing if it ends here. The sea is vast, yet I have never found anyone who can accept me. Dylan observed Nico Robin's expression shift from fear to sorrow and finally to a vacant gaze. Crocodile frowned, struggling internally. Should he intervene to save her? Nico Robin was the only known person who could decipher the poneglyphs. But if he provoked Dark Dragon Dylan, whether he could survive would be uncertain. For the first time, Crocodile felt that the title of Warlord of the Sea had little use. After hesitating for a moment, Crocodile opened his mouth to probe Dylan's intentions. Shut up. Dylan lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. You think you're so great. You're so lofty. Is it okay if I just stay silent? Just as Crocodile felt regret and Nico Robin prepared to face death calmly, Dylan stood up and walked towards the door. As he reached the door, Dylan turned back to look at Nico Robin and shook his head. Dark Dragon Dylan's rapid rise was known to few outside the higher ranks of the Navy. Until now, he was still under the command of Admiral Akiji. Nico Robin certainly did not know this. Pirates viewed him as ruthless, fierce, and protective of his own. It wasn't until Dylan had been gone for more than 10 minutes that the two finally broke free from their silence. Do you know that guy? Crocodile asked, puzzled. Did Nico Robin have any connections with Dark Dragon? If so, then his options were limited. Either free her immediately or treat him as an ancestor to be worshipped. No. Nico Robin shook her head. I've only heard of his great name. This is my first time meeting him. Just now, Crocodile saw the look on Nico Robin's face. That kind of anxiety was unmistakable. It seems he has a keen interest in the poneglyphs and the ancient weapons. It's no wonder that the shipwright named Tom is in G5. Thinking of this, Crocodile felt relieved. However, there were still some things he couldn't understand, such as Dylan's attitude towards Nico Robin and the way he had just scrutinized her. If he had to say it, was he disappointed? Disappointed about what? After leaving Baroque Works, Dylan resumed his aimless demeanor. He had no good way to deal with Nico Robin. This woman's identity was too sensitive, especially with Tom being in G5. If he did anything to her, it would inevitably raise suspicions and concerns from Mariewa. Dylan glanced up at the blazing sun and inexplicably said, Hey you guy, I just came to take a look. No need to be so nervous, right? Akiji walked up to Dylan with a serious expression, walking beside him. O'Haran. Are there any other survivors? I don't know, there shouldn't be, right? Dylan turned to Akiji. How would I know about such matters? I was only a few years old at that time. After being caught off guard by Dylan, Akiji also felt relieved. I thought you were also a survivor from O'Haran, here to see a fellow countryman. Dylan rolled his eyes at him, everything conveyed in his gaze. Oh well. How should I put it? I am your superior. Dylan extended his hand. What for? Akiji looked at him momentarily confused. To pay your salary. Dylan raised his palm. You still know that you're my superior. How long has G5 not received its salary from headquarters? As our superior, isn't it reasonable for you to pay us our wages? Akiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Who doesn't know that G5 is notoriously wealthy in the entire sea? Not to mention you have been plundering in the East Blue for over a decade, or just the 8 treasure navies accumulation over hundreds of years. By the way, I heard you also collaborated with Vegapunk to trade rare alloys. More valuable than gold. And also... Stop. Dylan waved his hand, interrupting Akiji. If you keep going, even Mariewa will have to rely on me for relief, you bastard. What do you mean by plundering? Those were seized trophies. Dylan looked at Akiji with disdain. It was said that this guy could not possibly be that poor, considering he seemed to have some connections and agreements with Spandam's family. The control of the Demon Slayer Order by Spandam and his father had a direct relationship with Akiji. But just as Akiji hardly pried into his privacy, Dylan also rarely asked about Akiji's matters. In this world, anyone with a bit of strength had their own connections and relationships. Above Kokoa Village in the East Sea, Dylan opened his heart net to sense his surroundings. Not here. He landed in the orange grove where Nokigo was tending to the orange trees. Upon seeing Dylan descend, Nokigo joyfully ran up to him. Brother Dylan, you've grown taller, Nokigo. Dylan ruffled Nokigo's blue hair and took out some seeds from his ring. These are seeds I collected on the Grand Line, various kinds of oranges. After receiving the seeds, Nokigo took Dylan's sleeve and led him toward the nearby wooden house. The village guard, Ajien, sitting outside the courtyard, smiled at Dylan. General Dylan is back. Are you going to eat here today? Dylan hesitated to respond, but Nokigo gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes shining with anticipation. All right, thank you for your hard work, Nokigo. Nokigo joyfully ran into the kitchen while Dylan set Shuro aside and leaned against the orange tree with Ajien chatting idly. Where's Nami? Nami has gone out to measure something again. A Jin rubbed his forehead. Now that Nami was 13, a Jin did not oppose her going out to measure and draw maps. The entire navy in the East Sea knew that Nami and Nokigo from Kokoa village referred to Dark Dragon General as Brother Dylan. With this understanding, Nami could hitch a ride with the Navy wherever she went. Most Navy personnel would also help look after her. I heard she's already near the Goa Kingdom. Really such a young girl running around like that. Although he said this, a smile still appeared in a Jin's eyes. Where? Dylan paused. Goa Kingdom. Isn't that the hometown of the sun god? Seeing Dylan's reaction, a Jin was momentarily taken aback. Although puzzled, he continued, Goa Kingdom is not far from here, and she took a Navy ship there. Is it a coincidence? Or is it history and the world trying to self-correct? Dylan's fist tightened. A flicker of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Damn sun god, I'll take you down right now. In these past few years, whether returning alone or with Bermel, Dylan had developed a certain affection for this peaceful village. His initial decision to save Bermel stemmed not only from a desire to prevent her demise, but also from a thought of interfering with the sun god's history. However, after a few years, Dylan had developed familial feelings toward the trio of mother and daughters in this small wooden house. Now learning that history was still attempting to self-correct, an evil fire surged within Dylan. Kill that damn sun god, and wrap things up with a bang. But such matters were ultimately only thoughts. If Dylan were to recklessly kill the 12-year-old sun god without any proof, let alone what his numerous relatives would say, not to mention the unseen forces, even the sun god's grandfather, One Punch Man Carp, might not be someone he could handle. Seeing Dylan's mood suddenly shift, a Jin was also puzzled. Is there something wrong with Goa Kingdom? I heard it is the cleanest and most beautiful country in the world. It's time to eat, a Jin. Brother Dylan. Little Nokigo, wearing an apron, called out to the two in the courtyard. Is it orange stew again? Nokigo, stop whining. This is Aunt Mai's specialty dish. Nokigo, I still have some matters to attend to. Dylan took out a large pile of books and measuring tools from his ring. These are gifts for Nami, and he placed some money on the table. A Jin, can you ask everyone to send the harvested oranges to the square? They'll take them to G5 to treat everyone. A Jin's lips moved, but he ultimately did not refuse, turning to leave and gather the villagers. Watching a Jin's retreating figure, Nokigo rested her chin on her hand and smiled at Dylan. Brother Dylan is always so gentle. Dylan flicked Nokigo's forehead. What are you saying, you little brat? Do you even know what gentleness means? Nokigo giggled. Brother Dylan is seeing that this year's orange harvest is plentiful and everyone can't sell them right. But you didn't directly say you wanted to help us, so everyone won't always be indebted to you. Dylan rubbed Nokigo's head. It's not like that, Nokigo. Bermel can't come back as often as I do. She misses the oranges from her hometown. Nokigo grinned, not refuting further, but her gaze toward Dylan was filled with affection and dependence. After Dylan left amidst everyone's gratitude, a Jin smiled faintly as he watched the figure fade into the distance. What an incredible man. Does a Jin think so too? Nokigo asked while washing the dishes. A Jin laughed heartily. It's not just me who thinks so, the whole world describes him like that. The whole world. Nokigo turned to a Jin. In her understanding, Brother Dylan was a formidable Navy officer. But just how formidable she did not know. He is known as the youngest Rear Admiral in history, and could even become the strongest Rear Admiral in history in the future. But even so, he is still our Brother Dylan, isn't he? A Jin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly. Exactly. That is why he is an incredible man. After circling in the air for a while, Dylan ultimately chose not to go to Goa Kingdom. There were Roger's son, the Revolutionary Army's base, and Carp the old man, often visiting there. It was not the right time for him to engage with too much power. Nami, standing in the sky, gazing into the distance, Dylan sighed, and then left. In Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. Pirate King. Nami looked at the rubber idiot in front of her, then glanced at the freckled boy beside him. That's right. I am going to become the Pirate King. Since the Arlong incident, Nami had developed a deep-seated hatred for pirates. What's so good about being a pirate? Do you want to randomly kill and rob civilians too? Luffy paused, and Ace's expression also stiffened for a moment. Of course not. Luffy raised his arm. Becoming a pirate is because pirates are the freest. Without waiting for Nami to respond, Luffy grinned at her. Hey Nami, will you be my navigator? What do you say, want to be the navigator of the Pirate King? No, I hate pirates. Back at G5 base, Dylan felt somewhat irritable, and Shiryu took one look and quickly distanced himself. Ein and Tahir fell silent for a moment before leaving as well, while Tom remained in the dock. In the end, only Shirley and Bermel bravely approached Dylan's office. Oh, what's the matter? Bermel casually sat down beside Dylan, while Shirley looked at him with concern. Upon sitting down, Bermel noticed the oranges on the table, and her expression brightened as she picked one up to peel. These are from the village. Really? Bermel's hand paused in midair as she turned to Dylan. There isn't something wrong in the village, is there? If something's wrong, would I have the leisure to bring you oranges? If something were truly wrong, I would have brought you a Jian's head instead. Dylan shot Bermel an exasperated glance. Although Dylan was not genuinely angry, Bermel still sensed something unusual. So, did Nami and Nokigo upset you? Bermel asked hesitantly. For these two daughters, Bermel's heart was filled with love. They were the ones who gave her the hope and courage to continue living. Dylan sighed and shook his head. No, they are both fine. It's just me with some worries. Despite being quite rugged normally as a woman, Bermel certainly did not believe Dylan's words. However, since he said so, she felt it was not appropriate to inquire further. For some reason, Bermel recalled a conversation from years ago in the snowstorm on Drum Island. Fate will ultimately lead us to part ways. The Grand Line, the Doldrums. Amazon Lily Kingdom. Dark Dragon. Boa Hancock stood up from her throne, gazing at the female warriors below. Who else? The female warrior recalled and said, besides him, the other two are Crescent Moon and Boa Hancock's expression darkened. That woman again. In the past, it was always Belmere who came alone, stirring up chaos on the entire Nine Snake Island. They say that the monsters in the doldrums are powerful and greatly aid in cultivation. Bastard. Boa Hancock gritted her teeth and stood up, walking outside. Outside Nine Snake Island, a military ship marked with G5 was anchored in the sea. Ein's expression was serious while Belmere leaned against the ship's railing, smoking. Empress Boa Hancock. Ein looked at the furious Boa Hancock with a grave expression, his swordsman's intuition sensing danger. Hey, Hancock, long time no see. Belmere waved at the opposite ship while holding a cigarette. Boa Hancock looked at the man, lounging in a rocking chair with a newspaper covering his face, feeling a surge of anger. You bastard, what are you doing in Nine Snake? Men coming here. Don't think just because you're a woman that I won't hit you. A lazy voice emerged from beneath the newspaper, but the man showed no intention of getting up, not even lifting the newspaper from his face. Boa Hancock's face alternated between green and white, but then she seemed to think of something and softly said, Are you afraid to face my beauty? Dark Dragon, I don't quite understand why you are here, but whatever I do will be forgiven because I am truly too beautiful. After saying this, Boa Hancock lifted her head and tossed her hair, and the entire Nine Snake Pirates cheered. Your Majesty, you are simply too beautiful. Dylan lifted the newspaper from his face and stood up to look directly at Boa Hancock. So you, a mediocre woman, are truly beneath contempt. Seeing Dylan's unchanged expression, Boa Hancock's heart sank. This man was indeed powerful. He shouldn't be completely unresponsive. But when she saw that the people aboard the entire G5 warship had little reaction. The world's most beautiful woman, the warlord of the sea, Empress Boa Hancock's head slowly displayed, and facing the somewhat mocking gazes of Dylan and Belmere, Boa Hancock's facial muscles twitched. Why did these people show no reaction at all? Dark Dragon is strong enough, and the strength of those two women is acceptable. Why could those Navy officers withstand her beauty? Has G5 become that powerful? You like beauty, right? Dylan smirked slightly, turned his head, and shouted into the cabin. Hey Tahir, come out and see God. No, come out and see the world's most beautiful woman. As soon as Dylan's words fell, the expressions of others on the G5 warship changed. Some felt anticipation and some felt fear. Even Ein's hands trembled slightly. Pat, 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 pat. When the sound of wooden clogs echoed from the cabin, the Navy on deck exhibited a very strange state. Some struggled to turn their heads away, but seemed bound by some magical force and could not break free. Others had their muscles tensed with sweat beading on their foreheads. Observing the varied expressions of the Navy aboard the G5 ship, Boa Hancock grew even more curious. A figure with beast ears appeared at the cabin door, and she soon saw a white-haired man dressed in a moonlight-colored long robe, holding a small folding fan, stepping into the sunlight. GUH, some Navy members, upon seeing that figure, involuntarily began to weaken. Tahir walked to the bow and slightly bowed to the Nine Snake Pirates ship. Is it Empress Boa Hancock? I have heard of your great name. A gentle breeze blew and both ships fell into dead silence. Dylan lounged in the rocking chair, digging in his ears, while Ein struggled to resist this invisible force. Belmere grinned widely, unabashedly staring at Tahir. On the Nine Snake Pirates ship, everyone's gaze was fixed on Tahir, and a feeling of "he is so beautiful" arose in each heart, growing more confused and captivated the more they looked. This is easy. Who? A wave of pressure swept through, and the members of the Nine Snake Pirates suddenly awakened from indescribable fantasies. Yet even so many could not help but glance secretly at Tahir. Boa Hancock stared at the elegantly poised Tahir, as if facing a great enemy. Who are you? Tahir raised his delicate and fair arms, stacking them together, and slightly bowed to her. I am Tahir, a navigator of the G5 branch, currently without military rank. Boa Hancock clenched her fists, silently shouting in her heart, you bastard, is that what I asked? Oh. Just a moment ago, she too momentarily fell under Tahir's charm, briefly lost in fantasy. If it weren't for relying on the powerful aura of the Conqueror's Haki and her strong, well, she might have embarrassed herself even more. Yet even so, she now just wanted to quickly return to the Nine-Snake Palace for a good bath. Dark Dragon, what brings you here? Boa Hancock, while struggling to use her Conqueror's Haki to resist Tahir's charm, looked up coldly at Dylan. Straighten your back and speak to me. Dylan frowned and glanced at Boa Hancock. This woman unconsciously reveals a kind of pride when speaking to others, often raising her head and looking down her nose at them. Boa Hancock's pupils constricted. You. Can't you understand me? Dylan squinted, his right hand resting on the Shura knife's hilt, slightly drawing the blade out. Crack. Mixed with intense killing intent and the stench of blood, the Conqueror's Haki instantly devoured Tahir's charm and Boa Hancock's Haki. The crew of the Nine-Snake Pirates fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back under this aura. Regarding this woman, Boa Hancock, Dylan's senses were even inferior to those of the other warlords, openly resisting the attack of Navy commanders, and his involvement in the Marineford War was also closely related to her. Dylan slowly drew Shura, his gaze icy. You can try to verify your strength or your beauty. Standing beside Dylan, Belmere and Tahir remained indifferent, while Ain, a bit further away, looked somewhat surprised. Please. Wait, Dark Dragon General. An old voice rang out on the Nine-Snake Pirates' ship as the elderly Guro Leosa, leaning on a cane, was the first to awaken from unconsciousness. As the former emperor of the Amazon Lily 3 generations ago, Guro Leosa still possessed considerable strength, but under the earlier pressure, she had still not held on. Hancock does not disrespect you, she is just used to this. Guro Leosa's expression was somewhat troubled. As Hancock's guide and the former empress of Amazon Lily, she could not stand by as the dignity of the current empress was violated. However, more terrifying than this was the man before her, who had long been notorious across the seas and was an absolute nightmare for the majority of pirates. Unlike the young Hancock, Guro Leosa understood more clearly the power represented by this man. Serpent Princess. Guro Leosa struggled to lift her head to look at Hancock. At this point, she had no strength to do more. Yet, Guro Leosa always felt puzzled as to why this man had such a huge disparity in attitude towards the warlords of the sea. It is said that the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's Mihawk, is quite close to him, and Tyrant Kuma seems to have received his recognition. Others, although not knowing the reason, through intelligence analysis, Guro Leosa could clearly sense the malice of Dark Dragon towards them. I was rude. Boa Hancock glanced at her subjects on the ship, and the lingering killing intent ultimately relenting. She was not only a pirate, but also the Empress of Amazon Lily. Rusco Island. This place is known as the Island of 48 Seasons, a symbol of humanity's defeat against the forces of nature. A G5 warship is docked at the island's edge. Dylan was the first to jump onto the beach, followed closely by Ain, Belmel, and Tyre. After surveying the vast island, Dylan nodded, sensing the presence of many ferocious beasts within. Belmel looked somewhat puzzled. While Ain's abilities were still lacking, she and Tahir faced no pressure at all when confronting these large animals. They were merely slightly larger versions of house cats and dogs. The first phase objective: survive inside for 1 month. Dylan looked at the hesitant trio, a mysterious smile on his face, and extended his hand towards Ain. I'll take the autumn water first. Ain unfastened the autumn water and handed it to Dylan, then received a standard weapon from a nearby sailor. Once inside, except for Ain, the two of you are not allowed to use Haki in combat, and Tahir is forbidden from using lightning powers. After saying this, Dylan stepped into the vast forest. Are you going to? Belmel asked as she walked beside him, thinking that if this guy entered, as well, his mere presence would be enough to intimidate those ferocious beasts. Dylan, wearing flip-flops and beach shorts, replied, one of the other tasks is to protect me. If I am attacked by a beast, your mission will be considered a failure. Hey, Ain to the left. Roar. A massive ape charged at Dylan, wielding a tree trunk. Dylan remained unfazed, focused on barbecuing. Drink up. In the distance, Ain charged towards Dylan's left side, wielding a broken sword covered in Haki. While rotating the skewer in his hand, Dylan glanced at Ain. The massive size difference made Ain appear so small, while a giant lion was entangled with Belmel. If you keep wasting your energy like this, you probably won't last more than a few days. Dylan picked up the skewer, sniffed it, and revealed a satisfied expression before taking a bite. After chewing a few bites, Dylan moaned with satisfaction and continued, in battle, you must give it your all, but you also need to know how to allocate your strength. While causing maximum damage, you must also conserve your own stamina as efficiently as possible. With your current fighting style, when you encounter an opponent with even slightly faster speed or stronger vitality, you will tire yourself out before you can defeat them. Haki also consumes stamina, just like the abilities of devil fruits. The three individuals Dylan brought were all still lacking in combat experience. Belmel lacked skill application, Ain had insufficient mastery of Haki, and Tahir was overly reliant on lightning powers and his moonlion form. How to effectively utilize every muscle and every ounce of Haki. Why are there so many ineffective dodges and jumps? Are you here to attend a dance? Why attack his legs? You had the chance to strike at its throat just now. Slashing isn't meant for waves. Every swing of the sword has its target and meaning. Tahir, do not use your charm ability even against the mother monkey. Amazon Lily. The Kuja Palace. Did they leave? Boa Hancock stood up asking excitedly. This past year has been extremely difficult for everyone in Amazon Lily. The notorious man occasionally appeared not far from Ruska Island, making the Kuja pirates too afraid to venture out to plunder. Although the piracy of the Seven Warlords is legal, it seems that certain things cannot restrain that evil dragon. On the G5 warship, Ayn embraced the autumn water in contemplation, having shed the naivety of 4 years ago. She had made significant progress in both temperament and physique, now showing signs of a swordsman. Meanwhile, Tahir sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat, his autumn watercut eyes slightly narrowed. Hey, can you pay a little more attention? You are still a woman. If Ajian sees you like this, he might get married to one of the other girls in the village by tomorrow. Dylan pulled out a cigarette and lit it, habitually tossing one to Belmel. She caught the cigarette and smiled. Ah, so gentle, Dylan. Are you worried about my lifelong affairs? I have Noki Gao and Nami, that's enough for me. Dylan rolled his eyes at her and chose not to pursue the topic further. Some things are better kept to oneself. Do you know what level you are at now? Dylan exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing into the distance. In terms of combat power. Yes. Belmel pondered for a moment and replied, to be honest, I'm not very clear, but I estimate that I still cannot match that Hancock. Oh, it seems you are quite clear-headed and not blinded by the flattery from outside. Over a year ago, Morgan speculated in the World Economic Journal that Belmel's strength was already sufficient to suppress Empress Boa Hancock. Although her ability is ineffective against me, her strength, martial arts, and Haki should surpass mine, and through the battles of these past few years I can sense that she seems to have grasped a very mysterious power. After hesitating for a moment, Belmel continued, ultimately she is still restrained by your reputation, holding back and being cautious every time she attacks. Indeed, training has mostly come to an end. Starting this year, the enemies you encounter may no longer hold back against me. Belmel's eyes brightened. Do you mean preparing to make contact with the New World? Although the G5 station here is located in the New World, Dylan has rarely made any proactive advances in the past 4 or 5 years. This has resulted in pirate crews in the New World, except for the red-haired pirates and the Don Quixote pirates, having almost no contact with G5. After all, the incident where Dylan single-handedly fought against the entire red-haired pirates is still fresh in memory. Of course, there were occasional attachments of major pirates who were taken down by others from G5, like Shiryu, who was out hunting. But there were no notable figures. Dylan unfolded the newspaper in his hand. The bounty notice for red-haired Shanks occupied the entire headline. The birth of the fourth emperor of the sea, the struggle for supremacy, officially begins. Upon seeing the headline, Belmel's breath hitched. The red-haired pirates. Although she had a brief encounter with them, she was almost instantly defeated by Jesus Burgess. That terrifying man Shiryu heavily injured Riki Lu, but was also struck by the red-haired crew. Years have passed, and although both she and Shiryu have become far stronger, Belmel believes that those who can be called emperors of the sea would definitely not remain stagnant. Their growth would be even greater and more apparent. After all, both she and Shiryu, in a certain sense, still live under Dylan's protection. Meanwhile, they face bloody battles every day. With this thought, Belmel's expression darkened. Then, after returning to rest, this time he'll team up with Ayn to push forward. Go fight and experience true life and death. Time is short, and you must quickly master your power. In these past few years, while Belmel has realized that she possesses Conqueror's Haki, she has hardly been able to unleash it since the Magnet Drum Island incident. Dylan crumpled the newspaper. The division of powers has taken shape. Go out and fight. For now, aside from the celestial dragons, no matter who you kill on the sea, I can take the blame for you. Totoland. Charlotte Linlin gazed down at Pedro, now subdued, and Brookmas kneeling beside him in desperate plea. Mamma, how bold you are indeed. Brookmas panicked instantly. A century of lifespan was a price even Pedro or Jumbo might not survive. Mother, please, grant me this mercy. Silence, Brookmas. Perispero, wearing his signature sunglasses, cut him off sharply. We spared his life solely out of deference to you. Would you truly have the dignity of all blue compromised? Seated upon her colossal cake throne, Charlotte Linlin's eyes blazed with terrifying intensity. Indeed, so it shall be dead, or, just as the soul curse incantation neared completion, Katakuri furrowed his brow. Wait. Mother. Huh. The interruption of her soul curse sent a wave of palpable displeasure rippling across Linlin's features. Meeting her gaze unflinchingly, Katakuri declared, Mother, I have glimpsed a dire future. A fearsome adversary approaches Toto Land, imminently. A fearsome adversary. Beyond Linlin's stunned disbelief swept through the assembly. Few in this vast sea could earn such a title from Karakuri, let alone command such unanimous awe. Who could possibly have arrived at Tato land? Yo, Linlin. A tall, lithe figure hovered midair, his navy cloak stark against the sky. Mamma, so it's you, Gloomdragon Dylan. You dare appear so brazenly in all blue. Linlin tilted her chin upward, fixing her gaze upon the airborne figure. Since you've come, do descend. Let us share tea together. Tea is unnecessary. I'd rather not give the CP agents back home any reason to file an unfavorable report. Dylan offered a faint wry smile as he met Linlin's eyes, straight to business. Then Linlin, I've been entrusted to take these two away. He gestured casually toward Pedro and Jumbo, standing in the arena. Though rumors of the Gloom Dragon's exploits had grown scarce since the Flower Country War years ago, every soul present held their breath, motionless. No one dared underestimate this man. Mamma, so that is your purpose. Of course you may take them. But what will you offer in exchange? Linlin reclined languidly upon her throne, watching Dylan intently. This. Dylan tossed forward a devil fruit. Karakuri's arm instantly transformed into mochi, enveloping it seamlessly. I acquired it by chance. A paramecia type, the cream fruit. What say you? Accepted. His trespass upon Tato land and theft of the poneglyphs are hereby absolved. But Linlin raised a finger toward a peculiar figure nearby, long-limbed, round-bodied. He injured one of my senior officers. That debt remains unpaid. Dylan's relaxed demeanor vanished instantly. His eyes crackled with lightning. Is that how debts are settled, Linlin? Whoosh. Whoosh. Two conquerors' haki clashed. Black lightning erupted violently across the air in dozens of jagged fissures. Wow, what is this? He possesses the king's qualification and matches Mother's aura exactly. Beyond the elite officer's lesser crew members swayed violently before collapsing unconscious. Even Karakuri, who himself wielded Conqueror's haki, dared not intervene directly. To unleash his own would surely draw both torrents of haki upon him in an instant. Gales shrieked across Cake Island as invisible pressure began tearing apart confectionery architecture, layer by layer. Dylan and Linlin locked eyes, fierce and unyielding, blades poised to flash forth at the next heartbeat. Wait! Pedro cried out from the center, bound tight. After a silent, charged exchange of glances, both Dylan and Linlin deliberately reined in their overwhelming auras. Only once the oppressive weight lifted did the others grasp why Karakuri, the foremost of the sweet commanders, had remained so deeply wary. Gasping for breath, Pedro turned his head toward Dylan. May I ask, on whose behalf do you act? Dylan glanced coolly at the leopard man pinned beneath candy syrup. Tasher. Tasher. Not only Pedro, but Brookmas and Jumbo too recoiled in shock. Is that man still alive? Pedro knew Dylan well, as the famed Marine Vice Admiral, but never imagined Tasher had truly chosen this path. No wonder Cat Viper had said that man was already dead. Pedro cast one last glance at the fearsome man before turning resolutely to Linlin. Then, let my eyes settle the debt. With that he raised his right hand and extended razor-sharp claws. Ugh, air. A bloodied eyeball rested in his palm. Gritting his teeth against searing agony, he demanded, is this sufficient? Linlin merely flicked a glance at the crimson orb in his palm, then looked away, her gaze settling once more upon Dylan. At that moment Dylan's expression had gone utterly frigid. Even without erupting Conqueror's haki, a deeper, more chilling aura coalesced around him. Silent, suffocating, inevitable. Mama, very well. Dylan strode forward, kicked aside the candy encasing Pedro and Jumbo, and hoisted them both into the air. Before departing, he cast one final sweeping glance over Cake Island, then offered only a cold, dismissive smirk. Below, Karakuri watched the fading trail of lightning vanish into the horizon, thoughtful, unreadable. Turning back, he observed Brookmas, whose face bore both sorrow and quiet relief, and sighed inwardly. High above, Dylan glanced sideways at Pedro's left eye, streaming blood. Your eye, still intact? No, not yet. Coat yourselves in armament, haki. Protect what matters most. The journey ahead may prove exhilarating. Pedro and Jumbo, dangling limply from either side of Dylan, blinked, then remembered the legends surrounding this man. Instantly, they wrapped themselves in shimmering black haki. G5 base. Pedro stared incredulous at his fully restored eye. Beside him, Jumbo's gaze overflowed with unrestrained joy. Big brother Pedro, that's incredible. Tasher sat quietly on the opposite side, smiling warmly at them both. Tasher. Pedro's expression darkened, complex layered. This childhood friend, brilliant, courageous, gifted beyond measure, had truly become a Marine. Big brother Pedro, no need for such solemnity. We each pursue our own hope and stage. Disagreements may arise, but we remain brothers, do we not? Cat Viper, back it so. Tasher gave a wry, pained smile. Didn't he say I was already dead? True enough, but after a pause Pedro added quietly, Cat Viper still thinks of you constantly. He often stands alone at Zoe's edge gazing out to sea. Everyone knows. He waits for you to return. Tasher clenched his fist. As a boy he had been Zoe's most prodigious youth, deeply cherished by Cat Viper. Unlike other Mink tribe members, Tasher loved books, finding in them unfamiliar modes of thought, new ways to question the world. One day he asked Cat Viper, why can't the people of Zoe join the Marines? Cat Viper had no answer. Only, it is Zoe's tradition. Our covenant. There must be a reason. Are pirates nobler than Marines? Or is it merely for some hollow notion of freedom? When Roger first set foot upon Zoe, young Tasher never met him. But he believed even if he had, he would not have surrendered to mere fame as Pedro had done. That was romantic, but irrational. After 3 fruitless years searching Zoe for answers, the boy Tasher resolved to sail alone, to seek truth beyond the island. Though in the 4 seas beyond the Grand Line outsiders saw him as monster or demon, he witnessed countless things, deepening his doubt with every step. Why such a tradition and covenant in Zoe, when pirates clearly wrought far greater suffering upon this world? Roger, the Pirate King, might be a legend, but he was no hero. 10 years later, the adult Tasher returned to Zoe, sharing all he'd seen and learned with Cat Viper. His reward? Fury. Roars of rage. Seeking counsel instead from the calmer, wiser Duke Inuarashi, he received only silence and growing distance. Come back with me, just once. Pedro held Tasher's gaze steadily, voice low and grave. Whatever paths we choose, just as you said, we remain kin. Brothers. Yes. Tasher smiled, gently meeting Pedro's eyes. Indeed, we do. Are you certain you don't need me to accompany you? Dylan glanced at Tasher, who had come to request leave. Tasher bowed slightly. Though I hold fundamental disagreements with Captain Cat Viper, I owe him deep gratitude for raising me since childhood. And this is after all a matter concerning Zoe. After a moment of contemplation, Dylan drew a sheet of paper from his drawer and tore off a corner. I've had Shirley craft a life card for you. If you fail to report back within 1 month, I'll come to Zoe myself. Understood. As the 3 stepped out of G5 base, Pedro and Jayabo bowed deeply to Dylan. We are profoundly grateful. Dylan merely nodded, saying nothing. 1 month later, Dylan strode out of his office, shouldering Shura. Going alone. Seeing him emerge, Shirley and Tom rose immediately. They harbored no doubt that Dylan could face an entire nation single-handedly. But this mission was not about conquest, it was about rescue. His life card has only shrunk, not ignited, so he must be imprisoned. It's not critical. I'll handle it alone. The new world grows turbulent lately. Restrain your hunts for now. All decisions await my return. Understood. Dylan opened his palm. There, no larger than a fingernail, floated his life card, wobbling gently as it veered unerringly toward a distant direction. Zoe. White Whale Forest. Tasher sat bound by 2 enchanted chains, confined within a stone chamber. Outside, Pedro sat cross-legged before the door. Tasher, will you truly not reconsider? Inside, Tasher appeared not to hear. He idly twirled a small folding fan, yet his face bore none of its former elegance or composure. Today marks the end of our 1-month pact. That man is coming. Outside the chamber, Pedro's expression flickered with anguish and inner conflict. How he longed to stand once more, as he had in youth, beside his dearest friend, cheering him onward along his chosen path and dreams. During these long days of vigil, he had more than once nearly undone the enchanted restraints binding Tasher, ready to set him free in pursuit of his own liberty. But, this time for reasons unknown, both Captain Cat Viper and Captain Inuarashi had issued stern warnings. Under no circumstances was he to entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, Zoe would suffer utter annihilation. And besides, there was that man standing nearby. Pedro glanced sideways at Sicilian, captain of the Musketeers. Just as Pedro wrestled with sorrow for his friend's plight, Sicilian lifted his head, gazing skyward. What is that? Inside the chamber, Tasher sighed softly. Pedro too raised his eyes. Above Zoe, thunderheads gathered, dense, roiling, and utterly black, swallowing the colossal form of the Elephant King beneath their suffocating shroud, as though the world's end had drawn nigh. Pedro's pupils contracted sharply. He recalled the legends whispered about that man. Beyond White Whale Forest, Old Cat, Old Dog, Duke Inuarashi and Captain Cat Viper exchanged a glance, their gazes fixed upon the churning storm clouds overhead. When they'd first imprisoned Tasher, he had told them plainly of his 1-month pact with the gloomy dragon Dylan. So today the cat and the dog stood waiting beyond White Whale Forest. Defying the gale, they stood firm. Behind them, the warriors of Makomo Dukedom watched in grim silence. Such grand spectacle. A languid voice echoed from within the clouds. Then lightning split the sky and Dylan materialized before them. Where is Tasher? Even men who had sailed with Whitebeard Roger and Odin and fought Kaido could not suppress a tremor of tension. After all, they were but ordinary crewmen. Though famed across Wano as members of the 9 Red Scabbards, what now stood before them was a being whose power rivaled gods and demons. Inuarashi fixed Dylan with a stony gaze. Tasher belongs to Zo. He will never serve the world government. Reasons. Dylan calmly surveyed the surroundings. No sign of Tasher, nor of Pedro. This is Zo's tradition. Cat Viper bared his fangs, his naturally volatile temper now boiling over. Humans have no right to interfere. Fine. Dylan lowered his eyelids. Others stared in astonishment. Was this man truly so accommodating? He didn't seem quite as fearsome as Pedro and the 2 captains had described. Watch out. Inuarashi and Inuarashi roared in unison. Inuarashi unsheathing his blade, Cat Viper leveling his trident. There's no point reasoning with you. Dylan inhaled deeply, and his gaze sharpened. Let me see just how much metal remains in men who once followed Whitebeard Roger and Odin. Shing. Shura slid from its scabbard, its black and crimson arc slicing the air like a crescent moon. Boom. Though the 2 captains intercepted the blow, the raw force behind it sent them reeling, blood erupting from their mouths. Witnessing this, others sprang forward, claws bared ready to swarm. Hold. Stand down. Both captains shouted at once. Inuarashi wiped blood from his lips and addressed the others. This battle is beyond your reach. Victory or defeat bears no consequence for you. Dylan sneered faintly, his eyes locking onto Inuarashi. Mockery gleaming coldly. You say it bears no consequence. Then it bears none. Inuarashi's breath hitched. Though they'd fled Wano and never left Zo since, even they had heard the tales of this man. A man who had defeated the red-haired pirates, the very equals of Whitebeard himself, single-handedly. Above them the sky darkened further. Cat Viper twitched his nose in frustration. Damn it. If only there were moonlight. Then take your moon. Dylan raised a hand, and the clouds parted cleanly in 2. The full moon blazed overhead. Yet no joy lit their faces, only deeper dread. Did he truly disregard the moon lion so utterly? This man. The cat and the dog exchanged a final resolute glance, then turned their eyes upward. There was no turning back now. As lunar energy flooded their bodies, their forms swelled rapidly, their fur thickening, lengthening, whitening in radiant transformation. Ready. Once their metamorphosis completed, Dylan smirked. Moon lions, utterly mundane. Though samurai ought not dwell on personal honor, to be so utterly scorned, we will rage. With twin roars the moon lions lunged, charged with surging lightning. Playing with lightning before me. Dylan thrust his palm forward, then clenched his fist. The lightning wreathing their bodies vanished instantly. Taste my lightning. His brow arched. Then thunder cracked like the heavens splitting open. The churning storm above contracted violently, then unleashed 2 colossal bolts, each 10 meters wide. Their fur bristled upright, their momentum froze midair. Naive. Before the bolts struck, Dylan willed them to detonate midair, shattering into countless needle-thin arcs that coiled around the 2 lions like serpents. Lightning slash. Trapped aloft with no room to evade, the lions crossed blades and tridents, striking desperately at the searing light. Slash. Go ahead, slash for me. Thunder roared anew. Torrents of lightning cascaded from the clouds, merging with the great pillars, amplifying them. The scattered finger-thin arcs thickened instantly, swelling to the girth of arms. Try this. Jingxia. The lightning converged, coalescing into a blinding, immense sphere. The lions trembled violently. Even augmented by lunar power, they could not withstand it. Zzz. Zzz. Mio. Awo. 2 agonized shrieks pierced the sphere, followed by the acrid stench of singed fur. Boom. Boom. The sphere dissipated. The cat and the dog plummeted, reverting to their true forms, crashing lifelessly to earth. Prepare for battle. Seeing their captains fall, the musketeers and the 9 red scabbards drew weapons. Other mink warriors began gathering lightning, some already gazing up at the moon, preparing to transform. Seems today my Shura shall drink deeply of blood. Dylan grinned, and Shura vibrated hungrily in response. Dylan. A frantic cry echoed from deep within White Whale Forest. Supported by Pedro, Tasher sprinted toward the battlefield. Seeing Tasher's frail state, Dylan's brow lifted slightly. I'm unharmed. It wasn't mistreatment. I chose this myself. Tasher approached the center of the field, bowed respectfully to Dylan, then turned to face his kin and the fallen captains. Grant me a moment. Dylan tilted his chin, signaling permission. Tasher walked to Cat Viper and Inuarashi and helped them rise. Once their breathing steadied, Tasher seated himself before Cat Viper. Your Grace, Inuarashi, Captain Cat Viper. When neither responded, Tasher offered a bitter smile. I do not know what vow Zo upholds, nor what ancient covenant binds our people to history. History legend. They are relics of the past. For me, rather than wait for some savior or prophecy to redeem this world, I choose to step into it, myself. Even if I fail, even if I become in some sense a criminal, at least I tried. At least I fought. Both your grace and captain are men who sailed with Roger. Didn't he declare on this grand line the freest souls are pirates? The silent captain stared at Tasher stunned. How did you know that? Someone told me. Tasher had once overheard Dylan utter those words while evaluating Roger, an expression of disdain on Dylan's face that remained etched in his memory. Today I won't debate whether that statement is right or wrong. I ask only one question. Tasher lifted his gaze, locking eyes with both men. If pirates embody freedom, why then do you bar another from pursuing his dream? Where then does that leave the word freedom itself? Faced with Tahir's question, both the cat and the dog fell silent. Indeed, if such ethereal agreements and traditions were to obstruct the steps of the youth, what kind of freedom is that? However, the traditions of the Fur Clan have persisted for centuries. Since you insist on serving the world government, a hoarse voice echoed from afar. Captain Sicilian of the gunslinger team helped an old wrinkled man to slowly walk out. Grandma Cat. The cat viper's rotund body sprang to the side of the curled-up old cat-you. Grandma Cat waved her hand to interrupt the cat viper's inquiry, continuing to slowly walk towards Tahir with Sicilian's support. We have been isolated from the world, and for hundreds of years only a few young ones have left Zou, yet they all adhere to the agreement, not to serve the world government. Tahir, you were different in your childhood, but I never thought you would walk such a path. Grandma Cat took a slight breath as if every word was a considerable burden for her. I allow you to leave Zou. Grandma Cat lifted her head, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in her elongated eyes. However, you must return the Fur Clan's token. Token? Grandma Cat looked at the child she had watched grow up with affection, sighed, and tremblingly took out a crimson fruit from her bosom. Eat this, sever all ties. Everything with the Fur Clan. Dylan, standing at the back, frowned. That old cat, wouldn't she prepare poison to frame him? If she truly poisoned Tahir to death, would she really unleash a massacre in Zou? That guy, the Elephant Master. Although I am not afraid, if the Elephant Master goes mad because of the extermination of the Fur Clan, I may not be able to subdue it. Tahir looked into Grandma Cat's eyes, and for some reason, he seemed to see a glimmer of encouragement and warmth in her gaze. Grandma. Tahir reached out to take the fruit, looking at Grandma Cat. Grandma Cat subtly nodded in acknowledgement. As the red fruit went down his throat, Tahir felt a tension throughout his body, followed by a strange tingling sensation spreading all over him. Dylan kept his gaze fixed on him from afar, ready to whisk him away at the slightest sign of trouble. As long as it wasn't instant death or being chopped into 17 or 18 pieces, Sherryman could help him recover. Gah! Huh! Huh! A hoarse roar escaped Tahir's mouth, as if a fiery sensation engulfed his entire being. From a distance, Dylan's eyes widened. Tahir. His fur was shedding. The expressions of the dog Storm and the cat Viper were filled with disbelief, while the other Fur Clan members looked terrified. What is happening? What? Has Tahir turned into a hairless monkey? When Tahir lifted his head again, his beast ears, his fox-like features, and all the fuzz on his body had completely vanished. Grandma Cat. He. You. The cat Viper pointed at Tahir, then shivered as he looked down at Grandma Cat. He is no longer a member of the Fur Clan. I have taken back his racial traits and the ability to use electricity. After saying this, Grandma Cat slowly turned to leave. Let him go wherever he wishes and become whoever he wants. Tahir raised his hand to look at it, surveying his surroundings. The bewildered gazes of his kin tugged at his heart. Boss Cat Viper. Before Tahir could finish, the cat Viper waved his hand. No need for that. Since you are no longer a member of the Fur Clan, what traditions and agreements are of concern to you? Of course, your safety is also of no concern to Zou. After twitching his whiskers, the cat Viper finally sighed. Take care of yourself. Tahir. After saying this, the cat and dog left with the support of the gunslinger and the night group. Others followed suit, leaving only Pedro and Jebo behind. Brother Pedro. Pedro stepped forward, pressing his hand on Tahir's shoulder. Don't blame them, and safe travels. Have you made up your mind? Dylan looked at Tahir, who had become more gentle and reserved. His appearance had changed greatly, yet his aura and demeanor remained the same as before. Tahir opened his palm. The original claws had vanished, leaving only slender fingers like bamboo joints. I have made up my mind. The power of electricity and the moon lion have been taken from me. Without you, I cannot lack strength. Dylan tapped on the table, gazing at Tahir, who was more handsome, fairer, and more beautiful than before. Even without these two powers, your combat strength is still not weak. Tahir shook his head. Not enough. I can foresee who my future enemies will be. Relying solely on the little strength I have left will not suffice to become your strength. So, please grant me strength for the sake of the new era. Looking at Tahir's delicate face, the demon fox mask hanging at his waist, and the small folding fan beside the mask, Dylan chuckled lightly. Sometimes I think fate is truly marvelous, so marvelous it frightens me. It even gives me a feeling of being manipulated. Dylan took out a devil fruit from his ring. This was one of the two fruits exchanged for the surgical fruit from the 5 elders back then. The first Ashura fruit had already been used by Shirlu. This fruit, if I am not mistaken, has nearly 100% compatibility with you. Tahir looked puzzled. Although he had read many books and seen some illustrations of devil fruits, he had never seen the appearance of this fruit. It is animal type, dog fruit, mythical beast type, Tamamonome form. Year 1519 of the Ocean Circle. Ho! Another remarkable newcomer has appeared. Still, it's a natural type. The habit of Belmir and the others gathering in Dylan's room to chat remained unchanged, and there was nothing Dylan could do about it. The power of the natural type. That truly is powerful. Tom laughed heartily beside him. Hearing the words natural type, Dylan's chair, which had been swaying, suddenly stopped. Is it coming? Ace. It seems he declined the invitation from the warlords. Really, aren't there supposed to be only 7 warlords? Could it be that some weakling is about to be removed? It should be Moria, Shirlu pondered, crossing his legs. The nightmare and sand crocodile are also possible. I heard they have been doing some bad things recently. Really, even though we've nearly sealed off this route, that nightmare guy always finds a way to break through the blockade. Tom Dylan uncovered the newspaper on his face, find this newcomer, and test his potential. Don't kill him, he's the son of your old friend. Old friend. Tom was momentarily stunned, racking his brain to recall which old friend had such a remarkable descendant. Your old friend the Pirate King, Gol D. Roger. In the New World. Flame ring. Bang. A plump figure burst through the flames, grabbing Ace by the collar and slamming him to the ground. Is that all? Newcomer. But how infuriating. This guy. The crew members of the Black Spade Pirates showed expressions of shock as their captain, Ace, a natural type ability user, was so easily defeated. The New World is very dangerous with your level of strength. You might as well return to paradise. A crew member who had been around the New World for a long time looked at Tom and seemed to recall something, his voice slightly distorted. That guy. I remember now. He is Shipwright Tom Underdark Dragon, the man rumored to have defeated sea hero Jinbei. Tom crossed his legs, took a gourd from his waist, drank from it, and then tossed the gourd to Ace. Let them back off, I have something to say to you. Ace raised his head in confusion. This man seemed to harbor little malice towards him. Is he an old acquaintance of the old man? After nodding to the crew members, they all stepped back. Go on, what is it? Tom gazed at Ace, a hint of a smile on his face, but then shook his head. You don't resemble him at all. Ace's pupils constricted. He is your father, Roger. Seeing Ace's terrified expression, Tom grinned. No need to panic. I did not come to arrest you. Tom sighed deeply. I once built the Golden Jackson for your father, but was sentenced to death for it, and later rescued by a certain man. Dark Dragon Dylan. That's right. Speaking of which, he is also from the East Sea, and it seems he knew of your existence long ago, but did nothing to you. It's clear he harbors little malice towards you. But Ace. Tom's expression turned serious as he said, the East Sea is weak enough. Paradise has Admiral Carp and Roger's crew secretly looking after you, but from here on out. Tom raised his hand, pointing to the sea behind him. What lies ahead will be a lawless zone. I'll remember, do not reveal your identity. Tom clapped his shoulder. Dylan told me that in this sea, power is the only thing. I hope you remember that too. And Tom stood up and walked towards the sea. Ace, next time we meet, we will be enemies. His combat skills are barely acceptable, but he relies too much on his devil fruit abilities. Tom was somewhat puzzled. Although Ace's physical skills were not systematic, it was evident that his combat experience was quite good. Why would he abandon hockey and physical skills, relying so heavily on the devil fruit? Even someone as strong as Dylan considers the fruit just a small part of his power. Moreover, Dylan often tells them, hockey is the foundation of all strength and determines the upper limits. Dylan shook his head, not answering Tom's confusion. Ace's fate had long been sealed, and even Carp could do nothing to change it. Perhaps it was because Ace showed his determination to become a pirate at a very young age that Carp never personally taught him, and the sun god. Since you've seen him and given him advice, let the past between you and Roger come to an end, Tom. Tom nodded. Indeed, when I left, I told him the same thing. I will return to the headquarters. Those guys are restless, so I will leave G5 to you. Dylan stood up. He had hardly returned to headquarters in the last few days, and now that Ace had appeared, headquarters should respond. Leave it to me. As for Shiryu and Co, may let them fight to their heart's content. Marineford. Reception room. Oh, it's rare for you to come back. Speaking of which, aren't you a Thunderfruit user? Traveling from G5 to headquarters should be easy, right? Do you think everyone is as idle as you? Damn, Kuzan G5 is a branch in the New World. Despite Dylan's teasing, the expressions of Vice Admiral Tsuru Akainu and Sengoku remained serious. Sengoku frowned. Dylan, I heard that your subordinate shipwright Tom has contacted that newcomer. Dylan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and glanced at Carp, who was eating donuts at the periphery. Didn't you already know about this, right, Mr. Carp? Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Dylan with a mysterious expression. You knew long ago, didn't you? Dylan, did you know when you were in the East Sea? Huh. Dylan exhaled smoke somewhat helpless. Yes, I knew long ago, so what? Dylan spread his hands. Should I just go and kill him? You all think too highly of me. I wonder if my strength can even deal with him in the seemingly calm, but actually turbulent East Sea. If I really did kill him. Dylan turned his head and nodded towards Carp's position. If old man Carp wants to kill me, who will help me? The reception room fell into silence. Even Akainu did not speak. So you don't have to look at me like that. Tom and Roger had a friendship, and I sent him to see an old friend's son, also to sever his ties with Roger. When he mentioned the son of an old friend, Carp slowed down, chewing on his donut. Moreover, Dylan raised his head. One cannot choose their birth, nor should they be punished for it. I do not agree with that. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Dylan continued, the descendants of the Navy are not necessarily good people. For instance, old man Carp's son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, isn't he? The descendants of the Pirate King are not necessarily evil either, although Ace has now embarked on the pirate path. But, in my justice, he is treated equally before he commits any evil. Hearing Dylan's words, everyone's gaze turned to him. Vice Admiral Tsuru supported her chin with her hands, looking at Dylan. Speaking of which, you are now a Vice Admiral, and a special Vice Admiral designated by Mariawa, qualified to display a plaque. What kind of justice do you intend to showcase, Dylan? Although it was an unconventional meeting, those gathered here could be said to be the absolute main force of the Navy. Even the injured Zifa looked thoughtfully at Dylan. In the initial years, he did not recognize Dylan's style, as he felt that being overly bloodthirsty was not a quality a soldier should possess. However, after the attack on his training ship 4 years ago, his heart became even more brutal than Dylan's. The tragic deaths of students and family made Zifa angry and mad. But for now, it was only directed at pirates. After the ability user's attack incident, Zifa's attitude toward Dylan and even towards a kindness way of doing things changed greatly. Pirates deserve to die. Dylan looked curiously at the expressions of the marshals, admirals, chief instructors, and grand strategists around him. Why are you all so serious? It's just a plaque, or what does it signify? This is not merely a plaque. It will also serve as a way for you as a Navy Vice Admiral to express your stance to other navies in the world. Hey, that's not right. Dylan pointed at Kuzan. What about this guy? When he was young, he was all about passionate justice. What has he turned into now? Of course, the path of seeking justice will also have confusions. We have all experienced this, so we understand. Vice Admiral Tsuru scanned the young people present. You make it sound like some kind of oath. It's truly. Dylan turned and looked around at everyone, putting away his playful demeanor. So everyone, my justice is justice of peace. Ha. The first to laugh was Carp. You, this guy, are infamous for being ruthless in the Navy. Others joined in the laughter. Indeed, as Carp said, Dylan and his G5 were in some respects even more feared by pirates than Marineford. After all, Marineford does not mobilize lightly, but G5 is different. Who doesn't know that the main commander, their Dark Dragon Dylan, can single-handedly contend with the red-haired pirates? Moreover, besides Dark Dragon, other officers are also absurdly powerful monsters. Shiryu of the Rain Moonbreaker on Shipwright, Tom, and Belmere. It is rumored that within G5, there is another remarkable figure. Even those lawless rogue Marines show fear when they speak of him. Within G5, Shiryu, Belmere, and Ein are fond of marauding and hunting. Meanwhile, Shipwright Tom rarely leaves the G5 branch. So even though Dylan is often absent, no one dares to set their sights on G5. Furthermore, later information from individuals in G5 revealed that there is someone even more terrible than Tom in the base. Thinking of this, the surrounding pirates hurriedly set sail and fled. To stop the violence with strength in this chaotic era, only by using power to eliminate evil can we have a chance to welcome peace. After speaking these words, Dylan gazed at Carp, their eyes crossed in the air. Although they are called the two guardians of the East Sea, Dylan believes that he and Carp still have a fatal divergence. Carp still possesses a strong sense of compassion and restraint. The powerful Carp, who can suppress Roger, can only silently resist Mariehua through negligence and avoiding promotion. As for himself, before the storm of history sweeps in, he must gather enough strength to break the balance and resolve everything from above to the sea at once. Dylan believes that Carp must also know some secrets about history and the flame of hope, otherwise he wouldn't be dedicated to balancing the power between pirates and the world government. However, such things. The old and the young exchanged silent glances. For some reason, Dylan saw a hint of helplessness in Carp's eyes, and a touch of consolation. Ever since the red-haired Shanks ascended to the title of Emperor of the Sea, pirates of the New World seemed to surge forward in unison, as if bound by an unspoken pact. The vast majority of Marine and world government forces have been driven out of the New World. With the exception of the covert GX Marine branch and CP organization bases, all other Marine garrisons and world government authority had withdrawn entirely from the New World. Thus, the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, had within this year effectively devolved into a lawless expanse. In the office at Marineford, Dylan gazed upon the colossal map spread across his desk. The 7 warlords of the sea guarded the 7 vital routes of the paradise, tasked with eliminating minor threats. The central sector was held by the Marine headquarters, Eni's lobby, and the Puffing Tom town. The rear segment, however, had now fallen entirely. Even exceptional cases like the G5 branch remained but a single drop in the ocean, insignificant against the immensity of the sea itself. He did not employ the elemental transformation of his Logia ability to alleviate bodily strain. Lightning surged ceaselessly across his skin while countless fine arcs coursed through every muscle fiber and blood vessel deep within his body. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the extreme cold kept his body perpetually taut and electrified. His heart thundered like a war drum within his chest, and his blood roared like a mighty river through his veins. ZZ. At the very instant Dylan opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura erupted from his form. The endless sea of thunderclouds began to dissipate, until the sky above blazed with pristine crystalline blue. Clenching his fist midair, Dylan gazed downward upon the boundless expanse of ocean. The sea's natural suppression over him had now all but vanished, save for deliberately venturing into abyssal realms like Fishman Island. Ordinary seawater, and even sea stone, could now only marginally hinder his Logia transformation and ability usage. As for Haki and physical prowess, they were virtually impervious to restraint. And given Dylan's mastery of armament Haki, even shackles forged of sea stone would shatter beneath its sheer force. Speed, strength, Haki, endurance, swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat. I have refined them all. Vitality remains for now beyond reach. Long before reaching the East Blue, Dylan had already charted his path, and the Goro no Mi stood as a cornerstone of that design. Though narrative inevitability played its part, his own cultivation of the Goro no Mi had remained shallow. An eternal natural element, older than time itself, yet deemed inferior to a mythical Zoan. The elements endure forever. But what of the gods? A faint, inscrutable expression flickered across Dylan's face before his eyes closed once more. Once again the azure sky darkened as thunderclouds rolled in, coalescing with ominous grandeur. G5 branch. When Belmer and Ein returned to the base, weary and spent, Dylan had yet to return. That guy's gone again. Within the base, aside from the duty personnel and the so-called rogue Marines, only Shelly Man remained, tending to her botanical experiments. He has gone to train. G5 is under my and Tom's watch tonight. Tom is at the shipyard. Beckman's team reports that Dylan's flagship will be ready for final inspection in a few days. Training? Even monsters need to train. Tasher's fur-clad heritage had long since faded. His figure now exuded an ethereal grace and vivacious charm. Though Dylan had mandated that he wear a mask whenever others were present, his innate trait grew ever more potent, surpassing even his own rate of cultivation. Thus Tasher most often met only with the unaffected Taunton tribe, or Tom. Secondarily with Dylan himself and Shilyu, whose ironclad willpower rendered them immune. Yet Dylan occasionally employed Tasher's gift as a crucible to temper their mental fortitude. Though blessed with extraordinary talent, his dedication eclipses anything we can fathom. Tasher descended the staircase, leaning lightly on the banister. Even the subtle aura radiating from his swaying silhouette sent ordinary Marines scattering in panic. Ein stared fixedly at Tasher's form, her right hand clenched tightly around the blade, Akiyoshi fiercely resisting that enigmatic allure. Tasher, your training still falls short. Didn't Dylan say your cultivation remains incomplete unless you achieve perfect control over your bewitching power? Indeed. Reclining on the sofa, Tasher gently tapped his folding fan. He said it bears no relation to raw power. It reflects instead a shift in one's inner state. Nonsense. Belmer shot the beguiling figure a wry glance before guiding the still rigid Ein upstairs. Halfway up, Belmer offered a sweet, teasing smile. If you ever need help, I'd be happy to accompany you in your training. Any method you prefer. Ein's expression turned incredulous. Tasher turned toward Belmer on the stairwell and replied with solemn sincerity, should the need truly arise, I shall rely on you. You too. Glancing down at the languid figure of Tasher, then back at Belmer beside her, Ein's mind instantly conjured vivid, forbidden images. Seeing Ein tremble violently, her cheeks flushed crimson, Belmer inwardly cursed. This young woman possessed no conqueror's Haki, and as a human female she stood utterly defenseless against the fox spirit's enchantment. Quick, upstairs. Let big sister give you a proper wash. After watching Belmer and Ein vanish down the corridor, Tasher lowered his gaze. What truly was this elusive inner state? Raising a slender jade-like finger, pale as tender spring onion, a violet flame bloomed at its tip. The Yoko no Mi. While amplifying his combat prowess, it had also profoundly refined his countenance and aura. Most perilously, his innate bewitchment ability surged at an astonishing, almost grotesque pace. Lately, whenever Tom remained within the fortress, Tasher rarely left his quarters, dedicating every spare moment to cultivation, striving to counterbalance the adverse effects of his allure. Yet progress proved negligible. True strength could not be forged overnight. Yet this uncanny bewitchment grew visibly stronger each day. Before his last departure, Dylan had cautioned him suppressing it purely through force was futile. Its uncontrolled emanation stemmed not from weakness, but from an unresolved deficiency in his inner state. Just one step away, was Dylan's verdict. Break through this barrier, and you shall command this power wholly, or even awaken the Yoko no Mi in its perfect transcendent form. Inside the massive bathhouse of the base, Belmer and Ein lay side by side beside the steaming pool. Belmer. The new world grows ever more volatile. Conflicts among the four emperors intensify daily. Hugh. Belmer lifted the towel from her face and gazed upward at the vaulted ceiling. Why dwell on such things? Speaking bleakly, we'll never become men like Dylan. Changing the world lies far beyond our reach. But, Belmer turned to meet Ein's eyes. He chose us, and we chose him. I believe he possesses the power to reshape this world. There is no need to hesitate. So long as we walk steadfastly in his wake, a new dawn will break upon this world. Belmer reached out and gently pinched Ein's cheek. Didn't he say it himself? Only those with pure hearts attain true strength. Look at Tom. He committed himself to Dylan without question, never pausing to wonder why. And thus he surpasses us all. Even Shiryu cannot match him. Though I am no swordsman myself, I have fought many, and known countless famed bladesmen across the seas. Shiryu, red-haired Shanks, Dracul, Mihawk. Ein. To ascend to their rank, unwavering conviction is indispensable. Only then may you achieve what he calls the blade that cuts all things. As the pirate powers centered on the four emperors drove most of the world government's forces out of the new world, the division and contention over pirate territories erupted into fierce conflict. Except for the territory of the red-haired pirates, which remained relatively constrained, factions such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, the Beast Pirates, and a host of lesser contenders clashed violently. Wano country. Kaido, who had holed up on Onigashima for nearly 20 years, began expanding outward some years ago, and in recent years his assaults have become more frequent. Biengai village. Diluin, dressed in ordinary clothes, strolled through the fetid settlement. Scientists truly possess boundless imagination, he observed. Although Doflamingo had lost the backing of the dwarves, he and Caesar still collaborated to produce artificial devil fruits. On Wano's side, with no one like Diluin to block him, Queen naturally followed the currents of history and built vast weapons factories here. Diluin crouched by the river and checked it. The metal and chemical content was severely over the limit, and the surrounding plants were either withered or an eerie gray-green. Where's this place? Damn it, I drifted to such a strange spot. A young voice called from the opposite bank. Diluin glanced up. AIC, bare-chested and wearing a cowboy hat, scratched his head as he walked along the riverbank. Seeing Diluin stare, AIC grinned. Oh, someone's here. Excuse me, this is Wano country, the domain of Kaido of the Beast Pirates. AIC frowned. Although he had been in the New World for less than a year, he had already heard of the Beast Pirates' fearsome reputation. Imhei Tao, no introduction needed. AIC. One of my purposes for coming here was to meet you. Huh. AIC's eyes widened. He had no recollection of this young man. So young, wait. He remembered conversations aboard his old ship about certain men born in the Grand Line. In the Grand Line, whether Paradise or the New World, most pirates and marines seldom seek to annihilate one another. They tend to defeat, imprison, or recruit instead. But there are two exceptions. Akainu Sakazuki and Onlong Diluin. For pirates, meeting either of those two leaves little chance of survival. AIC looked at the man crouched not far off and compared him to the face in the newspapers in his memory. This is bad. Drifted here. Diluin produced 2 bottles of fruit wine that Schulman had brewed for him from a ring and tossed one to AIC. Seeing that Diluin seemed less terrifying than the rumors suggested, AIC naturally caught the bottle. Yes, I have no navigator yet, so I got lost in the currents. By the way, Uncle Tom, is he one of your subordinates now? Diluin took a sip and regarded the freckled AIC. Why become a pirate? AIC paused. From Dilun's tone there was neither anger nor killing intent. Only a casual curiosity, as if asking whether one had eaten today. AIC fell silent. Since arriving in the Grand Line, he had heard many tales of the old man Garp and the man before him. You know me? Diluin stood and gazed into the distance. Yes. In a sense, I have known most of your life from the moment you were born until now. So I'm curious, why would you choose to be a pirate? Seeking so-called freedom. That's unlikely. You are not Roger. Or is it to prove something to the world for Roger? AIC tensed and instinctively prepared to fight. The title Son of Roger, But then he remembered what Tom had once said, that man had known of his existence long ago and bore him little ill will. His body cooled. Clutching the bottle, AIC fell silent for a moment, and then said, I want to know whether my existence has any meaning. How did Old Man Garp tell you? AIC answered in wonder. He said I would only find out if I survived. And what do you think? I don't know. AIC shook his head. Everyone hates and curses that man and his bloodline. I'm angry. Does that make me guilty? Diluin cast him a look. So you become a pirate, perhaps even pirate king. Then what? Destroy the world? Or declare something to it? AIC found himself at a loss. He had never truly contemplated the reason he became a pirate. Perhaps it was only that people reviled him from afar, even craving cruelty. If the world is so hostile to me, why should I be kind to it? Do you want to destroy this world? Dilun's face was calm. AIC instinctively shook his head. As a youth, I once hated the world, but I've changed. I only want to sail freely, gather crewmates, and search for One Piece. I see. Diluin rose and began walking toward the village. AIC, without knowing why, followed. Aren't you going to arrest me? The one who will arrest you is not me. Huh. Diluin glanced at the shorter AIC. I am Navy, but I am not Old Man Garp. You chose your fate. You must face it yourself. Of course. A large net suddenly descended from above. Diluin remained motionless. AIC noticed villagers peering out from all around and flamed a tongue of fire to burn through a creeping vine net that lunged at them. A sorcerer. The gaunt villagers cried in alarm at the fire that sprang from AIC's body, the power only the Onigashima cadres possessed. AIC glanced at Diluin. Had he been alone, he would not have intervened. This man, though he had shown no strong malice during their talk, was fabled to be far from saintly, should they anger him. Diluin called out to halt the fleeing villagers. Their bodies froze, they turned around in fear, some so starved they fainted on the spot. AIC's face softened. These were pitiful ordinary folk who did not deserve such treatment. Shut up. Diluin scowled, bewildered by AIC's sympathy, as if the young man imagined him a demon. Diluin stepped before the terrified villagers and looked at them, shaking with fright. Pirates are pirates, so short-sighted they cannot grasp even basic sustainable survival. Expecting them to save the world is absurd. From his ring, he produced a large amount of preserved food and set it on the ground. This food keeps well, it should sustain you for a while. Also, he produced several sacks of seeds he had asked Lei to bring from Greenbit Easytagro food seeds. These seeds are simple to cultivate. I cannot save everyone, but I can help some. The bedraggled villagers brightened when they saw the food. An elder asked cautiously, Sir, are you not of Onigashima? Diluin shook his head. No, I am here to find someone, Tiangoshan Fish. Where is he? Fish. The elder eyed Diluin and AIC, then seemed to make up his mind and nodded toward them. Please come with me. Behind the village, Tiangoshan Fish, wearing the mask and garments of a great Tengu, sat by a wooden hut weaving straw hats. Fish. He looked up at the gathered people. Who are they? The elder recounted the riverside incident and then glanced at Diluin and AIC. You seek Fish? AIC was puzzled. He had only followed Diluin and did not know Fish. Diluin handed over a sword to Shura for inspection. I had a descendant of the Xuanyue family look at it, but he was vague. I want you to examine it. When Tiangoshan Fish saw Shura's scabbard, his eyes widened. Shura. Oh, a famed blade? AIC asked, confused by the reaction. Fish cradled the sword and carefully drew it from its sheath. Once Dilun's restraint was removed, the exposed blade exuded cold, killing intent and the stench of blood. Even AIC felt momentarily breathless. This. With a click, Diluin flicked the blade, and the crimson gleam faded to jet black. A black blade. Fish regarded the man before him in disbelief. Whoever forged Shura into a black blade must be dreadfully powerful. What? Does it matter if Shura was forged into a black blade? After a pause, Fish asked respectfully, May I ask, did you temper Shura into a black blade, or did you acquire it already in this state? Diluin nodded. A decade or so ago I captured this sword in battle. Its edge was dark crimson, then it took me years before it matured into black. I see. Fish returned Shura to its sheath and handed it back to Diluin. I suppose the Xuanyue family told you it is among the 12 supreme great blades. Yes. Back then, squinty-eyed Gung Silang had indeed mentioned it, though he seemed burdened by some hidden trouble. Diluin had avoided lingering to keep from tangling with the Revolutionary Army. Shura occupies a particularly special place among the supreme great blades, Fish said in a low voice. My ancestor forged the original Oni Tetsu, which was also counted among them. Do you know what the supreme great blades are? Diluin shook his head. What he knew of those blades were only Yoru, the original Oni Tetsu Murakumo AC, and his own Shura. Even weapons as mighty as Chio Shui Yin Mo and Tianyu Yuzan are merely ranked among the great blades. Beyond supreme forging craft and near-peerless raw materials, the true hallmark of a supreme great blade is that it embodies a certain will, or so one might call it, power. Awaloi. The word made D. Luan instinctively frown. He disliked fatalistic notions of destiny. Raised under a red flag and gentle winds, he believed such determinism was nonsense. Although some beast fruit types might harbor legendary wills, the idea of such a thing imposed upon him annoyed him. He was not anyone's chosen golden boy, spare him that nonsense. True, Fish replied, but such wills are not readily understood or tapped by everyone. Merely gaining the blade's acceptance is difficult, forging it into a black blade takes many times, even dozens of times longer than for an ordinary famous sword, requiring the flow of Sakura to nurture it. As for the nature of that will, one cannot speak of it plainly, the bearer must grasp it themselves. But I believe you have fully earned Shura's acceptance. Oh. Though his face was hidden by a mask, Facia's reverence was clear. Shura is said to have once been wielded by a great warrior who led the people to overthrow tyranny and purge evil. Master, there suddenly are many delicious things in the village, a crisp voice echoed from the distant path, and Dylan turned with a smile. A little girl with purple hair was stumbling towards the wooden house, carrying a pile of food. Oh, it's a you I already know. A large pile of food blocked a yes view, and she did not see the others at the wooden door. When she swayed to the entrance and put down the food, she immediately raised her hands upon seeing the tall Dylan and Ace. The food is not stolen, I surrender. This little girl surrenders. Dylan laughed heartily, taking out the juice brewed by Shirley Man from his ring and handing it to a you. Want a taste? Ed. No way. Dylan's expression suddenly darkened. Before you could react, he said very seriously, it is very unhealthy to drink juice before filling your stomach. Ace beside him showed an expression of surprise. As the day grew late, Dylan, Ace, Tengu Mountain, Fei Che, and the village chief sat around the campfire in front of the wooden house with the ewe nestled on Dylan's lap, fast asleep, still holding a piece of roasted meat. Has the outside world changed so much already? The village chief's face flickered with light and shadow from the campfire. The land of harmony has been closed off for hundreds of years. Dylan was poking the fire while listening to their idle chatter, mostly narrated by Ace, with him rarely participating. The major families of the land of harmony are deliberately isolating themselves, waiting for those so-called nonsensical legends. It is simply foolish. Moreover, there is the fool Yutian. Dylan shook his head. Although Yutian was quite powerful, he truly lacked the heart of a strong person and the means of a national leader. Tengu Mountain Fei Che looked at Dylan, who was sitting opposite him, his expression inscrutable. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke up. This general seems particularly fond of you. Dylan, hearing this, looked down at the still young Ayu, his eyes revealing a tender expression. I really like this child. Her life should not be so tragic. Dylan gently stroked a yes little head. Most children in this world seem to have unhappy childhoods. Yet most of them can face life courageously. Nami no Kigao Sabo Hancock, Doflamingo, Ayu, and Law. The childhoods of these individuals were all quite unfortunate, yet they managed to change their fates in their own ways. Only the fool Momonosuke, other than crying and whining, could only bury his head in a woman's bosom. Simply being a useless waste is insufficient to describe him. Indeed, if one lives in a place like this for a long time, not only will they not be able to eat their fill, but their body and lifespan will also be greatly affected. Tengu Mountain Fei Che gazed at the sleeping Ayu, his expression filled with guilt and affection. Ace turned to look at Dylan, his expression somewhat moved. But thinking of the position of the land of harmony and the customs here, he ultimately swallowed his words. Although Dylan did not have any malicious intent toward him, it still did not seem appropriate to rashly ask him to save the land of harmony. Moreover, this is the middle part of the new world, and it has now nearly escaped the control of the world government. Thinking of this, Ace clenched his fists tightly in his heart. Beasts, Kaido. After lingering in Bienli village for 2 weeks, Dylan and Ace said goodbye to the villagers. Brother Ace, brother Dylan, Ayu looked at these two gentle big brothers with tears in her eyes. When can I go to see? Ace squatted down and patted a yes head. When I return here again, I will definitely turn this country into a place where you can eat your fill. Dylan pursed his lips and did not speak. However, the nearby Tengu Mountain Fei Che showed a struggling expression. Just as the two were about to leave, Tengu Mountain Fei Che suddenly said, this general, may I take a you with me? Not only Dylan but also Ace, Ayu, and the village chief showed puzzled expressions. After a moment of shock, Ace also understood. After all, he was still a rookie pirate with no fixed abode. Besides, he truly felt that in the new world it would be difficult for him to protect Ayu, but this guy is different. The entire sea was intimidated by his reputation, and even those legendary pirates did not dare to easily approach the G5 branch. If she were there, Ayu would probably live very happily. Of course you can. Dylan also squatted down and pressed a yes shoulder, but first Ayu must be willing. Ayu, whose clothes were covered in patches, looked somewhat apprehensive. She yearned for the outside world, but was also reluctant to part with her gradually aging master. Ayu Tengu Mountain Fei-che walked up to Ayu and took off his sword from behind. Nide Monitoru. The world has changed so much. Go and see the outside world for all of us. One day in the future, I hope you can return to the land of harmony and tell us about the wonderful journey you had at sea. Dylan frowned. This sword, he certainly knew the origins of this sword, but the Onitru series is a cursed sword, and without powerful luck and strength it is hard to tame it. If one is not careful, it might devour its master. Tengu Mountain Fei-che shook his head. This sword is not for Ayu, it is for the general. Me. Dylan was about to decline, but Tengu Mountain Fei-che interrupted him. Indeed, it is a gift for the general. As the 20-year prophecy of Madame Koyuki approaches, I offer this sword as thanks from Bienli village. Do you think the person predicted by Koyuki is me? Ayu and Ace beside him showed confused expressions. They completely did not understand the conversation between the two. The village chief, however, looked somewhat serious. It may not be the general, but even if it's not, then this sword can be considered as my maintenance fee for Ayu as her master. Dylan pondered for a moment before accepting Nide Monitoru. Alright, since that's the case at the time of the prophecy, I will definitely come. Regardless of whether I lead for Ayu and everyone's sake, I will also contribute to this country. As Dylan led Ayu out of the village, Ayu turned back 3 times. Though she decided to follow her master's arrangement to go to sea, how could she easily part with the grace of raising her? Master, everyone. Dylan bent down to hug Ayu, gently patting her back to comfort her. By the hidden harbor, an unmarked ship had already docked there. Dark Dragon Major General. 2 masked figures sensed Dylan's aura as he leaped down from the ship. Dylan ignored them and jumped onto the ship with Ayu, then patted a yes head. Wait for me here for a moment, Ace. That idiot has gotten into trouble. I'll go take a look and be right back. Ayu nodded while holding the juice Dylan handed her. After getting a yes response, Dylan turned back to CP0 and said, protect her well and don't say too much. Otherwise I'll take your mouths off. When leaving Bienli village, Dylan chose a different path from Ace. Seeing Ace's anxious look, Dylan knew that this guy was going to Onigashima. But now Kaido and the high-ranking officials were absent, and the only one capable of fighting was Yamato. Yamato TSK. When Dylan arrived at the edge of Onigashima, these 2 idiots were already drinking. I can't leave here, father, that bastard. As long as I take a step out of Onigashima, this chain will explode. Ace, one day in the future, can I also gain freedom and go on adventures at sea? Of course, Yamato. It will definitely happen. The sea is so vast, so wonderful, you will surely be able to leave this place and find your own life. Step, step. Step, step. Who is it? Yamato immediately became alert upon hearing the footsteps. When Dylan appeared around the corner with Shura, Ace was first startled, then his expression turned joyful. Is it you? Haven't you left yet? Oh, is this your acquaintance? Ace. Ace scratched his head. No, not really, but Ace stood up and ran in front of Dylan. You can definitely break Yamato's shackles, right? Please. After saying this, Ace bent down deeply to Dylan. Shackles. Dylan walked past Ace to Yamato. This. Is it the positioning bomb made by Queen? Yamato's wrists were trapped by huge alloy shackles, making a clanking sound with every movement. Yes, it is. Over a year since entering the new world, Ace had heard too many legends about this man. With his strength, he could certainly rescue Yamato, whom Dylan reached out and grasped one of the shackles, feeling its structure before infusing it with armed color. Crack. The shackle deformed with a sound, and then broke off. Really, did you unlock it? Great, Yamato. Dylan turned to look at Ace. You're getting too happy too early, kid. Ew, I don't plan to unlock the other one for her. Why? Ace and Yamato both spoke out at the same time, showing disappointed expressions. Freedom had never felt so attainable. Yet it was also so far away. Looking at Yamato's disappointed expression, Dylan contemplated for a moment before saying, such matters are of course dependent on my mood, aren't they? However, if you must have a reason, first, this guy is heavily influenced by that fool Yutian. Ew, I don't like that. Secondly, this is also a form of protection for her. When we meet again, you will understand, Ace. Hearing Dylan's words, Yamato, who was originally disappointed, immediately stood up. The remaining shackle clanked with her sudden movement. Why insult Yutian? That kind of man. Shut up. Dylan glared at Yamato. What kind of man is he? As a son to go to sea for the sake of so-called freedom, abandoning his aging father, putting his father in danger, and then dying. Returning home under the pressure of the enemy's strength, he actually believed in that boring promise and deception, performing a naked dance for years, losing all his prestige. As a ruler distracted by the false appearance of a kidnapped, useless son, leading the entire land of harmony to fall, clearly the others had already made up their minds to overthrow Kaido's rule together, but what about him? Still believing in that kind of nonsense like, after holding out for an hour, everyone will be released. As a son, father, husband, lord. He is a failure, a complete waste. Yamato trembled all over from Dylan's words. Are you still believing in some freedom? Are you still thinking of becoming Kazuki Oden? That kind of waste? Do you even want to choose to inherit his name and wishes? Just because of 2 diaries. Dylan's eyes sparked with anger. Why should I help you? What kind of lowly person would write a diary? Think carefully, Yamato. Apart from so-called freedom, people must also bear certain responsibilities. Dylan turned and walked to the shore. That kind of waste like Yutien, apart from having a bit of power, is simply worthless. Yes, it lies within the borders of Wano country, possibly even within the confines of Benzuki village. Dispatch your people to search for it, but under no circumstances disturb the villagers' daily lives. After hanging up the ashen gray din mushy, Dylan ruffled Ayu's hair gently. Is there something in Benzuki village that interests you, brother Dylan? Ayu tilted her small face upward, gazing at Dylan. He had not concealed the call from her. Truth be told, that object belongs to you. But since you've now set sail with me, I've sent men to retrieve it just in case anything unforeseen occurs. What Dylan referred to was the dango fruit, originally Ayu's devil fruit. Though its consumption was not yet part of the plan, it remained a viable contingency. The Ukami Shinjin fruit, one of the two fruits originally agreed upon with CP0, had already been consumed by Yamato. This prompted Dylan to deliver a blistering verbal assault and scathing mockery towards CP0. CP0 could only stammer in silence, too cowed to respond. Once we reach G5, you'll find many fascinating companions there, Ayu. Feel free to pursue whatever path calls to you. Of course, you must never do anything wrong. I want to become a kunoichi. May I? Oh, a kunoichi. Really? How remarkable. You truly are, Ayu. Then you must eat well. Without a strong and healthy body, one can never become an exceptional shinobi. Yes. The CP0 agents stationed along both sides of the deck exchanged bewildered glances. This man has this side to him. This little girl may yet prove a means to reign in the dim dragon. Abandon that dangerous thought. I refuse to spill blood before a child. Dylan lifted his eyelids lazily, casting a cold, piercing glance at CP0. I am no weakling like Kazuki Odin. Should you dare threaten my family's lives, I will let you kill them. But afterward I shall consign you to eternal torment in the deepest hells. Frozen under Dylan's glacial stare, CP0 shivered involuntarily. Of course not. Admiral Dylan is a specially appointed Vice Admiral of the Pangu Palace, and our valued partner. Spare me the superfluous rhetoric. Get below deck now? This is my domain. Your vigilance is neither needed nor welcome. G5 base. As Dylan entered the compound hand in hand with Ayu, everyone instantly understood the base's true second-in-command had arrived. With Shirlu still absent on a hunting mission, all core members were present, and sensing Dylan's aura, they emerged en masse to greet him. Oh, who is this charming child? Is she yours, Dylan? After studying Ayu's attire, Tahir raised his gaze to Dylan. A child from Wano country. Yes. Her education falls to you, her daily life to Shirley man. Across the Grand Line, word spread swiftly. G5 base had welcomed its little princess. Rumors even claimed she was Dylan, the Dim Dragon's own daughter. Several of Dylan's close associates went so far as to pay formal visits to offer congratulations. Hey, you bastard Kuzan. Did you come empty-handed? Oh, well, I am rather broke. Who is this man? Who let him in? Run 100 laps around the island now? Far within the new world, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's flagship, silence reigned. Pops, we must go to Wano country. I will save that nation. Odin. Whitebeard's expression darkened. That man had refused to seek aid, not from him nor from Roger's crew, even as he faced death. What was he waiting for? Watching Ace gesture wildly below, Whitebeard clenched his fist. Kaido. He is a foe even Odin could not overcome. Do not grow arrogant, boy. Brat. After disciplining Ace, Whitebeard fell into deep contemplation. His body was no longer what it once was, and perhaps, if this had been Odin's own choice, then patience was warranted. Below deck, a sullen Ace devoured food in furious silence. Marco approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Ace, don't blame Pops. He suffers deeply too. Even so, Marco sat beside him, gazing out the porthole. Odin was once our friend, Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander. Before you he held that title. What? You didn't know? Yet after leaving Roger's ship and returning to Wano, Odin never once reached out to us or to Roger. Perhaps he held his own convictions and made his own choices. Ace looked stunned, but pressed on. Odin has been gone for years. What of Wano country now? Ace. Marco sighed. You've only joined us recently, but Pops is nearing 70. In his youth he endured countless life-or-death battles. His body bears innumerable hidden wounds, and the quake fruit exacts a terrible toll upon its user. Marco fixed Ace with a solemn gaze. Pop's physical condition can no longer sustain prolonged high-intensity combat. Should he fall, not only would our crew and allied pirates collapse, the entire balance of the new world would shatter. For once the man who stands as their bulwark falls, whether it be Beast Kaido, Big Mom, or others, they will ignite an unstoppable war. Thus, unless facing absolute annihilation, we cannot act rashly. Ace. Pop's very reputation holds the new world in check. yet he must never reveal a single crack in his armor. So do not burden him. Hearing Marco's words, Ace sat motionless, his thoughts drifting to another legendary figure, and to Old Man Garp. Did they too bear such quiet anxieties? No, perhaps Garp did. But that man, the dim dragon Dylan, faces no such constraints. His strength grows ever stronger, and will continue to do so for decades. Could it truly be him then, who will one day liberate Wano country? Marineford. Akiji's office. To the East Blue. Smoker. Ah yes. To Logue Town. He says he wishes to undergo further training. Dylan himself rarely returned to Marineford these days, and knew little of Smoker's recent activities. Yet through indirect reports he knew Smoker had indeed progressed. His mastery of the 6 powers and Haki had matured considerably. Still, he likely remains no match for Dragon. Even should he reach Logue Town, he cannot halt the Straw Hat's departure. What's the matter? Is the East Blue truly so perilous? How should I know? Dylan shot Akiji an exasperated look. He's nearly 40, possesses a Logia-type fruit. Does he require a nursemaid? Dylan's attitude toward Smoker had long puzzled Akiji. Unlike most Marines, Dylan showed no overt disdain, only a quiet dissatisfaction with Smoker's capabilities. By the way, a certain junior officer greatly admires you. Would you care to meet her? Admires me? Dylan blinked. He seldom visited headquarters. Though many knew his name, few could claim genuine admiration. A battle-mad fanatic. Did headquarters harbor such a person? She's a warrant officer under Smoker, a female swordsman. Ah, Tashiji. Does she wish to study my swordsmanship? When short-haired Tashiji met Dylan, she rushed forward, snapping a crisp salute. Vice Admiral Dylan. I am Warrant Officer Tashiji of Marine Headquarters, and as a naval swordsman, I hold you in the highest esteem. Ah, what an honor, Warrant Officer Tashiji. Dylan nodded graciously. At this time, Tashiji still possessed the fresh, unjaded air of youth, her cropped hair and wide-eyed innocence unmistakable. Her gaze locked onto the blade at Dylan's waist. Shura, and her breath caught. Shura. Oh, you recognize it. Indeed, this bespectacled girl was clearly a connoisseur of famed blades, identifying Shura at a glance. Vice Admiral Dylan. May I? Forgive my boldness. May I examine your sword? Dylan offered a faint knowing smile. Very well, but handle it with care. He unbuckled Shura and handed it to her, eyes gleaming with gentle amusement. Nearby, Smoker stood puffing on his cigar, now promoted to Commodore, though his irascible temperament remained unchanged. One of the 12 supreme grade swords, Shura. Tashiji examined the scabbard with reverent care, murmuring softly, among the recorded 12 supreme grade swords, Shura stands apart, shrouded in mystery and duality. Legend holds it embodies both hellish slaughter and righteous justice, shattering tyranny and evil alike. Careful with such words, Tashiji. If those above hear them, I'll have quite the explanation to give. Dylan shook his head. He doubted the 5 elders studied famed blades, but Mary Gios surely housed experts in such matters. If the first-generation Kitetsu resided in the 5 elders' possession, then their knowledge was certainly profound. Still, some truths must remain unspoken. A thought struck Dylan, stirring quiet doubt. Had Shura chosen him? Or was some greater design, some inscrutable fate guiding their convergence? G5 branch. Dylan, when are you returning to the East Sea? Dylan shook the newspaper and looked up at the questioner Belmer. What for? You can go back by yourself. You don't need me to escort you from here to the East Sea, right? Still, I'd rather not. You can fly, can't you? Bring something back for Nami and Nojiko. Dylan glanced at her disdainfully. If you want to fly, it's not that hard. I have a fruit here, the kind with wings. Do you want it? Belmer shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I don't want to turn into a wet duck. Besides, there are already enough wet ducks in G5. Dylan put down the newspaper and leaned on the table. He had considered giving the Garuda fruit to Belmer, but to become a power user by eating the fruit must be based on their own willingness. Moreover, Belmer had a point. Having everyone in G5 as power users might not necessarily be a good thing. What to bring? Belmer took out a stack of bills and placed them on the table. Bring some money back for them. This is my savings over the past few years. Dylan raised his head in surprise. Money? Is that necessary? Even if they spin like celestial dragons, I could support them for several lifetimes. This was indeed true. As Akiji had said, Dylan's wealth had reached a staggering level. Moreover, his dock had also been expanded into an alloy processing plant, collaborating with the Navy's scientific unit, generating considerable income daily. Belmer rarely countered Dylan seriously, as she looked at him with a somewhat stern expression and said, I know you care for them, but this is what a mother should do. Moreover, I do not want you to spoil them too much. I understand. After nodding slightly, Dylan picked up the money from the table. When he turned to see Belmer, he suddenly felt some regret. After all, Belmer was a woman. If he were to meet Nami on the battlefield in the future, would she truly be able to hold firm to her beliefs and convictions? Perhaps. It was this moment of hesitation and struggle in Dylan's expression that touched Belmare. Despite the height difference, she still patted Dylan's arm. Dylan, do not underestimate me, because I am a woman. You must believe in me and us. No matter what kind of abyss or hell we face in the future, wherever you go, we will follow you. Dylan tensed up, then looked at Belmare. She was the first person he had chosen, and currently the most talented one. What about Nami? Dylan's eyes couldn't hide his disappointment, even a hint of powerless anger. What puzzled Dylan was that Belmare seemed unfazed. She took a deep breath of smoke and gazed toward the EC, saying, "So it is indeed Nami." But Belmare turned around, her expression resolute. "Even if it is Nami, if she chooses the wrong path in life, then it will be my responsibility to correct it. I will personally arrest her. If she falls into darkness, I will personally end it." Dylan. In an instant, Belmare's conqueror's haki surged wildly. "I promised you I will never hesitate. This is also my duty as a mother." Dylan gazed at Belmare, whose expression was resolute, and then sighed. "Do not tell Nojiko yet, and do not try to stop anything. The East Sea in some respects is the most dangerous place among the four seas." For so many years, it was the first time Belmare saw Dylan so serious and restrained. From the first year she knew Dylan, she had always known him to possess unparalleled confidence, of course the power he displayed was indeed worthy of such confidence. Only at this moment did Belmare suddenly realize that this world might be far from what she saw and thought. Years ago, when Dylan spoke of the emperors of the sea, there had been no hint of apprehension or unease in his demeanor. For her, and Shiria, Dylan had single-handedly nearly annihilated Shanks, who had not yet entered the four emperors in the West Sea. Moreover, Dylan usually did not deliberately avoid many things regarding them, such as his dealings with Big Mom and the fact that he had been watching a young man in the East Sea for over a decade, the current captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Fire Fist, Ace, who happened to be the son of Gol D. Roger. None of these moved Dylan. Only when discussing Nami's future did it seem to touch upon some earth-shattering secret that even the usually confident Dylan had to show such a serious expression. "Nami, does she have some secret? Or, over the years I have tried to change Nami's destiny, but I failed. Now at this point it is difficult to change anything. Remember my words, Belmare, you are not allowed to return to the East Sea within 2 years. Otherwise, you may die." Dylan adjusted his collar and walked heavily toward the balcony. "Do not let me lose more relatives." The sun god has grown, and even Dylan himself was wary of the hidden power. Once Belmare touches upon the topic of the sun god, it might immediately alert them, and she could even be directly erased. After packing the gifts Belmare brought for Cocoa West Village, Dylan transformed into lightning and vanished into the sky. Belmare stood on the balcony watching the distant light, tightly pursing her lips and remaining silent. The first half of the Grand Line. Dylan hovered in midair, taking out a map. The map was densely marked with many red lines, with only a few routes still having small blank spaces. It should be among these routes Wormel. The issue of the Golden Lion had been on his mind since he arrived at the Grand Line. Every time he returned to the East Sea, he would carefully record the routes to confirm the location of the floating island, Wormel. Shiki, the guy who inherited Roxwell, was actually defeated by that brat using such a silly technique. It seems that the accident he encountered during the Battle of White Wall greatly diminished his strength. Not only was he unable to unleash Haki, but that hell might have also caused him other restrictions and injuries. After all, it was stuck in his head. A guy who could be mentioned in the same breath as Whitebeard and Roger actually lost to a balloon. What a pity. After slowly tracing a line on the map, Dylan's figure flickered and he soared into the sky. Wormel. The Golden Lion sat at the edge of the island gazing at the sea. Dr. Indigo walked up to the Golden Lion with his hands in his pockets. Despite having a comical face, the aura emanating from Dr. Indigo at this moment made the surrounding thugs tremble in fear, fleeing in all directions. Cackle, cackle, reminiscing again, are we? Shiki. No. The Golden Lion remained seated, still gazing into the distance. I was wondering, are the guys on the sea still worthy of being called pirates? Why do you say that? Isn't Lean Newgate and Kaido doing quite well? Dr. Indigo sat down beside the Golden Lion, completely unconcerned that just inches in front of him was a sheer drop. Tch huff. The Golden Lion exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking with disdain. Newgate is strong enough, but like me, he has significant physical issues that likely won't last much longer. No, just one all-out battle could take his life. As for Lin and Kaido, they are still not close to that position. Why? The problems with those two were exposed back in Rocks. They may have achieved something, but they can never become rulers. This sea has already forgotten the power and fear of pirates. They have forgotten what a true pirate is. Just as the Golden Lion finished speaking, a cold voice transmitted from afar. Then tell me, what is a true pirate? A gust of wind swept by as Dylan stood in front of the Golden Lion. The map in his hand had been crumpled and was now scattered by the wind. Kali Kali, it's the renowned Vice Admiral Dark Dragon from these past few years. Facing Dylan Dr. Indigo remained calm, hands still in his pockets as he scrutinized the other man. Dylan's gaze passed over the two of them and extended toward the island. After a brief observation, Dylan retracted his gaze and looked at the golden lion. It's quite ordinary, Shiki. No offense intended, but these petty creatures thrown into the East China Sea could only cause a day's chaos at most. To destroy the East China Sea is simply a delusion. Kekekek, what a boastful little brat. Sometimes I really despise you East China Sea folks. The golden lion's body slowly floated up, his expression growing serious. Come to take my head, huh? Navy brat. Dylan unsheathed his shura with a flick, his expression calm. You got it right, but there's no reward. Clang. Dylan's shura collided with the golden lion's right foot, causing a slight tremor. The golden lion was sent flying backward before halting in midair. Dylan smiled at the golden lion, whose face was darkened. Looks like that helm has really hurt you. At this point you can't even unleash your haki, can you? So you can only rely on your fruit powers now, eh? That's enough to deal with a brat like you. The golden lion roared, the ground behind him starting to churn, quickly gathering into several lion heads that crushed toward Dylan. Lions might earth roll. Just as the massive rock lion head approached Dylan, a flash of red light appeared, and all the lion heads were split in two, flying into the air. As the lion heads flew up, a series of crescent-shaped slashes shot forth from the gaps. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Dylan's expression darkened as the density of the incoming slashes surpassed imagination, forming an unavoidable net of strikes. The shura lay across with lightning entwined around its blade. Judgment, break the illusion. A similarly dense barrage of slashes erupted forward, instantly shattering the lion heads caught in between by the continuous impacts. The golden lion raised his right hand and pressed down violently. In an instant, the entire floating island erupted with a booming sound as dirt, rocks, and trees began to float into the air. Dylan paused in midair, looking at the accumulating debris. What's this? Earth explosion star. Zing. A bolt of lightning flashed, and before the floating debris could fully gather, Dylan had already arrived before the golden lion. The golden lion couldn't evade in time. Years of battle instinct surged, a sense of crisis within him. Unable to cancel his ability, the golden lion could only let the debris fall back to the ground while he raised his legs, crossing his twin swords. Clang. Blocked it. The golden lion felt a lingering dread. Though his haki was restrained by old wounds, he sensed that if he were hit by this strike, it would likely be the end for him. No, it didn't get blocked. Dylan, with both hands on the shura's hilt, looked up at the golden lion. A dark red aura erupted from the tip of the shura, instantly engulfing the floating golden lion. Judgment, bridge of size. The thread-thin, intricate slashes penetrated the golden lion's body, and without the protection of haki, he was instantly drenched in blood. Ugh! A continuous stream of slashes pierced through him like a river, and moments later, even the mighty golden lion could no longer withstand it, crashing heavily to the ground. In the distance, Dr. Indigo sighed. It's a failure. Shiki. Huh. You little brat. Huh. The fallen golden lion gasped heavily, barely propping himself up as he looked at Dylan descending. I never expected to lose to someone from the East China Sea again. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the golden lion unsheathed the twin swords strapped to his legs and plunged them into the earth. These are two fine swords. Take them, don't waste them. Seeing the puzzled look in Dylan's eyes, the golden lion laughed heartily. Kekekek, don't misunderstand, I'm not using them to buy my life. After losing my haki, my pirate life is basically over. The golden lion stared at Dylan with a sinister grin. Although you are a Navy brat, I sense many interesting things from you. Kekekek, that Newgate fellow can only block the path of the old era in the new world, but Kaido and Big Mom are not even qualified. Only I can inherit the will of rocks. Dylan looked at the animated golden lion, unsure of what he was so happy about. You don't think I want to inherit the will of that kind of person, do you? No, our paths are different, but the destination is the same. Come on, Navy, take my head and become the stepping stone to a higher stage. With someone like you around, the world will be anything but boring. Dylan nodded and pulled out his Den Den Mushy. Kuzan, get ready. The Den Den Mushy with an eye patch replied shortly with a understood before closing its eyes. Any last words? Dylan stepped forward, looking at the bloodied yet excited golden lion. Once a person falls into a certain obsession or madness, they indeed become incomprehensible. Last words. The golden lion smiled mysteriously. You are strong, brat, but not enough. To truly stand at the pinnacle of the world, you still lack something. At that time you will have the qualification to confront this world, and only then will you be qualified to touch the true history. You really are getting old, Shiki. Dylan raised the shura. I have no interest in history, because history is determined by me. Swish. The golden lion's head flew off, yet the expression on that head in midair was filled with surprise and joy. As the golden lion's life faded, the dozens of small islands floating in the air began to tremble, then all fell toward the sea below. Dylan paused in midair, glancing at Dr. Indigo sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His face showed no panic or disappointment, only tranquility. It seemed this fellow had also lost his fighting spirit and belief in survival. On the sea, as a massive shadow loomed, Kuzan, standing on the water, revealed a look of shock. Allah, this is going too far. Boom. The dozens of islands fell simultaneously, stirring up towering waves on the sea. Just as the wave crested, Kuzan crouched down, reaching his hand into the surface of the sea. Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the towering waves and ripples reaching hundreds of meters were frozen, forming a unique colossal ice sculpture group on the surface of the sea. Done. Then I'm off. Dylan descended from the air, standing on the ice beside Kuzan. Kuzan adjusted his eye patch, seemingly having done something trivial. The islands in the sky, was it worth such a grand gesture? Was it the golden lion? Dylan glanced at Kuzan and nodded. I've been looking for him for years. His body is still on the island. If you need, have someone clean it up. You took him down. Yeah. Kuzan pressed his palm, looking somewhat troubled. The float fruit ability. Forget it. This is something for the world government to worry about. I'll leave the report to you, Kuzan. I have things to do back in the East China Sea. Hey, you brat. Hey. Staring at the empty air before him and the massive ice sculpture in the distance, Kuzan paused for a moment before pulling out his den mushi. Is this Sengo Kasama? Is Nami not around again? Noki stood by the stove cutting vegetables as he replied. Yes, she said she wanted to do some mapping. Dylan lightly tapped the table, frowning at the blueprints hanging in the living room. Sitting beside him, Aiken hesitated before finally saying, Don't worry, she's already 17. Seeing Dylan's expression still unchanged, Aiken cautiously asked, Should I call her back? No need, just let her do what she likes. Aye. Buzz, 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 buzz. Dylan hadn't finished speaking when the den mushi on his arm suddenly rang. After pressing the answer button, the face of a crew-cut, square-faced guy appeared on the den mushi. D. Dylan, Vice Admiral. Please, we need your help to save the people of the Sakura Kingdom. Sakura Kingdom. Dalton, what's going on? Some very vicious pirates have come here. Got it. Dylan hung up the den mushi and stood up, calling back to the kitchen. I'll be back for dinner. Please wait for me a moment. In the kitchen, Noki nodded. Be safe, big brother Dylan. After stepping out the door, Dylan flew toward the direction of the Grand Line. Teach. You have obtained the darkness fruit. In the wind and snow of Tsigu Island, countless citizens supported each other as they rushed towards the castle. It's so vicious. Those pirates. Who will save us? Though there were only a few pirates, each one was powerful and cruel, even the kind-hearted king. The king, who was so benevolent, was humiliated by them. Inside the castle, Dalton, surrounded by the crowd, was spitting blood and covered in wounds. Where did they go? It seemed those people were not very interested in treasures and began to wreak havoc upon arriving. They went towards the witch castle. Dr. Korea. Dalton gasped, glancing at the telephone bug beside him. That man. Will he come? Listening to the moans and wails of the surrounding citizens, Dalton felt a surge of powerlessness and despair. He then recalled the words that man had said to him years ago. Your evil lies in your hypocrisy and incompetence. Am I really that incompetent? Dalton clenched his fists tightly, the pink cherry blossom flag outside the window seeming so glaring. Outside, Dr. Korea's castle, Blackbeard had just emerged, pleased, and saw crew members lying on the ground. Poison Q buyers Van Oka and Lafitte were all covered in blood, but none had lost their vital signs. Dylan leaned against a stone pillar outside the castle gate, watching as Blackbeard came out, and sized him up before saying, Are you done? Haha, it's you, Dark Dragon. From inside the gate, Dr. Korea, dressed in a short shirt, walked out, and Dylan glanced at her. When you get old, just enjoy your retirement. Don't think that just because you know a few worthless secrets you can threaten anyone. Dylan stood up, leaning Shura against the ground. There are many who know secrets in this sea. Your help in modifying this bastard's body will offset the fee from the last consultation. Get lost. Not only Dr. Korea, even Blackbeard beside her widened his eyes. You? What? Surprised. Teach, today am not planning to kill you, but... Dylan drew Shura. This place is barely my base. Letting you leave like this would make me lose face. Thunder Spear. Dark water. Black particles swirled, devouring the lightning spear that shot towards Blackbeard. Haha, your abilities are ineffective against me. I know. The lightning had not been completely engulfed when a crimson slash followed closely behind. Sizzle. Blackbeard's chest was cut open and blood gushed out. Damn it. It hurts. Blackbeard held his wound with one hand, rolling on the ground as if he were about to die at any moment. Dylan coldly watched him perform, his expression unchanged. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. If you weren't of any use, neither you nor your stinky fish and rotten shrimp would leave today. Get lost. The Blackbeard, who had been rolling on the ground, suddenly froze and then leaped up. Despite the blood still flowing from his chest, he seemed oblivious. You bastard. Blackbeard swallowed hard. Haha, I didn't expect there to be such a person in the Navy. Since you're not going to capture me today, then I'm leaving Dark Dragon. Dylan watched the Blackbeard pirates leave, limping, his grip on Shura tightening. After they disappeared from view, Dylan finally let out a sigh. The Marineford War is a crucial part of my plan. It cannot change. As for Teach, this bastard has never needed to sleep since childhood. Aside from his body being different from ordinary people, his willpower and pain tolerance have long surpassed those of normal humans. This guy, although his acting is exaggerated, is indeed a monster. Dylan pondered for a moment. Fortunately for now, Blackbeard, like Ace and Kizuru, is somewhat overly reliant on his devil fruit abilities. From the earlier confrontation, I judged that killing him should not be a problem even if he has obtained the Quake fruit. But this guy, Dylan frowned. Before obtaining the fruit, Teach was able to fight evenly with red-haired Shanks, so he must have other means. Turning around to glance at the castle, Dylan walked down the hill, filled with disdain. Initially, he had promised Dr. Kureha one thing, which was to give the citizens a chance to buy their lives with the fruits. Since you do not cherish it yourself, when that day comes you cannot blame me. Inside the castle, Dr. Kureha wore a serious expression. Looking at the busy Chopper in the distance, Dr. Kureha sighed internally. I'm sorry, Chopper. This is my agreement with one of the D clan. Sigu Island Palace Castle. Dylan stood in the center of the hall, watching the bustling citizens leave and glancing at the dejected Dalton. So how is it? Have you realized your incompetence and foolishness? Dylan sneered. This is the grand line. You actually expect ordinary people to protect the nation. Dalton lowered his head in silence, even though Dylan's gaze and tone were full of disdain, even though he was the king of a world government member country. In the face of this man, he had no temper at all. During the last World Conference, even powerful nations like the Kingdom of Flower in the West, Blue and Dressrosa in the New World, as well as countries like Alabasta, were accusing him. So what? This man's status and power were not affected in the slightest because the numerous countries in the East Blue and the Ryugu Kingdom of Fishman Island were defending him. If you're not capable, then just speak up. Don't you like living in a thatched cottage outside? Go do it now. Dylan's expression showed impatience as he looked at Dalton, whose face was pained and struggling. Just as Dylan lifted his arm to call CP0, Dalton raised his head. Please, give me another chance. Dylan's arm stopped in midair, coldly gazing at Dalton. If he could not muster the courage and determination today, then this country would be taken from him. Although time was running out, it was still a form of strength. It's been 5 or 6 years. I originally thought you would understand change and resistance after experiencing Warble, but I didn't expect that you living in such a dangerous area would still be so naive and foolish. Dylan lowered his arm, not even looking at the remorseful Dalton as he turned to walk outside. Decide what path to take yourself. They'll tell you one thing: peace sought through war will preserve peace, while peace sought through peace will lead to its demise. As he reached the doorway, Dylan looked at the cherry blossom flag in the square, his eyes revealing a look of disdain. I dislike that flag. If I come back next time and it's still there. Dylan did not finish his sentence, but the chilling air made Dalton shiver. Mariehua, Penga Palace. Initiating a request for a naval garrison, the 5 elders were somewhat surprised after hearing the report. Cherry Blossom. No. Kingdom of Chia. A CP0 agent who had collaborated with Dylan stood beside, waiting for their decision. But the G5 branch is far from there if we station troops. They did not discuss whether to replace the garrison with troops from other branches because the submitted request was specifically for G5 to station. Let him decide for himself. It's just a small country in the lower realm. However, the 5 elder with a birthmark on his forehead turned to CP0. Has that woman's identity been confirmed? Not yet confirmed. Her appearance differs greatly from the wanted poster of the past, and there are significant discrepancies in recorded speech and behavioral patterns as well. If it's really her. The 5 elder pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling something. Forget it, just have someone observe from the periphery. Even if it is her, she is already on her last legs and poses no threat. But the blonde 5 elder waved away CP0 and then said to the others, the first light has already appeared. Why hasn't he acted against the light? No, he has acted, but for some reason, he did not extinguish that light. We need not doubt his stance, for Lord M has long made a declaration. All lights will be extinguished by him. In the year 1522 of the sea-round calendar, the shipping lane, where the G5 branch is located, has almost become a pirate's forbidden zone. Even when participating in the Joker's auction or trading weapons with him, other countries and pirates would choose to take a longer route. What puzzled others was that just when they had nearly cornered Dressrosa, Dylan suddenly ordered a change in their course. Though confused, no one ever defied Dylan's orders, which allowed the precarious Don Quixote pirates to catch their breath. In the northwest waters of the G5 branch, Shiryu and Belmir stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant flag. It's a pirate crew under Whitebeard. Up to here, this is the dividing line between us and him. The island ahead had raised Whitebeard's flag more than 10 years ago, while the island behind them had just raised the G5 flag yesterday. Well, let it be. Dylan said before not to engage with the four emperors for now. If they don't come to us, we don't need to provoke them. Aine raised her wrist while holding the autumn water then. Let's change direction. Our next stop is Coconut Island, where the pirates are not affiliated with the four emperors. Shiryu glanced at Aine and then at Belmir. This foolish woman seems to have become particularly violent lately, almost killing pirates with a single punch. Is she venting some emotion? Shiryu shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts. These matters were not his concern. At this moment, a special guest arrived at the G5 branch. What are you doing here instead of staying on the island with your gorilla? Dylan, with his legs crossed, tossed a bottle of wine to Hawkeye. I found a very interesting young man in the East Sea, and he seems to know you. Dylan thought for a moment. What was it again? It seemed that after that scoundrel Kurozumi disturbed Hawkeye's sleep, when he entered the Grand Line, he was chased all the way to the East Sea like a cat catching a mouse. But the problem is, Kurozumi has been dead for 10 years. Why is Hawkeye still going to the East Sea? What are you doing in the East Sea? Dylan stared at Hawkeye, seemingly wanting a reasonable answer. Hawkeye casually shook his glass and said no particular reason, just drifting around in search of interesting opponents. Then why don't you go find Rayleigh? He uses a sword, right? With a slight shake of his glass and a moment of silence, Hawkeye replied, I have an agreement with the world government not to touch those forbidden figures. To cooperate with Hawkeye, Dylan had to ask again, so what is this interesting young man you mentioned? A young man named Rorinoa Zoro. After recounting his experiences in the East Sea, Hawkeye added, he said he saw you when he was a child, and it had a great impact on him. Green Algae Head, yes, I have indeed seen him once. Why? Do you hold him in high regard? He has the heart and spirit of a strong warrior, and should become a remarkable swordsman in the future. Is that so? Dylan did not comment on Hawkeye's evaluation. Green Algae Head has quite a simplistic sword style. From the mid to late stages, he basically relies on the instant movement and Iaido, just gaining fame through flashy exploits. After all, he named his fruit. After Hawkeye left, Dylan picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed, connecting with a guy with short white hair and a rogue expression. What's up? Are you still in the East Sea? No, I applied for a transfer order to headquarters, chasing a guy in the Paradise. Dylan hung up the Den Den Mushi and pondered for a moment. Straw Hat, has he already reached Alabasta? Though he had warned Crocodile, Dylan knew in his heart that that arrogant guy would not take it to heart. He would only think he was being humiliated. Even to this day, Dylan still couldn't understand how the young Barrett could fight evenly with the middle-aged Rayleigh, while Crocodile could match Barrett. He even challenged Whitebeard later on, though that challenge might be questionable, similar to how Moria had challenged Kaido. But it definitely shouldn't be such a large discrepancy. Whether careless or arrogant, did something happen to Crocodile similar to what happened with the Golden Lion? This guy's fearless personality is even more pronounced than Doflamingo. At least Doflamingo was relatively honest when facing Akiji, Akainu, and Sengoku, but Crocodile actually dared to attack Akainu during the Marine Ford. This cannot simply be described as fearless. He must have some backing. From Whitebeard's lenient attitude towards him, he must have some connection with Whitebeard. As for whether he was turned from a woman into a man by the Hormone King, that's hard to say, but Dylan doesn't fully accept that explanation. Mancheri. Hearing Dylan's voice, Mancheri in the garden outside flew up immediately. Dylan Lando, is there something you need me to do? Dylan extended his hand. My sister might be sick. Although, anyway, I'm not very at ease. Please stay in the ring for a while. We'll go and check on her, and I'll trouble you then. Dylan Lando's sister. Huh. Dylan smiled slightly. She's Belmir's daughter. By the way, she might have been bitten by some bug and is showing a high fever. Then let's set out, Dylan Lando. At the foot of Drum Island, Sanji and the Straw Hats looked up at the towering peak thousands of meters high. Glancing at the feverish Nami, Sanji gritted his teeth and said, well, carry Nami up, even if we have to climb. All right. Just as the Straw Hats rolled up their sleeves, a voice came from afar, no need. Huh. Dylan landed in the snow, looking at the flushed Nami, then at the bewildered Straw Hats and the terrified Sanji. Put her down. No. Nami is our companion. Get lost. Dylan shouted loudly, turning to stare at the Straw Hats. Do you want to die? Dylan. Brother Dylan. Don't hurt him. The once drowsy Nami woke up, and upon seeing Dylan, her expression turned from joy to guilt. Feeling Dylan's murderous intent towards Luffy, she quickly mustered the strength to speak. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats were still scratching their heads. Brother. Is this guy really your brother? Huh. Sanji pulled Luffy aside and whispered, hey, you really don't know who Nami is, do you? Huh. Seeing Luffy's expression, Sanji swallowed hard. She's the adopted sister of the Marine Vice Admiral Dark Dragon. You didn't know that all this time? Dark Dragon. What is that? Sanji shot a glance at Dylan. That's the Marine's code name. Luffy in this generation of Marines, if you match colors with animals, they are basically monster level, even qualified to contend for Marine Admiral. I see. But he is Nami's brother, so he should be a good person, right? Sanji suddenly choked. A good person. Perhaps for civilians. But for pirates this guy is an absolute demon. Meanwhile, under Mancheri's treatment, Nami instantly recovered. After treating Nami, Mancheri glanced at Dylan, unsure if it was because she sensed Dylan's bad emotions or couldn't endure the cold climate here. She voluntarily requested to return to the ring space. Dylan sighed and took out a leather coat from the ring and draped it over Nami. Take care of yourself, Nami. After saying this, Dylan turned into a shadow and disappeared, leaving Nami wrapped in the coat with tears welling in her eyes. Brother Dylan. She was not like Nojiko, who stayed on Cocoa Island all day. Since she was about 10 years old, she had been wandering around the East Sea mapping. She certainly knew who Brother Dylan was and what stance and will he represented. But Luffy. Nami turned to look at the man who brought her joy and dreams. Ultimately, Nami squatted on the ground and cried out loud. The guardian god of the East Sea's adopted sister actually became a pirate. How ironic. Sanji and the Straw Hats quietly sat beside her, silently comforting her. Once Nami's emotions stabilized, Luffy grinned and said, "Hey Sanji, Nami, shall we go up?" 2 weeks later, the bulletin titled, "The former warlord Kuluo coup d'Air. His coup foiled by the Navy," spread across the seas. Diluin studied the paper, where CMO Goose scowled with indignation, and to see Chi looked plainly embarrassed. Those two had plucked undeserved glory, and each rose a rank, yet from that moment CMO Guest's temperament began to shift profoundly. Though once known in the Navy as the Mad Dog, he had generally obeyed broad orders. Since the Alabasta 10 incident, his faith in the Navy and the world government had eroded further. And Ika Robin. Did she decipher the historical text about the underworld king? Such a dangerous matter. Kuzan must have been aware her survival was surely inseparable from Kuzan's intervention. To Dylan, there were scarcely any admirals of absolute virtue in the Navy. If one sought compassion, perhaps the so-called ship cutter T-Pungan might qualify. As for the others, each bore their own stance and rationale. Zhang Guo needs no elaboration to carry out orders and sever Luo Jie's lineage. He commanded the arrest and execution of every pregnant woman and infant on Ba Tai Li La Dao. During the Dingshang War, he did not hesitate to order indiscriminate strikes, sacrificing the peripheral fleets to secure tactical objectives. Ka Pu and his desire to protect AIC did not prevent it. Qing Ji and Tung, who were no different. One allowed Robin to flit between gangs and pirates, the other, in the name of validating his own justice, watched the poor of delay, Luo Sa perish. No one had the moral high ground. And Diluin himself. He rose and regarded Xiao Luo at his side. He had never aspired to be a saint, nor could he ever become one. He would kill for likes and dislikes. For example, 2 years from now, if he encountered Tao Jiju, who had come across time from 20 years past. Even if you truly were a Tian Wang ID, still cut you down. Marineford the conference chamber. Only Vice Admiral He Xiong and 2 other officers remained in the hall. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Sorry. Careful. My body won't obey me." One officer suddenly drew his weapon and slashed at another. Vice Admiral, he propped his chin on his hands, glanced once, and said, "You're the one making mischief, aren't you, Duo Fei Lang Ming Go? Leave them be. Behave." "Behave? Haha, if you put it that way." Duo Fei Lang Ming Go shifted his gesture, and the armed sailor lunged to stab his comrade. "If you don't behave, mind the fellow who will arrive presently. He is not as easy to reason with as we are." Duo Fei Lang Ming Gu paused, his expression darkened. From the corridor, at one side of the chamber, 2 figures tall and short walked in. Diluin strode beside Zhang Guo and cast a glance at Duo Fei Lang Ming Gu, frozen where he stood. "What you want me to beg you? Get down and sit properly." Duo Fei Lang Ming Gu was silent a moment, gave a strained laugh, and said, "Haha, your temper is as foul as ever, Dila. My business owes you much," he went on. Diluin took a seat beside Vice Admiral He and looked at Duo Fei Lang Ming Gu, already settled in his place. "Clam up, or from now on, it'll take 30% of delay, Luo SAS trade." Vice Admiral, he pursed his lips and smiled as Zhang Guo at the head of the table seemed not to notice. "No one else will come this time," Zhang Guo began. Footsteps approached. Ing Yin, bearing the sword knight, entered the hall. Zhang Guo said with some surprise, "I did not expect you to come." Ing Yin glanced at Diluin and replied, "I merely passed by. Besides, this time I am only auditing the meeting." As Zhang Guo was about to speak, a soft, almost effeminate voice drifted from outside the window. "May I also partake in this audit?" After the meeting, only Vice Admiral He, Zhang Guo, and Diluin remained in the hall. Vice Admiral He looked at Diluin and asked, "That youth earlier seemed quite afraid of you. Have you met him?" Diluin, lighting a cigarette, answered, "Yes. Once at Liyuan. I gave them a beating. From by Hughes's ship. They are a hot potato indeed, but perfect to fill the vacancy left by Koluo Ku de Air's removal. Is there anything wrong with that? Zhangguo regarded the casually detached Di Lun. This was uncharacteristic of him. Di Lun flicked ash from his cigarette. No, I've met those bastards. Though they are hardened villains, they possess the strength to serve as warlords. I see. Watching Di Lun leave the chamber, Zhangguo bowed his head and said to Vice Admiral, Xiaoyi, do you think Di Lun is acting strangely this time? Indeed, but we do not yet know why. Because of D.A. Monsieur D. Tiki. As Di Lun reached the square preparing to leave, a few familiar figures drew his attention. Old Kapu sat on a bench chewing a donut, while two young men trained in the yard. Is that the disciple you selected? Di Lun glanced at the slightly plump, pink-haired boy, and his face registered disdain. Kapu keenly sensed Di Lun's malice and felt puzzled. The man could be vicious to pirates, but he treated the navy and civilians well. I hear your grandson did remarkable things in Alabasta, old Kapu. Di Lun sat on the other end of the bench and slanted his eyes toward the king of deserters on the drill ground. Kapu folded the donut bag and turned to Di Lun. Lu Fei chose his own path, and as long as he does not turn to evil. Yes, indeed. So long as he does not become evil, I will not strike him. But, Di Lun looked at Kapu's weathered face. You must keep an eye on him, Kapu. If he is merely an adventurer or behaves as an Alabasta, I will not interfere. I could even tolerate to an extent his killing and arson. But, if he becomes the standard bearer for the pirates, then neither you nor I will be able to contain what follows. Di Lun rose and departed. Faintly, Kapu thought he heard him say, You have succeeded as a navy man, but as a father, grandfather, and teacher you have failed. Lord Lei Shun, H.M. Gonfuer, this year's currents are unusually strong. A party rode the flow up to the Sky Island. Di Lun hovered in the air and regarded the otherwise composed Gonfuer. Was there someone wearing a straw hat? Gonfuer replied with surprise. Yes, indeed. But they did not pillage here. They were only sightseeing and seeking adventure. Gonfuer. Di Lun's eyes narrowed. I do not need you to judge others. Your duty is to report facts objectively. Are you attempting to sway my judgment? On the other end of the line, Gonfuer trembled. No, I had no such intent. The stone remains in Lei Shen Dian, yes. Yes, Lord Lei Shen, no one has approached it. A smile touched Di Lun's lips. Good. Leave them for now. If they attempt to approach or break into Lei Shen Dian, contact me at once. The historical manuscript recording Haiwang Poseidon had long ago been moved by Di Lun to Lei Shen Dian. These past years he had been occupied with cultivation and G5 matters, rarely returning, and that stone was not the red roadmark manuscript. He therefore paid it little heed. After all, he had long known what Haiwang Poseidon truly represented. By now Di Lun had come to accept that many things were effectively immutable. Nearly 10 years prior, Di Lun had ordered Gonfuer to sever the cloud ladder above the Blue Sea, yet the Chow Mao crew still reached the Sky Island by an unprecedented great current. He had tried to alter Na Mai's path, yet she was still drawn to the Straw Hats. He had reshaped the destiny of the Ci Gu kingdom, and still the Straw Hats gained the people's fruit wielder. All of this demonstrated how difficult change could be. Whether fate or the will of the world, only when one holds overwhelming power can one hope to defy the descending will itself. Otherwise, what use are gods of sun or moon? If they lop your head off, will you still be able to do a sit-up? Join the G5. Isn't serving under Admiral Kizaru preferable? Surely you know which rank outranks the other, Admiral or Vice Admiral. Di Lun regarded Law, who had traveled such a great distance, with mild curiosity. He had altered Law's fate not only to secure the Devil Fruit exchange, but also significantly to disrupt and weaken the Straw Hat crew's power. Based on prior reasoning, Law was highly likely to sacrifice his own life during the final battle, performing the eternal youth surgery upon the sun god, thereby enabling the sun god to complete his ultimate act of defiance. In a profound sense, the man before him truly embodied one wing of the king's twin wings. Few could go from being utterly crushed and toyed with by Don Quixote Doflamingo just half a month ago to standing shoulder to shoulder with Kid and defeating one of Big Mom's most formidable subordinates. It isn't about promotion or rank. I heard it directly from Admiral Sengoku. You changed my destiny. Law, wearing his signature beret and shouldering the sword Kikoku, gazed steadily at Di Lun. I've long wished to come here, but Admiral Sengoku deemed me too weak, so I delayed until today. What brings you here? To confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. As a Marine stationed at headquarters, you must know I've temporarily suspended all pressure against Dressrosa. To prevent Doflamingo from desperate retaliation, and thereby safeguard the integrity of the impending summit war, Di Lun had eased the naval blockade on Dressrosa over half a year earlier. Law shook his head. That matter is important, but not my primary purpose. Moi. Only then did Di Lun lift his gaze to meet Law's. As a child, Law had harbored bitter hatred for the world due to the perennial lead disease. later softened by the compassion of Rosinante, yet ultimately drawn back onto the path of piracy. After delivering him to the Marines, Dylan had paid him little mind, never imagining that after so many years law would appear before him of his own volition. Then what is your purpose? Are you still driven by the same impulse as in childhood, to destroy the world? Law looked momentarily startled, then relaxed. No, certainly not. Doflamingo is merely one small source of suffering in this world. What I seek is to alter the fates of other children. He paused and met Dylan's eyes directly. My judgment aligns with Admiral Sengoku's. You possess extraordinary potential, and crucially you remain unbound. Moreover, Admiral Sengoku told me you wield uniquely exceptional authority and capability. Aligning with you offers the greatest chance of witnessing that day arrive. Sengoku. Dylan frowned. That wily old fox. Had he truly become something more after consuming the Buddha fruit? Law observed Dylan's silent contemplation without interruption, waiting patiently across from him. You may join me, but there is a price. Dylan rotated his neck lightly. Rosinante told you, didn't he, that the D lineage are known as the enemies of God? Yes. Dylan smirked faintly. Here there is no preordained fate, no divine will, neither mine nor ours. Our destinies are forged solely through our own striving, not granted, not bestowed. Should you accept, you must renounce the name D entirely. Water 7. After Garp revealed Luffy's true heritage to the assembled group, every face froze in stunned silence. In any case, Garp was about to continue, when suddenly his brow furrowed and his expression darkened. Vice Admiral on long. A guard at the doorway snapped to attention and saluted sharply. Dylan strode into the banquet hall, his cloak billowing behind him. Now, don't look at me like that. With you present, what mischief could I possibly cause? Brother Dylan. Nami cried out joyfully, rushing forward to gently tug at his coat sleeve. You've grown so much, Nami. Though he visited Kokoyashi village in the East Blue several times each year, it was only now, gazing upon her with genuine attention, that Dylan realized nearly 10 years had passed since their first meeting. How's the adventure going? Watching Nami radiate pure delight and warmth, Dylan's heart stirred with complex emotion. The sun god, truly extraordinary. Those unaware stared wide-eyed. Just who were these young people? The Navy's strongest Vice Admiral, Garp the legendary hero. His grandson, Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon's son. The Navy's youngest Vice Admiral, Onlong, Dylan's younger sister. This compelled everyone else to scan Zoro and Sanji repeatedly, wondering if they too concealed similarly formidable lineages. Dylan seemed to read their thoughts. He laughed heartily, but said nothing further. A disciple of the enigmatic witch keeper of the dual devil fruit secret, Prince of the Germa Kingdom, son of the daimyo of Wano country, crown heir of the Frost Moon clan, adopted son of the world's greatest shipwright and sworn brother to the master of the world's largest shipyard, last descendant of O'Hara, the sole person alive capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, and personal ward of Admiral Akiji, the Navy's current fleet admiral, and son of the former third-in-command of the red-haired pirates. Collectively, their pedigrees were such that even the four emperors would pause to weigh the consequences. What an explosively dangerous and exhilarating adventure indeed. Damn it. Dylan seated himself directly across from Luffy. Though he'd spent over a decade developing influence in the East Blue, he'd never once set foot in Fusha village, for security reasons. Even his brief encounter on Drum Island had ended almost immediately after they met. As Dylan settled into the chair opposite Luffy, Garp's entire body tensed. Dylan studied the sun god, whose expression remained blissfully vacant. Hey kid, why do you want to be a pirate? Luffy grinned broadly. Because I want to go on adventures. With my crew. Then why not become an adventurer, or a traveler? Luffy blinked, then protested loudly, no way. Pirates are the freest people in the world. Dylan held his gaze puzzled. Are you not free? Your grandfather is among the strongest individuals alive, and your father is known as the most wanted criminal in the world. Under such circumstances, how can you claim you lack freedom? Without waiting for Luffy's reply, Dylan pressed on. Must you only be free as a pirate? Must you bear the title pirate at all? Or is it not freedom you seek, but lawlessness disguised as liberty? Luffy froze. In his mind, gathering comrades, sailing the seas, seeking adventure, and finding the One Piece had always been his singular purpose. Dylan watched quietly as Luffy fell into silence, offering no interruption. Around them, the others likewise held their breath. You've met many people along your journey, haven't you? Buggy the Clown Crocodile, they're pirates too. Though your voyage has just begun, tell me if pirates brought laughter and joy to this world. A fierce internal conflict surged within Luffy's mind. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether his choice had been right. Your grandfather has devoted his entire life to protecting these seas. At 7 Taisix, he still commands unparalleled authority, deterrence enough to hold even the fiercest pirates at bay, and earns universal respect and affection. Your father may be a fool, but his intentions were noble, toppling tyranny, so ordinary people might live better lives. Both men fight relentlessly for ideals they believe in. And you, Dylan rose looming over Luffy. You choose to become a pirate. At those words, both Luffy and Nami trembled violently. But Dylan gave them no chance to protest. The so-called king of the pirates, Gol D. Roger. Was his throne won by rock, paper, scissors? Your mentor, your cherished friend, Shanks the Red. As one of the 4 emperors dominating the New World, he commands nearly 1/6 of its waters. Do you imagine those territories were secured through mere charm? Dylan locked eyes with Luffy, his piercing gaze pressing down like a physical weight. That path is paved with slaughter and ruin. Countless families shattered. Countless nations enslaved. Is this the road you've chosen, Monkey D? Luffy. No, it's not like that. Under Dylan's overwhelming presence, Luffy threw back his head and roared. I'm not that kind of pirate. I just want adventure. I'll never hurt anyone. That's wishful thinking alone. What you desire others may refuse to grant. What you offer others may never wish to receive. Don't measure others' lives by your definition of freedom, nor impose your freedom upon theirs. Dylan narrowed his eyes, sweeping his gaze across the room. I respect your grandfather. I honor everything he's done for this world. But when necessity demands it, even he holds neither the right nor the authority to stand in my way. As Dylan departed, the festive banquet descended into absolute silence. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, glancing first at his crewmates, then at Garp, whose hair had long since turned gray. Grandpa. Garp offered a helpless smile and said nothing. A sharp pang pierced Luffy's chest. Then lifting both arms high, he bellowed toward the heavens. I'm not that kind of pirate. The East Sea. Inside the mountains of an unnamed island. Observing from the outside, the peaks appeared unremarkable, yet within they had been hollowed out. A vast circular conference hall had been constructed within the seemingly inconspicuous mountain. Seated around a massive round table were several dozen individuals with a large map at the center meticulously detailing the 4 seas, the doldrums, the Grand Line, and various nations and races. Notably, a significant portion of the East Sea's regions and islands were marked with small red flags. Despite the numerous attendees in the conference hall, not a single sound was made. The main seat facing the entrance remained unoccupied, as everyone appeared to be waiting for its occupant. Sorry to keep you waiting. A voice echoed from behind the main seat, and a tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the passage. Others nodded in acknowledgement, yet silence prevailed. Once the newcomer took his seat, all eyes were fixed upon him. This man, was he finally going to begin? Though many felt a surge of excitement within, they maintained their composure and restraint out of a sense of discipline. It is still not time. The newcomer raised his head, surveying the room. Over a decade ago, we reached a conclusion that I believe everyone still remembers. The elder with a long beard seated to the left of the main seat nodded. Indeed, the complexity of today's world situation cannot simply be categorized by navy, pirates, revolutionary army. The true powers in the Red Earth continent, the family powers of the 20 kings, the legacies of great kingdoms, the origins of the revolutionary army, and those remnants of pirates holding the world government secrets. All of these will be our foes in the future, and even the Navy must consider a more cautious and grim direction. However, after over a decade of our efforts, the elder waved his sleeve, and the regions marked with red flags on the table instantly lit up. We have already spread our beliefs and hopes across the vast majority of the East Sea. Under the banner of the Revolutionary Army, we have overthrown many tyrannies, and in the name of bloodlines, we have elevated our companions to kings and generals. Aside from a few regions associated with Mariewa and those designated by the Master, more than half of the East Sea is now under our control. The long-bearded elder similarly glanced around, and others nodded in agreement. According to the Master's wishes, we have completed the initial spread of ideology and the takeover of power, and next. The elder placed his hands flat on the table, gazing at the person in the main seat alongside the others. The man who rose like a comet, the current Vice Admiral of the Navy, Dark Dragon, Adams Dillon. He was also their leader, the initiator of the Peace Round Table Conference. Dillon raised his head, meeting the determined gazes of many. Beyond their fighting spirit, the will radiating from them was enough to touch one's heart. Time is of the essence. The first words made everyone present hold their breath. In the past decade, through various wars, whether against pirates or noble armies, our soldiers and forces have made significant progress, there is no doubt about it. However, my current identity is quite sensitive, so for the next few years I will try to avoid returning to the East Sea to meet with you. Dillon tapped the table, and your tasks consist of 2 parts. Dillon raised a finger. First, refine more companions with similar ideals from the existing military. Second, empower those companions who have completed their ideological refinement with greater strength. Bamman already mentioned this, and you all know it well. Dylan stood up, leaning forward, staring intently at the location of the red Earth continent on the map. Our enemies are definitely not limited to just one side. To truly change this world, we must be prepared to face the entire world as our enemy. After everyone gradually left, only Dylan at the main seat, Bamman on the left, and a burly man with slightly closed eyes on the right remained in the conference hall. After a moment, footsteps echoed again in the passage, and a man who had originally sat at the entrance returned to the conference hall. After nodding and greeting towards Dylan and the people beside him, the man who seemed harmless and always wore a smile said, "Everything is just as the master predicted. The old concepts are deeply rooted. Many were originally commoners, refugees, even born slaves, but once they gained power, they gradually changed. They were blinded by power and wealth, forgetting the oaths they once made." The man smiled as he raised his head. "According to the master's guidance, under the premise that we cannot expose ourselves, it is absolutely forbidden for anyone to defect. Thus, over the past 3 years, the Discipline Office has purged 5 kings, 12 generals, and a total of 339 officials, including mid-level and lower-level military officers and administrative personnel." Dylan's expression showed little change. Bamman sighed, while the burly man on the left snorted coldly. "From now on, we must increase the intensity of supervision and allow no room for error. Otherwise, our decade-long plan will come to naught." In half a month, Dylan stared at the location of Marineford. He had already received the news that Ace was defeated by Teach on Bonero Island, thus the war on the summit was about to begin. This world is going to become even more chaotic. Seize the opportunity, gather strength, as for a period afterward the world government's attention will be scattered. But do not let down your guard, it remains true. Our enemies extend far beyond just the world government. Sebastian returned to his kingdom. "Mr. Sebastian, there are several documents that require your signature." "Mr. Sebastian, there is an outbreak of beasts in the Polka Mountains that needs your decision." "Mr. Sebastian." Sebastian smiled as he patiently responded to the noisy crowd at his desk one by one. After the crowd finally dispersed, he walked to the window, gazing at the streets far beyond the office building. The streets were resplendent, filled with an air of extravagance. Every face radiated smiles and joy. The Pardo Kingdom is known for its rare ore. However, after centuries of mining, the reserves of ores were nearly depleted. Now the nobles of this country were still desperately conscripting citizens to mine. "What? No more. Impossible, dig deeper. This is the wealth bestowed upon us by heaven. It cannot just cease to exist. Not enough miners. Then send criminals down. Not enough criminals. What about the wild men outside the city? Capture them all. No one knows how many civilian corpses have been discarded in those dark mines, nor where those ores have gone, or what they have turned into." In his youth, Sebastian was handsome and cold. His father was the finance officer of this country, overseeing the entire nation's economy. He had never been to the mining area because everyone knew that wild men lived there. They were rude, unclean, savage, and vile. Even just looking at it would be an insult to the nobility. "Got it. Damn beast, it fled to the mining area. Young master, should we?" Sebastian turned his head, casting a cold glance at the servant. "Are you trying to ruin my perfect record?" "No, not. But the mining area? Just a bunch of wild men. What does it matter?" When Sebastian awoke, his head had already been wrapped in cloth by someone. He vaguely remembered chasing that beast into the dense forest, but had lost his footing and fallen off a cliff. "Big brother, you're awake." Sebastian was about to respond when a wave of pain shot through his forehead. "Be careful, big brother, you got a little hurt." A little hurt. Despite never having been injured before, Sebastian could be certain that the wound on his head could not possibly be described as a little hurt. Truly fortunate to fall from such a height and only sustain this little injury. Dazed, Sebastian shook his head when several anxious calls rang out from afar. "Annie, Annie, I'm here." The little girl, named Annie, stood up to respond to the distant calls. At that moment, Sebastian finally understood why this little girl named Annie said he had only a little injury. Her left arm sleeve was completely empty. Her entire arm had disappeared. Annie." The anxious tone shifted to terror as a middle-aged couple rushed to their side, their faces filled with panic. Upon seeing them, Sebastian's heart sank further. The couple, one with a missing left arm and the other with both arms gone. What on earth is happening with these people? Noble lord. I'm sorry. Annie. Upon seeing the wound on Sebastian's head, Annie's parents nearly fainted. No, I fell from the mountain myself. It was Annie who saved me." The armless man stuttered, saying then, "That. Don't worry, you won't be implicated." Glancing at their bodies, Sebastian finally couldn't help but ask, "What happened to your bodies?" After following Annie and her family back to the wild men's village, Sebastian's faith was completely shattered. Why does everyone carry injuries? No, almost everyone is disabled. Amputated arms, lame legs, blind eyes, concave chests. Oh, this happened while working in the mines. Annie's father sighed. The mines are very dangerous with almost no lighting and collapses happen often. My arm was lost in one such collapse. To protect Annie's mother. Sebastian swallowed hard looking at the 7 or 80-year-old Annie. He stuttered and asked, then what about Annie's hand? Annie's mother revealed a sorrowful expression. After Joseph lost both hands, we had no other means of livelihood, so Annie had to accompany me to the mines to help. A thunderclap exploded in Sebastian's heart. Is this country so tragic? Taking advantage of the night, Sebastian arrived at the mine. The dark mine seemed like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. After swallowing hard, the young Sebastian still trembled as he walked down. After escaping the mine and returning to the royal capital, the nobles looked at him with strange eyes. Wild men, how did you end up in the royal capital? Look closely, this fellow is the finance officer's son Sebastian. I heard he went to the mines. What? Such a disgrace. What would he do in such a filthy place? Indeed, as nobles, we only need to wait for the commoners to bring the ores to us. At that moment, Sebastian deeply loathed his noble status. The dirt-covered figure and flustered expression contrasted sharply with the elegantly dressed nobles holding parasols and fans standing along the road. The originally handsome and cold Sebastian turned from the most handsome man of the Pardo kingdom into a fat and perpetually smiling good man in just 3 months. Until one day when his attendant, while planning to blow up the largest mine in Pardo, suddenly said to him, if destruction could save this world, it would have ceased to exist long ago. If you want to change it, come with me to see other places. Dazed Sebastian followed his attendant away for a while. When he returned to Pardo, although he still appeared chubby and wore a smile, there was something different in his eyes. It was a flame, burning. In the depths of the new world, Whitebeard wore a troubled expression and the others looked grave. Is there still no news? Whitebeard grasped the enormous wine bottle, yet he showed no interest in drinking. On the deck, Marco shook his head. The snail can't get through and the life card is burning slowly. Whitebeard tightened his grip and the wine bottle shattered in response. Teach. What exactly? G5 branch. All members were summoned here and Dylan's gaze swept over them one by one. Belmer Tom Shiryu Tahir, Ein Manchuri Leo Wikabien Cab, and the newly joined Law. And the young Au. From today onwards we will stop hunting. I've also halted operations at the alloy workshop. After a moment of thought, Dylan addressed the crowd before him. Shiryu Ein Tahir. Here, you 3 come with me, the rest will stay at G5. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, including Manchuri and Au. As for the rogue navy, Dylan had long since divided them into different teams led by core members. As they prepared to leave, Dylan suddenly halted. Belmer, take Au to Water City and leave her in Acebug's care. Then hurry back to G5 to regroup with Tom and the others. Tom, if any pirates from the New World or the Whitebeard pirates pass by, ignore them all. The crowd showed expressions of shock. This was not his usual style. However, they had long grown accustomed to Dylan's orders, especially Tom and Shiryu. Understood. Keep the snail open and be ready to receive orders at any time. Except for Law, only Manchuri and Au looked somewhat confused. Most people's expressions were calm, while Shiryu appeared eager. From now on you will stay by my side at all times. I want first-hand information. After Dylan boarded the ship, he gazed at CP0. CP0 remained silent in response, daunted by the impending storm. Now head to Skypiea Archipelago. You lead the way and avoid all celestial dragons. Understood. Dylan's expression was fierce. The wings of the king. One of their fates has already been altered by me. The other. Let's put an end to it now. Shiryu, standing behind Dylan, sensed the killing intent emanating from him and felt a bit perplexed. Since following Dylan, he had rarely seen him exhibit such intense killing intent over the past few years. Speaking of which, Shiryu shook his head and smiled. Over the years, he had stopped challenging Dylan. On one hand, following Dylan allowed him to immerse himself in battles in the new world. Moreover, he had clearly sensed that the distance between him and Dylan was growing ever wider. Meanwhile, on Skypiea Archipelago, people were discussing the so-called 11 supernovas. A guy named Beastmaster Kinnaman successfully took the place of the original Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law. At the very moment Dylan and his crew set foot on Skypiea Archipelago, a deafening alarm rang out. The special alarm frequency made CP0, who was following Dylan, shudder. Celestial dragons attacked. At the same time, the same frequency alarm echoed over Marineford. Kapu, look at the good deeds your grandson is doing. Ha ha ha. As expected of my grandson. Sengoku, fuming, glared at Kapu, who was about to speak, when he suddenly recalled something. His expression changed. Hey Kapu. The originally carefree Kapu was also somewhat surprised to see Sengoku's expression. Dylan went to Skypiea Archipelago. Karp's scalp tingled, and he jumped up on the spot. You idiot, what do you want to do? Sengoku shot a glare at Kapu. Is Rayleigh going to just let your grandson be killed by others? Are you planning to give up your justice by making a move now? Kapu's eyelids twitched violently as he crumpled the donut packaging held by the guards into a ball. Luffy, the celestial dragons have been attacked, should we? This is a matter for the admirals. For now, have your men find Eustace Kid and Scratchman Uphold. Understood. At the port of Street 9, as G5's ships appeared, pirate ships other than merchant vessels and warships all fled. Dylan had no intention of concerning himself with these small fry and stepped ahead towards Street 1. Small fries is the commotion entertaining to watch. With Dylan's landing, the intelligence channels throughout Skypiea archipelago began to operate frantically. The Dark Dragon has arrived? Is he showing off to the Celestial Dragons? Perhaps he went straight to Street 1. Aside from the dark lines, tell those with bounties to evacuate quickly. Street 1. The moment Dylan's figure appeared, chaos ensued. Some reckless individuals even licked their lips, revealing a dangerous glint in their eyes. If they could take down this guy, they would instantly gain fame across the seas. Shiryu and all bountied pirates. Execute on the spot. Yes. Two shadows flashed from behind Dylan, and in an instant over a dozen heads flew off. Under the guidance of Dragon Horse, Dylan's training had led Ein's swordsmanship to break free from flashy moves. Swordsmanship is meant for killing. The cold-eyed Ein swiftly traversed among the crowd like a ghost. Big Scythe, Solari. Black Bear, Grace. Red Witch, Caitlin. One by one, renowned competitors fell, many of whom didn't even react before being cleaved in two. Dylan's footsteps did not pause. The surrounding wails and curses stirred no pity within him. Bang! A gunshot rang out. On the second-floor window of a residential house, a one-eyed pirate aimed his gun. Got him. The Dark Dragon. Dylan's steps did not falter. Instead, Tahir beside him shifted slightly. Thud. Tahir pinched the bullet between his two fingers and smiled slightly at the building. Though as a Logia user, he can't be hit by you small fries, but... A plume of purple flames erupted from the one-eyed pirate on the second floor, reducing him to ashes in an instant. Yet the floor where that pirate stood showed no signs of being scorched. He is not someone you can disturb. The advancing CP0 members felt their hearts race more with each step. In just a few hundred meters, over 200 pirates had perished. Among them were several renowned fighters with bounties exceeding 100 million. Pirates with bounties in the tens of millions could barely last a round against Shiryu and Ein. As for those with bounties below that, they didn't even qualify to flee. Pirate corpses lay scattered across the street while opportunists attempted to ambush or shoot Dylan. But all were effortlessly neutralized by Tahir. Scratchman Uphold has appeared on Street 27. Lead the way. Seeing Dylan turn, Shiryu, still licking his lips, retracted the lightning and swiftly returned to Dylan's side. What an incredible event this is. Mr. Uphold, news from Street 1, the Dark Dragon is coming this way. The Dark Dragon, such a young navy, does he really have that kind of strength? Not far away, Hawkins, while fiddling with tarot cards, furrowed his brow tightly. The time of death has come. It cannot be changed. What are you talking about, Hawkins? You should know. Before Uphold could finish his words, he instinctively felt a wave of suffocation. It was as if an overshadowing shadow completely enveloped him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. At that moment, his biological instincts told him, do not flee, do not move, do not speak. At this moment, Dylan stood at a height of 3 meters 1, looking down at the motionless Uphold with a vexed expression on his face. Gulp. Uphold strained to swallow hard, turning his head with difficulty. Beside him, Hawkins stared at the tarot cards before him. Survival rate 0. Bang. Uphold leapt from the ground, instantly jumping onto the rooftop. There was no maniacal laughter, no attack on Dylan, not even a glance at the crew left behind. Tahir. Yes. Tahir looked at Uphold, who was jumping on the rooftop, though still wearing a fox mask. The smile at the corner of his mouth sparked endless imagination. Flames of the fallen heaven. A sphere of dark purple flame instantly enveloped Uphold, who had been desperately fleeing. His pupils constricted. What? In midair, a cloud of ashes drifted down with the wind. One of the 11 supernovas, Dark Dragon, Scratchman Uphold, vanished from the world. Shiryu, clean up the mess. The moment Dylan's words fell, an explosion erupted nearby. Tahir raised a hand, conjuring a barrier in front of the crowd, blocking the scattering debris and shrapnel. Oh, how terrifying! G5 branch. Kizaru, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Dylan. Dylan, have you seen Bartolomeo? The snail can't get through. No. Dylan glanced at Kizaru before nodding at CP0. Latest news: Eustace Kid has appeared on Street 21, seemingly preparing to flee. After glancing at Kizaru, Dylan turned to leave. Let's go, Shiryu. There are admirals here, we don't need to concern ourselves anymore. Watching Dylan's group depart, Kizaru stroked his chin. Can you really command CP0 so casually? That's remarkable, Dark Dragon. Dylan. 21st Street. The pacifist blocked Eustace Kid's path. Captain Eustace Kid. Bounty 315 million berries. Arrest. What nonsense is this? Magnetism pincer. The massive iron arm attached to Kid reached out towards the pacifist. Beep. The pacifist concentrated a laser cannon in his mouth and fired it at the iron arm. Boom. The iron arm collided with the laser, although it blocked the attack, parts shattered everywhere. TCH. Really tough to deal with. Hey, Kid. Just as Kid was reattaching the metal, the nearby Kira's tone shifted, hinting at unease. Troublesome guys are coming. Kid leaped a step away, following the direction of Kira's gaze. 5 figures approached leisurely from afar. The Celestial Dragon's lackeys. And Dark Dragon. Dylan's right hand rested on his sword hilt, looking at the nut and wheel attached to Kid's arm with disdain. You turned a perfectly good magnetism fruit into a junk collector's tool. Is this it? The first of the supernovas. The King's Wings. A steel ball was drawn to Dylan's hand from the ground. The power of thunder surged in Dylan's hand. Dense lightning crackled violently against the air, producing a series of sharp, piercing sounds. With his thumb and index finger pinched against the steel ball, Dylan glanced at the cold, sweating Kid in the distance. Let's see my electromagnetic cannon. With a push of his thumb, the steel ball, wrapped in thunder, shot out, twisting the air in an instant. Kid's eyelid twitched. This level. The metal arm couldn't block it. He could only try his ability. Magnetic barrier. Huh. Dylan chuckled softly. Although electricity and magnetism were of the same family, the gap in power between him and Kid, along with the level of fruit development and understanding, was beyond mere disparity. Zzz. Bang. The electromagnetic cannon, flashing with dazzling white light, grew immensely in the air, directly piercing through and engulfing Kid's body, then severing the 21st tree behind him in half. Did you avoid a fatal wound? You're quite capable for a junk collector. Kid stood still. The pots and pans he had attracted to his hand had melted utterly from the cannon's extreme heat. His right arm had also vanished. Well, since we both have red hair, why do you get to keep both arms? This way looks quite symmetrical. Dylan teased as he walked forward, but Kid felt even more despair. That man, although he spoke playful words he couldn't understand, had no hint of a smile in his eyes. Kid. Kira, standing not far from Kid, suddenly shouted, charging toward the crowd with a large machete. Kid's body tensed, a halo of light emerging from beneath him. Ding! Kira's large blade was blocked by on. Crack! Crack! Cracks spread from the blade's edge, then shattered into pieces before Kira's incredulous gaze. Puffed! On spun halfway, and Kira's upper half flew into the air, while his lower half collapsed on the ground. Kira! In the distant sky, Kid cried out in pain, trying to escape with magnetism. Dylan narrowed his eyes as dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky. But the next second the dark clouds dissipated. There are many civilians nearby. Using an AoE attack would be improper. Tahir. Yes. In just a few breaths, Kid's figure nearly vanished, and Tahir waved the small folding fan in his hand. A ball of purple flame instantly enveloped Kid. Damn. I want die. Whoosh. The Conqueror's Haki burst forth, barely shielding Kid's body. At this point, he was already several kilometers away from Dylan and the others. Tahir frowned and bowed slightly to Dylan. He escaped. Conqueror's Haki. Whatever, there's still time. Dylan turned his head to glance at CP0. Number 12. CP0 nodded slightly and turned to lead the way. By the time Dylan and the others arrived, the scene was left with only Rayleigh, Kizaru, Kuma, and the Straw Hat crew. Seeing Dylan's group, Kuma immediately flashed beside the Straw Hat without hesitation. We want to see each other again. If traveling, where do you want to go? At that moment, the Straw Hat seemed to catch a hint of a smile at the corner of Kuma's mouth before losing consciousness. I've already completed my task. Dylan smiled, but anyone could see that this smile was filled with hostility. What is there to run from? Here you have your teacher, your father's subordinate, and a friend who resembles your father. Is there a safer place in the world? No. Maybe Marineford is even safer. Damn. Looking at the wrecked battlefield, Dylan squinted his eyes at the now still Rayleigh and Kizaru. Kuma stood calmly in the distance holding his book. Looks like I have nothing to do here. After giving a meaningful glance at the three present, Dylan turned and left without waiting for their response. Upon stepping on his CP0's ship, Dylan closed his eyes. Next, it would be waiting for the Straw Hat to break into Impel Down and then begin the Marineford War. Impel Down. Wait for the Straw Hat to release that guy. Wait for the sea to become even more turbulent. Only then will the world government's policies loosen, and I will have the opportunity to subdue him under the right pretext for my own use. Before that, let's make a trip to Impel Down. By the way, has Belmel returned to G5? Tahir replied, she returned 2 days ago. Notify the main personnel to stand by at Marineford. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the G5 branch instantly assembled, leaving only the rogue navy. Yet they were not worried about their safety at all. Just as that man said, uphold your own justice regardless of others' opinions. If you die in battle, I will use double the bounty to honor you. Impel Down LV6. Dylan walked alone through the dim, long corridor. Laughter echoed from afar. Old man Carp here to visit. Ace bound to the wall and Carp sitting on the ground turned their heads simultaneously upon hearing footsteps. Ace. Dylan sat beside Carp looking at the tightly bound Ace. I don't quite agree with what you just said. Dylan crossed his arms, staring directly at Ace. Why can't Dayton, who raised you for 17 years, and Carp, who cared for you for 20 years while defying his own justice, be your parents? What did Whitebeard give you? Confidence to roam these seas. Is this favor even heavier than Carp's kindness, warmer than Dodon's affection? Ace. How ironic. Ace. To this day you still call Carp old man, while Whitebeard has become your dad. You keep saying you hate that man, but... Stop talking. Dylan. Looking at Ace's pale face, Carp shook his head. It's not important who he is. Dylan, this is a promise between friends. No need for repayment. I understand. Dylan noticed Carp's similarly pale face. This guy, hasn't he also experienced disappointment? By the way, Ace, do you understand now? Understand what? Ace raised his head, somewhat confused. Do you understand why I didn't unlock Yamato's shackles that day? Ace opened his mouth. If that day Yamato's shackles had been removed, then you already knew. Dylan looked at Ace's battered body. Because from the moment you decided to become a pirate, your fate was already determined by you. Even Carp can't change that. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Fire Fist, Ace, will be publicly executed in Marineford. The news sent shockwaves throughout the world. In today's world, while peace cannot be claimed, various forces maintain a tenuous balance. The Navy, the 4 Emperors, and the 7 Warlords keep each other in check. The Revolutionary Army and the CP organization are in a constant game of cat and mouse. Everyone still follows a certain customary set of rules as they slowly advance towards their goals. However, after Marineford announced this news, everyone realized this war, regardless of who wins or loses, will change the world structure. Our position is here. Dylan pointed to a spot beneath the execution platform in the square. The location of the 12 Vice Admirals has been specifically arranged by me with Sengoku. Your combat strategy will be determined solely by me. Remember, unless I give special instructions, do not initiate any attacks within the bay of focus on defense. Ein Belmerluo. Your mission is to confront the captains of the New World and the leaders of the Whitebeard Pirates. Tahir Tom Shiryu. Always pay attention to my commands. For special tasks, ensure a one-hit kill. As for Leo, Kabu, Vika, and Bien, stay close to me after the war begins. I will assign tasks to you at any time. Yes. Everyone responded solemnly, including Vika, who used to be easily brought to tears. The G507 combat unit, also known as the Swift Scouts. At this moment, Vika no longer resembled her former fragile self. The 4 Dongtada warriors were worlds apart from who they were 8 years ago. Leo even bore a scar on his face. Through endless battles and slaughter, they had used immense willpower to transform the originally naive nature of the little people. They would no longer easily believe others' lies because of a simple, "It's true," nor would they shed tears over trivial matters. Dylan forged exclusive weapons for each of them, using the highest quality superalloy from G5. Leo's 2 long needles, Kabe's dual pistols, Bien's spear, and Vika's gauntlets. Leo. Dylan looked sternly at Sergeant Leo. While I do not know the specifics of the agreement between the Dongtada and history, I have my suspicions. Although you were under my command before, you were not known to the world. After this, have you made your decision? Yes. Leo replied in a deep voice. Before coming here, I returned to Greenbit. Dylan Lando. Perhaps we cannot represent all little people, but this is the destiny we chose for ourselves in Greenbit. Good. Dylan stood up, his gaze sweeping over them. For the destiny we chose. Let us fight. Greenbit. Gansho and the elders sat before the great stone. Have you made your decision? Gansho, the leader and king of the Dongtada, Gansho looked up at the stone they had guarded for hundreds of years. Aleph, I believe Nika will return to this world, and I also believe his will has never waned, but Gansho leaned on his cane. From that man, I saw the mistakes we have made for hundreds of years. The elder Aleph remained silent. Gansho's cane struck heavily against the ground. If we always rely on legends for hope, what are we wasting our time for? To wait for someone else's rescue. Why can't we rise up and resist ourselves? Even if we fail, our blood and our will shall never cease. Generation after generation, there will always be someone who succeeds. 800 years. Why can't we appear in the world openly and above board? We are also upright individuals. Why must we live under the stigma of being monsters? Aleph's expression remained unchanged, but his posture seemed to stoop even more. This is the fate of the entire Dongtada tribe. Of course, this is not a choice I made alone. Gansho turned to stare at Elder Aleph. This is the choice of all the young people. It is their right. The Combelt, Amazon Lily. Rear Admiral Squirrel stood at the bow of the ship looking at Boa Hancock. Before coming here, Dylan asked me to deliver a message to you. When Boa Hancock heard his name, her body stiffened. That bastard. He asked me to tell you that you can refuse the summons. That is your business, and the consequences are yours to bear. But if you accept the summons and act recklessly on the battlefield. Rear Admiral Squirrel paused. For every attack you make against the Navy, he will take 100 heads in Amazon Lily. After saying this, Rear Admiral Squirrel waved his hand, and the main fleet turned to leave. Bastard. Boa Hancock looked at the departing warship, her heart ablaze with anger. That devil's threat certainly cannot be taken lightly. Not to mention that bastard himself, just those monsters in his base alone. Luffy. I. Dressrosa. Doflamingo. Do you intend to accept the summons? The Navy does not have the authority to exempt you from your warlord status, you know. The world government cannot force a crusade against you, why bother? Ha Torpal, while the Navy and the world government may not necessarily take action against me, that guy is entirely different. Doflamingo chuckled ominously. We won't go unless we abandon Dressrosa and flee to the depths of the sea. Moreover, why shouldn't we go? Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, Doflamingo excitedly raised his arms. That is the epicenter of the changing era. It would be a pity not to witness it, Torpal. Over at G5, Doflamingo lowered his arms and turned his head. No. There is no doubt that the victor of this war will be the Navy. Do not do anything foolish, Torpal. As the war approached, the entire world fell into a state of tension and anticipation. The people and kingdoms hoped for a Navy victory, just as they claimed, to strike down the pirates' arrogance. The pirates, on the other hand, hoped for the Whitebeard pirates to win, which would greatly undermine the Navy's prestige and strength. Some other organizations were just waiting for the outcome, seemingly indifferent to who wins or loses. Who will be the winner? From the perspective of the war itself, the Navy will undoubtedly be the victorious side. But, in the end, the Navy may not be the one to profit. Beaumont gently pushed the chess piece in his hand. This war is not adequately prepared. That goes for both sides. So, I believe that from a profit perspective it will be a situation of mutual defeat. The young woman sitting opposite Beaumont smiled gently. So who will be the ones to profit? The world government, the Revolutionary Army, other pirates, or us? Beaumont set down his second chess piece. It's hard to say about the other parties, but I believe their preparations are also insufficient. Only we, under the guidance of the master, have been preparing for this great change for a full decade. The woman seemed indifferent to the chessboard before her, instead raising her head to gaze into the distance across the sea. Yes, it has been over a decade. This kingdom, after years of cultivation and reform, has finally taken on its current form. Although still under the control of the world government, they had long since transformed this place into a fortress. Prepare yourselves, stay vigilant, ready to heed his commands, and await the arrival of peace. Your Majesty. No. The woman shook her head. When there is no one around, you should call me Commander. Marineford. In the square beneath the execution platform, Dylan stood in the center, his hands resting on the hilt of the Shura's sword. 12 Vice Admiral Smoker Tina and G5 officers lined up on either side of Dylan. Just after Sengoku announced Ace's lineage and the significance of this execution to the world, he received a report. The gate of justice had been opened. Meanwhile, pirates under the Whitebeard pirates appeared at the periphery of Marineford. They are here. Enter combat mode. Where's Whitebeard? Keep a close watch on the surroundings. With a frown on his face, Sengoku revealed a grim expression, while Vice Admiral Crane shook her head. It seems we've set up the wrong formation. The enormous Moby Dick and 3 accompanying ships rose from the depths of the sea. Oh, they have that trick too. They've come directly into the bay. Belmare looked at the suddenly appearing ships with some surprise, then glanced at the others. Why aren't you all reacting? Clang, clang, clang. As Whitebeard Edward Newgate stepped onto the bow of the Moby Dick, nearly everyone felt a wave of oppression. The world's strongest man has appeared. Kuahaha, it has been decades since we last met. Sengoku, my beloved son, how are you? Ace looked at the aged Whitebeard and the pirates in the bay. Why won't you let me die in peace? It was my reckless actions that led to this situation. I was the one who sent you, Ace. Marco, did you hear that? Yes, we all heard it, Ace. On this sea, everyone knows. Those who oppose us and our comrades will face dire consequences. Following Marco's words, the pirates on the 4 ships began to stir. Humph. Dylan cast a glance at Marco, his eyes revealing a dangerous glint. Seemingly sensing Dylan's malice, Marco focused his gaze in that direction. The Dark Dragon. Before Marco could react, Whitebeard unleashed a seismic wave and Marineford was surrounded by enormous tsunamis. Ice Age. The massive waves on both sides instantly froze, and Whitebeard casually looked at the airborne Akiji. Akiji, you little brat. As Akiji fell into the sea, the bay was frozen, and the captains led their crew members shouting as they charged across the ice towards the square. TSK. Watching the fierce-looking captains with strange expressions, Dylan turned to Shiryu and said, Hey Shiri, did you see their tongues? Shiryu raised his head in confusion and looked into the distance. Indeed, many pirates like to stick their tongues out. Be sure to cut a few off for me later. Understood. Dylan laughed heartily, just joking, relax a bit. But later you must fulfill your original duties. As Dylan and Shiryu were talking, an exaggerated slash flew from the edge of the square toward the Moby Dick. Oh, did Mihawk make a move? Shiryu looked at the massive slash, contemplating whether he could handle it. If it were Dylan, what would he do? After 3rd Division Captain Diamond Jozu blocked the slash with his body, all the pirates erupted in excitement. The world's strongest slash. It was blocked. Dylan and Shiryu shook their heads simultaneously. With a regular attack, you barely managed to block it, and yet you don't know what you're getting excited about. The Admiral's attack was also blocked. 1st Division Captain Phoenix Marco. As Kazara's body was knocked back down to the execution platform, the pirates grew even more exhilarated. The Navy is nothing. Come and see if you can block it. Navy. With a loud shout, Diamond Jozu pried up a massive ice block from the bay and threw it towards the execution platform. What monstrous strength! Looking at the shadow that blocked out the sky and the already steaming Akainu, Dylan smirked. Want to compare strength? Tom. Understood. Just as Akainu was about to make a move, a chubby figure leaped up from below the execution platform. Huh. In midair, Tom caught the ice block and threw it back toward the Moby Dick. What? Not only did he catch it, but he threw it back. From throwing it to the execution platform was already quite exaggerated, but to catch it in midair and throw it back. What kind of monster is this? Is that the shipwright Tom from G5? Kuaha, the one who built Roger's ship. Truly impressive. Tom returned to Dylan's side, seemingly unfazed by such remarks. Whitebeard swung his right arm, striking the air ahead. Crack. The ice block in midair shattered, and Whitebeard frowned at the pirates below. If the ice block falls like this. Crack, crack, crack. Something's off. Not only is the destructive power immense, but the control of strength can be so delicate. Watching the ice mist spreading above the heads of the pirates, Dylan nodded. By now both sides' probing had basically ended. Dylan drew the Shura, sword gazing ahead. Shiryu, Tom, and Tahir wore solemn expressions. A big guy is coming. Dylan observed the shadow on the sea. It was little oars. He's truly enormous, several times larger than the giant troops. Does size matter, Tahir? Indeed, Tahir took a few steps forward, a smile creeping on his lips. As long as it's a living being, it has emotions, and as long as there are emotions, it can be devoured. Despite the battlefield's deafening noise, Tahir's voice seemed to possess a certain magic directly resonating in everyone's minds. Whitebeard frowned. Unleash the flames within your heart. Boom. Although his body was massive, the purple flames instantly engulfed oars. Crack. Before oars could react, a loud shout erupted from the bow of the Moby Dick Marco. Whitebeard tightened his palm. These flames. Understood. The blue flames and pale purple flames responded to each other, wrapping oars within. Is this the healing fire of the Phoenix? Truly remarkable. Sweat dripped from Marco's forehead in the sky. Wrapping oars in flames with such intensity and over such a large area, even he found it somewhat challenging, but that masked guy was doing it with ease. The strange purple flames. In the 2 rounds of combat, the 2 G5 officers suppressed Whitebeard's 2 captains within their respective strengths. Oars. Watching oars struggle in the flames, Ace, on the execution platform, had a pained expression. Dark Dragon, can you leave his whole corpse behind? I want his body. Moonlight Moria shouted from the back. Dylan shot him a glance and snorted, you fool, think of a way to leave your own body intact first. Dylan then nodded to Tahir, conserve energy. Understood. As the purple flames dissipated, the blue flames also slowly faded, and Marco in the sky let out a slight breath. Are you the monster that has made all the rogue marines of G5 tremble in fear? Overrated. I am merely an unknown individual. Indeed, Tahir slightly bowed his head toward the sky as if he wasn't the one who had almost burned oars to death. Whitebeard's expression grew increasingly grave. G5. At this moment, Dylan turned his gaze to the other side. Boa Hancock was furious due to the pirate attacks. Yet, fearing Dylan's prior warning, she did not indiscriminately attack everyone as before. That damn man. Oz's body, still smoldering from extinguished flames, paused only briefly before striding resolutely toward the plaza. Yippee-pie-pee-up. Get out of my line of sight, you oversized brute. Hiss. A slender filament sliced through the air. Oz's right leg severed cleanly, then a swarm of bats pierced his torso. A flawless kill. Kaihi. Damn 7 warlords of the sea. Whitebeard's face darkened. The first captain had fallen. You have no time for grief, Whitebeard. Admiral Rance leapt high and landed upon the bow of the Moby Dick, swinging a colossal battle axe downward toward Whitebeard's head. Crack. Whitebeard spun sharply, shattering Rance's axe with a single blow, then seized the Admiral's skull and activated his power. Bypass Oz. Press forward. Having hurled Rance aside, Whitebeard bellowed his command. Whoa. Whitebeard. Admiral Rotz, felled in a single strike, by a giant. Oomph. Dylan withdrew a steel ball from his pocket and rolled it idly between his fingers. 7th Division Commander Raccoon, your turn. ZZZT. A colossal bolt of lightning erupted from the Admiral's position. He struck. Admiral Dylan. Boom. The Whitebeard pirate's 7th Division commander vanished, along with dozens of pirates beside him, reduced to nothingness. Hey, Raccoon. Cursed Marines. Dylan paid no heed to the pirates' curses or the Admiral's snarling glares. Gazing calmly at Whitebeard standing atop the Moby Dick's bow, he said softly, "You slay one, I slay one. Utterly fair. So, proceed with caution, Whitebeard. You brat." Dylan ignored Whitebeard entirely and turned instead to Leo perched upon his shoulder. Go. Yes. Leo's form blurred and vanished from Dylan's shoulder. Wea, about to crash. Hey, I'm rubber. I won't die from a fall. Another one of your family, is it? Garp. Luffy. Both warring factions froze, stunned by the sudden descent of this bizarre assembly from the sky. The Straw Hat, the Sea King Jinbei Crocodile, and Revolutionary Ivankov. A most improbable alliance. What kind of formation is this? Is this your answer, Jinbei? Yes. I renounce my title as a warlord of the sea. As the Straw Hat boy stood boldly upon the Moby Dick's bow, Dylan smiled faintly and glanced upward at Vice Admiral Garp seated upon the execution platform. Garp's fist clenched tightly, straining to suppress something deep within. Dylan gave him a subtle, quiet shake of the head, conveying his unspoken intent. Slaying the sun god now would not trigger Garp's betrayal, but it might well incite his unrestrained fury, obliterating anyone who dared raise a hand against him. After all, Ace's death was already inevitable. Dylan feared no man, not even Garp, but such an act would deliver a fatal blow to Marine morale. Dylan cast his gaze toward the smug, red-nosed officer still lounging confidently within the cove, then turned to Shilly Shirlu. Time to work. Anticipated it for quite some time, the legendary pirate, the former crewmate of Gol D. Roger, the great pirate Captain Buggy. Indeed, it is I. On the sole remaining broadcast, Buggy's grotesque visage swiveled toward the world. Before he could revel further, a pirate behind him roared, "Hey! Get lost, you white-haired scoundrel. How dare a mere marine confront the legendary Captain Buggy face-to-face? Exactly. Crawl away, pissing and shitting yourself." Buggy blinked in astonishment. Isn't this near the Moby Dick? Who dares approach here? White-haired. Stepping across the ice bridge beside Shura, Dylan regarded the rowdy convicts behind Buggy with utter indifference. Execute them all. Understood. A black blur flashed, Reishu unsheathed. Shirlu stood before the convicts, crimson light flaring in his eyes. Many old acquaintances, how delightful. It's Warden Shirlu. It's the Dark Dragon. Buggy whirled around, and the moment his eyes locked onto Dylan, his legs began trembling violently. The Dark Dragon. The broadcast bug panned to Dylan. He advanced slowly toward Buggy, his expression twisting into savage contempt. Clown Buggy, former member of the Roger Pirates, guilty of seizing and razing Orange Town in the East Blue, resulting in civilian casualties. Admiral Dylan, the Dark Dragon, hereby pronounces judgment execution. ZZZT. Lightning blazed. Dylan materialized before Buggy. Before the clown could react, Dylan's hand closed around his throat. Filthy, despicable pirate. Your luck ends here. Crack. His cervical vertebra snapped. Buggy's body went limp and slumped lifelessly to the ground. Dylan. From the distant execution platform, Sengoku shouted. Understood. Dylan knew precisely what Sengoku meant, and instantly deactivated the broadcast bug. The instant Dylan severed the transmission, cries of alarm erupted. Papa. Squard. You treacherous bastard. What are you doing? Dylan lifted his gaze. Deception successful, Akiji. Yet this burden sits awkwardly upon your shoulders. Shiryu, drenched in bloodlust, exuded thick, inky mist from his body, his teeth sharpening into fangs. Shirlu. Dylan scoffed coldly. We're leaving. The convicts who'd escaped impelled down lay butchered beyond recognition, shredded into fragments. Had Dylan not intervened in time, Shirlu would have charged straight into the New World Pirates' ranks. Snap. Reishu slid back into its sheath. Shirlu reappeared beside Dylan and murmured slightly apologetic apologies. I got carried away. By the time they returned to the plaza, Whitebeard had already leapt down from the Moby Dick's bow. Those unafraid of death, follow me aboard. Activate the enclosure wall. Sengoku's and Whitebeard's voices rang out simultaneously. Whitebeard's heart sank. The enclosure wall. What is it? The ground. The ground is rising. A wall. No, it's an impossibly thick iron barrier. Ignoring the section crushed beneath us, Dylan fixed his gaze on Akiji and issued his order. Akiji, act now. Strip them of their footing. Akiji rose, molten magma surging across his body. Meteor volcano. Dense clusters of magma fists plummeted from the heavens, boiling away the inner cove's ice and demolishing the Moby Dick in an instant. Amid the churning, scalding seawater, pirates battered desperately at the enclosure wall. No good, it's too thick. What is it made of? Why does it not budge an inch? Snap! Whitebeard punched empty air. The vacuum shattered, then a titanic shockwave surged toward the enclosure wall. Tum! The central panel buckled inward, but held firm. It blocked him. Even Papa's power cannot breach it. Sengoku raised the Den Mushi upon the execution platform. Commence execution. At that very moment, little Oars trembled violently, then hoisted himself upright with immense effort. Brother Ace. Kizaru gazed up at Oar's finger, larger than his own body, and mused coolly a direct hit to the head should ensure total annihilation. Splash. A towering geyser erupted from behind the enclosure wall. Oh, water current. It's the Straw Hat. Oh, how terrifying. The son of the dragon. Kizaru halted his laser midair, then kicked Luffy off the platform. Sengoku whirled around and roared, "Proceed." The executioner spun his blade. Ace's eyes remained tightly shut. Hiss! 2 crescents of sand slashed through the platform. Don't get too cocky, Marines. Crocodile stood grim-faced in the plaza. Who's truly letting arrogance run wild here? Little Lizard. The moment he heard that voice, Doflamingo, who was ready to strike at Crocodile, let out a strange laugh and jumped aside. Bark, bark, bark. You've stirred up quite the trouble, haven't you? Hawkeye, Boa Hancock, and Moria all turned to look in the direction of Dylan. As Dylan walked forward, he drew Shura. Even though his malice and murderous intent were not directed at the Navy, a powerful wave of energy surged around him. Dylan. Smoker bit down on his cigar. Tina is surprised. Black Scorpion Tina stood beside Smoker, watching Dylan, who was radiating a crimson aura. It's rare to see him like this, but seems he truly despises Crocodile. Sometimes I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. I don't quite get it. Dylan flashed to Crocodile's side and struck down with his sword in midair. Swish. Crocodile's poisonous hook held high above his head did not impede Shura in the slightest. The sword, infused with Haki, instantly cleaved Crocodile's body in half from his right arm to his left leg. Why do you infamous pirates gain favor from others just because you helped the Straw Hat? Shura slowly absorbed the blood still lingering on its blade, emitting a tremor of excitement. After glancing at Crocodile, who was unable to close his eyes in death, Dylan turned to leave. Boa Hancock's expression was grim, and Hawkeye seemed lost in thought. Little Oars has lifted the ship. The Whitebeard pirates have broken through the encirclement. His head is still on his neck, right? Ace. After taking a breath, Whitebeard infused his power into his great sword, Song Yun Xia. Be careful, he's about to use his powers. Go. Destroy the Navy headquarters. Save Ace. Clanged. A massive impact echoed as the half-swinging Song Yun Xia collided with Shura. It took the hit Heaton from the old man's enhanced strike. Huh, didn't I tell you? Whitebeard, you kill one, I'll kill one. Blood seeped from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth as he glanced at the now severed Crocodile before fixing his gaze on Dylan. Kuaha, impudent little thunderbrat. You still have such power at this point. Whitebeard. The 2 weapons separated and Dylan stood alone before the Whitebeard pirates, his expression devoid of fear. All the pirates, navy, and warlords present were stunned. Is this person really just a vice admiral? But Dylan's solitary state only lasted a moment as all the officers from G5 rushed to his side. Soon after, the vice admirals from headquarters followed suit. Although the warlords did not approach, they kept a watchful gaze on the Whitebeard pirates from a distance. Just exaggerated navy break through them. Diamond Jozu instantly transformed and charged at Dylan. Shark fist. Bang. Jozu's right shoulder met Tom's punch. The 2 taciturn individuals exchanged glances before silently engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Old man, you go save Ace. Marco soared into the sky and then dove down towards Dylan. Tahir looked at Marco, who had transformed into a phoenix in the sky, and smiled slightly. In that case. Whoosh. A burst of purple light ignited as Tahir took 2 steps forward. 9 large fluffy tails appeared behind Tahir. Feeling the change in his body, Tahir's expression became somewhat complex. This form. It's truly been a long time. In the sky, Marco paused for a breath. The other captains and New World captains were also taken aback, but soon began to shout, "Hold them down, let the old man pass." Dance of roses. Blades like petals fell, heading straight for Dylan. Swish. Is it the 5th Division Captain Flower's sword Vista? Let me handle this. Shiryu swung his blade to block the petals. Leave Thunder Lord Makogai to me. I'm braced against Makogai's strike. I'll deal with the brother of Dielkabin. Belmir covered her hands with Haki and moved to the side, eyeing the eager blind twins. Law stood on the right and glanced at the rider Doma, who had a monkey perched on him. The 2 sides lunged at each other upon a mere exchange of glances. Rider Doma grinned savagely. Who are you, little brat? I've never heard your name before. If I had to say, I am a soldier from the G5 branch. TCH. That's just insulting us. Doma slashed at Law. Ugh. Law raised his sword Ghost Cry to block Doma's strike, and after a moment said, that's already considered respecting you guys. Taking advantage of the moment when Dylan and Whitebeard were at a standstill, the Straw Hat prepared to leap towards the execution platform once again. Oh no, that won't do. As a Marine Admiral, you can't just let your subordinates fight alone. A laser pierced through the right side of the Straw Hat's abdomen, followed by Kizaru landing in front of the Straw Hat. Without power, no matter how hard you try, it won't matter. With that, Kizaru raised his foot and kicked the Straw Hat away. Young and reckless, clumsy and rash, he's just like that fool Ace. But I actually like such fools. As Whitebeard raised Song Yunxia to strike down once more before Dylan could make a move, a scorching aura appeared right in front of him. Akainu stepped on the blade of Song Yunxia and looked at Whitebeard. Do you want to destroy this island? It's not that easy. Kuahaha, then you all better hold on. Seeing the Admiral make a move, Dylan scanned the battlefield. In the sky, Marco was enveloped in two-colored flames. Despite the purple flames consuming his body, Marco gritted his teeth and flew toward the execution platform. Ace, wait for me. Huh. On the ground, Tahir furrowed his brow. Is this guy out of his mind? Just as Marco approached the execution platform, a flash of lightning surged. Bang! A Haki-infused elbow strike directly hit Marco's face. Ugh! Marco fell heavily to the ground, and as the flame of the phoenix dissipated, the purple fire instantly enveloped him. Is it over? My journey. In the flames, Marco smiled as he raised his hand towards Whitebeard. Old man. Marco! A furious roar echoed. Dozens of black lightning bolts erupted instantly. Pooh! Tahir's body shook, blood spewed from his mouth, and the purple flames on Marco vanished in an instant. Was that specifically aimed at me with Conqueror's Haki? Tahir raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, looking at the man gasping for breath beneath the encirclement. Impressive. The tails behind him slowly dissipated as Tahir quietly retreated to the rear of the formation. Tom glanced back at Tahir, who was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth, then turned to the anxious Diamond Jozu and said, for now, let's hold back and tend to our respective partners. All right, Jozu answered in a deep voice, and both sides leaped back, rushing to their partners. Pooh! Old wounds erupted, and Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, half crouching on the ground. Dylan looked at Whitebeard. Did the sudden burst of Conqueror's Haki exacerbate his old injuries? In the distance, the Straw Hat, high on adrenaline, shouted once more, Ace. He'll be there soon. Beep. Boom. Pacifistas fired continuous laser blasts at the Straw Hat. Just as the other pacifistas concentrated their lasers, a tall figure blocked the Straw Hat's side. Boa Hancock, Warlord of the Seas, cease your attack. Boa Hancock, Warlord of the Seas, cease your attack. The Empress hadn't even had time to fan herself before feeling a chilling gaze. Beneath the execution platform, Dylan looked at her and extended two fingers. In the moment when Dylan warned Boa Hancock, Marco was once again severely injured by Kizaru, worrying about Whitebeard's injuries, while Jozu was frozen by Akiji. Whitebeard himself was struck in the chest by a Kindness Hellhound. At this point, the high-end combat power of the Whitebeard pirates had basically all fallen into a disadvantage. Take his head. The Marines charged forward while Whitebeard stood tall before them. How can I die before I see the children walk towards a bright future? On the execution platform, Sengoku looked down at Whitebeard. You want to see their future? Then let me show you. Move. Ace. Ace. In the despairing eyes of the pirates, the executioner's long knife was raised again. Stop it. A wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted, causing the executioner to faint instantly. The scene fell into silence for a moment. The qualifications of a king. This little brat. Whitebeard looked at Carp, who was sitting on the execution platform, and then glanced at the Straw Hat rushing forward. You all. Protect Straw Hat Luffy with all your might. That position. No one present can break through anymore. Carp. Just look at. Looking at the eager G5 members, Dylan shook his head. Ignore that idiot, let's deal with the others. After speaking, Dylan took out a cigarette, lit one, and after taking a deep breath, looked at the Straw Hat, who had already run to Carp. Hey, Dylan, the Straw Hat has gone up. Is it really okay? After knocking back the dual cabin brothers with a punch, Belmere jumped to Dylan's side. Dylan shook his head. If we force Carp to change his stance now, the Marines will have completely lost. Moreover, Dylan shook his head. Perhaps the Straw Hat has a way out. As for Ace. Seeing the Straw Hat ascend the execution platform, all G5 members returned to Dylan's side. The gigantic Buddha statue raised its hand to crush the balloon, and Dylan made a cut gesture. Where is your shockwave? You weren't like this when you were attacking others. As the execution platform collapsed, a massive flame erupted. You always cause chaos, Luffy. Dylan shook his head and took a couple of steps back with the G5 members. Mancherry. Yes, Dylan Landu. Mancherry hidden in Dylan's hair sprinkled tears all over Tyre. Thank you. Mancheri. We are all companions. Dylan looked at Ace, who was clashing with Akiji, and said to everyone, wait for my command. Killing Ace's burden should be left to Akainu himself. Don't get attached. Ace. Just as Ace was about to flee, Akainu emerged from the thick smoke. Are you going to run away with your tail between your legs after rescuing people? Indeed, they are a bunch of cowards, the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard himself is a complete failure. Ace's body stiffened, his face darkened as he turned around. Take back your words. Dylan crossed his arms, watching this familiar yet strange scene. Dad created a place for us to dwell. How could you understand his greatness? If a person lives without following the right path, then there is no value in living. You are pirates. What do you need a dwelling for? Luffy. A kindness magma pierced through Ace's chest, while Dylan remained unmoved with his arms crossed. Below the execution platform, Carp had already been pinned down by Sengoku. All members of the Whitebeard pirates were stunned. Their mission failed completely. Dylan's ears twitched slightly. He had sensed Saint One Wolf hiding behind Marineford. Humph. Upon seeing Ace's death and hearing his last words, Whitebeard could no longer hold back and instantly arrived behind Akainu. Admiral Sakazuki. A tremendous shockwave shattered Marineford, and the nearly frenzied Whitebeard knocked Akainu to the ground with a single punch. Hellhound. A kindness magma fist struck Whitebeard's head, directly severing half of it. What kind of power is this? Belmere, standing next to Dylan, gasped, splitting the square in two. However, this scene seems a bit familiar. What is that? There is something behind the fortress. As Marineford tilted, a gigantic face appeared behind it. Ah, have we been discovered? There are also people on the execution platform. Haha. A loud, arrogant laugh echoed. Did you just notice us? Blackbeard looked down at Whitebeard below his face, showing excitement. It's really great to meet you before you die. Dad. Whitebeard raised his head to look at the distant figure he once regarded as a son, but who had pushed his family into the abyss. Teach. Only you. I will never call you son. Swoosh. Swoosh. A violent tremor surged towards the execution platform where Blackbeard was located. Haha, you really show no mercy. Dad. Marco and Vista, who had originally reached the outskirts, all turned around the moment they saw Blackbeard appear. Don't come over. Whitebeard shouted, the bastard who killed Thatch. I will personally take care of it. I couldn't ask for more. Haha. Dylan's body tensed and Shuro was drawn again. Get ready. Target, Blackbeard pirates. Yes. Turning back, Blackbeard had already been pinned to the ground by Whitebeard. Stop. Dad, are you really going to kill your son? Whitebeard, whose ability had been activated but not yet unleashed, couldn't help but tremble upon hearing this, and after gritting his teeth, threw Blackbeard aside. Kill him. The Blackbeard pirates surged forward, various weapons and bullets constantly striking Whitebeard's body. When they were exhausted from hacking and had run out of bullets, Whitebeard could barely open his eyes and glanced at Blackbeard. It's not you. The man Roger was waiting for. At least it won't be you. Teach. Zing. The large screen in the center behind the square suddenly lit up and Sengoku's pupils contracted. Damn. Who is it, Dylan? Sengoku turned around this scene. But when he looked at Dylan, he found Dylan holding Shura in one hand while the other was empty. From the position of the image, it was from some direction on the marine side. Damn. One Piece. It exists, bastard. Sengoku shouted. Who the hell is it? Always lurking nearby. Only now did they expose this scene. Moved. Just as the Blackbeard pirates were about to cover Whitebeard's corpse with a black cloth, Dylan whispered and charged towards Blackbeard. The strategic objective has been achieved. Next, no need to hold back. The Dark Dragons and the G5 guys are coming. The members of the Blackbeard pirates guarding in front of the Marines hadn't reacted, yet when Dylan, flying in the air, infused Haki into his sword. Judgment Break illusion. The lightning-wrapped slashing storm instantly knocked down the frontmost Poison Q Lafitte and Tyrant King Abelo Pizarro. I love your mom, you old hack. The Moon Hunter. Katarina Devon's words had not yet left her mouth when Dylan appeared in front of her, performing an aerial spin and delivering a side kick covered in Haki straight to Katarina's face. Bang. The Moon Hunter. Katarina Devon was struck into the ground, her life or death unknown. The instant Dylan struck down the Crescent Hunter Katarina Devon, he slashed his blade across the black cloth. Hiss. The cloth fell. Blackbeard had already thrust his hand deep into Whitebeard's chest, pierced open by the Hellhound. Yami Ryu. Stop him. Now, quickly. Though the preceding assault had been astonishing, members of the Blackbeard pirates surged toward Dylan. Boom. Clang. G5 Marines arrived, intercepting the Blackbeard pirates from both flanks. Dylan. Watching Blackbeard tremble, whether from exhilaration or terror, Dylan instantly closed the distance appearing before him. His blade aimed straight at Blackbeard, piercing forward with lethal intent. Judgment Niha Bridge. A torrential/fluid as rushing water pierced Blackbeard's body again and again. Ugh, eh. Though now drenched in blood, Blackbeard refused to withdraw his right hand from Whitebeard's chest. Thief! Thief! Ha ha! Blackbeard gazed at Dylan's icy expression. I have waited 30 long years for this day. No one will stop me. Then you truly are remarkable scum. With a twist of the hilt, the ceaseless serpentine slashes abruptly halted. A more grotesque aura erupted from the Azura, shrouded in Conqueror's Haki, its black and crimson energies twisting and merging violently. At the sight, fear finally flickered in Blackbeard's eyes. You too. A faint shimmering black orb crackled with lightning coalescing at the tip of the Azura's blade. Judgment Samsara. Wawa. Under the colossal impact, Blackbeard's body was finally wrenched free from Whitebeard's corpse and hurled backward. Carried by momentum, Whitebeard's body tumbled into the abyss he himself had wrought. Damn it. Yami Ryu. As Whitebeard's corpse plummeted, Dylan lifted his gaze toward Blackbeard, crouched on the cliff's edge, pounding his chest in anguish. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You bastard. Sensing Dylan's approach, Blackbeard sprang upright. My dream will not end here. Humph. Dylan uttered no further words. Only wound Conqueror's Haki once more around the Azura. That last strike laced with Conqueror's Haki had only wounded him, not even inflicting grave harm. This man's body. What in the world? Meanwhile, without Crocodile or Buggy the Clown, the Straw Hat Pirates still escaped from Akainu's grasp. As the pacifistas advanced across the plaza and the Straw Hats fled, the Whitebeard pirates will the fight crumbled entirely. Pursue the pirates. Exterminate them to the last. Let no evil escape this place. Whitebeard slain. Ace executed. The enigmatic Blackbeard, his motives still unknown, had nonetheless been thwarted by Rear Admiral Dylan. The Navy's victory lay within arm's reach. Eradicate them all. Charge. The Navy's morale soared to unprecedented heights, under admirals and rear admirals alike. They stormed onto the ice-covered battlefield. Dream. Mere pirates dare speak of dreams. Dylan stared at Blackbeard's form, still alive despite being struck by both Niha Bridge and Samsara. If his body defied logic. Recalling Whitebeard's earlier assault, a crimson glint flashed in Dylan's eyes. Then, sever his head. Shwa. Dylan leapt skyward, Blackbeard's expression hardened. This ends now. Stop. Cease this battle. Stop. Do not trample upon life any longer. The objective is achieved. Such meaningless sacrifice is no different than foolishness. Kobe raised his arm and shouted aloud. The entire battlefield froze. Even among the Navy's ranks, so recently emboldened, many faltered, lost in doubt. Glug. Akainu materialized before Kobe. You've wasted several seconds of my time. The Navy has no use for soldiers who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Clang. At the very instant Kobe shut his eyes, bracing for death, a molten fist was halted by a Western-style sword. Well done, young Marine. Shanks appeared before Kobe. An overwhelming wave of Haki erupted. Kobe, standing mere inches away, collapsed unconscious on the spot. The entire battlefield fell into stunned silence. The four emperors. Shanks the red-haired. Why is he here? I have come to. A thunderous roar split the heavens, dark clouds instantly swallowing the skies above Marineford. You've come to die, Shanks. Massive bolts of lightning churned restlessly through the roiling clouds, charged with raw, seething fury. A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. Dylan seized Kobe, gripping his skull and lifting him high into the air. Sakazuki, by me time. Understood. Sakazuki held great admiration for Dylan and sensed his intent clearly, responding without hesitation. Kapu. Sengoku. Dylan bellowed toward the scaffold's base, watching G5 Marines locked in combat with Blackbeard's crew. Are you still waiting? Everyone stared stunned at Dylan. This man dared address the hero of the Marines, an admiral, and the fleet admiral himself. Finally, Dylan turned his gaze toward Kizuru. Borsellino. Oh, I understand perfectly, Dylan. Kizara glanced sideways, fixing his eyes upon Ben Beckman, perched calmly atop the shattered mainmast of Whitebeard's fleet. Don't wander off, or else it truly will grow angry, and I'll have a difficult time explaining that. Seeing the situation largely stabilized, Dylan rose slowly into midair, then fixed his eyes wide open. A shockwave of Conqueror's Haki exploded outward. Kafa. Kobe, previously unconscious, stirred awake once more. Rear Admiral Dylan. Dylan cast him a cold, unblinking stare, his grip tightening fiercely upon Kobe's skull. Bien. Yes, sir. A massive projection screen unfurled before them. As onlookers watched puzzled, the screen revealed two Navy officers cowering in a corner of the battlefield. No, I can't do anything. They're so strong, yet they fall one after another. If I stay here any longer, I'll die. Next, the footage shifted to Kobe and Belmir attempting to flee the fortress amid the chaos of war. While the Whitebeard pirates invaded, every Navy officer fought with unwavering courage, sacrificing themselves without hesitation. And yet, You chose to run. When the Navy gained the upper hand and prepared to crush evil decisively, you demanded we halt. Kobe, suspended midair, gaped speechlessly. How could this be recorded? Who did this? If you truly possessed courage, why didn't you stand against Whitebeard's invasion? You worthless coward. You preach about trampling life, but pirates burn, slaughter, and plunder day and night, terrorizing civilians. Why don't you deliver your lofty sermons to them instead? Hovering in the air, Dylan drew a slow, deep breath, surveying the frozen battlefield below. Marines, behind this fortress lies the home of our loved ones, the land, the sea, and all the defenseless common folk who rely on us. Our aged parents, our innocent children, they wait, desperate, for word from us. No sacrifice is meaningless. Every pirate we slay honors our fallen comrades in heaven and secures even one more minute of peace and safety for those who have no one to protect them. Do not falter. Take up your weapons. Fight on. Fight. Snap. Kobe's skull shattered instantly, bone fragments and crimson gore splattering across Dylan's hands. Whoa, fight. Standing near, a Kainu carp looked at his disciple's head, disappearing, his expression once again darkening. The morale of the Navy surged once more, even higher than before. The red-haired pirates had slowly retreated to the outskirts. Marco, teach. Red-haired Shanks glared at the dark clouds enveloping the sky. Whatever else is happening can wait until later. First, escape from Marineford. Although Carp's fighting spirit was not strong, Sengoku had little desire to act. However, the combined forces of the 3 admirals, the 12 vice-admirals, and G5 were still terrifying. Working with you guys. It's rare, but I agree. On the other side, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates all looked towards Marco. Everything was up to him to decide. Looking at his injured comrades behind him, Marco gritted his teeth. First, we need to escape from Marineford. We cannot let Dad's sacrifice be in vain. Escape? With a thunderous roar, a grand voice echoed. Who said you could escape, bastards? Red-haired Shanks glared at Dylan, who was floating in the sky, crackling with thunder fury, igniting in his eyes the dark dragon. You. Ice Age. The sea surface, spanning several kilometers, was frozen once again, with all the warships and pirate ships in the New World trapped beneath the ice. Dylan. Sengoku looked at Dylan, who had merged with the thunder in the sky, a hesitant expression appearing on his face. What exactly are you planning to do? The dark clouds, accompanied by rolling thunder, drew closer to Marineford. Many people's hair began to stand on end, and the weaker pirates even started to show signs of paralysis. The awakened power of the natural system. Too chaotic. This is Marineford. Wrong. Within the thunderclouds, a voice like a deity resounded. Fortresses can be rebuilt, islands can be relocated, as long as we stand unbowed. Justice is here, Marineford. As the last word fell, it seemed all the thunder responded to that voice. No. All the thunder combined to form that voice. A booming sound echoed slowly. Great law of heaven. The once radiant white lightning instantly turned blue, and many pirates began to emit white smoke from their bodies. In the distance, Don Quixote Doflamingo was sweating profusely, directly stimulating the electricity within human bodies. This is absurd. Ugh. Roar. Countless roars erupted from the thunderclouds. In that moment, Shanks recalled the day several years ago in the West Blue. Hey, teach. Even the infamous Blackbeard, who claimed abilities were ineffective against him, revealed a hint of fear at that moment. Such intensity, such range. Using the power of the dark fruit required stamina. Looking at the Navy officers surrounding them in the corners, Blackbeard steeled his heart. Red-haired Marco and the others must want to kill me. Once I activate my power, you must protect me. Shanks nodded gravely. I assure you your grudges will not erupt here. Still so manly. Then I'll trust you this once. However, Blackbeard looked at the terrifying beast descending from the sky. Even if I give it my all now, I can't protect so many people. Red-haired felt a heaviness in his heart. Thousands of pirates were scattered around the outskirts of Marineford. Only his crew, Blackbeard's crew, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were close. Do your best, we will work together. That's right, if you want to survive, you need to get yourself together. As soon as those words fell, the fierce beasts bound by the thunderclouds lunged down. In the square, Sengoku's scalp tightened. Fall back. Protect our own first. Woof, woof, woof. What a chaotic fellow. Do you want to kill us too? Though the beasts targeted the outer pirate alliance, the entangled Navy inevitably suffered the repercussions. Roar. Dark sky. Blackbeard raised his hands, and a massive circular dome opened, barely resisting the thunderous beasts. Crack. I can't hold on. Blackbeard's pupils shrank, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Quick, find a way to attack him. While the Navy is also resisting his power. Hurry. Got it. Red-haired raised the griffin, taking a deep breath, the conqueror's haki wrapping around it. Looking at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky, Red-haired's expression grew anxious. Where is he? I can't find his position. If only Jesus Burgess were here. There. Marco pointed at a spot in the sky. There's a presence of life. It can't be anyone else. Good. Drink. After swinging the griffin in a circle, a massive slashing attack akin to the beast's body shot directly into the sky. Bloop bloop. Dylan in the sky glanced at the azure snail in his hand, then crushed it. The slash tore through the sky, splitting the thunderclouds in two. The clouds parted, revealing Dylan's body, still drawing in the surrounding lightning. Dylan looked down. Akiji's expression was hesitant. Kizuru seemed to have disappeared, and Carp Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were all struggling to release their aura to protect the weaker navy. Only Akainu, along with the hawkish Vice Admirals like Enigmo and Doberman, fought fiercely forward amidst the thunder. Sigh. Dylan sighed heavily. I failed to do my utmost. It is truly not a crime of war. However, as the lightning dissipated, Dylan drew Shura, gazing down at the Pirate Alliance. I must leave something behind. Well then, let's leave behind their lives. What do you think, Dylan? Kizuru appeared beside Dylan, watching the glowing ice below. Yada no Kagami. A more exaggerated laser strike than the previous two instantly covered the ice surface. Dylan held Shura tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Though it looked grand, this move, Yada no Kagami, was paving the way through the ice for the pirates. Kizaru and Dylan stood side by side in the air. It's the will from above, Dylan. Hey! With Shura sheathed, Dylan slowly descended, watching the retreating Pirate Alliance. Akiji remained silent, while Sengoku and Carp grew inexplicably tense. Bastard! Akainu emerged from the ground, his eyes blazing. Why? They are only paralyzed, not in life-threatening danger. Why? Why not take the opportunity to eliminate those pests? Seeing the situation subtly dividing, Sengoku stepped forward, looking at Akainu and Dylan. Whitebeard is dead. Fire Fist is also dead. Our objectives have been achieved. If we annihilate the red-haired and Blackbeard here, it would be equivalent to handing the new world over to Big Mom Kaido and those people. What a politician's rhetoric. At this moment, Dylan's aura retracted, but his words and expressions made Sengoku and Carp uneasy. Members of G5 arrived behind Dylan with Shiryu, holding several heads. Gulula Shiryu tossed the heads to the ground. I brought you something. Dylan looked at the heads on the ground, tongues sticking out, and smiled slightly. Forget it. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw Bellamy crying over KB's corpse in the distance. Shiryu. Dylan nodded towards that position. Execute the deserter. Yes. B. Carp clenched his teeth, ready to take action. A hand pressed on his shoulder. Sengoku slowly shook his head at him. Let him go, Carp. He did nothing wrong. Thus, the Marineford War concluded with a Navy victory. Although the Marineford fortress was destroyed, nearly 10,000 of the 100,000 Navy personnel had perished. However, the results achieved were Whitebeard Pirates Captain Edward Newgate perished. Fire Fist, ace captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, died. Lackey captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 7th Division was executed. 12 captains under the Whitebeard Pirates perished. Former Shichibukai Crocodile was executed. Former Roger Pirates crew member Buggy the Clown was executed. Blackbeard Pirates crew member Poison Q was executed. Blackbeard Pirates crew member Lafitte was executed. More than 300 crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates and affiliated New World pirate crews were executed. After the war, that name once again resonated through the skies. Navy Vice Admiral Dark Dragon Adams. Dylan. Admiral, I don't need that, nor do I have the time for it. Kuzan has left the Navy. Dylan. Deciding to step down as Marshal, Sengoku no longer dyed his hair. On the Dindin Mushi, Sengoku with his graying hair looked at him. Sakazuki's appointment is in 2 months. Kuzan recommended you as his successor before leaving the Navy. Others believe you are quite suitable. Others. Dylan scoffed. So if others think I have no reason to live, should I just end it myself? Dylan. I understand. You understand nothing. Dylan rudely interrupted Sengoku, grabbing the receiver, and said to Sengoku, aren't you planning a global conscription? Then go ahead with it. I'll continue being the head of my G5 unit. When I want to become an admiral, I'll let you know. After saying this, Dylan hung up the Dindin Mushi, looking at CP0, standing by the desk. Is this also the intention of the Gorosei? Yes. CP0 nodded. The Gorosei said, even if you are promoted to admiral, you only need to stay stationed at Marineford and handle special missions. There won't be. Humph. Dylan coldly snorted, interrupting CP0's words with a glance. Becoming an admiral means constantly cleaning up after the celestial dragons, and I might even have to garrison at Mariwa. Do you think I would do such a thing? How the hell would I know? CP0 screamed internally, but obediently nodded. It indeed doesn't seem to be your style. Dylan exhaled a puff of smoke and extended his hand towards CP0. The Dindin Mushi, the one in front, is broken. CP0 said somewhat skeptically. The Azure Dindin Mushi is very difficult to cultivate. And I heard that one was crushed by you. Dylan glanced at him and sneered. Let me borrow yours, you make the call. The one answering the call was still that golden-haired Gorosei. Adams. Dylan. It's me. I won't be taking the Admiral position, and you know the reasons. If you have me do some things, it will only make matters worse. I expected as much, so what is this about? It's about the information on Poseidon. Dylan looked up and flashed a malicious smile at CP0. I have confirmed that Poseidon is. Bang! The CP0 that was originally standing in front of Dylan's desk vanished without a trace, only the door was still lightly trembling. Has something unexpected happened? A mouse ran out. Let's get to the point. Poseidon is this generation's mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. On the other end of the Dindin Mushi there was silence, as if the receiver had been cut off. Dylan was not in a hurry, leisurely smoking. The fact that Shirahoshi is Poseidon is known to him. In this changing era, one must stabilize their privileges in advance, otherwise some matters will become difficult to handle. The ability to control the Sea Kings is indeed remarkable. However, even if the world government already knows about Shirahoshi's identity, they might not dare to act against her easily. After all, if Shirahoshi's emotions break down, due to the location of Fishman Island, there might be no one in this world able to escape from there. And what kind of consequences would directly erasing Shirahoshi bring? Would it cause all the Sea Kings in the Great Sea to go berserk? No one knows and no one dares to try. Very well. The entire message is extremely important. After saying this, the golden-haired Gorosei hung up the phone. Mary Ahua, on the empty throne. Understood, grant him a reward. A vague voice came from the throne. What kind of reward? The person on the throne propped his head with one hand, lightly tapping the armrest with the other. You decide, just don't let him feel dissatisfied. After the Gorosei respectfully exited, the person on the throne smiled, faintly cunning. Although the Navy defeated the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard's last words, "One Piece exists," caused the situation around the world to become even more turbulent. The pressure on the Navy and the Kingdom Army seemed to return to the early days of the Great Pirate Era over 20 years ago. Various naval branches and CP organizations frequently reported to their headquarters seeking assistance. Of course, the Navy's victory and Dylan's speech also inspired many dreamers and strong individuals, resulting in a significant increase in those choosing to join the Navy. The two largest forces in this world began to collide from top to bottom in an instant. No one could remain uninvolved. Branch 85 requests assistance. The number of pirates has surged, and we cannot contain them. Requesting an increase in combat personnel. Branch 216 is exterminating the Black Goat pirate group. Non-member nations seek help. Pirates have already reached their capital gates. Another newcomer with a bounty over 100 million has appeared. The kingdom of Kuzia has been destroyed. East Blue. In the kingdom of Girona, on the highest lookout tower of the palace stood a slender woman against the wind. Her hands were clasped together, gazing towards the Grand Line, as if awaiting someone's arrival. It's the windy season, Your Majesty. This is not good for your health. Bamond. The woman did not turn back upon hearing the voice from the stairs, still gazing into the distance. When can I see him again? The elderly Bamond walked behind the woman, draping a windbreaker over her shoulders while resting his hand on the railing, looking down at the capital. He has always been by our side, hasn't he? Time rewinds to the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the kingdom of Girona, this once great nation of East Blue has now fallen into a broken kingdom, removed from the ranks of member nations by the world government for its inability to pay the heavenly gold. Rampant pirates, swarming bandits, the royal family still immersed in the glory of their ancestors, and the lifeless commoners together formed the current state of the entire nation. Despite possessing vast territories and fertile lands, the commoners of this nation appeared pale and emaciated, their eyes devoid of spirit. Killen, no matter how poor he is, still a king. There might even be a beautiful princess, ha ha ha. Let me also taste the flavor of a princess. The palace was already stripped of its former splendor, with gold ornaments, famous paintings, jewels, and even silver candlesticks sold off completely. Protect the Majesty, protect the princess. Dozens of the last remaining guards tightly held the broken palace gate. Your Highness. The aging Bamond tightly embraced the shivering Camilla. Hick, has it reached this point? Beneath the enormous ancestral portrait, the king half lay on the shabby chair, pouring the bottle in his hand upside down. There's no more wine. Huff, huff, huff. Bamond looked at the already fast asleep king, despairingly closing his eyes. As the sounds of battle drew closer, Bamond's hands began to tremble. Princess Camilla, let this old minister escort you on your final journey. The young Camilla raised her head, her once sapphire eyes now dimmed by years of hunger. Her poorly fitted floral dress even had some visible patches. Yet it was clear that the person who patched it for her was incredibly gentle. If not looked at closely, it would be hard to discern. Bamond, are we going to die? If we die, we won't starve anymore, right? The little Camilla, who had tasted suffering at such a young age, suddenly had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Will I soon be able to see my mother again? As the sounds of slaughter outside gradually faded away, Beaumont held the frail body of Camilla, closing his eyes to begin his prayers. The slender Camilla curled up in Beaumont's embrace, gazing up at the ancestral murals on the palace ceiling that depicted their forebears battling across the lands. Ancestors, please bless my people so they are no longer bullied by the wicked, and also bless me. To see my mother. Your Highness Camilla. Beaumont, now in his 50s, was overcome with tears. What a kind princess she is. Why is fate so unkind to her, forcing her to be born into this tumultuous royal family? Creak. Accompanied by an old creaking sound, the palace door slowly opened. Beaumont first felt a pang of sadness, then keenly sensed that something was amiss. How could pirates push the door open? They usually stormed in directly, and why was it so quiet? Footsteps echoed from the palace door, and Beaumont opened his eyes to look. A boy of around 15 or 16 entered carrying a long sword that seemed disproportionately large for his frame. Who are you? Me? I am a navy man. The kingdom of Herona is renowned for its fertile lands and its people. Though it lacks the rare minerals or abundant fishery resources of other nations, the unique climate ensures a bountiful harvest. Such fertile land has become a target for pirates to raid regularly. The people living here suffer greatly, yet they are powerless to resist. Hundreds of years ago, the ancestors of the kingdom of Herona arrived on this land, leading their knights to establish boundaries, drive away bandits, and create order. The people revered the Herona royal family and vowed eternal loyalty to it. The warm land suited the growth of crops, but it also allowed brave warriors to become complacent. Over 200 years later, the once mighty Herona knights disappeared, and their descendants became nobles who needed assistance even to walk. The royal family fared no better. Leveraging their immense agricultural output, they collaborated with warring nations for hefty profits. Eventually, one year, they became a member of the world government. With the protection of the navy promised by the world government, the kingdom's army became a complete joke. Although the people's lives grew increasingly dire, they could at least manage to survive. Life continued in this manner despite the royal family's escalating grain tax and the onset of hunger among the populace. But the people understood clearly that if they could not continue to pay the heavenly gold, they would descend into hell like their ancestors. Everyone gritted their teeth, striving to gather the heavenly gold demanded by the world government, while also maintaining the lavish lifestyles of the nobles. The fragile support that upheld all of this finally collapsed one day. The pirate king, Gol D. Roger, was executed. Countless people set sail in search of the unprecedented great treasure, One Piece. Many newly emerged pirates were not intimidated by the navy flag. They arrived in the country of Rice Herona. They plundered the grain, seized the women, and took the prepared, heavenly gold. That year, the country of Rice Herona lost its status as a member of the world government. The navy took down their flag. Nightmares returned to this land where knights who once wielded weapons to protect the people had long vanished. That year, Princess Camilla was born into this world. All right, Navy sir. Our soldiers. The young Dylan smiled a bit awkwardly. They fainted, but their lives are not in danger. After speaking, Dylan moved the Shura slightly back. Then he looked around. This could still be considered a castle. Judging by the scale of the architecture, it must have once been wealthy, but now it appeared oddly ironic. Didn't you say this kingdom no longer has soldiers? Beaumont forced a bitter smile. They are not descendants of the first generation of knights. After losing their status as a member state faced with increasingly frequent raids, the nobles either fled or perished here. They were originally commoners who took up arms to fulfill the promises of their ancestors. No wonder. Dylan pondered for a moment. Those people certainly did not look like warriors. Wait a moment, Beaumont recalled, the king still soundly asleep in the chair, despite his incompetence and ignorance nonetheless. His Majesty the King, the 13th king of the Herona royal family, died on his throne wearing a smile. Beaumont, what happened to father? Beaumont suppressed the pain in his heart, trembling hands holding Camilla's shoulders. Princess Camilla, His Majesty the King, has passed away. This country now has only you as its heir. Father and mother and sister have all gone far away. Please be strong. Although still weak, Camilla responded firmly, I will, Beaumont. I promised my mother that I wouldn't cry until I found someone to rely on, and I will wait for them to return. The young Camilla still did not fully understand the meaning of death. Some said it was like falling asleep, others said it was going to a faraway place. Dylan sighed. Not far away. This is the East Sea, the weakest of seas, a symbol of peace. If the East Sea is like this, one can only imagine the conditions in other seas and the Grand Line. A wealthy place, yet lacking the power to defend itself. Despite deeply sympathizing with this nation, Dylan stood up and walked toward the door. Having witnessed too many tragic scenes on this journey, and being far from the branch, he knew he would be scolded for not returning early. Beaumont watched the young Navy man preparing to leave. His mouth moved, but ultimately did not speak. The Navy, after all, is the Navy of the world government. Just as Dylan reached the entrance, a slightly weary, yet clear voice sounded from behind. Big brother. Dylan turned around to see Camila, her small face covered in dust, wearing a patched floral dress. What's the matter? Camila slowly walked toward Dylan, supporting herself on the table, and when she reached him, she bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my soldiers. We welcome you to visit Hirona. Next time, we will surely treat you with the sweetest rice. Camila raised her small face, revealing a smile. If Hirona still exists. This was our initial strategy, Dylan said, sitting cross-legged in the dilapidated royal garden, sketching a vague map on the ground with a twig. According to your account, the people of the kingdom of Hirona still remain loyal to the royal house. Therefore, our first priority must be to unite them, and then restore production. But Bamond recalled the pirates who raided this place without warning. Even if crops were sown, they would merely be harvested by raiders. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Dylan furrowed his brow and said to Bamond, find someone intimately familiar with the surrounding seas and utterly loyal, to carry a message back for me. Remember, utmost caution is imperative. A single misstep could sow the seeds of future catastrophe. I shall remain in this vicinity for 2 quarters. During the first, we shall ensure the grain ripens successfully. In the second, I shall train your soldiers to wield arms. Pirates are not as fearsome as they seem. A strange gurgle echoed softly. Dylan glanced at Camila. Her pale cheeks flushed faintly with shyness. Dylan looked around, at the soldiers' hollow, sallow faces, and at the old man whose beard had withered into brittle straw. Are there beasts nearby? In the deep mountains to the north. Gather men, bring carts, and follow me. Dylan rose, then bent low to gently stroke Camilla's head. Hold on just a little longer, we'll be back soon. On tiptoe, Camila watched Dylan and the carters vanish into the distance. Though years of famine and turmoil had left her frail and her hair dull and brittle, Camilla's eyes now gleamed with quiet light. Bamond, gazing at the road where Dylan's figure had long since disappeared, tears finally welled in Camilla's eyes. Have I found someone I can truly rely upon? Deep within the northern wilderness beyond Hirona's capital, thick undergrowth and tangled shrubs choked the land, untended for decades. On the long abandoned road beneath the mountains, several large carts overflowed with the carcasses of over a dozen massive predators. They're here again. Rustle, rustle. From the shadows of the dense forest, Dylan emerged, shoulders bearing several heavy carcasses. Let's go. This should sustain us for some time. As for staple grains and seasonings, Dylan recalled spotting a pirate flag planted on a small island along his journey. We'll borrow a little from there. When the caravan returned to the capital laden with game, more and more townsfolk trailed behind it. Upon reaching the palace gates, Dylan gave Camila a subtle nod, then brought his shura saber scabbard down hard upon the earth. Now, men who know how to butcher assemble on the left, women who know how to cook gather on the right. Once the crowd had dispersed, he added, everyone else, fetch firewood. Standing before Dylan, Camila, though still unaware of his name, felt an unshakable certainty settle within her. She had found the one person she could truly depend on. An hour later, the scent of roasting meat drifted across the capital. Dylan stood before a row of great cauldrons, surveying the assembled cooks. Those caught stealing food will see their entire families exiled. That was the young man's decree. Though none knew his name, the soldiers had already told them this youth had slain over 30 pirates, single-handedly. Despite mouths watering uncontrollably and children wailing in hunger, the sight of that young man standing motionless, his hand resting upon his blade, filled everyone with instinctive dread. Soldiers. When all the meat had finished cooking, Dylan issued his command. Instantly, the former civilians, now soldiers, rallied before the cauldrons. Each person shall receive rations according to age. Leftovers are to be dried, not consumed in excess. And no crying, under penalty of punishment. His gaze swept over the crowd, stern and unwavering. From behind, Camila tugged gently at Bamond's sleeve. Bamond, don't we have plenty of meat? Why won't we let everyone eat their fill? Bamond stroked his beard and smiled. Your Highness, this meat cannot be consumed all at once. If we feast today, what of tomorrow? And what of the day after? Moreover, after prolonged starvation, the body cannot bear sudden gluttony. It would collapse under the strain. That young man, truly extraordinary. Why not? A shrill voice pierced the air. There's so much meat. Why can't we eat until we're full, eh? Dylan's cold gaze swept toward him. The agitator flinched, instinctively shrinking back. Yet seeing murmurs ripple through the crowd, he quickly raised his voice again. These beasts belong to the kingdom of Hirona. We may eat as much as we please. Dylan did not erupt. Instead, he drew the shura scabbard from the earth. Oh, then why haven't you hunted them yourselves? You. The blond youth's face flushed with anger. You possess strength, so what harm is there in helping us? Hearing this, most hesitated, but a few nodded in quiet agreement. Indeed. Dylan inclined his head slightly. The youth's expression brightened with hope. At last, a feast awaited. But Dylan's next words plunged him into icy despair. I possess strength, so I must help you. By the same logic, pirates possess strength, so they may plunder you without restraint, correct? Then what if? With a flash of crimson, the Shura blade slid free, releasing a wave of blood-scented terror. I choose right now to become a pirate. The starving crowd recoiled in panic. Dylan advanced slowly forward. Camilla gripped Bammon's sleeve tightly, her teeth clenched. In this life, one may lack power or knowledge, but there exists one thing the absence of which is always fatal. A sharp shink. The blond youth's head soared skyward, frozen midair in wide-eyed horror and disbelief. Without clear self-awareness, one stumbles blindly into the abyss. The clamorous crowd fell utterly silent. Even children about to cry were swiftly muffled by their mother's hands. Distribute the food. Yes, sir. Inside the palace, Camilla ate sparingly, then cast a hesitant glance toward Dylan. Is it that I seem too ruthless? No. Camilla shook her head. I trust my big brother has his reasons. I simply want to understand them fully. She lifted her gaze to meet Dylan's directly. I am no longer a child. Dylan paused, startled, then turned toward Bammon. Princess Camilla. No. By law, she is now Queen Camilla. I see. Dylan placed a small carving knife beside a piece of meat. Then Queen Camilla. What in your view is the foundation upon which a kingdom rests? Camilla tilted her head, puzzled. To a 7-year-old, the word governance still held unfamiliar weight. Put simply, what would make your people truly happy? So everyone can eat until they're full, she declared boldly. Dylan nodded, then shook his head. Yes, sustenance is the universal need, the most vital, the most fundamental. Yet that alone was achieved centuries ago by your ancestors. So then, why did the kingdom of Herona crumble? Because of the pirates. Dylan shook his head again. That is but one symptom, one surface wound, not the root cause. He pushed the meat forward. Wealth, your ancestors secured for centuries. Stability, prosperity, enough food for all. Then he nudged the knife forward. Strength, enough to repel pirates, suppress bandits. They also achieved. So why, despite such abundance and might, did the realm ultimately fall? Bammon sat quietly, lost in thought. This very question had haunted him for years. Yet he too had attributed it solely to the dawn of the great pirate age. Wealth is the flesh of a nation, a strength, its bones. Dylan picked up a fork and knife, crossing them deliberately. Faith, that is the soul of a nation. Faith. A thunderclap reverberated in Bauman's mind. He sensed he had grasped something, yet could not fully comprehend it. Dylan offered a faint smile and continued, back to the main point, why did I just kill that man? Watching Camilla's still bewildered expression, Dylan turned his gaze toward Bauman. In this age of chaos, if a nation's ruler is preoccupied solely with benevolence and moral righteousness, the state may survive, but its people will forever hover on the precipice of peril. Striking down enemies is certainly vital, but uniting our own ranks is equally, if not more essential. Indeed, internal unity is the very prerequisite for defeating adversaries. This nation lies in ruins. There is neither time nor capacity left to methodically reform every fool who has grown corrupt. Bauman, do you believe the populace is wise or foolish? After a moment's contemplation, Bauman replied, one must consider the question from multiple angles. Agitators such as the Revolutionary Army naturally proclaim the people wise, yet rulers, like the Celestial Dragons, surely deem them foolish. Dylan's eyes flickered with mild surprise. This old man was no ordinary thinker. Well said. In truth, the populace differs from rulers in no fundamental way. Yet why do so many appear ignorant, listless, savage, or crude? His homeland's landscape flashed across Bauman's mind. Education. He blurted out, they have received no education. Precisely. But education is not confined to archaic, esoteric knowledge alone. Anything that broadens one's horizons or proves useful in daily life qualifies as education. Likewise, anything that shapes character or instills conviction is also education. Dylan held the stewed meat in his hand, gazing at the elder and the youth across from him. The people's needs are sometimes astonishingly simple. They merely wish to fill their bellies. So we shall forge an environment where that is possible. Then, Dylan seized the dining knife, gripping it firmly. We must weave this environment into a cohesive whole, binding this castle and this land together. They must develop a sense of belonging, a loyalty rooted not merely in fealty to the royal house, nor in ambitions of promotion or wealth. They must fight for their convictions, for their descendants, for this land, for this unified whole. And when they truly awaken to why they fight, they will possess faith. Year 1512 of the Marine calendar. Leave the East blue. Yes, the time is nigh. I must retrieve something in the Grand Line. Moreover, I shall no longer reside permanently in the East Blue. Dylan placed a reassuring hand upon Camilla's shoulder. Before long my identity will grow increasingly sensitive, drawing scrutiny from many quarters. To safeguard you, I shall not return to Herona until our ultimate objective is fulfilled. Guard yourselves well. I shall dispatch agents to assist you, but not myself. From the far side of the ocean, I shall strive alongside you to reshape this world. Camilla stood atop the tower gazing into the distance as sea winds swept past her, even though they had vowed not to meet again before that day arrived. Yet each day after concluding her administrative duties, she would ascend this high tower, staring toward the horizon where he had once departed. By the way, Bommond, the world government has extended invitations to us several times. When shall we respond? Next year. Bommond seemed to have anticipated the question. We need only attend the upcoming world conference as he instructed. Until then, others may represent us. Bommond appeared drowsy. CP agents have been appearing frequently in the East Blue. Aside from the Revolutionary Army, our own covert operations may now be drawing their attention. We must proceed with even greater caution. I understand your urgent desire to see him and aid him. Yet precisely now we must remain calm and composed. Bommond's eyes seemed to drift shut. Based on his analysis and years of clandestine investigation, the East Blue is far less tranquil than it appears. Our next mission advance toward the New World. Note well, it is not about territorial conquest. Excessive holdings would burden and constrain us. Inside the G5 conference room, senior officers sat in solemn formation. Our primary objective is to purge pirates. Dylan pointed toward the region just south of the Comm Belt. First target, the territory formerly ruled by the Whitebeard pirates. Additionally, Dylan reached for Shirley, who stood nearby, and called toward the doorway. Shirley, Tom, come with me to collect debts. Tasher, hold the fort. Tom's expression remained unchanged as he stepped silently behind Dylan. Shirley, meanwhile, tightened his grip upon the hilt of Thunderstorm. The Empress, I truly hope they resist. Belmare cast a sidelong glance at Shirley before departing. You've grown increasingly bizarre since the war. Since the summit war, Shirley's body had undergone profound changes. His teeth sharpened, his skin darkened to an inky black, and eerie, unsettling patterns emerged across his exposed flesh. If this were a devil fruit power, it would suit you perfectly. Ha ha ha. With that, Belmare and Law departed. Meanwhile, the 07 combat unit had vanished the instant Dylan concluded his briefing. Shirley paid no heed to Belmare's teasing. Walking behind Dylan, he remarked, I relish this new state. I can feel my strength surging. Dylan, Shirley watched the commander's cloak ripple in the wind. Once I complete the awakening you spoke of, I shall challenge you again. Don't go crying now. Dylan raised a hand and leapt aboard the warship first. Dylan, renowned and unassailable, I have a question. After the vessel set sail, Tom sat on the deck watching Dylan. That ring can contain living beings, so why must we always travel by ship? Everyone wonders the same thing. With your speed, carrying us would save tremendous time, wouldn't it? Shirley, polishing Thunderstorm, glanced over his shoulder. This had long been a recurring topic of private discussion among them. Dylan rotated the fortress ring on his finger and shook his head. Dr. Vegapunk warned me, though brute force cannot shatter it, devil fruit abilities remain unpredictable. This world teems with bizarre and wondrous fruit powers. Transporting you within the ring would merely cost extra time, but habitual reliance upon it would create a dangerous vulnerability. There's a Commodore station at headquarters named Hewen. You know him, right? No. TCH. Dylan shot them both a withering look. Compared to CP0, these two were dreadfully dull, not remotely qualified as straight men. His fruit is the rust fruit. All metal crumbles into rust at his touch. And then there's the backward fruit, capable of reverting matter to its primordial state. Leaning against the rail, Dylan added, the ring itself is inert, devoid of consciousness. Even under normal use, I must concentrate deeply to wield it effectively. Should enemies devise countermeasures targeting it, I might not have time to release you. And should the ring be destroyed, you could be pulverized into oblivion within its void. Thus, unless facing extraordinary circumstances, saving this marginal time is unnecessary. And indeed, preserving this capability may become one of our most potent instruments of surprise attack. Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock anxiously paced in the palace. That demon. Looking towards the sea behind her, she sighed. Lord Luffy, I can only assist you this far. The arrival of G5 is inevitable. If the Dark Dragon sees Lord Luffy here, it could spell trouble. Snake Princess, have you made up your mind? Gloriosa walked out from the side hall leaning on her cane, accompanied by her two sisters and other warriors. Everyone was fully armed. Regardless of the decision you make, we will support you, for you are the Empress of Amazon Lily. Before Boa Hancock could respond, a voice filled with anxiety rang out from outside the palace. They're here. The G5 ship has appeared. Everyone's body trembled, including Boa Hancock herself. The warship anchored beside Nine Snake Island with Dylan standing at the bow and Shiryu and Tom standing beside him. Dark Dragon Dylan reigned Shiryu, Angry Sea Tom. Such a lineup. Even contemplating abandoning Nine Snake Island to escape seems impossible. What do you want? Waving weapons, are you ready to fight me? Dylan squinted as he looked at the slowly advancing perfume snake ship. Shiryu standing behind Dylan emitted a dark mist. Empress Boa Hancock is known to possess considerable strength, and according to that foolish woman Belmer, she has also mastered a mysterious power. In the distance, the citizens of Nine Snake Island gathered together awaiting their fate. Remembering their king's usual demeanor and the legends about that man, many wore pale expressions. The end of Amazon Lily might very well be today. Dark Dragon General Gloriosa stood beside Boa Hancock, gazing at the three figures on the opposite ship's bow. Dylan glanced at her coldly, interrupting her words as he looked at Boa Hancock. Damn you, even now you still want to act like a king before me. Shiri. Boom. A pair of black wings spread from Shirius' back as he leaped towards the beach. This new power is quite impressive. I'll use Nine Snake to sharpen my blades. Wait. A trembling voice rang out as Boa Hancock covered her face with her hands. Wait. When she lowered her palms, 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. The infamous Rain Shiryu is a name that sends chills down the spines of pirates. If he reaches the beach, there may not be a single intact corpse left behind. Nine Snake is willing to compensate. Compensation. Dylan sneered. At this point you know how to play the victim. Did you not think about today when you infiltrated Impel Down with that straw hat? Did you not think about today when you attacked pacifists during the war? Where's your Lord Luffy? Did he just leave? Is Rayleigh and the fat blue guy with him? You're playing the victim. Because my fist is bigger than yours. If it were someone else here today, would you not beat them up and then say some nonsense like no matter what I do I will be forgiven because I am just too beautiful? When I say I want heads, you have 10 minutes. Bring me the heads of the 9 snake pirates. If it's not enough. Dylan turned and walked into the cabin. Tom, Shiryu, you two go to the island when the time comes. Understood. Understood. Both Shiryu hovering in the air and Tom still at the bow responded simultaneously. Seeing that man disappear through the cabin door, Boa Hancock felt her body weaken and slowly slumped down. The whirlpool ahead is strange. In the storm, Ein held the compass in one hand and pressed down on the map with the other. There are no extra markings on the map. It seems we have encountered extreme weather. Change course. Belmer's usual cheerful demeanor was gone. In this weather it was exceedingly rare, even in the New World. Ein shook his head seriously. It might be too late now. The only option is to raise the sails and try to pass through with the storm or seek assistance from the Admiral. TSK. Belmer clicked her tongue as Ein and Luo looked at her. Full power. Push through. Our ship isn't that fragile. With the command given, the warship's sails rose and several rows of pipes emerged from the back of the ship. Hold on tight. A small boat leaped on the stormy sea, then sailed into the unknown mist ahead. We're done for. We are definitely going to get scolded when we get back. Belmer cursed while sunbathing and smoking a cigarette, looking at the battered warship. What kind of ridiculous weather is this? That useless CP0 didn't leave any markers at all. Ein marked information on the map while gazing at the calm sea in the distance. Is it really like this after passing through the mist? Utilizing the raging winds and waves along with the warship's power, they successfully navigated through the storm and entered a foggy area. After sailing through the mist for nearly half an hour, the entire view suddenly changed. The sky was blue and the winds were calm. This left everyone with a dreamlike illusion. Was the storm outside just an illusion? However, the warship stranded on the beach told them that this was clearly not an illusion. Where's Luo? Hasn't he returned yet? He should. Someone's coming. A voice devoid of much emotion rang out in the distance as Luo emerged from the woods carrying the Oni cry. And they're not weak, but they look somewhat strange. Strange in what way? Bella and Ein exchanged glances and tidied up their belongings simultaneously. Although Luo wasn't their match at the moment, anyone Luo described as not weak would not be easy to deal with. What do you mean by strange? In appearance, or? Luo shook his head. They are undoubtedly human, but their actions and speech seem quite peculiar. This place should have been isolated for a long time. Is that so? Belmer lit a cigarette and pondered for a moment before glancing into the distance, but her observation Haki was quite average, and she couldn't sense any life force from afar. Are there any pirate flags or signs of pirate activity around? None. Recalling the appearance of that city, aside from some flags and stone carvings, I didn't see anything else indicating identity or stance. Those flags and stone carvings weren't even the usual skull shapes pirates favored. Since there are no pirate flags, let's wait here for Tahir to send a ship over. No need to disturb them. The rogue navy began to salvage useful items from the damaged warship to prepare dinner, just as the bonfire was lit. A steady sound of footsteps approached from the woods. Where Autumn Water and Oni Cry were drawn simultaneously. Belmare also lifted her head to gaze into the dark, deep forest. From where do you come? A heavy voice resonated from the night, followed by a group of armored soldiers orderly emerging from the dense forest. This place is a land of isolation. Marineford. 3 weeks had passed since the war. The fortress shattered by Whitebeard was undergoing frantic reconstruction. Most Marines summoned to headquarters had already departed. Admirals, vice admirals, and fleet admirals of the Marine headquarters were convened in Mary Geos on the Red Line to deliberate the appointment of the next fleet admiral. Countless civilians and journalists streamed into the plaza of Marineford, drawn to witness the historic sight. It's been reduced to this. Marineford. Yet the Marines still emerged victorious. Wasn't the so-called strongest man in the world slain right here? Who can say? The broadcast cut out for so long. I've heard the Marines resorted to dishonorable tactics. Bang. Gunfire. A chorus of shrieks erupted. Enemy attack. The assailants are Monkey D, Luffy, the Straw Hat, Fishman Karate Master Jinbei, and Pluton, Silver's Rayleigh. They're not launching an assault. They've seized a warship. Open fire on them. Reporters swarmed the shoreline, frantically snapping photographs of the commandeered vessel. A major incident. What do they intend by circling Marineford? Fool. This is the water funeral. How brazen. As journalists stood frozen in bewildered disbelief, the stolen warship drew near the western edge of the plaza. That's the Ox Clock. What does Luffy plan to do? Dom, dom, dom. 16 deep, resonant chimes echoed across the heavens. The New Year's bell, but it's not New Year. Idiot. He's heralding the end of an era. That straw hat, this brat. Just as the sun god lifted his straw hat to present flowers, a cold voice rang out from afar. Well struck. Boom. A pillar of lightning descended. Petals scattered like ash, and the straw hat was crushed beneath Dylan's boot. Rayleigh's pupils contracted sharply at the shoreline. When did he appear? Dylan pressed his sword scabbard against Luffy's skull, while pinning him down with his right foot, then addressed the reporters. Broadcast this moment worldwide. For me. The bell Luffy rang is the death knell of the old age. Brother Luffy. Jinbei watched from nearby, heart lurching at the sight of his comrade trampled beneath Dylan's heel. Right, that man is a devil fruit user. So seawater. Sea current, surge. 7,000-volt roundhouse kick. Before Jinbei could raise his guard, a tawny figure materialized at his flank with a roar. Thud. Caught off guard, Jinbei was kicked clean through the air, slamming into a wall. You irk. Blood spurted from his mouth, his gaze hardened with grim resolve. This man has grown even stronger. Rayleigh slowly drew his blade and advanced. Dark Dragon. Don't. Dylan's eyes flared. You say don't and I'll obey. Say no and I'll do it all the more. Even as he spoke, Dylan's armament Haki intensified. Luffy's old wound ruptured across his back, and a guttural scream tore from his throat. Why? A flash of fury crossed Rayleigh's eyes. Release Luffy. Or else. Or else what? Will you sink Marineford yourself? Dylan swept his gaze across the reporters, scrambling to capture every frame. Effect achieved. Sun God, your time has come. Sensing Dylan's intent, Rayleigh blurred forward. Appearing beside him in an instant, you'll ignite catastrophe. Clang. Blades clashed. Dylan parried Rayleigh's sword with one hand, while driving his boot deeper with the other. Old man. Beneath his foot, Luffy had slipped into unconsciousness, blood seeping through his bandages. Sweat beaded on Rayleigh's brow. This youth's strength. No time left for hesitation. Black lightning wreathed Haoshiku surged up Rayleigh's blade. Dylan's lips curled. You're serious? Ajin. High above Shiryu, racing toward the scene, stiffened. After years serving under Dylan, he'd learned much about his habits. If Dylan merely wore an expression of disdain toward a pirate, that pirate still had a chance, if he fled fast enough. But once he drew his blade, true combat began. And if he started uttering bizarre, mocking quips, his murderous intent had already reached its breaking point. Pitch-black Haoshiku streaked with crimson coiled around Shura, forcing the two blades locked in contact slowly apart. Rayleigh glared, face darkening. At this rate, Marineford may not withstand the strain. The Marines. There are countless wounded and civilians still here. Must it truly come to this? Are you threatening me? Gritting his teeth, Dylan tilted his head skyward. Shiryu. Order dispatched. To Skypiea Archipelago, execute his lover. To Twin Capes, slay Kakalos. Every last one of them. I'll hunt them down and send them all to their graves. At Dylan's savage command, Rayleigh's face paled. Shaki. Kakalos. Don't go too far, Marines. Too far. Is there anything farther? Dylan's eyes blazed with feral light. Issue an order to G5. Issue a kill-in-sight warrant for Octopus 8, former swordsman of the Arlong Pirates. Dead only. You forbade anyone from harming him. Yet I'll not only kill him, but serve him as Octopus Donburi. Titans of eras past and present ignited in mutual apocalyptic wrath. The thunderous collision of Haoshiku sent civilians and reporters reeling, knocked senseless where they stood. Do you think only pirates wield threats? This trick holds no power over me. Even Rayleigh, the ever-calm, ever-gentle elder, now burned with crimson light in his eyes. There would be no peaceful resolution today. Never could he have imagined things escalating to this extreme. Luffy, it is I who. Who the hell are you? You think you can strike the bell while Marineford stands unguarded? Dylan gripped Shura's hilt with both hands and pressed forward inexorably. Come then, let us settle this here and now. 70 years old Rayleigh's hands trembled. This man. No, I must not yield. Dylan's overwhelming aura bore down upon Rayleigh like a collapsing heaven. Shiryu hovering above could barely maintain levitation. Spare Luffy, just this once. A soft sigh faded. Then a voice resonated within Dylan's mind. Not yet the time. Dylan stiffened, but Shura's advance never wavered. Who are you? Dylan voiced no words, only projected the question inward. You already know, don't you? You? Emu. The voice returned, yes. This sorrowful world needs you, yet it also needs Luffy. Let him depart this time, even if it means. Hearing those final words, Dylan's eyes widened, in genuine shock. Then he scoffed bitterly, of course. How bitterly ironic. We wronged him, so? Dylan glanced down at Luffy, eyes rolled back, breath shallow, then weighed his options before hardening his expression anew. Fine, but old man Rayleigh, he's not part of this agreement. Only a quiet sigh answered him. Dylan kicked Luffy away, then raised his gaze to Rayleigh. Come, right arm of the Pirate King, let me see whether your aged bones can still kindle faith in pirates once more. Watching Luffy fly through the air, Rayleigh exhaled, relief fleeting, before a violent wave of dread crashed over him. Haoshiku flared along their blades, both men hurled backward by the force. A crimson line split the air. Far out at sea, the water itself cleaved cleanly in two. Judgment, Kunlun. In Marineford, Luffy mourns for Fire Fist Ace, who was severely injured by Vice Admiral Dark Dragon Dylan, while Dark King Rayleigh loses his right arm. The strongest navy in history has appeared. The strongest navy, Vice Admiral Dark Dragon Dylan. It seems Roger's crew can no longer hold back. One by one they are emerging. At the moment Dylan severed Rayleigh's right arm, a towering wave swept Rayleigh, Luffy, and Jinbei away. According to the deductions from CP0 and the headquarters, the one who acted should be former member of the Roger Pirates, Fishman Sanbei. Although Tom immediately pursued into the deep sea, they still managed to escape. Captain Leo of the 07 combat unit stood on the table looking at Dylan. When we arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's ripoff bar already had no one left. According to news from the Chia Kingdom branch, Kakaro's from Twin Cape has also vanished. It seems the members of the Roger Pirates still maintain contact with each other. Additionally, the swordsman of the former Arlong Pirates, Octopus Xiaoba, has also gone missing, presumably taken away by Shaki. Dylan crossed his legs after listening to Leo's report and said, forget it, that woman Shaki is originally in the information trade. It's normal that you can't catch up. However, from now on, once their whereabouts are found, notify me immediately. Understood. Dylan looked at the participants of the meeting. What about Belmare and the others? Why haven't they returned for so long? I was just about to report this. Tahir took out several life cards and placed them on the conference table. The life cards were still intact, showing no signs of burning or withering. Since Shiryu and Tom went out with you and someone must stay at G5, we still need to wait for your decision. Can't contact with the transponder snail. Tahir shook his head. Dylan looked at the life cards on the table. Although there was no overall change, the activity frequency of the life cards was much lower than normal. Is there anything that can block the guidance of the life cards? Tahir shook his head again. I am also very curious about this. Even Zoe, and even in the 4 seas the life cards would not be disturbed, but... Dylan gently tapped on the table and said to the attendees, I'll go take a look. You proceed according to the original plan. Yes. After leaving the conference room, CP0 was in the lounge holding a teacup. Gather information on the remnants of the Roger Pirates, and also... Dylan threw the map of Belmer's group's sailing target onto the table. Why did they go missing on this route? CP0 silently picked up the map and glanced at it, then said the gray area is determined to be unknown. This should have been explained earlier. Dylan glared at him. Was it? What is it, yes or no? After putting down the teacup, CP0 muttered, there should be. Then that means there isn't. I seriously suspect what the world government is keeping you for. Besides eating and drinking everywhere, can you do anything else? Looking at the freshly brewed tea that hadn't been touched, yet CP0 stood up in silence. You see, you are useless when given a chance. You let Yamato eat the great god fruit, and you let a dog eat the great entrance fruit. And you still want a promotion. Want me to think highly of you. Bah. In response to Dylan's heavy punch, CP0 picked up a box from beside the table and opened it, revealing a devil fruit lying inside. You aren't trying to trick me with smile, are you? This is a devil fruit found in Wano country. According to the comparison with the encyclopedia, it should be the dumpling fruit you mentioned before. Understood. Dylan snatched the dumpling fruit and tossed it into his ring. Aren't you leaving? Waiting to eat? Originally wanting to get some information from Dylan, CP0 looked at Dylan's face and recalled some recent upheavals holding back his anger. There's one more thing. Before Dylan glared at him, CP0 quickly spoke. According to the original plan, Moonlight Moria would be stripped of his title of Warlord of the Sea and executed after the Marineford War, but he escaped. According to our clues, he should have escaped to the New World. If you encounter him, can you? We'll see when we encounter him. Dylan walked out of the base and took out Belmer's life card to observe it. The life card gently floated towards a certain location every few seconds. Joy Boy. What is that? He is an extraordinary person, but too naive. By the large bonfire, Belmer and Luo, along with several elders and robust men, sat together. After sorting out her thoughts, Belmer looked at the old man across from her. So your ancestors neither supported the so-called Joy Boy nor the 20 Kings Alliance back then. You are a third-party force. The old man fiddled with the bonfire and did not deny it. Third party. Maybe, but our overall strength is still significantly different compared to them. After all, Joy Boy led the strong from various races and the 20 Kings. I heard they formed some world government after their victory. This is also one of the two great pains of this world. The so-called 20 Kings. Their descendants should now reside in the holy land of Mariewa on the Red Line. The world nobles, celestial dragons. The Red Line. The old man murmured as if recalling something, but then his expression returned to normal. From your words, it can be inferred that there are still many people in your navy who harbor justice and even strongly resist the style of the celestial dragons. Have you ever thought about why after 800 years this sea must have countless strong individuals, yet no one can overthrow them? Whether it's pirates, the navy, or the so-called revolutionary army, why hasn't anyone been able to do it? It's truly exhausting. It seems even the mind network can be blocked. A figure descended from the sky. Dylan glanced at Biermeyer and the other two, as well as the rogue navy reveling in the distance before sitting down. I just heard that you wanted to see me, eh? The old man did not immediately answer Dylan, only smiling after examining him. The mind network. Dylan furrowed his brow and turned to glance at On. Receiving Dylan's signal, On reiterated the information he had previously acquired. You don't seem surprised by this information. The old man was somewhat puzzled. The young man showed little surprise or seriousness after hearing it. Some of the information here. How should I put it? Anyone with a brain can figure it out. Even among your so-called destructive powers, there should be someone in the Navy who knows exactly what that is. So, Dylan glanced around. These things are not novel at all. Beside him, Biermeyer took a puff of smoke. She had never thought of these things. On and Luo appeared unfazed. The old man slowly nodded. I've heard some of your deeds from them. What do you think? Do you need our strength? Upon hearing this, both Luo and On were somewhat surprised. However, Dylan did not respond. Instead, he looked at the old man. I need strength. Your strength is acceptable, but I don't need just any strength. These fellows indeed possess formidable physiques and a strong life force, and their discipline is impressive. Even in this isolated archipelago, they remain vigilant. Are you also adhering to some kind of agreement or waiting for someone to rescue you? Agreement. The old man shook his head. No, that is precisely why our ancestors parted ways with Joy Boy. Oh. The old man looked directly at Dylan and said solemnly, in the sparse records left by our ancestors, it was said that although Joy Boy was a leader filled with compassion, he was not a qualified leader. Peace cannot be achieved merely through laughter and joy, especially among different races. The inherent disparities in power, the gaps in lifestyles, and the ambitions of schemers cannot be resolved by throwing banquets. I do not fully understand what happened at the final moments of that war, but through some discussions and analyses just now, Joy Boy, as described by our ancestors, chose some form of self-sacrifice or waiting for dawn at the last moment. This is exactly what we detest. Nika. He attempted to lead the oppressed to break free from the old evils, yet gave up at the crucial moment. The old man shook his head. Compromise and time cannot bring about peace. Foolish banquets cannot sustain long-term peace. Law and order are the foundation of maintaining peace. The old man's eyes blazed like flames. Equal application of the law. After hearing the old man's words, Dylan clapped his hands. Quite interesting, yet slightly lacking. How about this? Dylan surveyed the surroundings. Let's first see the outside world before making a decision. A young warrior followed Dylan away from this island called Balchico. Do you have any racial traits or anything unusual like strange tattoos on your back? In the mist, a small warship slowly sailed. The young warrior Alex from Balchico shook his head. No, why would there be such a thing? Who knows? Some people certainly do have them. If these people are indeed, as they claim, the third-party force from back, then they might even be noted in the records of the world government. Now is not the right time for rebellion. That old man. What's his name? Mr. Ephraim, he is our guide. A guide? Don't you have a royal family? Alex shook his head. It is said that before entering Balchico, our country no longer had such a thing as a royal family. Specifically, was it really that powerful? Did they achieve a parliamentary system 800 years ago? Or, as the ship sailed out of the mist, the outer whirlpools calmed, but the storm was still alarming. Tisk. Listening to the thunder rumbling in the sky, Dylan looked up. The clouds began to settle after a surge. The just settled thunder clouds quickly gathered again after Dylan passed by. Dylan frowned as he looked back at the clouds. No wonder this place was designated as an unknown area by CP0. Indeed, it is filled with peculiarities. On the other side of the New World Sea, a certain island once occupied by the Whitebeard pirates. Boom. The pirate flag standing on the island was severed. Watching the fallen pirate flag, the eyes of the populace lit up with a glimmer of hope, but soon dimmed. But what does that matter? Today these pirates have died, but tomorrow new pirates will come. And master, may I ask if you are from the Navy? That man, resembling a demon, had just come down from a warship marked with G5. Although he did not harm the populace, his brutal methods of slaughtering pirates shocked the onlookers in the distance. I suppose so. What's wrong? Shirlu casually replied, while wiping the blood from the blade of Rainstorm. Gulp. The person who approached him swallowed hard and said, Could we borrow your flag to help intimidate the pirates? As the G5 ship approached the island, those pirates who had been drinking and eating suddenly began to flee as if mad. Those with boats set sail, while those without found a plank to leap into the sea. Some even dove headfirst into the water. They must be quite formidable and famous navy. No. Shirlu shook his head. My task is just to cleanse the pirates. The middle-aged man's expression turned grimmer. How long can a stable life last? Seeing Shirlu leave, the middle-aged man looked toward the rogue navy on the other side. Although these people do not seem like good ones. But, after he made his request again, the Navy officer showed signs of struggle on his face. He was only Major Shilius Aid, the deputy of the 04 combat unit, and did not have the authority to directly use the G5 flag. But regarding these people, remembering the food and supplies the impoverished populace had sent them earlier, the aide gritted his teeth. All right. When returning to the warship, the aide's legs were already trembling. Everyone in the G5 branch knows that in the base, aside from Major Beyermeyer, only Miss AU and Princess Manchua can act coy in front of Major Dylan. Others almost all execute orders according to strict laws. As Shilius Aide, he certainly understood the current strategic policy. Only cleanse the pirates, do not occupy territories. This was an order personally issued by Major Dylan. On the warship, Shirlu sat in a deck chair gnawing on a cigar, watching the trembling aide tie him up and throw him into the prison. Just as the aide felt despair, Shirlu turned and walked toward the cabin, returned to port. Major Shirlu. The aide's eyes brimmed with tears. He did not retract the G5 flag. He bore this guilt himself. Defying military orders. Yes, he planted the G5 flag on that island, but I did not retract it. Dylan leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, gazing at the officer tied to the ground, and the waiting Shiru, standing nearby, bracing for his wrath. After pondering for a moment, Dylan lifted his eyes. G504 combat unit, defying military orders. All personnel will have their military pay deducted for 1 year, and all ranks will be lowered by 1 level. Immediate deployment. Only after slaying 100 bounty pirates can they return to the unit. Get lost. The officer on the ground let out a slight sigh of relief. General Dylan did not order the flag to be retracted. How wonderful. After the 04 unit left, everyone else fell silent, while Dylan continued to ponder on the sofa. Although some islands had been occupied previously, they were still within controllable limits. Moreover, they were all near the G5 branch. Formally, it could not be considered an occupation, but rather the establishment of outposts. The headquarters and Mariewa turned a blind eye to it all. But Dylan was well aware that once certain things were taken too far, problems would arise. The territory was too vast, and G5 could not manage it all. If someone with ill intentions destroyed the islands protected by G5, regardless of whether G5 sought revenge afterward, it would damage G5's prestige. Furthermore, those islands were territories of non-member countries, or simply areas with no governance. According to the laws of the world government, the Navy was not required to provide protection for them. If I were to boldly expand our territory, and those territories could not become member states, nor pay the Sky Gold, it would become a significant hidden danger. Belmare was the first to hold back and prepare to speak, but Tom, sitting across from her, gently shook his head to stop her. Map. As the map slowly unfolded, Dylan's hand gently traced its surface, seemingly searching for something. Others displayed puzzled expressions, but no one spoke. Here Dylan pointed at a region on the western side of Dressrosa, marked as Elsino Kingdom. Information. Tyre glanced at it and said Elsino Kingdom, formerly a member of the world government, lost its membership and naval protection 6 years ago. Its capital was destroyed by pirates, the royal bloodline severed, and now it is a lawless land. The severing of the royal bloodline. Dylan rubbed his forehead. Should we mobilize the forces of the East Sea? No, that would be too abrupt. The time for exposure is not yet ripe. Magnet Drum Island. Also not feasible. The royal family. After pondering for a while, Dylan looked up at Manxili. Tom, escort Manxili to Greenbit and invite King Gansho to G5 for a meeting. Although it seems a bit rushed now, it is also a good opportunity to gauge the attitudes of the world government and the various races. When Gansho arrived at G5, he was accompanied by several hundred soldiers from the Dongtada tribe. Dylan observed their expressions with a hint of curiosity. Why does it feel different from before? Gansho's expression was somewhat serious. For hundreds of years we have been waiting for the day when the promise is fulfilled, adhering to our nature. But this has brought us too much misfortune and sorrow. In the past decade, we have begun to seek our own path. Faced with injustice and discrimination, resistance is the only way out. Isn't that right, General Dylan? The hundreds of warriors behind him all bore solemn and disciplined expressions. Clearly, they had also exerted tremendous willpower to overcome the naivety inherent in their race. In these years, they have taken turns following Leo into battle, witnessing this world. This has further solidified our choice. Prepare for migration. A new green bit is about to be born. At the same time, be ready to join the world government. As you wish. The migration of the little people. Doflamingo's expression darkened. Though it is unclear why there was no additional targeting of the Don Quixote pirates before and after the war to directly migrate, all the little people would completely sever that path, and those despicable slaves are actually going to establish a nation. That's right, Doflamingo. The G5 fleet has already set off, led by Angry Sea Tom. What about the factory? Torpole sniffed and said with concern, it's not looking good. The number that can be delivered to Kaido after removing the defective products is very small, and Kaido is already quite dissatisfied. Moreover, he has also reduced our weapons supply. Doflamingo interlaced his fingers, resting his chin in thought, before saying, use the power from heart to gather the locations of other little people. Or negotiate with Big Mom. We can't afford to delay any longer. Understood. After Torpole left, Doflamingo suddenly smiled sinisterly. Let the slaves join the world government. Dark Dragon, you really have some audacity. Woof, 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 woof. Let me see your ambitions and skills. Alabasta Kingdom. Nefertari Cobra stared at the news in the World Economic Journal, lost in thought. With the support of the Navy G5 branch, the Dongtada nation of the little people announced its migration to the uninhabited territory of Elsino and the establishment of the Greenbit Kingdom. Their king also stated that after settling down, he would swiftly restore national strength and then join the world government. After the Marineford War, everyone became aware of the existence of the G507 combat unit. So this move, although it cannot be confirmed whether it was orchestrated by Dark Dragon, undoubtedly has his influence behind it. What could the purpose be? All politically sensitive individuals were secretly discussing this significant change. These traitors. It's simply a disgrace for the little people. Not only have they forgotten the agreement, but they have also violated the promise. After the Ryugu Kingdom, have more alien races joined the world government. What role did Dark Dragon play in all this? Is it a test from the Navy? After the news spread, Zowano country and Elbaf were filled with discussions and suspicions. Totland. Well, Dark Dragon. Could it be that he's a bit too impatient? Parasparrow licked his candy and asked, Mother, do you mean this is his plan? Does he want to establish a nation of all races too? Who knows? Well. But this is a very dangerous signal. Are the little people wealthy? Can they afford to pay the sky gold? Katakuri, sitting far away, said in a deep voice, with G5. No. With Dark Dragon's financial resources, paying the sky gold would be a piece of cake. Among pirates, there is a strange rumor that if one can defeat Dark Dragon and obtain his wealth, there would be no need to seek out the One Piece. You still keep in touch with Zephyr and the others, don't you? And yes. And though he had served in G5 for several years, remained a man of few words. Swordsmen, it seemed, were universally taciturn. And Dylan rapped his knuckles lightly on the desk. Has been consumed at Devil Fruit. And unlikely. Please wait. He'll confirm at once. And with meticulous precision, Ein immediately lifted the Den Mushi and dialed Zephyr's number. And Ein. Zephyr appeared markedly older than before, but upon seeing Ein's face, his expression softened into genuine delight. Though Ein had trained under him only briefly within the Navy, he was already regarded as formidable. a testament to his mastery of that man's sword art, mooncutting. While Ein ranked modestly among G5's officers among the Navy's new generation, he stood firmly among the elite. Master Zephyr Rear Admiral Dylan asked me to inquire, has Binz consumed a devil fruit? Binz. Zephyr paused, brows furrowing in mild confusion. Since the devil fruit user attack incident, he had developed a profound aversion to devil fruit powers. Even if such fruit had been seized, he would have promptly surrendered it to headquarters. And no, he hasn't. Why this sudden question? Nain turned toward Dylan, who took the receiver. Zephyr. It's me. Dylan. Binz has not acquired any ability. Is something amiss? NAS, one of only 2 surviving students from the devil fruit user attack incident, Zephyr had personally recommended Ein to Dylan, while Binz had received his full mentorship. Alas, Binz's innate talent was profoundly limited. And yet Dylan possessed exceptional discernment, having unearthed latent brilliance in figures once deemed unremarkable: Raging Sea, Tom, Celestial Fox, Tasher, and Belmer. Even then, Dylan had instantly recognized the promise in Ein, a raw recruit at the time. And, I see. Binz is now a lieutenant commander, isn't he? Congratulations, Zephyr. And still far from it, that boy. But with you in the Navy, I can retire in peace. And after a brief exchange, they hung up. Dylan then activated the Ashinhu Den Mushi. Find a devil fruit. Which kind? And the verdant fruit. Consult the official compendium for its precise appearance. Once located, and in exchange for prior assistance, I'll reveal the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. A CP0 agent stationed in Dressrosa stiffened imperceptibly. Over recent years, their influence over Dylan had steadily eroded, not only because the Navy had granted him unprecedented resources and authority, but also because he maintained independent intelligence channels. And this time, they must seize the opportunity. After ending the call with CP0, Dylan contemplated his next move. And though the diminutive folk possessed extraordinary botanical cultivation techniques, pairing them with the verdant fruit would undoubtedly elevate their capabilities to a new tier. After all, having uprooted an entire people and resettled them in unfamiliar lands, he owed them more than mere protection. He owed restitution. Order Unit 07 to patrol and clear the periphery of New Greenbit. Tom's primary duty remains internal defense. Recruit nearby refugees for reconstruction efforts, and selectively naturalize promising individuals as Greenbit citizens. Perimeter construction. Hold on. And the Den Mushi shifted into the likeness of a sunglasses-wearing rogue. And woof, 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 woof. How rare to see you stir so boldly, Dark Dragon. Do you truly fear the scrutiny of those above? And Dylan stared silently at the Den Mushi on the other, and Don Quixote Doflamingo's voice faltered. And speak, what is it? Need my help locating the verdant fruit? Say the word. I'll lend my strength. Inhoof. Dylan scoffed coldly. The man's reach extended even into CP0 itself. Yet such transparent attempts to manipulate others held no sway over him. Lend me your stone man for a few days. And Pika. What for? And what do you think? To build me a house in Elsino? Or, do you refuse? And even across the Den Mushi, Doflamingo felt a distinct unease. If he refused, Dylan would simply arrive in person to claim him, and Dressrosa could ill afford such disruption. How long? Pika is both family and a vital officer. And leaning forward slightly, Dylan smirked. Ask him yourself. If he applies himself, 3 or 5 days may suffice. But should he slack off, then he'll lay bricks for the rest of his life. Understood. I'll dispatch Pika. Inform that fishman beforehand. Avoid misunderstandings. Are you instructing me? Nonce assured Dylan had hung up. Doflamingo slammed the receiver down. That wretched bastard. Infuriating beyond measure. Yet recalling the man's sheer power, Doflamingo's irritation curdled into restless agitation. Formidable in strength, legendary in renown, commanding subordinates who had each shone like comets during the Summit War. Dylan, the Navy's preeminent rear admiral of his generation, wielded authority that commanded universal awe and amassed wealth beyond reckoning. Though rumors swirled across the Grand Line, whispers of clandestine ties to shadowy factions, even dealings with Big Mom, what did it matter? None of it diminished his stature. In the wake of the Summit War, his prestige soared to unparalleled heights among pirates and Marines alike. One side feared him, the other revered him. In G5, Dylan sat in his office immersed in a book when Au crept stealthily toward the window. Hey, ninja art starfish shuriken, desiccated starfish flew from behind Dylan, only to miss him as he shifted his body almost imperceptibly. An enemy, Kunoichi. Then I too must act. Ninja art lightning release. Kirin, feeble sputtering spark of lightning flickered in Dylan's palm. I surrender. I surrender. Neu leapt onto Dylan's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Well then, our Kunoichi, have you been studying diligently and training your body? Yes. Brother Tasher is an excellent teacher. And Dylan ruffled her hair, then drew a snack from his drawer. Is that so? Then let me test you. Nayu hopped to the floor, chewing vigorously as she planted her hands on her hips. Bring it on. A true ninja fears neither trial nor challenge. Dylan rubbed his nose, then smiled mysteriously. A swimming pool fills in 15 hours via its inlet pipe, drains completely in 20 hours via its outlet. Both pipes open simultaneously for 7 hours until the caretaker grows bored. He then adds a second inlet pipe capable of filling the pool in 13 hours, but drops it clumsily, punching a hole that empties the pool in 40 hours. How long then until the pool overflows? The kunoichi froze, mid-chew, her snack tumbling from her mouth. After a long trembling silence, she stammered, "Could you please repeat the question?" Dylan burst into laughter. Proof it seemed that across all worlds, children trembled deep in their souls before the legend of the mad pool caretaker. After you left Dylan's office, Beyermeyer walked in with a cigarette in his mouth. Dylan, who had resumed reading, ignored her. These guys, apart from going to the meeting room or the reception area during regular meetings, prefer to sneak into his office at other times. Hey Dylan. Dylan closed his book and looked at the hesitant Beyermeyer. What's wrong? Hesitant again? Have you caused trouble? TSK. Can you think of me in a better light? After rolling her eyes at Dylan, Beyermeyer continued, How old are you this year? You should be in your 30s, right? 31, what's it to you? Although he had reached the age of 31, under the refinement of lightning, his appearance still resembled that of a 25 or 6-year-old. Beyermeyer hesitated for a moment before saying, You is a very good child, but haven't you thought about leaving your own bloodline? Although Dylan often disappears, they all know that he is off doing his own things or cultivating. This promising man has nearly reached the pinnacle of the world. Why is there not a single woman by his side? Although Ein is taciturn, Beyermeyer, being a woman herself, can be certain that Ein's heart can no longer accommodate anyone else. As Dylan's first companion, Beyermeyer sincerely hopes he can have his own family and bloodline. It's not time yet. Dylan stroked the cover of the book while looking at Beyermeyer. He genuinely likes her few younger sisters. Nami no Jiko, Camila Au. These children are deeply cherished by him. But now, have you forgotten what that old man Balchico said? Dylan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. The world is far from simple, Beyermeyer. Why could I not kill the red-haired pirate in the West Sea? Why couldn't we annihilate the pirate alliance in the war on the top? And why couldn't I kill Monkey D? Luffy, do you think it's because I don't want to? Looking at the huge map on the office wall, Dylan shook his head. Achieving our ideal cannot be accomplished solely through brute force or reckless bravery. There are inevitably many things that cannot go as desired. Our goal is not to become a bomb that blows this world to smithereens and then vanishes into thin air. To achieve a more noble ideal, we must learn to weigh our decisions carefully. A flash of lightning flickered in Dylan's hand, and the air emitted a harsh friction sound. Now the whole world says our strength is already very strong, perhaps even comparable to Marineford. What do you think? Impossible. Beyermeyer immediately denied it. Admiral Carp Fleet, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zifa, Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Borsellino, and the newly joined Fujitora Greenbull Vice Admiral, Fugion Kaji, and the elite Vice Admirals of the headquarters. If their powers erupt, we don't know about ourselves, but the rest of us are surely dead. That's right, but such a powerful navy can only barely maintain order without collapsing. What if others come in to create chaos? Dylan's eyes darted over the map. Revolutionary Army, other races, the remnants of old pirates whose strength has not completely faded, and the true power in the hands of the celestial dragons. We need to leverage this position, standing on this position, to solve part of the visible troubles in its name first. During this time, no. Before achieving the ideal, I cannot leave any vulnerabilities for myself. Vulnerabilities. Beyermeyer was stunned at first, then felt a bit heartbroken. He worries too much, bears too much. Look at Carp. Dylan shook his head. What has he done? Although it's unclear whether he made some agreement with others back, then there is no doubt that Dragon and Luffy greatly interfered with his stance and decisions. After saying this, Dylan gazed at Beyermeyer, speaking word by word. If one day, Beyermeyer, if one day the enemy threatens me with your life, I will not compromise. Just as I told them, I will use double tenfold or 100-fold of their heads to honor you, but I will not compromise. Hearing Dylan's words, Beyermeyer did not show any signs of disappointment or anger. Instead, she firmly nodded. This is what we hope for. Dylan, this is you. Someone worth following. Dylan shook his head and sighed. I have never been a husband or a father. I also don't know what kind of feelings are involved, but I am very afraid. If I really have a wife and children, and the enemy threatens me with their lives, can I be ruthless? So, before that day comes, I will not leave any vulnerabilities for the enemy. Even if I disappear from this world, I will not let anyone down. My children should not be born in this damned era. Leaving the Navy, Kuzan, carrying his penguin small bag and riding his bicycle, began his journey around the world. In a certain ordinary fishing village in the East Sea. Should we try to contact him? The sir seems to have a good opinion of him. No. His stance is indecisive, he is not our choice. Moreover, his identity is too sensitive and conspicuous. Contacting him now would only bring disaster. What about CP0 and the Revolutionary Army? Both sides seem to have sensed something, but they suspect that the other side is laying a trap which instead allowed us to eliminate some traces smoothly. Do not underestimate the enemy. Additionally, according to orders from above, start gathering information on former members of the Roger Pirates. Report immediately if any clues are found. Yes. G5 branch. Kuzan and Dylan sat facing each other. This guy, is he here to mooch again? Kuzan placed his small bundle aside and slumped onto the sofa. I was just passing by, and I was planning to explore the deeper seas next. Deeper seas. Dylan frowned. Although he did not know why this guy ultimately chose to team up with Teach, it should be that he himself did not have good intentions. Killing Blackbeard. Isn't that just a lame excuse? Wait. Kuzan here hasn't become lame because of my relationship. Isn't this script all messed up? Dylan maliciously swept his gaze over Kuzan's leg. Which one should I interrupt? Hey, what's wrong? What are you thinking about that's bad? Why didn't you cross your legs like Borsellino and Sakazuki that day? Are your legs not good? Huh. After teasing him, Dylan's expression became serious. Now tell me, Kuzan, what's the matter? That day, at the last moment of the war on the top, Dylan initiated the great Luo Tianyu alone. But apart from Sakazuki and a few other vice admirals, other high-end combatants chose to stand by due to various stances and beliefs. If at that moment, aside from Sakazuki, just 2 more people had stepped in, he would not have been hit by the red-haired pirate's attack. Even if everyone had charged in together at the last moment. Unfortunately, many things cannot always go as one wishes. Just wait a bit longer. Until his people become stronger, until he finds that guy. His situation will not be so awkward. There's no need to explain anything about this, Kuzan. Dylan shook his head. Everyone's thoughts are different, and the justice they uphold is also different. Although in the end, because of your stances and hesitations, those guys got away, I believe that no matter what, if I had received a fatal injury at that time, you would definitely have stepped in. From a friend's perspective, that's enough. I won't impose my beliefs on others. However, I still have a personal concern. Dylan furrowed his brow. Regarding Nico Robin. At this, Kuzan's expression finally shifted. She, after fleeing O'Hara, Nico Robin had drifted restlessly among gangs, bandits, and pirates, each day marked by betrayal or betrayal committed. Before the Eni's lobby incident, Kuzan had even resolved to end her life himself. At that time, he believed Soro's conviction was mistaken. Though this vast sea stretches endlessly, Nico Robin had found no sanctuary in all these years. Thus the error he had wrought must be corrected by his own hand. Destroying Eni's lobby, breaching Impel Down, intervening in the Summit War, and previously storming Marineford alongside Rayleigh. Taken together, the Straw had as long ceased to be merely a pirate chasing freedom and adventure as he claims. As his crewmate, if Nico Robin refuses to change her allegiance, I will show no mercy. And what of your sworn sister? The navigator, named Nami. Kuzan hesitated, then finally asked the question. Years ago, he had personally returned to the East Blue. For years, the entire Marine Force had known of his deep affection and quiet protection toward Belmir's adopted daughter. Everyone still has a little time. Dylan drew a newspaper from his drawer, the front page headline of the World Economic Journal. The straw hat lay beneath Dylan's foot, flowers scattered across the floor, the words 3D2Y inscribed on his arm. 2 years. Find her, imprison her, break her legs, or kill her yourself. If after 2 years I see her still aboard the Straw Hat's ship, she will be deemed a criminal. Dylan extended a finger and tapped the newspaper. 1 year from now, if you believe you are searching but cannot find her, come to me. I will tell you her whereabouts. Regarding this woman, my concession ends here. Nami is the same. I will locate her in due course. If persuasion fails, I will confine her, so she may witness whether this world is reshaped by the Marines or by pirates. I understand. After a moment's reflection, Kuzan shook his head. I will not seek her out. From the day she fled O'Hara, I told her to live with caution, and I am not her comrade. Her journey must be chosen by her alone. Let it truly be so, Kuzan. Leaning forward, Dylan met his gaze directly. I do not wish to fight you. You remain one of the few friends I hold dear. Having reached his decision, Kuzan resumed his usual languid posture, slumping back into his seat. It likely won't come to that. After all, you're different from Sakazuki. Let us hope not. By the way, since you're wandering aimlessly through the new world, if you happen upon Mariah, or that transparent fruit user under his command, do me the favor of eliminating them. Oh my, combat you say? Hey, don't slack off just because you've left the Marines. Kuzan hoisted his small backpack and strode toward the door. All right, I got it. Honestly, one after another. Even though I've left the Marines, they still won't let me be. As Kuzan's voice faded into the distance, Dylan faintly furrowed his brow. What does that mean? What information was he subtly conveying? Yet, given Kuzan's character, he would never infiltrate Blackbeard's crew as a mole. There must be another reason. As the albino kingdom matured, ever more eyes turned toward it across the world. Numerous factions attempted infiltration, but were all rebuffed by CP0. You may station personnel on the periphery. That is my gesture of candor toward Mariajoa. But all other unsanctioned elements must be thoroughly purged. Can you ensure this? Somewhat. If you cannot, then neither may your people approach. Should I catch any CP operatives near the kingdom, I shall hold you accountable. I will submit the request. Provided personnel numbers remain manageable, we'll handle vetting ourselves. But once the population swells. Though the Tontata kingdom had yet to complete its relocation, the world government had already tacitly accepted its accession. Indeed, even before the royal capital was completed, the world government's flag rose proudly above it. Naturally, however, it was not that banner which deterred pirates. On one flank of the royal capital's harbor stood CP's openly displayed base, while on the opposite side stood a branch of G5, Marineford Fleet Admiral's office. Justice that reigned supreme had been replaced by absolute justice. Relocation. Sakazuki puffed on his cigar, eyeing Dylan. Why this sudden notion? Advancing deeper into the new world. You're preparing to swap headquarters with G1, aren't you? Indeed. It seems our thoughts aligned, though. G5's position remains uniquely strategic. It cannot be vacated lightly. Sakazuki watched Dylan idly tapping his foot. After the Summit War, he had tacitly accepted Dylan as a key commander within his faction, and even the former hawkish officers had grown markedly closer to Dylan. Do you have a recommendation? Or perhaps appoint one of your rear admirals to garrison it, as you once did? 8 years earlier, Dylan had been appointed commander of G5 at the unprecedented rank of rear admiral. Had it not been for the presence of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the heavenly Yuksha, that region would long since have become a no-go zone for pirates. Though Dylan's rear admirals might lack his sheer strength, each surpassed ordinary vice admirals. No, I decline, Sakazuki. My officers are all assigned critical missions. Choose someone else. My new base lies only a few hundred kilometers away. Anyone can take over the old one. Even Smoker that greenhorn would suffice. In that case, HSSSH. Sakazuki exhaled a plume of smoke. Send to Shiji. You're right. We needn't waste elite forces guarding a nearby outpost. To Shiji, the black cage. It mattered little. As he himself said, his new base lay nearby. Even if the old one stood empty, none would dare provoke it. To Shiji. Wasn't she affiliated with Vice Admiral Kuromuro? To Shiji accepts. As a Marine, it is my duty to serve where danger runs deepest. In the office, Tashiji stood rigidly beside the desk, expression stern. Dylan glanced up. If you put it that way, I'll be offended. Tashiji meant no offense. Only that serving on the new world's vanguard, striking down evil where it festers, has long been my deepest aspiration. Ah, yes, I know. Though few low-level riffraff dare approach my current post, a great pirate might knock on the door any day. So yes, it is dangerous. Understood. Additionally, prior to receiving her transfer order, someone requested Tashiji to formally apply for it. Sakazuki removed his cigar. My. Who? Tashiji straightened. Lieutenant Commander Tashiji of Commodore Smoker's unit wishes to train at G5 for a period. However, lacking sufficient rank to contact the Fleet Admiral or Dylan directly, she encountered me outside and entrusted me with her application. She seeks you. Sakazuki offered no judgment. Such matters held little weight for him. Tashiji. Let her enter. Lieutenant Commander Tashiji of Headquarters reporting. The bespectacled officer entered Sakazuki's office with visible unease, but executed her salute with flawless precision. Sakazuki leaned back in his chair without speaking, instead gesturing with his chin for Dylan to decide. Your reason? This time Dylan dispensed with courtesy, cutting straight to the point. After all, joining his command demanded unquestioning obedience. To fight pirates in the New World. That reason. Dylan paused thoughtfully. Seeing his silence, Tashiji pressed her lips tightly together. Moments later, she blurted out, voice ringing. Does the Vice Admiral consider me too weak? Weak? Dylan emerged from his reverie and shook his head. No such thing exists. We all began weak and climbed step by step to where we stand today. Since you've made your choice, report to the new G5 yourself. Before you go, what did Smoker say about your transfer? Though Sakazuki remained a pure soldier indifferent to factional politics, Smoker's situation was unlikely to improve, especially now that Kuzan had simply walked away. Sakazuki, who had remained silent until now, gave a cold snort. That fool claimed he needed to hone his combat skills, and has taken indefinite leave. Utterly foolish. In the middle of the New World. It's about time, given the remaining supplies, we should turn back. Looking at the pile of bounty notices on the ground, Bayermeyer felt somewhat helpless. It's strange, why do these guys carry their bounty notices when they go out? Luo, while treating the injured nearby, casually remarked, for them it might be a sign of honor or strength. Phew. The unconscious injured man opened his eyes and glanced around at the people. You are the Navy. That's right, what is it? Please. Save my family. They are not far ahead in the Sovereign Kingdom. Please. Bayermeyer looked at the man who had just awakened and seemed quite dispirited, then glanced at Ein. Ein opened the map to take a look. Sovereign. It's indeed not far, but please. I'm begging you. The man, hearing Ein's words, suddenly rolled off the makeshift stretcher onto the ground and began to kowtow. My daughter was taken by pirates. I was blown here by the wind and waves. I don't know. Tears clouded the man's face. I don't know how long it's been, but no matter what, I plead with you. Hearing the word daughter, Bayermeyer's heart tightened. Seeing her expression, Luo and Ein began to pack their things. The Sovereign Kingdom. Ein double-checked the information. It was not an area occupied by the 4 emperors, nor was it marked as a red danger zone by CP0. Set sail? We'll take turns resting. EU. As for supplies, let's seize them from the pirates. In the Sovereign Kingdom, a secluded fishing village port. This place has been abandoned for a long time. Those pirates haven't sent anyone to watch here. Despite his wounds not healing, the man named Bart gritted his teeth and walked ahead. After learning the date from the Navy, he realized that it had been a full 4 days since his fishing boat was shelled by pirates. Fenny, wait for me. Dad will rescue you soon. Ein, walking in the middle of the group, suddenly paused. What's wrong, Ein? Beside her, Bayermeyer looked curious. Although Ein usually didn't show much emotion, her face was now filled with confusion and caution. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling in my heart. Luo. Walking at the front, Luo also frowned and then shook his head. I don't sense anything particularly unusual. In any case, stay alert, Ein said in a low voice to the group behind. This is the intuition of a swordsman. After the group quietly navigated a narrow and steep mountain path for an hour, a medium-sized palace appeared in their line of sight. Bayermeyer did not rush to give orders, but instead looked at Ein and Luo on either side. The results were completely opposite. Ein remained serious and nodded. Luo, however, frowned and shook his head again. Among the 3 of them, Luo's observation, Haki, was the strongest. This strange situation was a first. Normally carefree, Bayermeyer turned to the fisherman Bart and said, wait for us here. No, I wanna. Foolish. Bayermeyer whispered sharply, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get killed? Or do you want us to specifically send someone to protect you? After hesitating, Bart finally nodded. Then, I will wait here. My daughter is named Fenny. She was wearing a dress with starfish on it when she was taken. Got it, let's move. With Bayermeyer's command, the G5 personnel began to sneak around the back of the palace along the winding path. Room. Swoosh. Swoosh. Several pirates on guard atop the wall were switched to the ground by Luo and were instantly dealt with by Ein. It seems that. Bang. Bang bang. 2 gunshots suddenly pierced the sky. It's the Navy. Eliminate them. Luo's expression changed as he glanced at the gaps on the city wall. It's a monitoring snail. I was careless. Charge and directly. Break through from the front. Bayermeyer shouted loudly, instantly coating herself in armament Haki. Oh. Sensing the commotion in the palace, Bayermeyer looked back at the G5 soldiers. Charge and engage in close combat. Upon hearing the command, the rogue Navy instantly unleashed their true natures, each revealing a fierce grin. Charge in. Eliminate the pirates. I want to take down 10. As everyone's weapons were drawn, Bayermeyer turned to look at Luo. Deal with those shooting from the wall. After nodding, the room space expanded again and Luo's figure flashed to appear on the wall. Follow me. Oh. As they reached the edge of the big door, Ein drew autumn water and a slashing strike erupted instantly. Slash. Boom. The massive iron door shattered into fragments. Wha. Chargin'. Ein and Bayermeyer led the charge with the rogue Navy closely following behind, over 100 people moving like a sharp sword through the palace's corridor. Change formation. Conserve energy. Looking at the densely packed pirates in the corridor, Bayermeyer shouted. These rascals fought with increasing ferocity. Although their physical capabilities had far surpassed ordinary people due to G5's intensive training and high-quality meals, this kind of fighting style. Received. Change formation. The deputy commander of the 01 combat unit raised his right hand, changing his gesture. Circle. Alternating combat. Oh. Upon receiving the order, the rogue Navy instantly gathered together. Those without injuries or fatigue took the outer perimeter. The injured or more fatigued ones moved to the inner circle to recover their stamina, performing simple bandaging on themselves. Ein. He'll grab someone to ask for directions. As swords clashed, Bayermeyer pulled over 2 seemingly emaciated pirates back to the inner circle. Where is your captain? With both hands gripping the pirate's neck, Biermeyer turned her gaze to the pirate on the left. In. The pirate's face was filled with terror, but something seemed to overshadow the impending death. Crack. The pirate's neck snapped, and Biermeyer tossed the corpse to the ground, looking at the other one. Where? Turn right up ahead, then at the end. Turn left. Crack. That pirate died with a look of confusion. As if asking, I answered, why am I still being killed? And the figure that had already returned to the front of the group seemed to respond with a fist. I never said that just because you answered I wouldn't kill you. Biermeyer leapt forward and instantly killed 3 pirates. Looking at the continuously flowing pirates at the end of the corridor, she turned back and nodded. Ein. Long-term partners had made them extremely tacit. Upon receiving Biermeyer's signal, Ein grasped the hilt of autumn water with both hands, crossing it in front of her chest. Judgment-breaking illusions. Dense crescent-shaped slashes erupted instantly, and the pirates ahead fell like wild grass. Recover your stamina. As the pirates fell to the ground, Ein let out a slight breath before returning to the center of formation. Luo, weaving through the battlefield, heard Biermeyer's voice and instantly came to her side. They have retreated. They seem to have entered a defensive posture. No. It seems they are guarding something. First get the injured out. Luo raised his hand command stick. The more seriously injured Navy members instantly vanished from the spot. Biermeyer looked back and saw that about 70 people could still participate in the battle. I don't know what they are waiting for, but we need to settle this quickly. Organize yourselves, we will break through in 2 minutes. No one responded, though everyone took the chance to tidy up or get a drink. As they approached the side door leading into the palace hall, a pirate glanced at them. It's the G5 guys. Other pirates were stunned, showing hesitation and fear. Is it under that devil's command? But wait for the captain to wake up. No matter what, otherwise we will still die. The swarm of pirates filled the last stretch leading to the palace like ants. This is the middle of the new world. These guys are not weak. Many still possess armament. Haki. Who exactly occupies this place? Ein stepped forward from the rear of the formation. Her breathing was steady, but her expression was more serious. Hurry up and resolve this. My inner unease is growing stronger. Something is about to awaken. All right, Belmer whispered sharply, preparing to charge forward. Ein grabbed her shoulder and shook his head. Both Luo and I have exhausted a lot of stamina. You must maintain your state here. He'll handle this. Seeing Ein step out of the formation, the pirates across gulped nervously. That guy is Moonbreaker Ein. A stir erupted among the pirates, but it quickly settled down. Despite their doubts, with an increasing sense of unease, Ein took a breath to calm himself and raised Chioshui. Who? The flowing domineering aura wrapped around the blade of Chioshui, and Ein's muscles tensed up. This move, she still cannot fully master with her current strength. Judgment Bridge of Hell. Whoosh. A wave of precise slashes instantly submerged the corridor ahead. The pirates in front felt a gust of wind brush by their bodies, tinged with a slight tingle, while those behind felt a splash of water hitting them. Water flow. No, it's blood. The precise slashes pierced through the pirates' bodies, even though some had the protection of Haki. Blood began to seep from their bodies under the relentless assault. The door at the end of the corridor began to tear apart, emitting a series of creaking damage sounds. Ein gritted his teeth, pouring all his remaining strength into the blade of Chioshui. Go. Boom. Hundreds of pirates and the large door behind them fell simultaneously. A pirate who was still alive, bathed in blood, looked at the G501 combat unit passing by them. You guys. Also. The blade of the demon cry shattered his cervical vertebra, but Luo's expression was somewhat puzzled. Has this guy gone mad? How could he show such a strange smile? The entire hall was filled with the smell of alcohol, and a group of trembling women huddled in the corner, trying to suppress their sobs. On the other side, a group of seemingly young girls was trapped in a cage. After a cursory glance, Belmer's brow furrowed. On the throne above, a scarred man with his upper body naked lay across the thighs of several women. Ugh, I said to keep quiet while I sleep. The women supporting him tightly covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound. You disturbed my good dream. A gray mist began to rise from the throne, and the women sitting in a row stiffened, their bodies withering like plants scorched by fierce flames. The man rubbed his forehead as he propped himself up to look at the crowd below. Navy. Upon seeing the man's face, Belmer's heart skipped a beat. I've seen you before. You were the one who destroyed the Oikot kingdom back then, right? The women on the throne turned to ashes and fell away. The seemingly hungover bald man shook his head vigorously. Oikot kingdom. Where's that? Belmer did not answer his question. Although she did not directly confront this man back then, this face is unmistakable. Fenny. A trembling voice echoed from the corner of the hall. Fisher Bart trembled as he pulled his daughter out of the cage. The girl named Finny hung her arms limply, no longer responding to her father's calls. Ah, ah, Finny. Wake up. Finny. Daddy. Daddy has come to find you. I made your favorite cod soup. Looking at Fisher Bart in the corner who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, everyone present gripped their weapons tightly. Really, chattering endlessly one after another, it's so annoying. Whoosh. A wave of light yellow energy surged toward the corner. Luo. Command stick. The women and children in the corners disappeared instantly, and Belmer's arms were covered with haki to withstand the yellow energy. Ho. A devil fruit user. The energy wave settled, and the man finally stood up from the throne, seemingly unfazed that his ability was blocked, still deep in thought. Oikot Kingdom. Where exactly is it? Boom. Belmer's heel appeared at the side of his head, and the man casually raised his arm. Where exactly is it? Halfway in the air, Belmer's expression sharpened, spinning in the air as the haki on her heel intensified. Storm step round slash. Whoosh. A heavy sound of air breaking pierced the atmosphere. Boom. The man's eyes lit up. I remember now, it must have been nearly 20 years ago. How nostalgic the days in the East Sea. Then he grabbed Belmer's calf. Were you also there back then? Wasn't the Navy all wiped out? Belmer emitted a muffled grunt. This guy's strength and haki. It took me a long time to enjoy a good drink. Seriously, since you were a fish that slipped through the net back then you shall die. Boom. A powerful wave of energy erupted, and then the man swung Belmer's body down to the ground. Scalpel. No life. The man grinned. Black blade. Boom. Belmer was smashed into the ground while the man leapt high, dodging the slashes from Luo and Ein. Is the Navy so strong now? The previous conqueror's haki shockwave surprisingly didn't knock anyone out below, which surprised him somewhat. This level of conqueror's haki. From the rubble on the ground, Belmer, covered in haki, stood up again. It has long been ineffective against us. Swish. Belmer's figure flashed above his head, her right leg lifted high again. Bang. You really don't learn your lesson. Your frail body, the strength of your haki, is simply laughable. The bald man raised his arm to block above his head, but soon sensed something was wrong. This was not a simple power collision. Within this domineering aura was a peculiar power. Internal destruction. No, it's a more complex change. Bang. The bald man's arm trembled, and the stones beneath his feet shattered and flew. After shaking off the pain in his arm, the bald man looked at Belmer. What kind of power is this? It's quite novel. Luo and Ein in the hall wore more serious expressions. This move said to be able to break the ice continent. And this guy? He only seems to have a little discomfort in his arm. Forget it. Although it's a bit flashy, but that's it. Isn't it? Before Belmer could finish her thoughts, the bald man instantly flashed in front of her. Crap. After instinctively raising her arms, a tremendous force hit her, and then Belmer felt a burning pain in her arms. Boom. At the other end of the palace, Belmer, kicked away by a turn, was engulfed in rubble and debris. The moment Belmer flew out, Ein and Luo's bodies vanished simultaneously. Ein felt a slight sweat forming on his forehead while on the move. They had been fighting continuously for 2 days. Stamina. Where are the weaknesses? Can't find them. Completely can't find them. It's up to you now. Luo. Judgment Manjushawa. The blood-red sword aura erupted, wrapping around the bald man. The bald man froze for a moment as petals had already formed a wrapping stance. As he raised his arm to cross it, Luo had already arrived behind him. Pulse. You brat. A swift elbow strike directly hit Luo's face. You're underestimating me too much. As he turned around, the petals had completely wrapped him, but were then shattered by a wave of black energy. After shattering the petals, the energy wave surged toward the nearly exhausted Ein. Ein's body trembled this distance. A similarly strong wave of energy swept from behind, Ein blocking the impending impact. Ho! Conqueror's haki. Navy. Women. What about the Navy? What about women? The bald man's expression gradually became serious. That woman. I remember now. I went a bit overboard back then, causing quite a stir. You are the mad woman who has been fighting hard all these years. So much has changed. Belmer slowly walked forward from behind. To destroy a nation, causing countless disasters and tragedies. Is it merely a game in your eyes? The increasingly powerful aura erupted, and the calamities of the Oikot Kingdom were still fresh in memory. The comrades and subordinates who died in battle, the people moaning and wailing amidst the flames of war. The buried pain and anger from decades exploded completely. In the turbulent air, Belmer's hair danced wildly. The celestial dragons are indeed detestable, but you pirates are even more deserving of death. The bald man's expression turned cold. This statement seemed to touch a nerve. Woman, don't think that possessing the conqueror's haki makes you remarkable. You are still far from it. Boom. The air pressure on the throne surged instantly, suppressing the waves below. After a muffled grunt, Belmer charged forward. I know, but in the face of pirates, I have no reason to retreat. The momentum surged again, and the surrounding furniture and windows began to shatter as the two auras clashed. A heart full of passion, fearless of death, in a place like the East Sea. It truly produces monsters. However, this ends here. As the bald man stepped forward, blood began to seep from the corner of Belmer's mouth. Gah! Even though she could no longer distinguish whether the blood came from her organs or her teeth, Belmer still gritted her teeth and did not retreat an inch. When Belmer's consciousness was fading, she seemed to hear a familiar voice. Since you know the East Sea produces monsters, why not tuck your tail and behave after escaping? Dylan. Upon confirming the voice, Belmer's nerves relaxed and her body slowly slumped. After handing Belmer over to Ein, Dylan turned to the bald man. Strong people may be bald, but not all bald people are strong. Hiss. A flash of lightning and Dylan appeared right in front of the bald man. Then his pupils contracted as a wave of Conqueror's Haki mixed with lightning and crimson energy erupted. Puff! The bald man's throat tightened and a mouthful of blood spewed out. Your Conqueror's Haki is quite ordinary. Then the bald man saw a figure hanging upside down in the air. In a life and death moment, he raised his arms. At the moment the black heels touched his crossed arms, a sound of shattering echoed. Crack! The bald man's breath hitched. The same move as that woman, but in terms of strength and technique. Boom! The bald man's body sank into the ground, and the massive stone floor of the hall instantly cracked like a dried-up pond. With his arms already numb, the bald man lay in the depression, coughing blood while looking at Dylan. What kind of move is this? A move? Dylan walked up to him and looked down at his shiny bald head. Do I need a move to deal with scum like you? In shock and unwillingness, the bald man's life force faded. On the G5 warship, Luo with bandages on his head and the weakened Ein sat by the bed. Dylan sat with his legs crossed on the other side. After Belmer, lying on the sickbed, took a gentle breath, she looked at the ceiling. Dylan, I lost again. So what? Aren't you mad at me? Dylan crossed his arms, glancing at Belmer, then at Luo and Ein beside her. Did you misunderstand something? We are the Navy, not pirates. There is no such thing as never losing or always being unable to lose. Isn't that nonsense? Am I not allowed to lose? If I really couldn't, I'd fly to Totland and kill joyfully, then fly to Wano and have fun and finally fly to. Didn't the world's strongest whitebeard eventually lose to time and the Navy? Dylan frowned, looking at the three dejected faces. Everyone can lose. As long as you haven't lost your life and haven't lost your fighting spirit, even if you lose 1,000 or 10,000 times. Those who can stand up and continue to fight are not losers. Don't listen to those nonsensical words such as never losing or never having lost. Who the hell hasn't lost in this world? Even God has changed several times. In the shocked eyes of the three, Dylan waved his hand. Just consider you never heard that. Looking at their puzzled expressions, Dylan glanced at them. Your strength is not enough now. Knowing these things is not good for you. After a moment of silence, Dylan looked at them again. You must remember, experiencing failure is neither terrifying nor disgraceful. What is valuable is finding a breakthrough from pain. You each have opportunities and potential. After you return this time for a period, you don't need to take on missions. Take time to seriously consider your direction. Don't waste a good hand of cards. Right. Smoker. After Luo and Ein left, Dylan looked at the still somewhat dazed Belmer. I was your earliest chosen subordinate, but I increasingly feel the gap between myself and Tom Shiryu and Tahir, and even Ein and Luo might soon surpass me. Dylan, will I become your burden? Dylan opened the window, tossed a cigarette to Belmer, and lit one for himself. Once you truly start to think this way, your strength will begin to decline and even disappear. After taking a deep drag, Dylan stared at the somewhat confused Belmer. The world is vast, and it's never short of those with talent, but very few can make it to the end. Why is that? Because no one is immune to failure, but most people lose themselves in power or authority. After experiencing one or two failures, they begin to doubt themselves, even abandoning their own heart. From that moment on, they lose their qualification as strong people. Crying, sadness, helplessness, and anger are unavoidable for anyone. After experiencing these, being able to regain confidence is the rarest. Belmer, lying on the bed, smiled slightly. What about you? Dylan, have you ever? As for me, looking out at the calm sea and soaring seabirds, Dylan revealed a smile. Of course I have. When I was young, I craved passion, craved adventure, hated the constraints and nagging of my family, but when I truly arrived in this world, I realized its cruelty and ruthlessness. My family's merchant ship was sunk by pirate cannon fire. I barely survived, clinging to a piece of wood, relying on rainwater and wild fruits to fill my hunger. My small body was not enough to support me living alone. I worked for others, was deceived, sold, and enslaved. When I woke up, I was almost unrecognizable as a human. I began to realize that this world is not so beautiful. No one is waiting for me ahead, and no one would be infected by my smile and help me unconditionally. On the road of wandering, I had to think about how to survive while snatching wild fruits from monkeys and dodging slave traders. After joining the Navy, no matter how hard or heavy the tasks were, I couldn't show a trace of cowardice outside. I could only hide and secretly wipe my tears. Because there was only myself in this world. It's been over 20 years. I really want to see them one more time. Mom and Dad. At the moment Dylan decimated the bald man, life cards burned in the hands of different people around the world. Luke is dead. In a mountain in the East Sea, a robust figure sat in the shadows, watching the phone bug across from him. What happened? He said the days of waiting were too boring and wanted to go out for some fun, encountering the subordinates of Dark Dragon. The person in the shadows fell silent for a moment before staring at the phone bug. I told you when you wanted to recruit him that he was not suitable to join us. Arrogant, conceited, yet lacking the strength to match it. He nearly exposed our arrangements in the East Sea when he destroyed the Oikote Kingdom. If we hadn't informed him in time to escape to the Grand Line, he would have been killed by Carp, who was sent over to deal with him. But you insisted on bringing him and even giving him the withering fruit. Have you forgotten the duties of the guide and the guardian? The phone bug fell silent, and the person in the shadows seemed unwilling to say more. Let everyone near G5 lie low. Before he arrives, no one is allowed to act on their own. Understood. On the G5 warship. Belmare looked at Dylan's gaze towards the sea, feeling as if her chest had been struck hard. Although her childhood was also unsatisfactory, being known as a delinquent girl in the village, that kind of wandering life filled with despair. Well, that's all in the past. Dylan stood up and smiled at Belmare. Don't lose heart. Strength is always within a person. From a certain perspective, right now you are the one with the highest potential limit in the G5 branch aside from me. Remember the anger of that moment, the persistence of that moment. This is the most crucial step for you to reach a new level. After leaving the cabin, Ian and Luo sat on the edge of the deck in a daze. Seeing Dylan come out, both of them turned their heads to look at him. What? Are your hearts wavering too? After exchanging glances, Luo finally spoke. That person's strength. Strength. Dylan stroked his chin. If I had to describe it, probably mid-tier among the 7 warlords, should be comparable to Doflamingo and Boa Hancock, but definitely much stronger than your previous opponents. During the Marineford War, their main adversaries were still the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Dylan had once evaluated the first generation of the warlords. Mihawk stood alone at the top tier, followed by Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and Jinbei in the second tier. Crocodile and Gecko Moria, who had lost their warrior's heart, were at the bottom. As for Kuma, he was caught between the first and second tiers. Later, Dylan clarified that this ranking was purely based on their displayed combat power at the moment. However, it shouldn't be generalized if, for example, in the sea others combined might not be able to defeat the fathead fish. When it came to control, Doflamingo and Moria surpassed others by far. As for clearing mobs, Crocodile with his Logia fruit was the most efficient. As for Kuma, Dylan's assessment at that time was his ability was too baka and he was forced to be deleted. Although they couldn't fully understand what baka and deleted meant, they could vaguely guess. We still have some issues with our combat strength connection. Dylan paused for a moment before saying, Tom, Tahir, Shiru, any one of them could easily take out those warlords. You all need to work hard too. Go train, go fight, go summarize, go imagine. I believe that in the near future. No. After experiencing this setback, I believe you will quickly find your own direction and path. You can always consult me and the others at the base. Don't be discouraged, don't hesitate. The world is waiting for us to change it together. After leaving Belchico, Alex followed Tom to the old land of the Elsino Kingdom. Tom did not impose any additional restrictions on his freedom. In New Greenbit, he could enter and exit any place at will. The people at the base were also curious about this suddenly appeared youth and maintained a certain level of awe. After all, he was someone who could occasionally attend the officers' meeting. The deputies of various combat units could only participate after being summoned. Although the higher-ups did not clarify his position and rank and the Vice Admiral rarely paid attention to him, he himself did not wear G5's military uniform. Yet such a mysterious person sparked much speculation. Even CP0 had noticed him. Don't mind him, their squad leader who had cooperated with Dylan for several years waved to stop the subordinates' report. That guy has a certain magical insight, always able to find powerful potential in inconspicuous places. They don't provoke him without cause. The subordinate hesitated for a moment before nodding and leaving. Meanwhile, CP0 was still troubled by the matter of the lush fruit. The world was so vast, where to find such a fruit? In the palace of Mariewa, the 5 elders looked at the documents submitted. It was the agreement for the Datata Kingdom to formally join the world government, and there was also an order for the relocation of the G5 branch. The 5 elder with a hat asked solemnly, with the strength of the little people, do we really want to grant them the qualification to participate in the World Conference? No. It's not just little people, said the five elders sitting next to him while polishing his long knife, observing his sword. This is a signal of our victory. The other races are disintegrating internally. However, Adams Dillon's actions. Could they exceed the limits? What does it matter? The five elder with a birthmark on his forehead leaned back on the sofa. Even if he truly possesses the heart of a king after the end of history, we will grant him territory. If he harbors rebellious intentions, after witnessing true power, he will understand how to choose. After the mentally fatigued Pika left on the Don Quixote pirate's ship, Dillon gazed at the orderly buildings in the royal capital. With this energy, why be a pirate? Wouldn't it be better to build houses for people? Just doing that for a few years could make one a wealthy man. The relocated G5 base stood at the former Elsino, now Greenbit's left flank. The base was established on a huge and steep cliff with tens of thousands of square meters of mountainous terrain reinforced and shaped repeatedly by Pika. A towering fortress stood at the cliff's edge with a navy flag fluttering in the wind. The center of the fortress bore its number, G5. Behind the massive fortress was an exaggerated training ground and auxiliary buildings. Below the cliff was the military port belonging to G5 and the world-renowned G5 alloy workshop. Quite efficient Hatam. Aside from the 04 combat units still battling outside and not yet returned, the other personnel had gathered together. No, mainly it's thanks to Tyre, including the fortress design and some other setups. I was just responsible for the construction on site. Over 1,000 G5 soldiers stood on the huge square looking up at the fortress that pierced the clouds. Dillon glanced around at the sparse crowd and then looked again at the fortress. Isn't it a bit too large? Conscription in? Yes. Aren't you conducting global conscription? G5 is equally eligible to participate. Sakazuki twirled the cigar in his mouth and agreed. Dillon, under current territorial divisions, the new headquarters lies beneath the Red Line continent, effectively the end of the New World, whereas your G5 garrisons its front of midsection. You are thus rightfully entitled to a more sophisticated command structure and superior combat capability. Shall headquarters coordinate publicity efforts? Absolutely. The louder the fanfare, the better. Sakazuki, understood. The mightiest naval base, G5 Special Conscription, Special Authorization Rear Admiral Dark Dragon may directly confer the rank of Vice Admiral. Bearing fangs against the New World, in a resolute advance for peace and justice, driven jointly by the Naval Headquarters Mariajoa and the World Economic Journal, the entire world erupted in fervor. The youngest and strongest Naval Rear Admiral in history is holding special conscription. I must enlist immediately in G5. I've heard it's the bridgehead into the New World. Brother, where are we going? Where? To G5, of course. The Dark Dragon, that demon, seeks yet greater power. His legion of monsters has already grown so vast and so brazenly open that man dares now rival even Marineford itself. We cannot afford to stand idle. We must prevent promising recruits from joining G5. G5's global conscription lasts only 3 months. Contact all allies immediately. Sever the sea routes. Dillon himself had not anticipated that his casual decision would ignite a fresh wave of enlistment frenzy. Yet the G5 conscription regulations explicitly state that global conscription is strictly limited to 3 months. Thereafter, all promotions and appointments shall revert to standard naval protocols, including rigorous background vetting. Mother, shall we dispatch infiltrators? No need. His Kinbunchika Haki, provoking him, serves no purpose. But we may discreetly deploy operatives to participate in those brats' interception campaign. Interception campaign. What is it? Cracker crouched nearby, stuffing food into his mouth as he asked. It is a coordinated sabotage initiative launched by pirates across the Grand Line, designed to obstruct and ambush conscripts traveling from the Four Seas or other regions to join G5. Meanwhile, Katakuri, wrapped in his voluminous scarf, still vividly recalled that man's solitary arrival at Tato Land years ago and his fierce duel with Mother. How strong am I now? No, there remains a gap. According to intelligence, the power he displayed during the Summit War, the formidable figures under his command raging Sea Tom Rain Shiryu and Celestial Fox Tyre. Pirate vessels now densely litter the sea lanes leading to G5. Another ship approaching. Open fire, what? It broke through. Board them. Atop G5 Fortress Belmere, fully recovered under Manx Harry's care, bounded about with renewed vigor. Shall we intervene? It's growing quite rowdy out there. Within an office now several times larger than before, a plaque bearing Dillon's inscription, Justice of Peace, hung prominently. The space included a reception hall, conference room, lounge, and gymnasium, all fully equipped. No need, Dillon murmured, reclining in his rocking chair, eyes half closed. This is a contest of will and mettle between raw recruits and petty thieves. We need not descend onto the field. To volunteer for this special conscription demands both courage to cleave through thorns and the strength to prevail. And the first wave of applicants appeared on the very day the announcement was published in newspapers. They hailed from Dressrosa, the former Albino Kingdom, and the newly established Neo-Greenbit Kingdom, the latter represented by diminutive warriors of the smallfolk race. Many island communities previously sheltered under G5's protection migrated en masse to Neo-Greenbit following G5's public campaign. Among them, numerous youths enlisted in G5 as soldiers. Dylan instructed the logistics division to recruit many of their family members as civilian support personnel. Ironically, the busiest individuals during this process were not G5's own soldiers. And for all the world knew, though he held the rank of Rear Admiral, that man governed with unyielding authority and ironclad resolve. During the Summit War, he even broadcast live, executing that deserter before the eyes of the entire world. Thus, though Greenbit had yet to enact stringent laws, every citizen instinctively restrained themselves. Public disturbances were virtually non-existent. Gangs and ruffians simply never set foot in Greenbit. And the busiest remained the CP agencies, perpetually gripped by anxiety. Should operatives from rival organizations slip inside self-identification would be tolerable, but if he discovered them personally, and their accreditation would be revoked outright, and the ensuing reprimand from Mariajoa would be beyond their capacity to endure. Though the Taunton tribe publicly claimed sovereignty over Neo-Greenbit, they rarely appeared before the populace. Citizens knew only that they were peaceful, innately kind small folk. They dwelled deep within the immense jungle at the heart of the capital. For now, governance of the Greenbit Kingdom fell to Captain Tahir of G503 Combat Unit, granted the title Vice Admiral Celestial Fox. This arrangement demanded considerable effort from Dylan. Ultimately, he requisitioned administrative personnel from the East Blue. These officials, however, were not affiliated with the Round Table Council. They were borrowed from East Blue kingdoms allied with Dylan. Clashes along G5's outer maritime perimeter, interceptions versus breakthroughs, grew increasingly intense, beginning to ripple outward. Yet pirates remained fractious and disunited. Ever more conscripts pierced their blockade to reach G5. The reborn G5, strategically positioned at the throat of the New World, and any exceptionally formidable candidates, and none yet Rear Admiral. Toshiji adjusted her glasses. However, those arriving via the special conscription channel possessed distinctive combat techniques, and understood, assign them to units, and integrate them into naval training. NAS waves of recruits surged toward G5 from across the globe. Pirate pressure mounted exponentially. Once a breach opened, incoming conscripts would instantly tear apart the previously sealed zone. Our Rear Admiral, a giant, has arrived to enlist. Dylan raised an eyebrow. Giants, in Elbaf, renowned as the world's mightiest nation, and yet that title. And though their hero, the Waterfall Beard, was already frail in old age when defeated by Lean, to be instantly obliterated still seemed implausible, especially considering Lin was merely 7 or 8 years old at the time, and massive in stature, sluggish in movement. Whether due to physiology or other factors, the so-called giant prodigy Helbing had yet to manifest any haki whatsoever. And yet if this was the very strength Lin so long coveted, it must be truly formidable. After all, among countless vast human nations, Elbaf alone had held the title of world's strongest for centuries, surely owing to some unique intrinsic power. Strikingly, giants appear not to harbor the same animosity toward the world government as other non-human races. And upon reflection, perhaps they exist in a state of internal division. Known giants include mercenaries, pirates, marines, and gourmets. And giants enjoy extraordinary longevity, typically living 3 to 4 centuries. If anyone holds authoritative insight into history or the lost century, it is unquestionably them. After all, in their villages, a village elder's grandfather might well have lived over a millennium ago, perhaps knowing more than even the Elephant King himself. What is your name, N. Oblon? And your full name? Salpa D. Oblon. D. Dylan instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, D. In his conjecture, it was mostly the remnants of the so-called Great Kingdom from back in the day. It always felt strange to be associated with them. It was as if he inexplicably bore some heavy and deep-seated grudge. What's the age and combat characteristics? Dasky said while flipping through the materials. 60 years old, armed with a giant sword. Not tested yet since he is from the giant race. One must know that giants are rare and invaluable battle forces in any faction. There are less than 10 giant warriors in the Navy headquarters, and they all hold the rank of Vice Admiral. 60 years old. That's considered quite young among giants, right? Exactly. Dasky pushed up his glasses. According to legend, the average lifespan of a giant is 300 years, So at 60, he is roughly equivalent to a human in their mid-20s to 30s, indeed very young. A young guy like him joining the Navy. If he were to become a pirate, it would seem quite normal. Why does it always feel off? Let him. Stay for now. We can talk after the draft is over. How is it, Grand Commissioner? When he entered Tahir's office, he found him deeply engrossed in reviewing documents. I have some thoughts, let me finish what I'm working on first. Tahir did not look up. Although Dylan was very assertive and domineering when issuing orders, he appeared quite casual in everyday matters. Dylan gazed at Tahir, who was draped in an ecru cloak. He emanated two very complex and contradictory auras, like a seductive witch yet also like an untouchable goddess. The two auras intertwined continuously, but fortunately after the Marineford War, Tahir's state of mind had gradually settled. Beyond his external beauty, his enigmatic charm was already well controlled, though it occasionally still leaked out. This guy is on the verge of awakening. As soon as he achieves true perfection in divinity, he will perfectly awaken the Yamada no Orochi fruit. There's even a possibility that he will become Yamada no Orochi. Just like Nika, you've undergone significant changes recently, but it seems like you're still missing something to take that final step. Tahir walked to the meeting table and lifted his long sleeves to pour hot tea for Dylan. I don't know, but I can indeed feel something missing within me. It seems just one last step remains. Dylan gently blew on the teacup. Did you often read as a child? In the ancient texts of Zou, are there any records about the gods? Gods. Tahir certainly understood that the gods he referred to were not those residing in Mariawa today, nor the obscure ones mentioned in ancient texts, but rather those recorded in a more distant past. I'm afraid I haven't come across the kind of text you mentioned. What are your thoughts on gods? Seeing Tahir frown slightly, Dylan took a sip of tea. To put it another way, what are your views on the will housed within the Zoan fruits? Dylan had mentioned this notion to him and Shiryu long ago. In order to awaken a devil fruit, especially a Zoan type, one must gain the recognition of the will within it. As for where this will comes from and how to judge it, no one knows. Let's talk about this issue. Dylan put down his teacup and changed to a more comfortable position. You should have some guesses. Before the celestial dragons, there was another generation of divine race, right? Yes, Tahir nodded. Through some scattered and obscure records, it can be inferred that before the celestial dragons there indeed existed another generation of gods who once ruled this sea. To be precise, it was the Lunarians, an extraterrestrial race from the starry sky. They possessed technology far beyond that of humans, able to survive under any adverse conditions. They ruled this sea for a long time before being overthrown by a group of banquet-loving individuals known as the D clan, the nemesis of the gods. So it was. Dylan ignored Tahir's shocked expression and continued, but what we are discussing today is not this god. Dylan crossed his arms, seemingly reminiscing. These Zoan-type fruits are all named after certain divine demons or divine beasts. Do you think they exist? Tahir's heart trembled. I don't know. Exactly. After consuming a devil fruit, one will know what kind of fruit it is, and based on reliable reasoning, devil fruits are passed down through generations and will not vanish. Then what about their origins? Natural elements, thunder, desert, snow, swamp, magma. These all exist in reality. Paramecia types, rubber, steel, diamond, foam. These also exist. Even vibrations, splits, doors, and soft flesh. These also exist. Ordinary Zoan types, whether normal or ancient, have their basis. Only these mythical Zoans do not. Do you think they exist, or rather, did they ever exist? If they still exist, where are they? If they once existed, where did they go? Tahir's long fingers intertwined. These questions. The divine demons or divine beasts named after these Zoan types. I believe they may have indeed existed, but in a distant ancient era. One day they were defeated by a stronger life form, completely defeated. Or perhaps they were all melted away. Or there's a second possibility, they were merely folk tales. Through countless years of oral tradition, a certain resonance was created. That power which people either anticipated or feared truly came into being and became a devil fruit. So, what is the legend of Yamada no Orochi? In the middle of the New World, former territory of the Whitebeard pirates. On a medium-sized warship, a large pile of human heads was densely arranged. Shiryu stood at the bow with Raijin. How many? We have killed a total of 92 pirates with bounties so far. Only 8 more to reach the target and return to base. 8. Let's search in Whitebeard's territory. It can't all be these tens of millions of small fry. So, according to the information provided by CP0 before we left, the most likely pirates in this area are the former Whitebeard pirates under the A. Oh, pirates. They're all pretty much the same. Other than those 2 or 3 guys, the rest are quite ordinary. During the Marineford War, aside from Marco the Phoenix, Diamante Jozu, and Bista the Flower Sword, the others were quite average. Commander, there's a pirate flag ahead. The flag is from the Kid Pirates. The Grand Line, Baldy, go. still unable to confirm. Sorry. Even though Betty has frequently exposed flaws over the years, they seem particularly cautious. The Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, wore a solemn expression. Many tyrannies have been overthrown in the East Sea and several nations are governed quite well. Strangely enough, Sabo also frowned. They have not taken a stand against the world government. Instead, after developing sufficient national strength, they have all joined the world government. What about internally? At this point, Sabo became serious. This is precisely where our doubts lie. Based on some clues, we have compiled data on all the regime changes or turmoil in the East Sea over the past 15 years. Through several years of observation, we discovered a most astonishing situation. Their kings, governors, and generals live very ordinary lives. Although one cannot say they are simple or impoverished, they are absolutely worlds apart from other noble families. The lives of the commoners, while not exceedingly wealthy, are undoubtedly very stable. The most terrifying part is, according to some intelligence reports, when these officials begin to show signs of corruption, they are swiftly eradicated and replaced. 15 years. Dragon raised his head as if grasping something. Push the investigation timeline backward. Sabo, starting from the execution of Roger. Mary Geos. CP Organization Headquarters. Do we have any clues? No, the clues cannot be connected. We only know that the East Sea definitely harbors a terrifying power. They are similar to the Revolutionary Army, but not targeting the world government. In the past decade, the number of kingdoms in the East Sea that have joined the world government has increased by 37, of which 9 have obtained seats at the World Conference, including the existing kingdoms. The East Sea has now occupied nearly 1/3 of the seats. We need to add even stronger forces. No. A voice immediately interrupted this proposal. The power of this organization itself is already formidable. The Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army seems to have ambiguous relations with them, and besides, let us not forget how many people have inexplicably disappeared in the East Sea over the years. Apart from this mysterious organization and the Revolutionary Army, there is another group of people in the East Sea. Although the organization is loose, their strength is even more terrifying than the aforementioned two. Let's first complete the other transactions. Regarding Dark Dragon and Kaido. Upon hearing the words Kid Pirates, a smile appeared on Shiria's face. Great. He let him escape back then at Sabati Archipelago, and he can clearly feel Dylan's disgust towards this guy. If I take him down, Dylan will surely be pleased, right? Black mist began to envelop Shiryu, and the fangs in his mouth appeared ever sharper and more menacing. Stay in place. Yes. The adjutant had just replied when with a loud bang, 2 massive flesh wings unfolded behind Shiryu and flew towards the distant pirate ship. On the distant sea, a navigator on the mast shouted, Navy, Navy, G5 Navy ship. Whoosh, boom. A pitch-black slash cut through the air, and the main mast of the Victoria Punk instantly tilted to the side. Oh no, it's Rain. Shiryu. Upon hearing the words G5, Eustace Kid jumped out from the cabin, goggles on with a cruel look as he stared at Shiryu, who hovered in the sky wielding Thunderstorm. The guy from G5. This guy ranks among the top in power within G5. Eustace Kid gritted his teeth. I absolutely cannot fall here. Seeing the panic in Kid's eye, Shiryu found it somewhat strange. This guy isn't exactly a well-known character. What supernovas 11 are just frogs in a well. A small fry whose bounty has just surpassed 100 million. Although he felt some doubts in his heart, his body showed no hesitation. A black mist descended upon the Victoria Punk. Bounty criminals. Several bounty notices were posted on the wall outside the cabin. Shiryu glanced at them, his gaze sweeping across the deck. 1, 2, 3, 9. There is still some leeway to complete the task. Snap. Shiryu's right hand grasped the knife handle. The black mist instantly engulfed the entire deck. In the moment the black mist arose, a figure darted across the deck. Ugh, ugh. Eustace Kid activated his ability the moment he heard the screams and sounds of falling around him. The skeleton head built from metal above the cabin trembled and then emitted a series of metallic clanging sounds. Magnetism demon. Where? Enveloped in metal, Kid looked down at the black mist, striving to locate Shiryu's figure. Found it. The moment he located Shiryu's figure, the metallic monster's fists, accompanied by a whistling wind, clamped down towards that position. Magnetism pincer. Boom. A massive crashing sound erupted, and Kid's expression flashed with joy within the metallic shell. After all, this guy is still flesh and blood. Such a level of impact. Screech. A grating sound of friction arose as the fists of the metal monster slowly separated. One head short. Standing still, Shiryu looked at the fragments of bones and blood on his hand and chest, raised his head and glanced at the constricted pupils of Kid, adding, yours would just be enough. Drops of water began to fall from the sky. Kid also began to sweat profusely. The gap. Is this vast? Pitter-patter. The rain from the sky gradually intensified. Red. Is it blood rain? Thunderstorm slowly returned to its sheath as Shiryu shook his head no. It's the river Styx. Snap. As Thunderstorm returned to its sheath, the body of the magnetic demon began to disintegrate and dissipate. Shiryu walked up to Kid, who had turned into a bloody mess, and lifted his head for inspection. What material is this goggle made of? It surprisingly doesn't break. Gulu Gulu. Returning to the warship, Shiryu threw 8 heads onto the deck. Set sail. Return to the team. Yes. Excited responses rang out on the deck, having drifted at sea for nearly a month. Even the strongest began to feel weary and uneasy. 100 pirates with bounties have finally been completed. At this moment, it has been a month since G5's World Draft. How many waves have we faced? In the middle section of the Grand Line, 2 young men who resembled each other stood on a ship chatting idly. Huh. The young man at the helm spat and kicked the corpse of a pirate wearing a headscarf overboard. The entire deck was littered with the bodies of pirates. Today marks the 2nd wave, and we have encountered the 24th wave since arriving. The young man at the helm said while steering the ship, "These pirates are truly rampant considering we are already very close to G5. If one wishes to become an officer through special conscription, it won't work for those without strength." The young man at the helm turned his head to look at the other young man leaning against the ship's railing. "Why don't we directly participate in the conscription of the Marine headquarters?" Headquarters? The young man resting nearby scoffed. "They are just a bunch of puppets controlled by the celestial dragons." Though many details of the war at the top were not fully live broadcasted, the overall picture of the war was still portrayed and spread after its conclusion. While Akainu is a ruthless soldier and a competent Marine leader, what about Dark Dragon? Can he really do it? Change this world. Their hometown, unable to bear the high cost of heavenly gold, had never received acknowledgement and protection from the Marines, and the world government suffering for years from famine and war. Who knows? But the young man by the ship's side closed his eyes. "We have to at least try. We can't be stuck in the West Sea forever." The young man at the helm had not yet responded when another ship flying a pirate flag approached them. "Here they come again." Humph. The young man leaning against the railing stood up, gazing at the pirate ship on the distant sea. After more than a month of probing and skirmishing, both sides are locked in intense combat now. More and more pirates from the New World are joining the blockade, but Ian drew a circle on the map centered around the new G5 base. Currently, those who can reach this area are all quite formidable characters. Some even. They have spontaneously organized, and after breaking through the pirates' defenses, they did not report directly, but continued to seek out other pirates to fight. It seems they want to wait until the last day to report in. Dylan chuckled. What a lively bunch, not bad. G5 needs people like this. How long until the conscription ends? 5 days. Very well. Dylan stood up. Send the order. All officers below immediately adjust their expressions. This is a very serious order. All combat units of the Marine G5 branch from 01 to 07 are to be reorganized and enter a state of readiness. After the conscription ends, we will cleanse the outer areas for 10 days. This is my territory. They can come, but they cannot leave. The pirates outside have also clashed with the new recruits. These guys have gathered from all over, including some well-known contenders. Pirate hunters, champions of combat, captains of Royal Guard units, renowned adventurers. Though many of them were unfamiliar with each other, they formed partnerships for a common goal, trusting each other's backs as they moved forward in the same direction. Gradually, the pirates were actually squeezed into the middle ground between G5 and the new recruits, becoming surrounded. Tina was astonished. In Dylan's office, Tina stared at Dylan. Could this be your scheme? A scheme. Tina removed her cigarette and looked at the red circle on the map. Isn't it? Stimulating the pirates' fear and wariness of you under the guise of conscription. Luring them to intercept the new recruits, then forming a surround, a very successful battle plan which Tina could only admire. Dylan chuckled silently. It was purely accidental. You really are that kind of person, Dylan. No wonder you have the respect of all the Marines. Huh. Tina held her cigarette, looking at the plaque above his head. She said leisurely, young, strong, merciful to the people, ruthless to enemies, possessing vast wealth, yet not focused on personal enjoyment. Tina felt embarrassed and deeply sensed her own weakness and shallowness. Dylan shook his head. Those are merely the opinions of outsiders. Oh, I am not that noble. Desires and selfishness, I have those too. Don't believe in saints, Tina. Sometimes saints can be more terrifying than devils. Black arm. Tina did not respond to this, instead gazing at the massive plaque, Justice of Peace. Will there really be a day of peace? Who knows? You are from the Crane Granny's side. The great advisor must have rich intelligence channels, right? Dylan shook his head at Tina, who appeared somewhat lost in thought. She is a responsible Marine officer with a clear sense of right and wrong. though her strength is average, she can still hold her own. It seems she has come across some secret news that has shaken her confidence. Some things can only be understood after experiencing them yourself. Black Arm. Tina left with her thoughts and Dylan did not say much more to her. The older generation of powerhouses. 7 years ago, after Dylan severed Weevil's arm, he disappeared with Miss Buchan. The latest news indicates that he has been hunting remnants of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, claiming to reclaim his father's wealth. The rumors of reconstructing the 7 warlords of the sea have already been spread, with the first generation of the warlords currently consisting of Mihawk Hancock and Doflamingo. Crocodile has been killed, Jinbei has rebelled, Moria has been removed, and Kuma has been removed. If nothing unexpected happens, this Whitebeard too should already be on their radar, as he has been evaluated as having strength comparable to that of the young Whitebeard. There are still nearly 2 years until the next World Conference. Even if this system is to be abolished, it cannot be achieved overnight. Dylan does not believe he can play cards with the 5 Elder Stars on such significant decisions. Even if he could, there is no need. Power and demands should be directed towards more reasonable places. However, Zephyr, looking at Ian, who came in to report, Dylan sighed in his heart, "No matter what, I will help you, considering how you have supported me in the headquarters for all these years." The chief instructor of the Marine headquarters, Black Arm Zephyr. Although he has long since retired from the position of Admiral, he still holds a reputation in the Marines that rivals that of Garp. After the ability user's attack incident, Zephyr's attitude towards Dylan changed drastically, defending Dylan multiple times in headquarters meetings. Compared to the laid-back Kuzan, Zephyr's care for him is more like that of a superior. Huh. In the quiet depths of the G5 mid-level sword dojo, Daski wore a serious expression, firmly gripping the huajo as she meticulously swung her sword. "I must become stronger. I must put in more effort than others." Sweaty beads had already formed on her forehead and droplets of sweat trickled down her cheeks. Her glasses were fogged over with steam, and although her arms began to feel unresponsive and her body grew stiff, she still completed one precise swing after another. Each swing was executed with utmost precision. Dylan sat quietly on the windowsill behind her, watching her intently. Only after she stopped did he gently knock on the windowsill. Daski. After completing her training, Daski returned to a somewhat dazed state. Upon hearing Dylan's voice, she quickly wiped her glasses off. "Major General, I'm sorry to disturb your rest." Dylan jumped down from the windowsill, walked over to the nearby cushion, and gestured for her to sit down and take a break. "I can sense the anxiety within you, but I don't quite understand where it stems from." Sitting opposite her, Daski tightly gripped the huajo, recalling the hidden legendary sword, the Wado Ikamanji, along with its master. I want to do more things. If I had greater power, I could." Power. Looking at Daski's face full of unwillingness, Dylan took out a devil fruit and placed it between them. "This is an incredibly powerful devil fruit, on par with Tahir and Shiryu. If all you want is power, I can give it to you without any cost or expectation in return." Regarding Teach's body, he had once speculated that the reason that Garuda fruit had been held in his hands all along was not only the lack of a suitable candidate, but also his desire to try it out himself when the conditions were ripe. After all, in certain aspects he might share commonalities with Teach. Looking at the golden devil fruit before her, Daski hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Although she knew that Shiryu had significantly boosted his combat power with the fruit, Daski still answered from her heart, "I want to be a simple swordsman." Observing Daski drenched in sweat, Dylan put the fruit back into his ring and took out another sword. "Then, try to tame it. When you can tame it, you will be a powerful swordsman." The second generation of Onigiri, the great sword of 21 crafts. A token of gratitude from the swordsmith Tengu Yamafuchi of Wano country. The second generation. Onigiri. Such a legendary sword. Daski. Seeing her hesitation, Dylan shouted, "Don't underestimate yourself. But also don't push yourself too hard. Everyone has their own stage. No one can become a savior solely by their own efforts. Fighting valiantly and seizing flags is contributing to peace, while holding the fort and ensuring the safety of the people is equally a contribution to peace. Don't let the current era blind your eyes. Everyone has their strengths and passions. Don't force yourself, follow your true heart." Dylan stood up and walked towards the door. "I've already spoken with Ein. You will join the 06 team she leads. For the next hunt, you can depart with them." As he reached the first floor, the light in Ayu's room was still on. Because Ayu was still young and often needed to train at the school grounds to learn from Tahir, Dylan had specifically arranged her room on the first floor. Glancing at the clock at the end of the corridor, Dylan walked to Ayu's room and knocked on the door. "Aren't you resting yet?" "Ayu." "Dylan. Brother Dylan. Just a moment." They'll open the door right away. Accompanied by a flurry of hurried sounds, Ayu's footsteps could be heard at the door. "What are you doing? If you don't rest so late, you won't grow tall." Dylan stood at the door, not intending to enter immediately. Children grow up and begin to have their own privacy. Au bit her lip and turned her body to invite Dylan inside. Inside the room, a thin blanket was neatly folded on her small bed alongside a few pieces of clothing that had not been put away. These were the belongings prepared for her by Tengu Yamafuchi when they left Wano 2 years ago. The clothes and blanket had been washed to the point that they were starting to fade, covered in patches. Seeing Au's red eyes, Dylan sat beside her and gently ruffled her hair. He was usually very busy. Although most matters in G5 were handled by others, he still had responsibilities in Donghai Water City and Magnetic Drum Island alongside his own cultivation. With all these tasks piling up, he had very little leisure time each day. The time he could spend with Au was also limited. Are you worried about Yamafuchi? Au buried her head, large tears sliding down her cheeks. Brother. Au lives this kind of life in G5 every day, but everyone in the village. Although Dylan left plenty of food and easy to cultivate grain seeds for the villagers when he departed that place, was severely polluted and often faced the plundering of the 100 Beasts pirates, so it was likely back to a state of hunger. Au. Dylan showed a hint of regret. Brother promised you that he would return to that place, and by that day, everyone will have enough to eat and clean water to drink. At that time, you must tell everyone about your experiences at sea. Au wiped her tears with the back of her hand and looked up at Dylan. I'm sorry, brother. Au knows you are very busy, and Au shouldn't. After patting Au's back to comfort her, Dylan shook his head. How could that be? If you have something sad in your heart, you should definitely tell your brother. It is my honor. After Au calmed down and fell asleep, Dylan sighed softly, turned off the light, and quietly walked out. In the darkness, tears slid down Au's face once more. Sigh. Arriving at the end of the corridor, Dylan lit a cigarette and sat on the steps, gazing at the vast starry sky outside. It's rare to see you like this. Belmel sat down beside him, draped in a coat, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it for herself. Do you have something on your mind? Why not share it with me? Belmel. Dylan sighed as he looked out at the sea and the starry sky. Sometimes when I see Au, I wonder if I did something wrong. Back then, should I have brought Nami and Nojiko directly to G5? Would things have been different today? It's not your fault, Dylan. Belmel sighed as well. You already saved us once back then, and in these 2 years. I've spoken to Tahir about some matters, and he shared some of his speculations with me. Given how quickly you rose to power and how tough your methods were back then, if you had brought them to G5 from the start, unless you were by their side every moment, even Tom at the base might not have been able to keep an eye on them. After all, Tom also needed to cultivate and look after the dock and workshop. If people knew that Dark Dragon, Dylan's adoptive sister, was at the base. Later, when our powers grew stronger. Nami. She had her own thoughts by then, and at that time you probably also realized the existence of those people. It was those people who deliberately guided Nami, right? It's not your fault. You provided her with a prosperous life, allowing her childhood to be carefree. You've done well, Dylan. There's no need to blame yourself. If anyone should feel guilty, it should be me as her mother. After a while, I will visit Nami, and also. Dylan extinguished the cigarette in his hand. I've already sent someone to fetch Nojiko. Let her come help me. G5 Base Plaza. Dylan stood atop the elevated platform, surveying the perfectly aligned battalions below. Unit 01, led by Brigadier General Crimson Sky Belmare. Unit 02, led by Brigadier General Raging Sea Tom. Unit 03, led by Brigadier General Celestial Fox Tire. Unit 04, led by Major General Rain Sherlu. Unit 05, led by Colonel Scalpel Trafalgar Law. Unit 06, led by Major General Severed Moon Ein. Unit 07, led by Major General Squad Captain Leo. Auxiliary Unit, led by Black Flag Alex. As the first sliver of dawn rose above the horizon, every officer and sailor straightened with solemn resolve. This marks G5 Branch's first large-scale offensive into the New World. Though some of our new recruits arrived only yesterday, without time to rest or even receive their formal commissions. Nevertheless, those who come to G5 do not seek rank or power. We stand here for one purpose alone. Clank, 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 clank. At the fortress's center beneath the bold insignia G5, a massive plaque ascended. Justice and peace. We fight for peace, for the unarmed, for those who cannot fight. Every Marine's breath quickened, their eyes blazed with fierce, unyielding fire. What rests upon our shoulders is more than mere rank, more than authority. It is the weight of countless lives entrusted to us. It is the shield that guards peace, and the sword that shatters evil. Now, boom. In unison, every soldier snapped rigidly upright. A thunderous roar pierced the heavens, heartbeats hammered like war drums deep within their chests. Take up your weapons, board your ships, engage in battle. For one suspended second, silence held sway, then erupted into a deafening tidal roar sweeping across the harbor. Battle! Battle! Dylan raised his right hand, fist clenched. Depart. Back in his office, a map radiating outward from G5 was divided into 8 distinct sectors. As the colossal elevator platform atop the cliffs activated, G5's combat units descended into the harbor and boarded their respective warships. Except for Auxiliary Unit Commander Alex's force, which deployed a single vessel, each unit sailed as a fleet, one flagship flanked by 4 supporting warships. 36 warships departed G5 branch, fanning out across the seas. New Grinbit East, Kingdom of Dressrosa. What audacity! Woof 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 woof. Though CP0 had diligently screened for spies, inevitably agents from various factions still lurked at the periphery, watching G5's every move. Don Quixote. 10 days. Our operations will suffer greatly, said Treble, leaning on his cane behind Don Quixote. Doflamingo. So what? Doflamingo gazed toward the tranquil sea stretching into the distance. That Dylan, truly extraordinary. Pity. Had he chosen the life of a pirate, this world would have descended into chaos long ago. Our operations. Precisely the chance to consolidate, purge outdated ventures once and for all. Woof 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 woof. From now on, we need not lift a finger. Let that man stir the seas himself. Damn Umbral Dragon. Our nation's war hangs in the balance. With these shipping lanes sealed, we can't procure arms from Joker. Where is Joker? Isn't he one of the 7 warlords of the sea? The title 7 warlords of the sea holds no sway before him. Their codes bind him not. The 8 sortie units surged forth like tigers descending upon sheep. Though scattered notorious pirates were present, the great pirates' elite crews had either withdrawn entirely or never joined at all. During the interception war, G5 held its forces back. Though the great pirates did not enter directly, many dispatched peripheral agents to observe or interfere. Now that G5 had moved decisively, the great pirates withdrew with conspicuous prudence. Pirates are not comrades, they are opportunists. Pirate against pirate remains enemy against enemy. When the first crew spotted G5 warships bearing down upon them, their limbs turned leaden with dread. G504. Rain Shirley. Hard to starboard, now. Shirley stood at the bow, fingers idly stirring storm clouds, then lowered his hand. To cleave the ship outright would forfeit the bounty heads. Before departure, all unit commanders had agreed upon an internal contest. Objective: highest cumulative bounty. No wager was placed, but every commander sharpened their blades with fervor. This was not merely rivalry among peers. It was a grand demonstration of the Marines' overwhelming might. After this campaign, no pirate dared set foot within the 1,000-kilometer expanse under G5's jurisdiction. Countless pirates fled screaming into the distance. Yet their vessels, sluggish and archaic, could not match G5's superior propulsion. Hull alloy forged in G5's metallurgical foundries. Propulsion systems engineered by Vegapunk, chief scientist of the Marine Headquarters Science Division. Vessels constructed on Water 7's exclusive production line, the world's foremost shipbuilding center. All fleets operated under a single directive. Kill, not capture. I've no rations to waste feeding prisoners. Bring back every head. I have use for them. Pirates converging from across the seas, still unprepared to flee, were pierced through like needles through parchment by G5's full-throttle armada. Though outnumbered, G5's combat superiority was incomparable. In the eastern sector, stranded pirates scrambled desperately toward Dressrosa. There lay a world government allied state, and one of the 50 nations of the World Conference. Surely G5 would not dare act recklessly there. Join me. Woof, 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 woof. You worms exploit every loophole. But I refuse. As the birdcage unfurled, Dressrosa sealed itself instantaneously. None could enter. None could escape. Damn Doflamingo, he's locked Dressrosa down completely. Run. The raging Sea Tom's fleet approaches. Just as the pirates hoisted their sails, the sea surface convulsed violently. A tawny figure stood atop a towering wave, observing the pirate vessel pitching helplessly in the churning waters. Impossible. The currents, they're under his control. All together, take him down. Oh. Tom paused midwave, startled. Had they actually charged? He watched the lurching vessel surge forward, then slowly raised both arms. Instantly, the ocean surface across several kilometers dipped imperceptibly. Sea Tycho void. Boom. With palms slammed downward, concentric waves radiated outward from Tom. Endless, relentless, unstoppable. Crack. Crack. Surrounding pirate ships splintered under the pressure of the undulating waves. Pop. Surveying the shattered hulls and floating pirates, Tom rubbed his palms together. Not a small number after all. Watching some pirates sink beneath the waves, Tom leapt from the crest, plunging headlong into the sea. The moment he pierced the surface, a jest from Dylan years past surfaced in his memory, spoken after Tom defeated Jinbei. Tom, from today onward you are the greatest corpse retriever upon these seas. Beneath the Red Earth continent, new Navy headquarters. The commotion is quite significant, isn't it, Dylan? After this cleanup, there shouldn't be any pirate ships appearing around that shipping lane, except for the Don Quixote family. They probably won't dare to sail under the pirate flag anymore. Most likely they'll switch to the Dressrosa royal flag. Regarding the reconstruction of the 7 warlords of the sea. At this point, everyone in the conference room fell silent. The list from Mariewa had been distributed, others were indifferent, but one name made everyone feel a sense of reluctance. Whitebeard 2, Edward Weevil. This was the guy who caused the general instructor Zifa to lose a hand, and he ultimately appeared on the proposed list. Zifa. Outside the conference room, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru were also looking at the list placed on their small table. If that's the case, it might have a tremendous impact on Zifa's beliefs, the Navy. What about Zifa's side? Tsuru leaned on her chin and sighed. I've heard that he has stopped training and hasn't gone out for a few days. Sengoku slammed his teacup down heavily. We can't hurt Zifa like this. Garp crossed his arms and lowered his head in silence while Tsuru unexpectedly asked, do you have any plans? Sengoku, this is the list proposed by Mariewa. Pahaha, that's right, Sengoku. When you were the Admiral, you couldn't do anything about it, and now we're all semi-reclusive people. Do you really think you can reject the proposal from above? Garp laughed heartily, but there was a hint of disappointment in his expression. Zifa, this man who has nurtured the entire Navy. Sengoku's glasses gleamed. Indeed, we are all semi-reclusive now, unable to directly participate in the decision-making, but don't forget. Sengoku took out a pen and drew a line through the name, Whitebeard 2, Edward Weevil. There's someone who is currently in the limelight and has the trust of Mariewa. Tsuru smiled slightly. That's true, and this list is merely a draft not yet published or implemented. Given his strength and character, there is still room for maneuver. Garp and Sengoku simultaneously looked at Tsuru with expressions of anticipation. Tsuru rolled her eyes at them. All right, I understand. You guys, I will discuss this with little Dylan, even if it means sacrificing my old face. Sengoku and Garp's expressions froze. Since the Marineford War, Dylan had not contacted them, nor had he acknowledged them upon returning to Marineford. During the war, their hesitation and positions did not lead to a complete rupture with Dylan, but they did create irreconcilable differences. Blurp, 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 hello. Is this Dylan? It's Tsuru. The transponder snail transformed into a shriveled old woman. Grandma Tsuru, what's the matter? Although Tsuru did not charge into the enemy's position during the war. But how should I put it? Women and men are indeed different, and Tsuru is not known for her combat strength. Sitting beside her, Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances upon hearing Dylan's tone, both showing a hint of joy. If it were them, although Dylan would not directly hang up. He certainly wouldn't be in a good mood. Business matters could be discussed, but private matters would probably be out of the question. Dylan. Before Tsuru could finish her sentence, Dylan on the other end frowned. You guys. Tsuru showed a hint of disappointment. Yes, it's us old folks with a bit of an issue, and we want to ask you. Sengoku and Garp beside her became tense if Dylan hung up the phone at this moment. On the other end of the transponder snail, Dylan paused before asking, is this about Zifa? Tsuru nodded. It seems we can't hide it from you, Dylan. We want to ask for your help. To eliminate Edward Weevil. Unexpectedly, Dylan responded without any hesitation. Sure. However, the next sentence made both Garp and Sengoku frown. But I have one requirement. Sengoku and Garp need to go to the air and request that Zifa be transferred to the G5 branch under the pretense of retirement reemployment. Can you do that? Before Tsuru could respond, Dylan squinted. Sengoku, Garp, you two stay aside, all right? Is this your justice? A man who has dedicated his life to the Navy and justice, a soldier more pure than you. If I don't agree to take action today, what will his fate be? You two, if you are willing, you could easily take down the likes of Bakeen and Weevil, right? 10 days from now I will take action, but I also want to receive Zifa's transfer order. Blurp. The transponder snail closed its eyes, and after Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances, they both fell silent. You old geezers. Tsuru knocked on the table. What he said isn't unreasonable. Oh, let's be understanding of each other. Moreover, Tsuru looked at Sengoku and Garp with rare seriousness. Old folks. Go warn those old ghosts not to act recklessly because of Bakeen and Weevil. Since we are asking the young ones to do things, we cannot let them be attacked from all sides. Understood. Sengoku nodded in response, and after a moment of silence, Garp also nodded. In any case, they could not allow the situation to develop unchecked, as Zifa would completely lose faith in the Navy. The blow to the Navy's morale would also be tremendous. On the 8th day of G5's external cleanup, all the pirates that could escape had basically fled, and those that remained had turned into piles of heads on the ships of each fleet. That's about enough. In the transponder snail conference, the commanders of each combat unit exchanged opinions and decided to begin turning back, to clear out the remaining fish that slipped through the net and consolidate the gains. After each fleet returned, flags were raised on the outermost islands. The flag from the Greenbit Kingdom. But all pirates knew that in reality, it was the other flag of G5. This also proclaimed that this sea area spanning thousands of kilometers had been declared under the rule of the new green bit. No, it was under the rule of the G5 base. Divide the area, have mid-level officers establish lower-level outposts, cooperate with the Greenbit Kingdom to carry out trade, develop commerce, and levy taxes. Dylan began to plan the next strategic move in front of the map. Noki asked while taking notes, "Brother Dylan, why do we still need to collect taxes and do business?" "Your money." She didn't quite understand, but she now knew the rumors from the outside. The Navy Vice Admiral Dark Dragon might be the richest person in the world. Since he had such great wealth, why still develop commerce and trade? Noki wealth is not solely about gold or jewels. Even berries don't necessarily count as wealth in certain respects. If I were to inject my gold and jewels into this world, it would only cause their value to plummet. This issue is quite complex. I didn't study well when I was young, so I can't provide you with a systematic answer. But you must remember one perspective. Wealth that circulates is the true wealth.